In my previous life, I toiled under the oppressive 996 work culture. In this life, I choose to recline in tranquility. Cultivation, such notions are non-existent, all reliant on my beast companions to elevate me. Lacking awakened talents? Within my consciousness, I possess a singular golden fruit tree. The energy fruits enhance my level, allowing me to surpass even SSS ranks effortlessly. The skill fruits imprint abilities. Your skills now belong to me. The enhancement fruits elevate my skills to their utmost potential. You, with a fire affinity, I must apologize. I thrive on countering your strengths, maximizing my fire resistance. The death fruit, consuming it below the divine tier, guarantees demise. Chapter 1. You diligent scholars, I shall not accompany you any longer. Students, please collect your weekend assignments. 1 copy of Beast-Taming Knowledge Exam, 1 of Feline Beast Behavior Exam, 1 of Beast-Taming History Exam. The bespectacled boy spoke methodically. By the way, there's also this Canine Beast Postpartum Care Exam, which I specially requested. No other class has it. As the boy introduced the tasks, the expressions of the students below gradually shifted. Rather than appearing despondent, they seemed increasingly exhilarated. Yea, long live the class monitor. I adore doing assignments. Without awakened beast-taming talents, I can only strengthen myself through these exercises. In the corner, a solitary exclamation was drowned out by the class's cheers. There sat Lin Schwan, idly twirling the pen in his hand. 5 days, 5 long days. Who could fathom how he endured this span? He had traversed through time, arriving at approximately 3 in the morning on a Monday. Before he could grasp his situation, he was summoned from his dormitory for morning exercises. Then began early self-study at 4, continuing with classes until 8 in the evening, followed by 2 additional hours of evening study. This intensity made even Lin Schwan, who had once prided himself as a workhorse in his previous life, concede defeat. In his former corporate existence, he had only occasionally worked until 3 in the morning under a 996 regime. Thus, he succumbed that on a stormy night, while coding at his workstation, a sudden pain pierced his chest, darkness enveloped him, and his feet kicked out. In his final moments, he felt an overwhelming regret. Damn it! I hadn't even cherished the 30 terabytes of study material on my hard drive, which was meant for diligent learning. He wondered who might benefit from his legacy, as long as they could decipher his 128-bit cyclic nested blockchain password. Above all, he vowed never to become a diligent scholar in his next life. This new world, while reminiscent of his former Blue Star, was vastly larger, its landmass exceeding that of Blue Star by 100-fold. Centuries ago, monstrous beasts ravaged the land, obliterating the existing civilization. Humanity, adhering to the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, discovered a method of self-preservation, forming contracts with juvenile beasts or their eggs, enhancing their combat prowess significantly through the abilities of beast tamers. Even so, humanity faced countless threats of extinction from the overwhelming tide of beasts. Only in recent decades did stability begin to return. The former nations had vanished, leaving behind mere survivor cities. Taking the former territory of the Xia Kingdom as an example, only 4 grand circular cities remained, named after the 4 divine beasts: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Schwan Wu. Each situated at the cardinal points. Between these cities, communication was severed, with only the strongest occasionally able to interact. Each circular city operated as an independent entity, surrounded by high walls, with the outside world a paradise for beasts. As for the western lands, the perilous seas had rendered them unreachable, shrouded in a veil of silence for centuries. Only one assignment remains who has yet to collect theirs. Lin Schwan, is it you? The class monitor, Wang Long, interrupted Lin Schwan's thoughts. Lin Schwan cast a glance at Wang Long. Uninterested, he had no desire to endure another day in this school. His days of torment were merely a means to adapt to this new world. This institution was nothing more than a vocational technical academy. Indeed, it was a technical school. Who would have thought that a school so rigorous would yield nothing but a mere vocational certificate upon graduation? Certificates such as Beast Tamer Chef, Beast Caregiver, Beast Waste Management Officer. Wang Long's father was a seasoned waste management officer, serving a golden tier beast tamer. Thus, among ordinary individuals without awakened talents, he managed to fare relatively well. Consequently, Wang Long incessantly boasted about his father's exploits before the golden tier beast tamer, how the majestic, commanding golden mammoth was a sight to behold. 2 days prior, Lin Schwan could no longer contain himself and quipped, "The mammoth's droppings must be delightful." Wang Long's expression soured, akin to someone suffering from prolonged constipation, and he likely bore a grudge thereafter. He constantly sought ways to trouble Lin Schwan. Yet Lin Schwan remained indifferent that a week had passed, ample time for Lin Schwan to digest the remnants of his body's memories. However, as an ordinary student, he would not attract the attention of any powerful beings seeking entertainment. Speaking of this world's Lin Schwan, his circumstances were equally dismal. His parents had perished, leaving behind only an old house in a modest civilian district. Lacking awakened beast-taming talents, he was relegated to this Eastern technical school, hoping to acquire skill. Once again, at 3 in the morning, he had overexerted himself and met his demise, if not for the several volumes of Beast Ear Girl Development Guide, still radiating warmth beneath his pillow. Lin Schwan might have believed this individual truly worked himself to death in a sense. He was indeed studying Lin Schwan. When Wang Long noticed Lin Schwan's indifference, he stormed over, furious. "What are you barking like a dog for?" Lin Schwan rose, towering over Wang Long by half a head. "You." Seeing Lin Schwan's readiness for confrontation, Wang Long immediately wilted. He typically relied on intimidation, but in a genuine contest, he could gain no advantage. "Your assignment, ha." Lin Schwan chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further. "Let the assignment be yours to complete. I shan't accompany you." With that, Lin Schwan strode out. "What do you mean?" "He'll inform the teacher that I intend to withdraw from school." "Never mind. It doesn't matter. I simply won't return." "Why?" Wang Long grew anxious, not wishing to bear the responsibility for driving away a classmate. Lin Schwan pondered what excuse to fabricate. "Wang Long, if you lack a vocational certificate, you'll be forcibly conscripted into military service upon turning 18. Think it over." Wang Long offered a seemingly well-intentioned warning that, "Is there truly such a regulation?" Lin Schwan mused, recalling. Indeed, he had overlooked this stipulation. Originally, he planned to return home. Anything would be preferable to remaining in this technical school, where one could become a beast waste management officer at will. "If I become a beast tamer, I would be exempt from conscription, right?" "A beast tamer? That is indeed the case. Wait, have you awakened your beast taming talent?" Wang Long gazed at him incredulously, and the surrounding students turned to stare. "Not yet." Lin Schwan answered honestly. "Tch. X 20.99% of beast tamers awaken their abilities before the age of 16. The older one becomes, the more challenging it is to awaken, and the quality of the talent diminishes. Awakening after 18 is virtually unheard of. Lin Schwan would soon turn 18, and not having awakened, yet almost guaranteed a lifetime devoid of beast-taming potential. "I plan to give it another try. Who knows? It might just work." Lin Schwan said little and directly exited the classroom. Wang Long ceased his persuasion since Lin Schwan had provided an excuse. He bore no further responsibility. As for the notion that Lin Schwan could awaken to become an aged beast master within the span of 2 months, he found it utterly implausible. Chapter 2. The Golden Tree, Haunted? In a span of 2 months, one must become a beast master. Otherwise, being thrust onto the battlefield would truly be a disaster. Having been granted a second chance at life, I came to relish existence rather than to be embroiled in competition. Must one truly engage in warfare? As Lin Schwan ambled out of the school gates, he grumbled to himself. Military service, of course, does not entail that ordinary individuals confront monstrous beasts. It primarily consists of logistical duties. While one might argue that it is not dangerous, the reality is that should any defensive line falter, ordinary personnel would inevitably become mere fodder for the beasts. As for the role of a beast master, Lin Schwan was not particularly enamored. It simply involved toiling to accumulate resources, nurturing beasts, and then venturing into more perilous realms to earn resources, ultimately leading to demise in the pursuit of wealth. Why endure such hardship? Having been overworked to death in my previous life, must I persist in this relentless cycle? Cursing under his breath, Lin Schwan acknowledged that between the roles of a beast caretaker, cannon fodder, and a beast master, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, in this world, beast masters wield the most formidable power, possess the greatest resources, and enjoy the highest status. Ordinary individuals, in the face of beastly calamities, are akin to insignificant ants. Contemplating this, Lin Schwan felt increasingly compelled to embrace the path of a beast master. Even if he were to merely survive in a small locale, it would be 1,000 times superior to the plight of ordinary folk. Moreover, this world even boasts the existence of genuine beast-eared girls. How absurd. This must be a remnant of my past self's desires. Lin Schwan, a steadfast man, would never be swayed by such temptations. As for the means to become a beast master, Lin Schwan held a glimmer of confidence, for he possessed a golden finger. System. No response. Come on. Still no reaction. Just like the past 5 days, he had attempted countless times to summon it, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. How frustrating. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, only to be swiftly humbled. As his thoughts turned, Lin Schwan sensed a troubling omen. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted within his consciousness, accompanied by a surge of pain akin to needles piercing his mind. Lin Schwan realized that the entity was displeased. Fortunately, the pain flared up quickly before subsiding, and he soon regained his composure. Bystanders merely observed as he appeared to convulse and roll his eyes, quickly avoiding him. Lin Schwan decided against further fruitless attempts and resolved to return home first. Schwan Wu City, the metropolis where Lin Schwan resided, spanned a far greater area than any nation from his previous life. It was divided into 81 distinct districts. The innermost Zone 19 housed the influential figures of the inner city. The intermediate Zone 1027 represented a cluster of higher-tier beast masters within the middle city. The outermost Zone 2881 was home to the majority of ordinary citizens and lower-tier beast masters. Like a cake sliced into 9 portions, each inner city governs 2 middle cities, while each middle city oversees 3 outer cities. Naturally, in addition to governance, should unforeseen dangers arise, high-ranking beast masters from the middle city are obligated to respond promptly. In Zone 81, Peace Road, Building 69, Lin Schwan followed his memory to his residence in this world. The outer city, Zone 81, was already at the periphery. Beyond lay the world of beasts beyond the towering walls. Here, while the architecture was modern, it bore a striking resemblance to the slums of his former life. The number of beast masters residing here was considerably lower than in other districts, as most were transient individuals. Many born in this area would quickly seek opportunities to relocate, for the proximity to the high walls posed a significant threat. Although sporadic beast surges had occurred over the decades, each time, the outer districts, such as 81, 80, and 79, suffered grievously. Ironically, the dwellings in Zone 81 were even newer than those in the inner city. Upon returning home, Lin Schwan opened the window to air out the mustiness before lying on his bed, attempting yet again to communicate with his golden finger. Though he had just experienced an electric shock, at least there was some response, which was far better than complete silence. Whether he could become a beast master, whether he could encounter a beast-eared girl, and whether he could ascend to the pinnacle of life all depended on it. Within his consciousness, a majestic golden tree, soaring 3 to 4 stories high, swayed gracefully. Each time he beheld it, he was struck with awe. How had this entity come to reside within his mind? Delicate lavender luminescence danced along the trunk, while the golden leaves fluttered without wind, as if aware of Lin Schwan's scrutiny. Countless branches bore glistening, translucent fruits. How does one utilize this? Is there a manual available? Lost in thought, Lin Schwan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Just before succumbing to slumber, he vaguely sensed that he had forgotten something important. Knock, knock, knock. Half awake, Lin Schwan perceived a commotion within the room. Knock, knock. A mouse. Tap, tap, tap. Irritated, Lin Schwan smacked the bed frame, intending to scare away the rodent. Knock, 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 knock. Unexpectedly, the noise intensified, as if someone were repeatedly ramming their head against the door. Could it be haunted? Alarmed, Lin Schwan cautiously rose from his bed and turned on the light. Knock, knock, knock. The sound emanated from outside the door, and Lin Schwan felt the door shudder. Something was indeed knocking at his door. The entrance was locked. Who could possibly enter unnoticed? In truth, the door was not even bolted, yet it was being knocked upon from the outside. This was utterly bizarre. Upon this realization, Lin Schwan found himself less frightened. He was curious to discover what was causing the disturbance. Lin Schwan carefully opened the door a crack and peeked out. Nothing was amiss. No one had forcefully entered. As if in response to his opening the door, the entity seemed to vanish. Determined, Lin Schwan swung the door wide open, intending to illuminate the living room and uncover the source of the ruckus. At that moment, Lin Schwan felt something beneath his foot, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance. What the hell? What manner of creature is this? Swiftly turning on the light, he glanced back. What on earth is this? Before him lay a turtle, the size of a basin, flailing helplessly on its back. Its eyes, resembling green peas, occasionally darted towards Lin Schwan, filled with an inscrutable expression. Why do I feel as though I am being scorned by a turtle? It dawned on Lin Schwan that he had indeed kept a turtle. No, it belonged to the former Lin Schwan. To be precise, it was passed down from Lin Schwan's great-grandfather. In truth, Lin Schwan could not recall how many years this turtle had been in the family. The saying goes that a turtle can last through 3 generations. Though people may come and go, the turtle remains. This black-backed turtle had resided with Lin Schwan's family for at least 5 or 6 generations. Every week, Lin Schwan's routine task was to feed the turtle. The previous Lin Schwan, it seemed, had not returned home last week, having spent the night online. Alas, this turtle had gone at least a week without sustenance. However, It appeared to be no worse for the wearer, as evidenced by its vigorous knocking on the door, suggesting it could last for several more days. What a treasure! Whether for soup or braising, delicious. As Lin Schwan gazed at the turtle's pitiful floundering, tears unwittingly welled at the corners of his mouth, and he hurried towards the black-backed turtle. Sensing Lin Schwan's ill intentions, the turtle flailed even more vigorously, yet could not right itself. Chapter 3, Schwan Wu Bloodline. Advancement. As Lin Schwan approached, the black-backed turtle withdrew into its shell, feigning death. Lin Schwan grasped a corner of its shell and gently flipped it over. Detected Divine Beast Schwan Wu Bloodline. Would you like to form a contract? What? Schwan Wu Bloodline. Is it truly this simple? Lin Schwan, filled with delight, yet hesitant, pondered. On one hand, he could become a beast master. On the other, this black-backed turtle seemed rather weak, merely an ordinary turtle. You are too weak. You have not even awakened. You cannot contract with extraordinary beasts. Lin Schwan suddenly remembered that he had yet to awaken any talent for beast mastery. Could he truly contract it directly? Indeed, the golden finger is truly remarkable, standing out even amidst disdain. This is rather beneficial, as it incurs no additional expenses. Generally speaking, even after awakening, contracting a suitable beast is quite a financial burden. Typically, even a slightly better beast egg costs over 100,000. Without a beast master to guide them, ordinary individuals cannot afford to engage in such pursuits. Thus, let us proceed with the contract. At least, becoming a beast master is a step forward. As Lin Schwan's words echoed, a radiant golden light enveloped both him and the Hebei Gui. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, signifying a successful contract. At this instant, the Hebei Gui could no longer retreat into its shell, staring at Lin Schwan with an expression of bewilderment, as if its intellect and emotions had become more complex. With the success of the contract, Lin Schwan officially stepped into the realm of beast masters. Master, Lin Schwan. Level, Black Iron 1 star. Talent, unawakened. Beast, Hebei Gui, ordinary. Skills, none. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment, conserve food, sufficient for 2 meals. This attribute panel is visible only to the beast master, and the level can be verified through instruments. As for talent, it remains known only to the individual. Instruments can only detect a general category. For instance, level fire attribute talent flame affinity enhances resistance to fire attributes and accelerates the growth of fire attribute beasts, and level talent flame enhancement boosts the attack power of fire attribute beasts. The instruments can only identify the level fire attribute without discerning the specifics. Only the beast master is privy to this information. Lin Schwan glanced at his solitary panel and promptly closed it, finding it too disheartening to behold. He felt an invisible bond forming between him and the Hebei Gui, as if he could summon it into his consciousness space. With a thought, the Hebei Gui vanished and reappeared, dazed, beneath the tree in the consciousness space. If the Hebei Gui could speak, it would undoubtedly express its frustration, lamenting, "I am merely an ordinary turtle. Why this tumult? You might as well end me. Is that so, old Hei? Would you rather perish than become a beast?" Lin Schwan mused, having whimsically named the Hebei Gui. After all, the creature was over 100 years old. Calling it Little Hei would be inappropriate. The Hebei Gui was equally astonished that its thoughts could be perceived by Lin Schwan. Feeling even more bewildered, this place felt unlike the beast space described online. Lin Schwan mused that the online descriptions likened the beast space to a black hole, unreachable by consciousness, known only for providing a resting place for beasts and accelerating their growth. His experience was evidently different. Nevertheless, he was not a conventional beast master, having contracted without even awakening a talent. With this in mind, Lin Schwan chose to disregard such thoughts. He had successfully contracted, and who could dispute his status as a beast master? However, possessing an ordinary beast did set a record, marking the weakest beast ever. Typically, ordinary beasts that do not reach the extraordinary realm are akin to humans who have not awakened. They cannot even sense a contract, let alone form one. It can only be said that Lin Schwan and the Hebei Gui were an odd pairing. Regardless, even the weakest beast master retains their title, enjoying the associated benefits and subsidies, which are certainly superior to those of mere beast caretakers. Contemplating the subsidies for beast masters, Lin Schwan exited the consciousness space, intent on checking the official website. If he could live off his identity as a beast master, it would be quite delightful. The thought of battling monsters and seizing resources outside the city was out of the question. In this lifetime, his sole ambition was to relax and savor life. Wait, had he forgotten something? Never mind, let him first explore the available benefits. Meanwhile, beneath the golden tree in the consciousness space, the Hebei Gui stared vacantly, feeling utterly despondent. "I need to eat," it lamented. In the consciousness space, every second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the Hebei Gui caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. The scent penetrated its very being, as if it were luring away its soul. Looking up, it beheld a particularly striking green fruit amidst the originally translucent fruits, glistening like jade. The Hebei Gui fixated on the green fruit, consumed by thoughts of devouring it. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, having finished his research, taken a shower, and ordered takeout, spent 2 hours watching a series before drifting into slumber. Mumbling in his sleep, he continued his rest. In the consciousness space, as if responding to Lin Chuan's unspoken approval, the branch bearing the green fruit gradually descended before the Hebei Gui. Without hesitation, the Hebei Gui gulped it down. Almost immediately, it appeared to be struck by some force, its eyes closing, limbs flailing, before succumbing to sleep. The following noon, Lin Chuan leisurely awoke from his dreams. After enduring 5 days of a hellish existence at school, he finally enjoyed a restful night. After a quick wash, he took out his phone to order takeout. Wait, Old Hei also needed to eat. How could he have forgotten? Immersed in the excitement of becoming a beast master yesterday, he had completely overlooked Old Hei in the consciousness space. Now, remembering, he called out, "Old Hei, it's time for lunch." With a loud thud, Old Hei fell to the floor, cracking the tiles beneath. "My apologies, Old Hei. I'm still getting the hang of this," Lin Chuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. However, the Hebei Gui remained motionless, its eyes shut tight. "Crap, Old Hei, you're not dead, are you? I just became a beast master. Don't scare me." He reached out to touch Old Hei's head. It felt cold, chillingly so. This was disastrous. It seemed he wouldn't need to order takeout. One meal for lunch and another could suffice for dinner. Lin Chuan was baffled, unable to comprehend how things had gone so awry. Could it truly have starved to death? Yet, wasn't it said that if a beast perished, the beast master would suffer spiritual damage? He felt no such sensation. Could it be? With this thought, Lin Chuan widened his eyes and examined Old Hei's attribute panel. Beast, Hebei Gui, Ordinary Extraordinary 1 star, in the process of evolution. Skills, Hardened Armor 1, active upon activation. Physical defense increases by 20 for a duration of 10 minutes. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment, more substantial now. What was this panel? Why was there a strength assessment? Seemingly to taunt him? Chapter 4, The Extraordinary Fruit. Skill engraving. Lin Chuan sighed in exasperation, but it did not prevent a smile from gracing his lips. Overnight, Old Hei had evolved on its own. How delightful. Although that skill appeared rather mundane. After all, extraordinary beings are still extraordinary, at the very least. Old Hei's combat prowess should now surpass Lin Chuan's. Extraordinary 1 star marks the entry into the realm of demonic beasts, no longer merely an ordinary turtle. Its shell, when retracted, could likely withstand Lin Chuan's strength, which was nearing adulthood. Beyond this threshold lie the ranks of elite, commander, sovereign, monarch, and divine, each tier subdivided into 9 stars. Correspondingly, beast masters are classified as silver, gold, diamond, monarch, and divine. The monarch and divine levels transcend the limitations of their species, thus sharing universal levels. However, what had caused Old Hei's sudden evolution? After much contemplation, Lin Chuan could only attribute it to his golden finger. The crucial factor was that he had yet to grasp how to utilize it. Was it fully automated, requiring no input from him? With a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Chuan re-entered the consciousness space, determined to investigate thoroughly. What is this? It appeared different from before. There was no need for Lin Chuan to probe. The golden tree revealed evident differences at a glance. He noticed several fruits of varying colors hanging conspicuously from the tips of the branches. As Lin Chuan delved deeper, the attributes and functions of the fruits vividly manifested in his mind. The green, energy fruit. Under ordinary circumstances, one can be harvested daily. It absorbs energy, accelerating maturation. When consumed by a tamer's beast, it can aid in training or replenish energy. The yellow, reinforcement fruit. Under normal conditions, one can be gathered each day. It provides flesh and blood of magical beasts, hastening maturation. When ingested by a tamer's beast, it enhances skill levels. The red, skill fruit. Typically, one can be collected daily. It provides the cores of magical beasts, facilitating rapid maturation. It allows for skill imprinting, enabling any beast touched by a tamer or their beast to be imprinted. Consuming the imprinted fruit grants the ability to learn corresponding skills. The purple, advancement fruit, requires the absorption of combat experience for maturation. When consumed by a tamer's beast, it can promote transcendent beasts and above to the next rank. The black, death fruit, maturation necessitates the absorption of deathly aura. It holds a lethal allure for living beings. Consumption guarantees death for any being below the divine level. The sight of the death fruit left Lin Chuan astounded. Certain death awaited any being below divine rank. Even a pinnacle 9-star monarch would surely perish upon consumption. It is worth noting that monarch-level beasts are exceedingly rare. The strongest guardian of the inner city's 9 districts reportedly possesses, at most, 5 or 6 stars. As for divine beings, they exist solely in legends. Lin Schwan understood that this information must remain secret. Even a whisper could lead to dire consequences for him. Naturally, such a strategic weapon must be acquired for self-preservation. Should a monarch-level adversary target him one day, he would retaliate fiercely. With this thought, a spark of urgency ignited in Lin Schwan's eyes. It seemed that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. The last 3 fruits were merely in their nascent stages, faintly tinged with color. However, the energy fruit and skill fruit had already matured. Once Old Hei completed his advancement, they could be consumed immediately. Remarkably, Old Hei had independently learned to wield the golden finger without Lin Schwan's assistance. Indeed, the true marvel lay with the golden finger, or rather, it should be termed the golden thigh. From this point onward, it sufficed to allow Old Hei to consume the fruits to enhance his abilities, while Lin Schwan would leisurely recline. With this thought, Lin Schwan couldn't help but emit a peculiar cackle. At that moment, Old Hei, who was in the midst of advancement, suddenly shivered. Perhaps it was merely a chill. After all, turtles are cold-blooded creatures. After lunch, Lin Schwan organized the information in his mind and resolved to take a stroll. His previous life's understanding of the world was primarily through the lens of an ordinary person. His knowledge was either derived from some vocational training in a technical school for tamers or from his encounters with beast-eared girls. He was not well acquainted with the profession of a beast tamer itself. The information available online was mostly general knowledge, lacking substantial depth. Furthermore, Lin Schwan was not a legitimate beast tamer, rendering much of that information potentially useless. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Schwan wandered into a beast-taming shop. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere distinct from the outside world, akin to a warm, gentle steam that was quite comforting. However, this sensation dissipated swiftly. At that moment, Lin Schwan sensed something unusual about the golden tree in his soul space. Beside the original green fruit, another had appeared, already half infiltrated by green. Energy fruit absorbs energy, accelerating maturation. It became apparent that the refreshing aura he had just experienced was likely the so-called spiritual energy. After awakening, a beast tamer could absorb this energy to cultivate and elevate their beast levels. Yet, despite several nights of attempts, he had sensed nothing, merely noting that the air in this world was less polluted and much fresher. Suddenly, a plump old man descended from the second floor, bellowing at a regular employee. "Lao, I'm not sure," the employee hastily explained. Lin Schwan, of course, would never admit to being a novice level 1 tamer. The old man merely cast a glance and lost interest. "Add a few more spirit stones. If any of these beast eggs die, you won't be able to compensate." After issuing this warning, the old man returned upstairs. This admonition seemed less directed at the employee and more like a cautionary note for the other beast tamers in the shop. The recent rapid decline in spiritual energy was comparable to the absorption rate of a silver-level beast tamer exerting themselves fully. Clearly, someone was attempting to exploit the situation. The silver level was something the plump owner hardly regarded. Business was business, and rules were rules. Lin Schwan discreetly cautioned the golden tree to refrain from such absurdity. He then noticed that this shop specialized in selling beast eggs. A dazzling array of various beast eggs filled the display cases on either side. Some that could not fit in the display were arranged on dedicated counters. At that moment, a beast egg the size of a pigeon egg caught his attention. What could possibly hatch from such a diminutive egg? Lin Schwan pondered. "Greetings, esteemed customer. This is an ant egg seized from a black fire ant nest. It has a certain probability of hatching into an ant king with diamond-grade growth potential." A shop assistant, noticing Lin Schwan lingered, hurried over to promote the egg. Although this was the 5th ant egg she had sold this month, it did not hinder her from pitching it repeatedly. After all, she was not lying. The probability was indeed a matter of luck. If an ant king did not hatch, it could only be attributed to unfortunate fortune. The only detail she withheld was that this batch contained several hundred black fire ant eggs, likely unsold for years. "May I touch it?" Lin Schwan inquired. "Of course. But be gentle," the attendant replied, opening the glass door of the display case. Lin Schwan unhesitatingly reached out to lightly prod the ant egg. Although it resembled a pigeon egg, its texture was surprisingly springy. Beast, black fire ant, unhatched, extraordinary 1 star. Skills, venomous fire acid 1, active. Shoots a stream of venomous fire acid at enemies. Cooldown of 1 minute. Brain power 1, passive. Enhances headbutt strength by 10-fold. Potential, elite 7 stars. Successfully discovered matching skill imprint. It seems something remarkable has emerged. I can discern the attributes of this ant egg. This defies logic. Wasn't it said that only contracted beasts allow access to specific attributes? Lin Schwan thought, feeling as if his identity as a beast tamer was becoming increasingly absurd. Furthermore, The skill imprinting had indeed succeeded. After all, beast eggs are still classified as beasts. Lin Schwan's mind was a whirlwind, yet his expression remained unfazed. Calmly withdrawing his finger, he proceeded to the next display without uttering a word. "Excuse me, is something the matter? Is there anything you are dissatisfied with?" the assistant queried. "I believe it's not quite suitable for me," Lin Schwan replied, employing a more generic rationale to decline. "I'll just browse for now." Having extricated himself from the assistant's sales pitch, Lin Schwan finally had the opportunity to investigate the golden tree in his soul space. He observed that a red fruit had appeared on the golden tree. Skill fruit, brain power. When consumed by a tamer's beast, it enables the learning of the corresponding skill. Thus, it was evident that only attributes that matched could be imprinted. This may be related to his singular contract with the blackback turtle, as the skill of venomous fire acid was clearly unsuitable for Old Hei and could not be learned. The thought of Old Hei mastering brain power and subsequently using his head to recklessly smash doors made Lin Schwan realize he should not forget to feed him adequately, lest his own home be at risk. Regardless, the ability to directly imprint skills was truly extraordinary. Gazing at the countless beast eggs arranged around him, presenting an alluring temptation, Lin Schwan's eyes sparkled with desire. However, he quickly regained his composure. This endeavor could indeed be pursued, but haste would only draw unwanted attention. One must pluck the wool gradually, avoiding the folly of grasping a single sheep too tightly. A steady, measured approach is the true path to success. Chapter 5. 3 Types of Beasts, Damage Reflection. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Schwan approached the sales attendant he had encountered earlier. "Greetings. Do you have any water attribute or defense-oriented beast eggs?" "Water attribute defense." The young lady pondered for a few moments before leading Lin Schwan deeper into the hall. Water attribute beast eggs require specialized nurturing liquid for preservation and are currently stored at headquarters. If you confirm your interest, I can request them from headquarters. But a deposit will be required in advance. Of course, you can review the information on the beast eggs beforehand. As she spoke, she operated a machine in the lobby, retrieving data on all available water attribute beast eggs. Among them were the elite potential ice python, the commanding potential bone-corroding flood dragon, and even the monarch-level potential white spirit deer, rumored to possess the bloodline of the divine beast Bai Zhe, with a chance of ascending to royal status. Lin Schwan's heart raced at the sight, yet he was acutely aware of his current financial limitations. The prices for these beast eggs started at a minimum of 500,000 to 600,000, with diamond-tier specimens reaching into the tens of millions. He could hardly afford even a few thousand as a deposit. Moreover, he merely wished to take advantage of the situation. Purchasing one would not allow him to form a contract. Since the beast eggs themselves were not present in the store, they held no significance for him. "What about those with a focus on defense?" Lin Schwan inquired. "Defense-oriented beasts are mostly of the rock or earth attributes, and those are available," the attendant replied, gesturing towards a pile of stones in the corner. The disparity in treatment was glaring. Water attribute eggs were nurtured with care, while earth attribute eggs were left to languish on the ground. Perhaps sensing Lin Schwan's skepticism, the attendant hastened to explain, "Rest assured. All these beast eggs are vibrant and healthy. There will be no stillbirths. After all, being earth attribute, exposure to the ground is beneficial." In truth, the primary reason was that these beast eggs possessed low potential, at most elite 8 or 9 stars, with none exhibiting commanding potential. "You may feel free to touch them. As long as you don't drop them, it's perfectly fine." With that, the attendant returned to attend to other customers. Having surmised that Lin Schwan's budget was likely limited, otherwise, he would not consider such low-potential beasts. Additionally, given his student attire, he likely had just awakened and was selecting his first beast. It is well known that the first beast should ideally be one with high offensive capabilities to secure greater resources in the future. Unless one belonged to a prominent family or a specialized beast training team, it was rare for someone to choose a defensive beast as their first. Lin Schwan, evidently, did not possess any such background. Unbothered by the attendant's assumptions, Lin Schwan preferred the solitude. Approaching the pile of stones, he noticed many of the beast eggs appeared similar, likely belonging to the same species. He examined them one by one, finding his initial guesses largely accurate. Among the several beast eggs, he discerned 3 types. Beast, rock spirit, unhatched, extraordinary 1 star. Skills, rock throwing 1, active, detaches a portion of its arm to strike at an enemy. The rock arm can regenerate, with the time taken dependent on the size of the detached portion. Rock armor 1, passive, forms a layer of rock across the body, providing a degree of defense. Potential, elite 2 stars. This was the most abundant type. Upon reviewing its attributes, Lin Schwan could only feel one thing: utterly worthless. Such a beast would be hardly accepted even if given away for free. No wonder it was overlooked. The skill, rock armor, appeared capable of being imprinted. Aligning with Lao Hei, Yet Lin Chuan disputed the viability of rock throwing. If Lao Hei could master such a limb regeneration technique, wouldn't that mean he could feast on turtle claw hot pot daily? Beast, swamp mud monster, unhatched, extraordinary 1-star. Skills, mud technique 1, active. Transforms terrain within a certain radius into a muddy state, with a 5-minute cooldown. Attack absorption 1, passive, reduces the effect of similar type skill attacks gradually, up to a maximum of 20. Potential, elite 8 stars. The attributes of this beast were somewhat acceptable, with both skills being quite practical, one for control, the other for defense. However, its potential was too low, and it was exceedingly unattractive. Unlike the rock spirit, both skills could indeed be imprinted this time. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan leaned towards attack absorption. Currently, the red skill fruit and yellow enhancement fruit were insufficient. Prioritizing a single attribute was paramount. The final beast was the most inconspicuous, nearly gathering dust in the corner. Beast, spiked puppet, unhatched, extraordinary 1-star. Skills, damage reflection 1, passive, reflects 10 damage in energy form when subjected to physical attacks. Potential, extraordinary 7 stars. Upon seeing this, Lin Chuan recognized he had stumbled upon a treasure. He was even too lazy to critique the attributes of this beast egg. The mere existence of the damage reflection skill, if learned by Lao Hei, would suffice. Skills of this retaliatory nature were typically reserved for commanding or even monarch-level beasts, embodying the authority of kings. Beast Keeper's Rule 666. Do not casually slap the rear of a monarch-level beast. Before it consumes you, you will have already been reduced to a meat paste. The spiked puppet, however, was a racial talent. Regrettably, the racial potential was too low for anyone to care about a beast with only extraordinary level potential. I must acquire it immediately. Today's red fruit has been exhausted, and I can no longer imprint damage reflection. Waiting until tomorrow? Absolutely not. The spiked puppet beast egg is singular, and due to prolonged storage, it was already showing signs of hatching. By the time I return tomorrow, it may very well be cleared from the shelves. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan resolved to purchase it. The price for such a beast egg would not exceed 10,000. Are you certain you want to buy this? When Lin Chuan approached the counter with the inky black beast egg, the attendant inquired uncertainly, her voice slightly raised, attracting the attention of several nearby customers. Yes, is there a problem? Not at all. But are you truly intent on contracting such a beast? The attendant struggled to comprehend. For having just awakened as a beast master, selecting a beast with such low potential seemed tantamount to self-sabotage. It is crucial to note that once a beast is contracted, it cannot be easily discarded. The first beast, in particular, is of utmost importance. Perhaps he is merely testing the waters, though the likelihood is slim. That is none of your concern. Can I simply buy it to make soup? Lin Chuan opted not to elaborate, proceeding to swipe his card for payment. Indeed, the price of a beast egg at this level was not exorbitant. After discounts, it amounted to only 9,800. Customer, I must confirm once more. Once the items leave the store, they are non-returnable. The attendant remarked, seemingly with a warm reminder after seeing Lin Chuan complete the transaction. Feeling as though she had struck gold, she believed that such a beast egg, soon to be disposed of, would earn her a larger commission. Lin Chuan waved his hand and exited the store. You may profit a little, but I shall never incur a loss. Chapter 6. Lao Hei's advancement completed, body reinforcement. On the second floor of the shop, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixated on Lin Chuan as he departed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Miss, does that fellow seem suspicious? A portly old man stood beside her, occasionally refilling the tea for the elegant lady seated at the table. Despite showing signs of having contracted a beast, why would he seek to purchase a beast egg? Su Ying-tan spoke softly, her curiosity piqued. Moreover, it is indeed the most inferior of all the Beastmaster eggs. The old man added with a hint of disdain. Would you like me to capture him for some inquiries? He spoke, his aura subtly revealing that he was a golden-level Beastmaster. Never mind. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Perhaps he truly intends to take it home and simmer it for soup. This, after all, is his freedom, is it not? Pausing for a moment, Su Ying continued. After all, we are still within the city limits. The rules that must be followed should still be adhered to. Her words seemed to carry an unspoken warning. The old man acknowledged, assuring Su that he would always remember the Su family's regulations and would not dare to be negligent. He was instantly drenched in sweat. Although he had been exiled to Zone 81 for several years, his network of information remained intact. Recently, the Su family had been conducting rigorous internal investigations, and several regional heads had been apprehended directly. The most severe case involved a peak golden-level beastmaster from the Central District, who was killed on the spot due to violent resistance. On the surface, these actions appeared to be an internal audit for corruption, but in reality, it was a time for power shifts and factional struggles within the family. The position of regional head at the Su family commercial enterprise in Zone 22 has become vacant. It would be prudent for you to take over. After all, it has been quite some time since you returned home. With that, Suing stood up to leave. Thank you, miss. The old man was instantly moved to tears, unable to straighten his back. Lin Schwan was unaware that his actions had drawn a certain level of attention. At that moment, he had already taken a taxi home. Initially, he had planned to visit several shops, but plans had changed unexpectedly. The spike puppet beast egg appeared small, about the size of a football, yet it was quite heavy, surely weighing around 10 kilograms. Lin Schwan found it impractical to carry such an object around, as it was too conspicuous. Thus, he decided to return home first. Now that he understood how to exploit the situation, there was no need to rush. Upon entering his home, Lin Schwan sensed some movement within his consciousness. I am hungry. A clear thought resonated. Without hesitation, he summoned Lao Hei, the glutton. With a loud thud, Lin Schwan felt the entire room tremble. What on earth is happening upstairs? The neighbors below had already begun to complain. Lin Schwan swore he had intentionally controlled the summoning, and Lao Hei had only been a few inches off the ground upon appearing, yet the noise was unexpectedly loud. What the heck? Lao Hei, what have you been eating to grow this large? At that moment, the black-backed turtle had fully evolved into an extraordinary beast. Its size comparable to a grinding disc. When standing on all fours, it resembled a round table. I want to eat fruit. Sighing, as he felt Lao Hei's message. Lin Schwan realized that the intelligence of extraordinary beasts was indeed concerning. He must increase the dosage. With a thought, a red and green fruit materialized in Lin Schwan's hand. He promptly fed it to Lao Hei. After consuming the fruit, Lao Hei no longer expressed hunger, instead letting out a satisfied snort. It was at this moment that Lin Schwan found time to examine Lao Hei's attributes. Beast, Hei Bei Gue, Extraordinary Level 2. Skills, Hardened Armor 2, active when activated. Physical defense increases by 20 for a duration of 15 minutes. Brain Power 1, passive, when attacking with its head, gains a 10-fold strength enhancement. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment. The turtle is so large, it cannot be cooked in a single pot. With Lao Hei's elevation to Extraordinary Level 2. Its innate skill Hardened Armor automatically advanced by 1 level, though it was a modest improvement. 1 energy fruit was sufficient to elevate a normal beast to an Extraordinary 1. Yet it could only raise an Extraordinary Level 1 to Level 2, indicating that as the star level increases, the energy required for enhancement grows exponentially. The skill fruit had indeed enabled Lao Hei to learn the abilities of the black fire Anticross species. In the future, before engaging in battle, Lao Hei could layer on hundreds of layers of armor and then retaliate with fierce counterattacks. Armor with counterattack capabilities is truly vicious. Should anyone foolishly approach Lao Hei for close combat, they would soon learn the power of the turtle's head. Suddenly, Lin Schwan felt a surge of powerful energy erupting from his consciousness, coursing through his limbs and internal organs, providing a comprehensive workout for his body. He could feel a tearing sensation in his muscles. Lin Schwan understood that this was the benefit of contracting a beast. The beast master nourishes the beast through their soul, and in return, the beast bestows physical strength upon the beast master. However, in reality, it is typically the case that a beast master's level is enhanced through cultivation first, which subsequently radiates to the beast. In Lin Schwan's case, everything was reversed. It was the beast's level that propelled the beast master forward. Lin Schwan affirmed that he had no intention of cultivating. He was content to remain idle. Generally, the enhancements associated with the black iron level conclude swiftly and do not elicit any remarkable sensations. Yet this time, for Lin Schwan, it was a combination of awakening enhancement and star elevation, resulting in a more pronounced reaction. 5 minutes later, Lin Schwan felt the enhancement had completely subsided. He felt as if he had just emerged from water, his body coated in a layer of black mud. This was a thorough cleansing of the bones and marrow. Indeed, being a beastmaster is no simple feat. It is no wonder that so many are drawn to it. The benefits of strengthening the body and prolonging life, coupled with the invigorating sensation of power, are enough to ensnare one's soul. Is this the feeling of becoming stronger? No wonder there are so many who are obsessed with improvement. Perhaps it is simply about savoring the moment. Lin Schwan indulged in this sensation for a moment before rushing into the bathroom for a cold shower. As midnight approached, Lin Schwan kept an eye on the fruits on the golden tree while also observing the Beastmaster egg on the table. At that moment, the egg was covered in cracks, and the beast inside was on the verge of breaking free. Under normal circumstances, a Beastmaster would already begin inscribing the contract array with their blood, not waiting for the beast cub to emerge before forming a contract. This is the safest and most secure method. Otherwise, if a contract is made after the cub hatches, the success rate may be uncertain and accidents could easily occur. Of course, the success rate largely depends on the compatibility of talents. If the talent is inadequate, no matter how exceptional the beast may be, a contract cannot be formed. To be cautious, Schwan intentionally released Lao Hei as well. The red fruit had yet to ripen, and the counterattack skill had not been inscribed. He felt uneasy. Lao Hei squinted its eyes, puzzled as to why its master was still awake. Exactly at midnight, 3 fruits, red, yellow, and green, ripened on the golden tree. Schwan placed his hand on the Beastmaster egg, inscribing the skill in one smooth motion. Upon receiving the prompt of inscription successful, Schwan let out a long sigh of relief. Lao Hei, eat the fruit. Just like during the day, the red and green fruits quickly disappeared into Lao Hei's mouth. Chapter 7. Enhanced Skills, Absurd Recipes. Observing Lao Hei's attribute panel, he noticed the addition of a damage reflection skill. The level remained at 2 stars, but it was not far from 3 stars. Schwan thought, finally, this is over. I can rest now. As for the spike puppet beast egg, Schwan had yet to determine how to handle it. He certainly could not cook it for soup. Just then, it was unclear whether Schwan's earlier pressing had been too forceful or if the moment had simply arrived. The Beastmaster egg on the table shattered, and a mass of black, fluff-like substance emerged from the broken shell. Subsequently, this creature emitted a piercing, eerie cry. Squeak. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, and Schwan found himself at the forefront of the assault, feeling as though his ears were being stabbed with needles. Damn it, Schwan yelled, intending to find something to squash this creature. Squeak. Startled, the fluffball leaped off the table, landing perfectly on Lao Hei, who was below, savoring the flavor of the fruit. Lao Hei, Schwan warned, as the creature was about to land on Lao Hei's head. The black-backed turtle did not comprehend Schwan's intent, but felt compelled to respond, vigorously shaking its head to indicate it had heard. Just then, the fluffball descended. A sudden sound echoed, and the fur ball was launched against the wall like a tennis ball, splattering into a puddle. It was of no consequence now. Schwan approached to inspect it. The creature was not yet fully deceased, as a mysterious fluid oozed forth, exuding a pungent odor. Ultimately, Schwan ended its brief existence with a stick. In that instant, as the creature perished, Schwan perceived a wisp of dark energy rushing towards his consciousness, ultimately absorbed by the black fruit. Remarkably, the carcass could also be absorbed, hastening the ripening of a fraction of a yellow, enhancement fruit. However, this fruit could no longer mature naturally. It could only be accelerated through the flesh and blood of demon beasts. It was a case of making full use of resources, as contracted beasts were indistinguishable from wild demon beasts and were prohibited from appearing within the city limits. Should it escape and cause panic, Schwan would likely face an invitation for a tea session. With matters settled, he merely wiped the floor and collapsed into slumber. As for Lao Hei, he remained outside to guard the home. After all, Schwan's consciousness space was not a beast space and could not accelerate Lao Hei's cultivation, making it better for him to breathe fresh air. The night passed without incident. A loud bang startled Schwan awake by noon. Damn, Lao Hei, you are a turtle, not a husky. Hungry, Schwan's premonition regrettably materialized. He saw a gaping hole in the solid wooden door, with Lao Hei's head poking through, peering into the room. Despite advancing from an ordinary beast to an extraordinary 2-star demon beast, Lao Hei's habits remained unchanged. What to eat for lunch was a century-old dilemma, especially when caring for a turtle the size of a round table, doubling the complexity of the problem. Schwan recalled having memorized a book titled Complete Guide to Turtle Beast Diets, and had a vague recollection. A quick online search for the most basic meal plans revealed: turtle shell maintenance package, primary ingredients, fish demon beast bone powder. Continuous consumption for 6 months could increase shell defense by 515. Price, 1 million per month. Body enhancement package, primary ingredients, fresh flesh and blood of demon beasts. Continuous consumption for 6 months could increase size by 10 to 30. Price, 5 million per month. Unable to find a suitable package, he clicked to inquire further. Schwan silently closed the pop-up, lost in thought. The cheapest package was over 10,000 per meal, and it was meant for a turtle? Checking his balance on his phone, he discovered he had just enough for a single meal for Lao Hei. Thus, he ordered himself a rib rice dish costing over 40. And for Lao Hei, 5 portions of egg fried rice at 8 yuan each. While waiting for the delivery, Schwan fed Lao Hei the 2 enhancement fruits he had accumulated from the previous day and today. Choose which skill to enhance. Let's enhance the damage reflection first. Striking me is tantamount to striking oneself, which is quite reasonable. Damage reflection enhancement successful, level 1. Damage reflection enhancement successful, level 1. At this moment, Lao Hei's attributes grew stronger once again. Beast, Hei Bei Gue, extraordinary 2-star. Skills, hardened armor 2, active, physical defense increased by 20 for 15 minutes when activated. Brain power 1, passive, gains 10-fold strength enhancement when attacking with the head. Damage reflection 3, passive, Reflects 20 damage as energy when receiving physical attacks. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment. Can be regarded as a sharpening stone for elite-level beastmasters. Lin Schwan automatically disregarded the last statement. Soon, the delivery arrived. Lao Hei gazed at the 5 portions of egg fried rice before him. His bead-like eyes momentarily clouded with confusion before he lowered his head to feast. What he consumed mattered little. Being full was the priority. After enduring 3 days of hunger with Lin Schwan, simply receiving food was sufficient. Other beasts might have rebelled at such treatment, as the dignity of a beastmaster was not to be trifled with. Once sated, Lin Schwan contemplated his next steps. Today, he did not rush to the beast egg shop to exploit opportunities, as the naturally ripened red fruit had already been consumed at dawn, leaving him unable to imprint. Ultimately, he lacked the resources that a normal beastmaster would possess. Speaking of which, Lin Schwan was still considered an outsider, unregistered with the Beastmaster Association. This process was typically handled by various Beastmaster high schools, akin to student registration. Unfortunately, Lin Schwan had never attended a Beastmaster high school, as the standard for admission was awakening before turning 16. This left him in an awkward position. His only identity was that of a dropout from Dongfang Technical School. When people mentioned Dongfang Technical School, they thought of chefs or pet waste handlers, but never of beastmasters. Was it true that a waste handler who could not flip a pan could not be a good beastmaster? Lin Schwan found it perplexing. But it was a matter that needed resolution. He believed it necessary to personally visit the Beastmaster Association branch in Area 81 in the afternoon, as they would surely provide a solution. Besides the free resources distributed monthly by the association, it was said that Beastmaster high schools spared no effort in nurturing their students, providing an abundance of resources. Unfortunately, Lin Schwan could not benefit from this. Moreover, he was nearing 18, and enrolling in high school again would likely be impossible. The Beastmaster Association branch in Area 81 was bustling with activity, with people constantly entering and exiting to receive or post tasks. Occasionally, entire teams could be seen dragging the limbs of various beasts through the hall, evidently having completed a hunting mission and coming to submit their materials. There were also teams bearing injuries and even casualties, seeking treatment or recruiting new members. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Lin Schwan felt this was the true face of the world. Everyone was striving desperately. After a circuit around the hall, he grasped the primary functions of the association. During this time, some individuals noticed him, either with curiosity or ill intent. However, none approached him directly. Perhaps it was because he was merely a novice at the Black Iron 2-star level. Chapter 8. Beastmaster Association Talent Test. Hello. I would like to register as a Beastmaster. Lin Schwan approached a counter and stated his request. Certainly. Please scan your identification. Beep. The machine promptly lit up with a red light. Lin Schwan. The attendant seemed to encounter this situation for the first time, pausing for a few seconds before deactivating the alarm. Lin Schwan, this is not a place for you to cause trouble. According to the records, your last awakening test 2.5 years ago showed a failure. I just awakened recently. How could that be? Aren't you already 18? 2 months short, thank you. The attendant, seeing Lin Schwan's serious demeanor, was momentarily at a loss. A person marked as having failed an awakening suddenly claimed to have become a beastmaster. This situation was unprecedented. It was akin to someone declared dead suddenly coming back to life. Xiao Yu, what is happening? At that moment, an elderly man, with white hair but a sprightly demeanor, ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. President, he claims to have failed his awakening and is now saying he has succeeded. The attendant, seeing the authority figure, appeared somewhat flustered. Amidst her incoherent explanation, she managed to convey the gist. Awakening at almost 18? Statistically, the odds are nearly equivalent to that of prodigies awakening at 5 or 6 years old. Quite intriguing. The elder nodded silently, glancing at Lin Schwan with a smile. Shaolin, I am the head here, Qin Yan. Follow me. If confirmed, we will register you. After speaking, he led Lin Schwan to a training room. Although your aura clearly reaches the strength of a Black Iron 2-star, we still need you to summon your beast for confirmation. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. With that, Lin Schwan summoned Lao Hei directly. The ground was evidently composed of a unique material. When several hundred pounds of weight struck it, there was scarcely any sound, barely a whisper of disturbance. Qin Yan observed the Hebei Gui, his gaze flickering without revealing any particular emotion. This extraordinary creature was at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, on the brink of reaching the 3rd. You claim you have only recently awakened? How long has it been? Lin Schwan extended 3 fingers. 3 months? Before Lin Schwan could finish, Qin Yan interrupted him. 3 months to reach the 3rd rank. Such speed rivals the extraordinary talent of accelerated growth. Could it be that this is your awakened talent? What talent could I possibly have awakened? Lin Schwan internally scoffed, but decided to respond honestly. It has been 3 days since my awakening. This information could be easily verified by inquiring at Lin Chuan's former school, thus there was no need for concealment. 3 days? Third rank. Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. So much so that a few hairs of his beard were pulled out in his excitement. This revelation was even more shocking than Lin Chuan awakening close to the age of 18. Could this talent possibly be at the 6th rank? I have never heard of a 6th rank accelerated growth talent achieving such an extraordinary feat in just 3 days. At present, he is still merely at the 2nd rank. As Lin Chuan was correcting this misconception, he noticed steam suddenly billowing from the top of the old black turtle's head, reminiscent of a boiling kettle. The old black turtle rolled its eyes and exhaled several puffs of hot air. 3rd rank. It has reached the 3rd rank. Remarkable. In all my years, I have never witnessed such an astonishing phenomenon. Did you feed it some treasure before coming here? Would 5 bowls of fried rice count? Let us assess your talent. For I am eager to discover what it truly is. With that, Qin Yan instructed Lin Chuan to stand before a machine. The anticipation grew heavy in Lin Chuan's heart. This test would determine his fate. As the machine powered on, both men fixated on the display screen. A minute passed without any response. It neither indicated the absence of talent nor displayed any talent level, as if it had not activated at all. Could it be broken? Let me give it a try. With that, Qin Yan stepped forward to initiate the test himself. 3 seconds later, the screen displayed the result: talent level, Earth and Rock type. The test results were fairly accurate. Qin Yan's talent, during his student days decades ago, would have marked him as an exceptional genius. Of course, talent alone could not secure the position of sub-association president. Strength, luck, and strategy were all indispensable. Try again. Lin Chuan complied, yet still, there was no response. Damn. Qin Yan was incensed and approached the machine, striking it. Bang. The machine shattered into pieces. Lin Chuan. President Qin, perhaps we should try a different machine. Lin Chuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, relieved it hadn't broken upon him. Forget it. You indeed possess many peculiarities. Qin Yan stroked his beard again and continued. We shall not test further. Instead, you tell me, what is your talent? The 6th rank, accelerated growth. Lin Chuan declared with steady composure. What? Your 6th rank accelerates at such a pace? That is outright reckless. Qin Yan silently cursed the audacity of the boy, yet replied, Very well, I shall ensure your information is updated. Afterward, Qin Yan instructed Lin Chuan to wait briefly as he exited. Is this truly permissible? Lin Chuan maintained a composed demeanor while contemplating the fragments of testing machines before him. Student Lin, your Beastmaster identity has been registered. As a Black Iron rank, you are entitled to receive 1 Black Iron rank Spirit Energy and Soul Power Potion each month. Here is your allocation for this month. With that, Qin Yan handed Lin Chuan a box containing the potions. Thank you, President Qin. Lin Chuan smiled as he accepted the box. Such minor matters typically wouldn't require Qin Yan's personal involvement. He must have other matters to discuss. Indeed, Qin Yan continued. Do not be so formal. Simply call me Qin Lao, and I shall refer to you as Lin Chuan. It sounds less awkward that way. There is another matter we need to discuss. Feel free to speak plainly, Qin Lao. I understand you have just withdrawn from that technical school. It matters little. I wonder what your next step will be. I suppose I will take it one step at a time. Having missed the opportunity to attend a Beastmaster high school, I am utterly ignorant of legitimate Beastmaster knowledge. Without a diploma, I fear I may end up struggling to make a living. Lin Chuan sighed, lamenting his fate. I wonder if President Qin is seeking a disciple worthy of inheriting his legacy. Missing the Beastmaster high school is indeed regrettable. Yet the majority of high school students are merely Black Iron rank. Silver rank high school students are rare. It's commendable if even one appears in an entire district. As long as you are willing to strive, there remains a chance to gain admission to a prestigious Beastmaster Academy. Can I still apply for university? I lack even a student record. To be direct, I have an old friend who is keen to take over a Beastmaster high school. If he does not achieve satisfactory results this year, he risks losing his qualification to operate the school. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to enter as a transfer student. Will it cost money? Lin Chuan asked suddenly. Qin Yan's emotions became tangled. No cost involved. Moreover, I will personally sponsor you with additional resources. Such a fortunate opportunity. Could this be a novel form of deception? Qin Lao, please state your conditions, and I shall see if I can meet them. This boy always evokes an urge to strike him. If what you say is true, 3 days to reach the 3rd rank. Such talent is sufficient for me to invest in you. Had you awakened 2 years earlier, the most prestigious Beastmaster University in Huaxiao would have granted you direct admission without examination. Of course, these are secondary considerations. I have only one requirement. For the remaining 6 months, give your utmost effort to help the school achieve a commendable ranking. Such terms are not overly harsh, are they? They offer you only benefits, without any restrictions. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan realized that this arrangement was indeed advantageous. It is no wonder Qin Yan had facilitated his talent test. Very well, I accept. Lin Schwan had no reason to refuse. Excellent. In the coming 6 months, in addition to the fixed monthly potion benefits, I will provide you with 2 additional potions of each type. As for resource allocation within the school, that shall depend on your own capabilities. Prepare yourself. Next Monday morning, I will escort you there. No problem. Thank you, Qin Lao. Lin Schwan grinned. By the way, Qin Lao, is your old friend, the future principal, female? Qin Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he promptly expelled Lin Schwan from the premises. Chapter 9, Lan. Absorbing Potions. 4th rank. Stepping out of the Beastmaster Association's doors, Lin Schwan was in high spirits. Not only had he secured resources, but he also had a clear direction for his future while seemingly having secured a strong ally. Regardless of the circumstances, this arrangement was undeniably beneficial for him. Of course, everything hinged upon Lin Schwan's rate of growth. Should he fail to meet Qin Yan's expectations, while it likely wouldn't result in Qin Yan bearing any grudge against him, it would probably mean no further interactions. From Qin Yan's tone, it seemed that the conditions at the high school would not be particularly favorable. Nonetheless, Lin Schwan was indifferent. His focus remained solely on obtaining admission to a Beastmaster University. No matter how inadequate the high school may be, it still represented an essential stepping stone towards university. Entering university would provide him with the shelter of a grand tree, allowing for greater access to resources. Lin Schwan was determined to attend Beastmaster University, or perhaps to be accepted by one. After Lin Schwan departed, Qin Yan's face displayed a mixture of excitement, astonishment, confusion, and a hint of bashfulness. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Old Qin, what is it? A gentle voice answered, directly inquiring. Lan, it's nothing much. Just Qin Yan found himself momentarily flustered and nervous. If it's nothing, I'll hang up now. I'm busy, she replied. What could you possibly be busy with? Those Qin Yan, in his excitement, nearly revealed his true thoughts. Old Qin. The voice on the other end clearly understood what Qin Yan was about to say and sounded a bit irritated. All right, I want to mention that. I have a promising seedling here, and I will bring him to your place next week. Let's see if he can endure through this year. If he is indeed a good seedling, he should not be wasted in my hands. If the school is still operational next year, we shall discuss serious matters. The woman's voice softened once more. No worries, he will catch up with this year's university admissions, Qin Yan replied nonchalantly. How old is he and what rank? He is about to turn 18 and is a black iron 3-star. Old Qin, are you joking? Cough, cough. Lan, don't get too excited. The clarity will come through the call, and you will understand then. Having said that, without waiting for a response, Qin Yan hung up the phone first. Damn, it's my first time hanging up on Lan. I feel a bit thrilled. Lin Schwan, you mustn't falter at that time. No, I need to investigate further. 3 stars in 3 days, TSK. As for the talent level, the machine can detect both upper and lower levels without fail. There has never been an error. The possibilities represented by situations that cannot be detected are beyond Qin Yan's imagination. Matters of the future can wait. The machine's problems have nothing to do with me. Old Qin, after all, there are no witnesses to the demise. The shattered fragments of instruments lay scattered. 6. Old Qin. On the other end of the line, Lan stared blankly at the disconnected phone. Her silver-gray hair indicated her age was not young. However, her face did not seem to reveal any signs of aging, radiating elegance and composure. Could Old Qin have been deceived? What new type of scam could ensnare a formidable 7-star diamond? Over the years, a few students with decent talent have emerged, but they are often poached by other schools just as they begin to shine, resulting in a decline in the school's academic performance each year. It has been 10 years since any student from the admissions exam has entered the top 50 of District 81. The top 50 is merely the threshold for entering prestigious universities. In this vicious cycle, many in District 81 now only recognize the first and second high schools, unaware of the existence of a third high school. Even though the third high school was once the top Beastmaster high school in District 81 20 years ago, its current student body is less than a third of that of the first and second high schools, and as for talent, they are merely the leftovers. Regarding resource allocation, it has been slashed to a mere fifth, and this was achieved through her persistent advocacy. Upon reflecting on this, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Lan's face. She had once promised to protect this school. Must it truly perish in my hands? Remembering the sword-like silhouette, Lan's gaze grew resolute once again. It will not end. There is still hope, and this year surely holds promise. Upon returning home, Lin Schwan eagerly opened the potion box, carefully examining the 2 potions inside. One was a light blue spiritual energy potion, and the other was a light red soul energy potion, both marked as black iron grade, suitable for direct consumption. However, the spiritual energy potion was intended for beasts, while the soul energy potion was for beast masters, also effective for certain special beasts. I want to drink it. The thoughts of old Hei echoed persistently. Lin Schwan ignored him. Such precious items would be a waste to consume, especially considering their public price was over 10,000. Even more in the black market. Resisting the urge to sell them, Lin Schwan attempted to communicate with the golden tree to see if it could absorb them. Lin Schwan had long concluded that no resource potion could match the effectiveness of his special fruits. Only by transforming them into fruits could the resources be maximized. In an instant, the 2 vials of potion disappeared. Indeed, it was possible. Subsequently, within the realm of thought, on the golden tree, 2 green fruits gradually matured, one of which had already reached half maturity due to the spiritual energy absorbed in the store. Additionally, a red fruit had also ripened. It seemed that 1 vial of black iron-grade spiritual energy potion equated to 1.5 green fruits, while 1 vial of black iron-grade soul energy potion equated to 1 red fruit. Furthermore, it seemed the soul energy potion was likely crafted from beast crystal cores. Without hesitation, Lin Schwan fed the 2 green fruits to old Hei in the realm of thought. Old Hei ceased his clamoring and contentedly closed his eyes to sleep. Lin Schwan checked and found old Hei had reached 4 stars. Besides, hardened armor, being upgraded to level 4, the most significant change was old Hei's size. He had grown considerably, resembling a creature that had consumed pig feed, growing at an astonishing rate. Old Hei, control yourself. If you keep growing, there won't be enough space in my room. Lin Schwan grumbled while contemplating which skills to imprint onto old Hei next. However, after a few moments of thought, he lost interest. Whatever comes his way, he will learn. He had no idea which skills suited old Hei, relying on chance. Besides, even if he knew which skills were appropriate, he currently had no opportunity to access them. Ultimately, he decided that taking advantage of the beast egg shop was the most reasonable choice. Freebies are always the most enticing. Lin Schwan resolved to visit several beast shops in the coming days, aiming to imprint as many useful skills as possible. After all, he would be heading to the Beastmaster High School next Monday, and it might be a while before he returned. At the Beastmaster High School, everyone possesses beasts, and each beast has skills. Just think of the abundance of resources. Chapter 10. Am I your illegitimate child? The next day, bright and early, Lin Schwan headed straight to the Sue's beast shop from last time. Without needing guidance from a sales assistant, he made a beeline for the corner where he had previously imprinted the passive skills of the Rock Spirit and Swamp Mud Monster. These were Rock Armor and Damage Absorption. As for the Swamp Mud Monster's active skill, Mud Technique, Lin Schwan decided to set it aside for now. Customer, what brings you here? It was quite coincidental. It was the same sales assistant from last time. No worries. I am leaving now, Lin Schwan replied, and without further ado, he made his exit, busying himself with scouting the next shop, or rather, selecting beast eggs. Although he had no intention of purchasing, there was no rule against browsing. The sales assistant sighed in relief once Lin Schwan genuinely left. As long as he was not returning for a refund, everything was fine. Over the next 4 days, Lin Schwan visited nearly all the beast shops in the vicinity. He simply gave up on those too far away. Ultimately, the skills compatible with old Hei turned out to be far fewer than Lin Schwan had anticipated. First, those with incompatible attributes, such as fire or thunder, were not considered. Secondly, some skills that Lin Schwan found appealing could not be learned by old Hei. For instance, the Water Sprite's Water Blade technique, which transforms water into a sword, would be so cool and exhilarating to wield. Or the Water Element's Elemental Clone. However, old Hei simply could not match these and was unable to imprint them. Don't ask. The answer was simply that he lacked the ability. Old Hei pondered deeply, questioning, which turtle uses a sword to fight? Looking at his own claws, old Hei fell into a profound state of confusion. In the end, Lin Schwan had to settle for defense-oriented skills for the time being. There are plenty of defensive skills, with many being duplicates. Among them, there was one skill that caught his interest, elasticity, which he imprinted from a water slime. This was the only skill not derived from a beast egg, but rather from an actual beast. There was no choice. The water slime was being kept as a humidifier by the shopkeeper. Out of curiosity, Lin Schwan touched it and was immediately captivated. He imprinted it without hesitation. In addition to skill fruits, every day upon maturity, the energy fruits and enhancement fruits were also fed immediately. 4 energy fruits allowed old Hei to advance from 4 stars to 5 stars. Now, old Hei's attributes were nothing short of magnificent. Beastmaster, Blackback Turtle, Extraordinary 5 stars. Skills, Hardened Armor 5, active, increases physical defense by 30 when activated, lasting for 20 minutes. Damage Reflection 7, passive, when receiving physical attacks, reflects 40 damage as energy. Stretch and Contract 1, active, capable of freely increasing or decreasing in size, with a maximum limit of 50. Brain Power 1, passive, when attacking with the head, gains a 10-fold strength enhancement. Rock Armor 1, passive, forms a layer of rock all over the body, providing a certain level of defense. Attack Absorption 1, passive. When receiving attacks of the same type, the effect gradually weakens, up to a maximum reduction of 20. Fire Element Resistance 1, passive, reduces fire attribute damage by 10. Metal Element Resistance 1, passive, reduces metal attribute damage by 10. Potential, unknown. Strength Assessment, consume Gene Keluo. 1 meal is equivalent to 2. On a Monday morning, Lin Schwan was still lost in slumber. Vaguely, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him. This sensation was peculiar. Despite having his eyes closed, he could feel someone watching him. Suddenly, Lin Schwan jolted awake, startled. Rubbing his eyes, he discovered that no one was present in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Was someone tapping on the glass of the window? This appeared to be the 8th floor. Turning his head, he was met with a colossal bird's head, an eagle's head. To be precise, a person sat leisurely upon the eagle's back, grinning as they gazed at him. Holy cow! Lin Schwan quickly covered himself. Qin Lao, what are you doing? Do you have this peculiar hobby? Lin Schwan was speechless. Qin Yin was equally at a loss for words. Who has the time to spy on you? Did you forget our previous agreement? I didn't forget, but you never specified the exact time. Well, it's now. Hurry up and wash up. And if we leave now, we can still make it for lunch. Qin Yin observed Lin Schwan, unable to conceal his amusement. Goodness. I've been secretly investigating for the past few days. Now that I see your level has reached Black Iron 5 stars, this speed is astonishing. You might reach Silver next month. At this rate, consuming Gene Keluo won't even compare. If I don't send you to the Beastmaster 3rd School soon, you'll be eligible for special recruitment. With just a whisper of information released, an 18-year-old silver level would surely attract attention from numerous universities. Fortunately, I, Old Qin, was lucky to stumble upon this opportunity. Lin Schwan quickly washed up and was then hoisted onto the eagle's back by Qin Yin. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time experiencing such novelty. The eagle's back was wide, larger than Lin Schwan's bed, ample enough for 2 to sit cross-legged. With its wings spread, it measured at least 10 meters. As the giant eagle took flight and accelerated, the buildings below gradually diminished in size. The flight was remarkably smooth, accompanied by an energy shield that eliminated any concern of falling. As Lin Schwan made contact with the giant eagle, its attributes were revealed: Beast Master, Giant Rock Eagle King, 3-star Monarch. Skills: Wind Blade 9, active; Rock Fury 9, active; Intimidation, passive, exclusive to the king of the race. Potential: 3-star Monarch. Holy cow, is this the power of a diamond level? Lin Schwan mused, feeling that a mere breath from the eagle could obliterate him. Initially, he thought Old Hei's attributes were impressive, but compared to this Eagle King, they paled in insignificance. However, Lin Schwan was not disheartened. After all, he was just starting out. Seeing Lin Schwan lost in thought, Qin Yin felt a sense of triumph within. His intention for this little stunt was not solely to save time, but also to subtly showcase some strength. Through their previous interactions, Qin Yin sensed that Lin Schwan exhibited a rather indifferent attitude towards everything, lacking a sense of reverence. This time, even if he had to tie Lin Schwan down, he was determined to ensure the youth graduated from the 3rd school. Lin Schwan, what are you thinking about? I'm contemplating what to have for lunch. No, I didn't bring anything. Isn't this a bit rushed? Don't worry, the school provides free meals. If you need anything else, just buy it. I'll transfer 100,000 to your card each month. That should suffice. Additionally, now that your star level has risen, if the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient, you can attempt to cultivate with spirit stones. I'll also give you 2 primary spirit stones each month. Thank you, boss. Lin Schwan mused. What a delightful feeling it was to be sponsored. Moreover, if you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to ask me. Qin Lao, could I be your illegitimate child? The kind that inherits the fortune? Get lost. Qin Yin was not being frivolous. He merely aimed to increase his leverage, ensuring that Lin Schwan wouldn't be easily swayed by others. This was merely a precautionary measure, allowing Lin Schwan to weigh his options when other choices arose. Chapter 11. Entering the Beastmaster 3rd School. Lin Schwan was naturally pleased with Qin Yin's plans. Their agreement was limited to the upcoming 6 months. Once Lin Schwan entered the Beastmaster University, he would be free as a bird. Qin Lao, I do have a request for assistance. Speak. Qin Yin was unperturbed by the trouble, fearing only that Lin Schwan might encounter difficulties and not seek his help. I need the blood or crystal cores of magical beasts. After pondering for a moment, Lin Schwan stated, a trivial matter. What level do you need? Higher levels might not be immediately available. Anything is fine, preferably Monarch level. I won't reject the extraordinary either. Monarch level? You're quite ambitious. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yin continued, given your current strength, consuming high-level magical beast blood isn't advisable just yet. Here's the plan. I'll visit you once a month to deliver potions and bring along an elite-level magical beast. As for the crystal core, I can't guarantee it. Thank you, Qin Lao. Haha, just a small matter. Focus on your studies and aim for a good university. I will come by regularly to check on you. As they conversed, the giant eagle had already traversed most of District 81. Lin Chuan gazed downward, his sight surpassing the towering city walls. Beyond, there lay desolation, devoid of birds and beasts. Further afield, a dense forest rose to the sky, undulating like a sea of trees. The city was but an island amidst this verdant ocean. From a distance, faint roars of beasts could be heard. At such moments, Lin Chuan sensed the muscles on the eagle's back tensing, ready to accelerate at any moment. Qin Lao, when do you think magical beasts might attack the city again? Who can say? It could happen at any time. I've experienced 6 or 7 instances in my 65 years of life. On average, it happens once every 10 years. The last occurrence was 8 years ago. Lin Chuan recalled that the parents of this body perished during that calamity. As they neared their destination, the two ceased their chatter. In the distance, Lin Chuan spotted a building topped with the words 3rd Beastmaster School. Instead of entering through the school gate, Qin Yin directed the giant eagle to land before an office building, lifting Lin Chuan as they entered. Holy cow, what a massive bird. Miss, mind your language. Holy cow. This bird is truly enormous. Many students witnessed the giant rock eagle king flying into the campus and scrambled to the windows to get a glimpse. Old Qin. Lan instantly recognized Old Qin's arrival. Despite having scolded him countless times, she never seemed to learn. Upon hearing Lan's furious shout, Qin Yin hurriedly stored the giant rock eagle king and approached her with a smile. Lan, you came out to greet me. Lin Chuan followed quietly behind, surprised to see a different side of Qin Yin. I previously mentioned, if you fly directly into the campus again, don't bother coming back. Don't be angry. Lan, I was just eager to deliver a student to you. With that, Qin Yin stepped aside. Come, Lin Chuan, this is your principal Lan. Greetings, principal. Hello. Lin Tongxue. Lan, in front of the students, could not express her anger and led the two into her office. Let us talk. Inside the office, Lan instructed Lin Chuan to take a seat while she settled across from him. As for Qin Yin, he was told to stand still. Lan, here's the situation. Lin Chuan awakened rather late and missed the opportunity to attend Beastmaster High School. I believe this child has considerable talent, so I brought him here to study properly, lest he be overlooked. Talent, you say? In the realm of accelerated growth, the Beastmaster is of the defensive type. Without awaiting Qin Yan's response, Lin Chuan immediately divulged all the information. Qin Yan's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. Quite commendable. He has already attained the status of Black Iron 5 stars. With half a year remaining, he strives to reach 7 stars, which would at least secure him a place in an ordinary university. This implies that Lin Chuan has indeed been accepted. If only he possessed such talent before the age of 16, perhaps his achievements would soar even higher. Alas, if that were the case, it likely wouldn't be an opportunity for the Sanzhong to seize. With this thought, Lan quickly found solace. Thank you, Principal. Lin Chuan expressed his gratitude earnestly. However, let it be clear, you must have some understanding beforehand. The educational conditions and resources here are nowhere near comparable to Yizhong and Erzhong. Regardless of what Lao Qin and you have discussed, I hope you contemplate carefully. If you wish to transfer to another school, you may do so now. I would prefer not to have you regret your decision later. I want Principal. From this moment forth, I am a child of Sanzhong, and I shall uphold its spirit until my last breath. Rebuilding the glory of Sanzhong is my duty. Lan and Qin Yin exchanged glances, both surprised by the earnestness of the child. Lan couldn't fathom what sort of enchantment Lao Qin had cast upon him. Yet it was evident that his mood had improved. Although uncertain of what this child could bring to Sanzhong, it certainly couldn't be worse than the current state. At the very least, it was a positive omen. Qin Yin secretly admired Lin Chuan. If only he had possessed such eloquence back in the day, perhaps he would not have had to endure the years of waiting while Lan managed this dilapidated school. As noon approached, Lan guided Lin Chuan to familiarize himself with the surroundings while heading to the cafeteria, with Qin Yin naturally tagging along for a meal. The trio stood out, with Lin Chuan being the most peculiar among them due to his youth. After all, one was the principal, and the other appeared to be quite formidable in strength. Coupled with the attention drawn by the giant eagle previously, it was difficult for Lin Chuan to evade scrutiny. Who is this handsome fellow? The principal is personally attending to him. He must be some second-generation heir. Throughout their walk, students and teachers greeted Lan, casting curious glances at Lin Chuan. Clearly, Lan's usual approach was quite amiable and lenient. By the way, Lao Qin, didn't you mention a promising talent with Black Iron 3 stars? During lunch, Lan suddenly recalled and casually inquired. Isn't he right here? This is Lin Chuan. He was 3 stars, but is now 5 stars. Qin Yin gestured towards Lin Schwan while taking a bite of his meal. I see you are truly getting old. Lan Lan chuckled, chastising him playfully before dropping the subject. Rising from black iron 3 stars to 5 stars in less than a week, that is faster than a rocket. Even with unlimited supplies of potions, such a feat would be challenging, not to mention the possibility of developing resistance and side effects from overdosing. Noticing Lan Lan's evident disbelief, Qin Yin felt no need to elaborate. Had he not witnessed it himself, his reaction would have been similar to Lan Lan's. Just wait. This kid will surely surprise you. Fortunately, with Lin Schwan now at 5 stars, Qin Yin no longer needed to persuade Lan Lan to accept him, as his prepared arguments went largely unused. What lay ahead, whether it be a dragon or a worm, would depend solely on the young lad himself. Qin Yin awaited this with great anticipation, harboring a premonition that this would be the most prudent decision of his life. Chapter 12, Renting a Villa. Misunderstanding? After finishing their meal, Qin Yin had no reason to linger and took his leave. I have high hopes for you. Before departing, he cast a supportive glance at Lin Schwan. With the funds in place, let us get to work. Lin Schwan reciprocated with a knowing smile. Subsequently, Qin Yin summoned the giant rock eagle king, soaring into the sky and causing quite a stir. Lao Qin, Lan Lan fumed, but found herself powerless against him. Lin Schwan, come with me. Once she regained her composure, Lan Lan needed to arrange matters for Lin Schwan. Lin Schwan quickly followed. Lao Qin's actions were his own and had nothing to do with Lin Schwan. I'm not yet familiar with your basic situation. Feel free to ask me any questions, and we can have a brief chat. On their way, Lan Lan casually remarked. The two engaged in light conversation as they walked. Principal, I haven't learned much about you show high school. There's no need for rote memorization and exams, right? Haha. This question elicited laughter from Lan Lan. Rest assured, during the 3 years of high school, only a small portion of the time is dedicated to studying foundational knowledge and cultivation concepts. The remainder is primarily spent on collective training or practical exercises. After awakening, beast masters typically possess an extraordinary memory, so mere glancing suffices. Why would one need to memorize? With Lan Lan's explanations, Lin Schwan began to grasp the basic circumstances. Each classroom essentially serves as a collective training ground, with the school providing spirit stones to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy for cultivation. Given that they were all black iron level, the absorption rate was rather average. Upon reaching university, it would transition to individual training rooms. Lin Schwan had little interest in cultivation, but practical training piqued his curiosity. After all, Old Hei had yet to engage in any serious combat since his debut. Being of the defensive type, Old Hei had no advantage in battles, likely relegated to a defensive role. However, it was Old Hei who would take the hits, leaving Lin Schwan unperturbed. Do you hear what others say? Currently, there are 5 classes in the senior year, one of which is a key class. You may choose which class to enter. It must be the key class. The name alone suggests that the resources would be more abundant. Upon hearing Lin Schwan's response, Lan Lan cast him a glance, but refrained from further comment, granting her approval. Very well, the school will assist in re-establishing your academic records. In the afternoon, a teacher from the logistics department will arrange your dormitory and provide daily necessities. Principal, may I rent a place to live off campus? The school dormitory likely wouldn't accommodate Old Hei's small stature. Living elsewhere seemed more comfortable. That is acceptable. But find a nearby place. It should not be too far. The inner city is not entirely safe. Understood. Tomorrow at 9, report directly to Class 1. I will inform the homeroom teacher in advance. From now on, you are a member of Sanzhong. I hope you remember your promise to restore the glory of Sanzhong. Finally, Lan Lan encouraged him before allowing Lin Schwan to act freely. What else with this inexplicable surge of passion? Lin Schwan murmured to himself, then dismissed the thought. Turning, he proceeded to exit the school grounds. With the remaining half of the day, he needed to find a place to settle down. However, there was no pressing urgency, if all else failed. He could always stay in a hotel, as Lao Qin's sponsorship remained substantial. The process of finding a place turned out to be far smoother than Lin Schwan had anticipated, provided one possessed the ability to pay. Reflecting on his previous life, where he encountered a myriad of bizarre situations while searching for a rental after graduation, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. All troubles stemmed from insufficient financial capability. The 2-story small building before him was merely the 3rd property the agent had shown him, yet Lin Schwan decided on it immediately. It was situated in a villa area not far from the school, offering a private entrance, ensuring both privacy and security. Moreover, the yard boasted an outdoor swimming pool. While Lin Schwan had no interest in swimming, allowing Old Hei to soak would be delightful. The monthly rent, after discount, was merely 28,000. Even though it wasn't his own money, Lin Schwan still felt a pang of regret. Just think of how many bowls of fried rice he could buy for Old Hei with that. After settling the payment, Lin Schwan needed no further preparations and could move in immediately. Sitting on a mahogany recliner, he brewed a pot of tea with the high-quality leaves left by the landlord. Lin Schwan couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to have money." The night passed without incident. The next day, as Lin Schwan stepped outside, he noticed the neighbor's door across the way also opening, revealing a young lady clad in a light blue dress, casually exiting with a small bag. The young lady, upon noticing Lin Schwan's gaze, averted her eyes slightly before striding outside. The affluent seemed to be numerous indeed. Judging by her beauty, Lin Schwan, drawing from the knowledge acquired across 2 lifetimes, would rate her an 85. With the addition of beast ears, she could easily surpass a score of 90. Of course, this was merely a lingering sentiment from his past life. At this hour, observing her direction, it was likely she was also heading to Sanzhong for her studies. And perhaps he might even cross paths with her there. Within 10 minutes, Lin Schwan arrived at the entrance of Sanzhong. He swiftly consumed the remaining half of his meat bun and prepared to enter. "Classmate, wait a moment." Suddenly, an elderly man emerged from the entrance, halting Lin Schwan. "What is it, old man?" Lin Schwan inquired after swallowing his bun. "With over 1,000 students in this school, I remember them all clearly. I can tell at a glance that you are not one of them." The old man wore a proud expression, as if to say, "You think you can deceive me? Sir, I am new here. I know. The previous batch has long been admitted. You, young man, have the audacity to come to Sanzhong seeking an advantage? I assure you, I am indeed from Sanzhong, Class 3. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask the principal." The old man, sensing Lin Schwan's firm conviction, began to harbor doubts. Could it be that his memory was failing him? Haha, Yin Xiao, this kid claims to be from our class? Is that so? I don't recall anyone like that in our class. 2 students chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Who do you think you are? Who let you out of your pants? Lin Schwan refused to tolerate their insolence and retorted directly. You dare. The first student, with yellow hair, was instantly enraged and seemed ready to retaliate. But he was restrained by another more composed student. I am Yin Hao, the class monitor of Class 3. Here is my student ID. I can confirm that this person is not in our class. He may have ulterior motives. Yin Hao appeared righteous, presenting his argument with conviction. What do you have to say for yourself? The old man inspected the student ID, which was indeed legitimate, and he recognized the 2 students as well. What if I am a student of Class 3? Lin Schwan countered, directing his question at Yin Hao and his companion. If you were, I would eat my student ID. The yellow-haired student blurted out impulsively. As for Yin Hao, he remained silent, narrowing his eyes as if plotting something. Lin Schwan had no intention of escalating matters. It was merely a misunderstanding that could be resolved with a phone call. Unexpectedly, 2 dogs had emerged to bark. Don't overthink it. If I were a student of Class 3, you could let me have a good beating, and that would be the end of it. If I am not, feel free to call the police or whatever. Without waiting for Yin Hao's response, Lin Schwan took out his phone and called Lon Lon. Sensing Lin Schwan's audacity, Yin Hao felt an ominous premonition flicker within him. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had never feared any student of Sanzhong. Soon, the call connected. The misunderstanding was cleared, and the old man continuously apologized to Lin Schwan. Lin Schwan, however, paid little heed, his eyes fixed on the other 2. Since it is just a misunderstanding, and we are all classmates, then there is no issue. As class monitor, I will certainly look after new students. Yin Hao plastered a false smile on his face. After speaking, he turned to enter, followed closely by the yellow-haired student. Hold on. Chapter 13. Trying to leave after playing the fool? Trying to leave after playing the fool? It isn't that simple. Is there not something you've forgotten? Lin Schwan called out to the 2. We are all classmates. It was merely a joke. No need to take it so seriously. The last remnants of Yin Hao's forced smile vanished, his expression turning cold. What you just said is as meaningless as flatulence. How can you even consider yourself class monitor? You. Yin Hao's anger surged, his face alternating between red and white. Finally, he retorted, I never agreed to anything with you. And do you dare to make a move in school? Indeed, if I don't care, what can you do? Go ahead and hit me, the yellow-haired student boasted arrogantly. I have never encountered such a demand in my life, Lin Schwan muttered. With that, he suddenly lunged at the yellow-haired student. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired student fell to the ground, Lin Schwan pinning him down, choking him so he could not move. You dare. The yellow-haired student barely began to curse before Lin Schwan delivered a slap to his face. Still daring to talk back, Lin Schwan, not yet satisfied, delivered another slap. Now, the symmetry of his actions was much more aesthetically pleasing. The incident occurred so suddenly that many onlookers failed to react before Lin Schwan had already taken control. What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited on school grounds. Several security guards rushed over to intervene, but only dared to shout from the sidelines, unwilling to step in and separate Lin Schwan. Once outside the school gates, they would be mere ordinary people. These students were all beast masters, and they could not afford to offend either side. Huang Wei, summon your beast, you fool. Yin Hao whispered from the sidelines, refraining from stepping in to assist. This brawl would undoubtedly attract the attention of the school administration, and he did not wish to become embroiled in it. "Oh right, I am a beastmaster." Huang Wei seemed momentarily stunned by the beating, caught off guard by Lin Chuan's reckless demeanor. "Come forth, poisonous vine." A summoning circle gradually formed, and soon a black-green vine appeared beside Lin Chuan, twisting and writhing like a venomous serpent. The vine was covered in spikes, rapidly extending toward Lin Chuan's body. Even without launching an attack, being ensnared by such a vine would undoubtedly be unpleasant. "Not playing fair, are we? Come forth, old Hei." Lin Chuan twisted his body, evading several attempts of the vine to ensnare him, and summoned Old Hei. This time, Lin Chuan deliberately summoned Old Hei more than a meter above the ground, directly over the majority of the vines. He then commanded it to descend abruptly, with a thunderous crash, akin to a giant hammer weighing hundreds of pounds striking the ground. The poisonous vine was completely crushed, its juices spilling out. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan gleaned information about the poisonous vine. Beast, poisonous vine, extraordinary 6 stars. Skills, poison spike eruption 6. Active, instantaneously shoots all spikes from its body within 3 seconds, attacking enemies from all directions. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Paralytic toxin 1, passive. All attacks inflict paralytic toxin, paralysis level, beginner. Potential, elite 9 stars. No wonder the yellow-haired student dared not use skills to attack. Such a wide area attack skill was less effective in public than a simple entanglement. Charging for half an hour, releasing for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, a true man? Matching skill imprinting successful. Without needing to look, Lin Chuan knew that the passive toxin skill had been imprinted. Asking Old Hei to unleash poisonous spikes was beyond its capability. Although paralytic toxin seemed ordinary, it was certainly better than nothing. On his first day of school, he had already managed to extract some benefits. How delightful. At this moment, looking down at the yellow-haired student, he felt he was not so detestable after all. After all, Lin Chuan had struck him, crushed his beast, and even pilfered a skill from him. Continuing to choke him seemed rather inappropriate, given that Principal Lan Lan was only a few dozen meters away. Lin Chuan extended his hand into Huang Wei's clothing. "No." Huang Wei immediately emitted a sound akin to a duck's quack. "What nonsense." Lin Chuan crumpled the student ID he found and stuffed it into Huang Wei's mouth, thus fulfilling his promise to him. Subsequently, Lin Chuan stood up, recalled Old Hei, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and braced himself for the impending storm. As for Yin Hao, he had long scampered to the principal to lodge a complaint. Lin Chuan had not yet reached the point of acting against someone in front of Lan Lan. He would let him stew for a while, and when the time came, he would reclaim everything with interest. In the principal's office. "What happened? Why did you resort to violence?" Lan Lan's face was ashen as she sternly questioned the 3 individuals before her. Campus brawls, how novel. It had been years since such an incident had occurred. Moreover, with the involvement of the beast tamers, the situation has escalated to an unimaginable severity. To put it bluntly, one could be directly apprehended. Within the confines of the city, the clandestine summoning of beasts for combat is strictly prohibited. Yin Hao, as the class leader, you are to speak first. Lan Lan directly called out. "Principal, there has been a misunderstanding involving Huang Wei and Lin Chuan, who debated whether Lin Chuan is indeed a student of Class 1, leading to some unfortunate altercation. Lin Chuan initiated the conflict. I have already confirmed this with the security guard, so how does this concern you? There should be no discrepancies." Lin Chuan, it is your turn to explain. "They insulted me." "What did they say?" "Regarding my deceased parents, I cannot disclose." After saying this, Lin Chuan stubbornly turned his head away, refusing to utter another word. "Damn, it seems that although you chose silence, you have indeed revealed much, leaving boundless room for speculation." Yin Hao and Huang Wei found themselves at a loss for words. "Do you wish to refute this?" Huang Wei had indeed muttered a few inappropriate phrases. "Let it go. Take care of your injuries. Rest assured, the school will provide complete medical treatment for your beast. It will not hinder your preparations for the college entrance examination." Huang Wei appeared dejected. His beast was gravely wounded and forcibly confined to the beast's space, which also affected him significantly. Regardless, engaging in brawls is inherently wrong. Both of you will receive a warning within the school, should there be a recurrence. Lan Lan left her statement unfinished, yet the implication was clear. "Do either of you have objections?" "None." Huang Wei certainly dared not voice any dissent. "I have no objections either. By the way, Principal, doesn't the school provide subsidies?" "What are the specifics?" Lin Chuan suddenly inquired. 2 doses each of black iron-level spiritual and soul energy potions, 2 primary spiritual stones, along with a living expense subsidy. Lan Lan was taken aback by this fellow's abrupt shift in thought. They were discussing punishment, and he suddenly brought up subsidies. "Should you violate school rules again, your subsidies will be directly deducted," Lan Lan casually warned. "Understood, Principal." It was merely a minor warning, Lin Chuan was unfazed. This should be Lan Lan's leniency towards him, considering Qin Yan's influence. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan had no regrets, valuing swift retribution. You two may return to the classroom. Yin Hao, stay. Lan addressed the three of them. Chapter 14. The Exposed Beast. At this moment, the classroom of Class 1 was in utter chaos. Hey, have you heard? Huang Wei got beaten up at the school gate. Is that true? Who was so formidable? Of course, it's true. The principal went over personally. I saw it. Huang Wei was reduced to a heap. Give us the details. The narrative quickly transformed into something fantastical, and even the teacher could not regain control. Upon exiting the principal's office, Su Chuan was about to leave. Yet Huang Wei remained frozen. Why are you dawdling? Let us go together. Lin Chuan was too lazy to search for the classroom, preferring the ready-made navigation. You go ahead. I'm waiting for Yin Xiao. This fellow was terrified of being beaten and insisted on waiting for Yin Hao to emerge. Why are you waiting for him? Is he going to protect you? If I want to hit you, do you think Yin Hao can save you? Hao Navi, hurry and lead the way. Today's incident is over. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Lin Chuan knew that with such a character, he could not show any kindness. A direct confrontation was the best solution. Indeed, under Lin Chuan's threat, Huang Wei capitulated, lowering his head and walking ahead. TSK, you call him Yin Xiao. Yet he just watches you get pummeled like that? If you ask me, he is reluctant to tarnish his class leader's image in the principal's eyes. True strength lies in one's own abilities. Everything else is but an illusion. If you possess strength, why call him Yin Xiao? He could just as easily refer to you as Huang Xiao. In his past life, Lin Chuan was a renowned achiever and understood this principle well. Since they had time to spare, he decided to throw some shade at Yin Hao. Don't say anything. If you provoke Yin Xiao, he'll definitely make you regret it. Huang Wei, overwhelmed with annoyance, couldn't help but retort. Oh, so he truly has a background. No wonder they call him Yin Ritian. If he is so impressive, why is he at Sanzhou? Isn't that a bit odd? What does that have to do with you? After saying this, Huang Wei fell silent, leading the way with his head down. Yin Hao, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? Inside the principal's office, Lan asked gently. Not really, principal. I feel I'm about to advance to Black Iron 8 stars. Yin Hao replied in a low voice. Excellent. The remaining 6 months are crucial. All schools are in a sprint. Don't let trivial matters distract you. The school will fully support your development. And I hope you won't disappoint the school's expectations. I understand, principal. Yin Hao responded, a flicker of an enigmatic light passing through his eyes. With a talent level of flame control and a beast with the potential of a 9-star leader, the lava giant, if he matures, he could become at least a peak golden beast tamer, rivaling her achievements. This is Lan Lan's final trump card. Yin Hao has the potential to break into the top 50 of Zone 81, and if successful, he could apply to a key university. In that case, Sanzhou might be able to persevere for a few more years. Report. Lin Chuan suddenly shouted, and the previously clamorous classroom fell into an eerie silence. Come in. The homeroom teacher, Du Yong, was evidently already familiar with Lin Chuan, especially after the morning incident. For such a troublemaker, teachers generally turn a blind eye. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble. Lin Chuan swaggered into the classroom. The classroom lacked desks and chairs, only tatami mats laid out on the floor. Lin Chuan casually chose an empty spot and sat cross-legged. Soon after, Huang Wei entered the classroom with his head down, resembling a beaten spouse, with visible red marks on his face. Originally, Huang Wei had intended to quietly slip into the classroom, avoiding attention. He didn't expect Lin Chuan to create such a scene. Was this guy completely unhinged? Why did I provoke him? What a lunatic. Upon this realization, Huang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Brother, you just exposed Huang Wei. As soon as Lin Chuan took his seat, a chubby boy approached him, winking, which startled Lin Chuan. What nonsense. I saw it. It was a huge mess. No, I didn't. Don't make wild claims. As Lin Chuan noticed more and more gazes gathering around them, including a few familiar faces, he hurriedly denied it 3 times. It was Huang Wei's beast that got exposed. A girl whispered softly, her voice sweet, yet the content was explosively shocking. Miss, do you even realize what you're saying? Lin Chuan turned to see it was the same girl from the morning. Yao, what are you talking about? Another girl quickly leaned in. Oh, I don't know. After saying this, Yao covered her face, her ears flushed red. Lin Chuan. So it's really him. On the other side, who you also recognized Lin Chuan. She was the clerk who had registered Lin Chuan at the Beast Tamer Association. With average talent, she likely wouldn't make it to university, so she had interned early at the Beast Tamer Association. This job was far superior to ordinary professions. It was not only easy but also offered generous pay. Thankfully, they were all Black Iron level novices, unable to discern each other's star levels at a glance. Otherwise, who you would have surely dropped her jaw in astonishment. Quiet down, everyone. Du Yong raised his voice slightly, with his silver 5-star prowess. He easily commanded the attention of the students. Soon, the classroom fell silent. Everyone understood that the coming months were crucial. Besides the school's resource allocation, the Ministry of Education's resources would also be concentrated and distributed. However, the resources from the Education Department of Zone 81 are based on overall regional rankings, so you must strive for them yourselves. At this point, the students below began to murmur. Our Sanzhong is always eliminated in the first round. What do we have to compete with? Exactly, we are all low-level talents. How can we compete with the higher-tier students? Moreover, others inherently have more resources. Only class leader Yin Hao has a bit of a chance. Quiet down, quiet down. Du Yong observed everything, but found himself unable to refute it, for the students were speaking nothing but the truth. After all, he was merely a teacher of silver rank 5, powerless to effect any change, and could only dutifully recite the school's regulations. Starting this month, the last day of each month would feature a practical examination in class. However, this time there were rewards. The school had an allocation of additional resources to be distributed based on examination rankings. Upon hearing of the rewards, the students instantly became animated. This was a competition within the class, granting everyone an equal opportunity, even if one could not secure first place. Achieving a position among the top 3 or 5 would still yield some benefits. What is the reward for first place, teacher? Although they felt that first place was almost predetermined for Yin Hao, many classmates were still intrigued. The first prize consisted of 10 junior spirit stones and 5 of each type of potion, while the second place would receive half. The third to fifth places would receive 2 spirit stones and 1 potion each. Wow! The first prize was equivalent to 2.5 months' worth of subsidies. This was simply delightful. The school had truly invested heavily this time. Chapter 15. Is the spirit array malfunctioning? Protection fee. This Yusho High School was indeed a fortuitous choice. Upon hearing such generous rewards, Lin Chuan nearly drooled. He then casually grabbed the small chubby boy beside him and inquired nonchalantly, "Little fatty, is that Yen Ritian very strong? What is his talent?" "Bro, my name is Su Daji, just call me Daji," the chubby boy replied, wearing a pleasing expression. "Our class leader has a fire attribute talent, and his contracted beast is also a fire type, the lava giant. He has been the top student since the first year. No one can surpass his beast. Fire attribute, you say?" Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and came to a decision. It seemed he needed to enhance his fire resistance first. Soon, he would teach Yen Ritian a lesson. As if summoned by his thoughts, Yin Hao emerged from the principal's office, his demeanor brimming with confidence. He had evidently learned about the class examination from the principal. To him, it seemed as though it had been prepared solely for him. He might as well have been handed the victory directly, rather than going through the motions. Nevertheless, he had no objections. After all, if he feasted, he ought to leave some soup for others. Upon entering the classroom, Yin Hao immediately sensed the envious gazes of his classmates. Yin Xiao. Those who were on friendly terms had already begun to congratulate him in advance. Yin Hao smiled in response to each one, and then sat down beside Huang Wei. "Yin Xiao." Huang Wei greeted weakly. "How are you? I should have intervened with that Lin Chuan. I didn't expect him to actually make a move." Yin Hao spoke harshly. "It's fine. I'll be better in a few days. Besides, I have no real losses. I can still collect half of his subsidy, so it's not a total loss. There is still half a month until the class exam. At that time, I'll ensure to cripple his beast." Yin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chuan and then turned his attention away. "All right, students, please disperse and take your seats. The spirit array is about to activate, so make haste to cultivate." With Du Yong's command, the previously whispering crowd immediately separated and began to meditate. Cultivate? How does one cultivate? I have no idea. Only Lin Chuan scratched his head in confusion, feeling rather bored. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. That sensation resembled the first time he entered the Su family shop, the feeling of spirit energy washing over him. Later, to avoid drawing attention, he had instructed the golden tree not to absorb indiscriminately when entering public places. Does this mean I can absorb freely? I can do that. Lin Chuan was elated. Free spirit energy is truly delightful. He then lifted the restrictions on the golden tree, allowing his consciousness to enter the sea of awareness. He observed a once transparent fruit being visibly stained in a vibrant green hue. Lin Chuan estimated it would ripen within half an hour. The primary reason was that the concentration of spirit energy here was insufficient. The vast space diluted it. After all, there were around 30 students present, all of black iron rank, so a higher concentration would be wasteful. As Lin Chuan absorbed the energy, his classmates began to sense something amiss. "Teacher, is the spirit array malfunctioning? I can't feel anything." "Yeah, I was just getting into the zone, and then it vanished. I took off my pants for this." Students began to shout in frustration. "How could it not be activated? I personally placed a spirit stone. You all are quite the picky bunch." You usually complain about the concentration being too high, and now you're dissatisfied with it being too low, Du Yong scolded with a smile. Then attempted to feel the energy himself. The concentration is indeed quite low, only slightly higher than outside the classroom. He then exited the classroom and headed straight to check the switch for the spirit stone array. This isn't right. The spirit stones have depleted so quickly? One spirit stone should suffice for these students to cultivate for an entire day, yet it had been consumed in just an hour. Could there be an issue with the spirit energy array? At this rate, no amount of spirit stones would suffice. With no other options, Du Yong resolved to report to the principal. Students, it seems there's a problem with the spirit array. I'll find someone to fix it. In the meantime, please make do with your cultivation. Those with spirit stones can use them for personal cultivation. Class leader, please maintain some order. After saying this, Du Yong departed. Lin Schwan was well aware of the reason. He had indeed been too greedy and inadvertently consumed a significant portion of the spirit energy. However, gazing at the newly sprouted green energy fruits on the golden tree, he couldn't help but wear a smile reminiscent of a farmer's bountiful harvest. Bro, your smile looks rather sly. At this moment, the chubby Su Daji approached with a mischievous grin. Lin Schwan, feeling no inclination to entertain these youngsters, maintained a distance due to the generational gap. However, upon noticing the white jade-like stone clutched in Su Daji's hand, Lin Schwan found the boy quite endearing. Bro, don't look at me like that. It scares me. Do you have spirit stones? Where did you get them? The school issued them. Bro, don't you have any? His words echoed like a pair of children discussing snacks. Am I supposed to have any? Or not? Lin Schwan pondered this question. Yeah, why don't I have any? I am also a legitimate student of Sanzhong, right? At the very least, I should receive this month's subsidy resources. He resolved to confront the principal soon. Can I borrow one? Lin Schwan adopted the gentlest tone, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Daji. Bro, I only have one left. Seeing Su Daji nearly in tears, Lin Schwan relented. Forget it. Didn't they say the spirit energy concentration is usually sufficient? Why are you using it up so quickly? That's because I have to hand one over to the class leader every month. What? As the class leader, you're collecting protection fees? Doesn't the school intervene? Lin Schwan exclaimed in astonishment. Based on his understanding of Principal Lan, she would never tolerate such behavior. It's not a protection fee. If you don't pay, the class leader will take extra time to tutor you on practical lessons. You understand. They don't dare to be too excessive with the girls, but most of the boys in the class have to pay. Lin Schwan understood. It was still a protection fee, merely disguised under a different name. He expected there to be so many twists and turns within the school. No wonder Yan Hao chose to remain here. Calculating it this way, playing the role of a little tyrant and savior at Sanzhong was undoubtedly more enjoyable than being an ordinary student at Yizhong. This kind of scum had managed to relish it for 2.5 years? Damn, I could do it too. The more Lin Schwan contemplated, the angrier he felt. This protection fee, or rather, guidance fee, should rightfully be collected by him, Lin Schwan. Bro, do you have a grudge against Yan Hao and the others? Su Daji asked in a hushed tone. Is it that obvious? Bro, you can't hide the desire to stab someone in the eyes. I saw it from afar when you were at the school gate. Damn, you're quite the pervert. Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. Lin Schwan had a fair idea of what the boy wanted to express and decided to let him speak for himself. Brother, what can I do? Haha, Su Daji chuckled. If you truly have enmity with them, I shall gift you this piece of spirit stone. Su Daji clutched his chest, his face contorted in apparent pain. How can I accept such a generous gift? Lin Schwan promptly declined. Before Su Daji could retract his hand, Lin Schwan hastily seized the spirit stone and continued. Let this be considered a loan. If Yan Hao comes to collect from you next month, you can direct him to me. So direct? I've heard Yan Hao is nearing the 8th star of Black Iron. It matters not. I shall shatter him. Despite Su Daji's considerable doubts, he could only choose to trust Lin Schwan. Chapter 16. The proper approach of Lin Schwan. Lin Schwan grasped the spirit stone in his hand, feeling its smooth, jade-like surface, as if warm currents were seeping from its exterior into his palm, providing immense comfort. It was not yet the moment to absorb the spirit stone with so many eyes around. What if this chubby fellow regretted his decision? He certainly could not claim to have absorbed it entirely. Patience is a virtue. It is indeed a splendid treasure. I wonder how many fruits can be ripened from a single piece. As Lin Schwan daydreamed, he contemplated the resources at his disposal for the month. Especially with only half a month remaining, he must utilize them wisely. First, from the Beast Tamer Association's subsidy. He had already consumed 1 vial each of 2 types of potions. Next, from Lao Qin, he was to receive potions and spirit stones. Although Lao Qin mentioned they would only be available starting next month. With examinations approaching, is it acceptable to request in advance? After all, they can be delivered before the month ends. Additionally, there is an elite-grade demon beast, a significant asset that he almost forgot about. Lastly, The school provided a fixed subsidy amount equivalent to Lao Qin's, which had not yet been dispersed this month. Of course, Lin Xuan's greatest anticipation lay with the rewards from the class examination, which surpassed all of the above combined. This is a must-win. As he pondered, Lin Xuan could not help but let out a pig-like laugh. Yao Yao, do you know that new classmate? He has been smiling at you. His grin is rather lewd. I don't know him. He isn't smiling at me. How would you know if you're not paying attention to him? I'm ignoring you. Yi Yao recalled her earlier slip of the tongue regarding beast-taming. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated that the new neighbor across the hall would turn out to be such a formidable individual, and to top it off, her classmate. What if she inadvertently said something wrong and ended up cornered? Thankfully, Lin Xuan was oblivious to Yi Yao's thoughts, or else he would have genuinely exclaimed, "Sister, you are quite perceptive." Meanwhile, Du Yong hurriedly reported the situation in Class 1 to Lan Lan. Principal, could it be that the spiritual energy array has indeed malfunctioned? This matter cannot be taken lightly. Rest assured, the spiritual energy array is not so easily compromised. I have a good idea of where the issue lies. He then called the logistics department, instructing them to send over the monthly subsidy for the senior class. You return to the classroom and have the new Lin Xuan come to see me. We will resolve the spiritual energy matter this afternoon, and there is no need for the students to worry. Understood. Principal. Although Du Yong was filled with confusion, he complied. Lao Qin, your surprise has turned into a fright. Ever since Lin Xuan stepped into the school, he has been a source of constant incidents, making it difficult for Lan Lan not to speculate. With such extraordinary talent and an accelerated growth rate, could his ability to absorb spiritual energy truly be so fearsome? If so, there may be grounds for anticipation. Upon hearing Du Yong mention that the principal wanted to see him, Lin Xuan understood the reason. However, he had little to fear. He had not stolen or cheated. The spiritual energy he absorbed was earned through his own merit, and he certainly could not be expected to return it. With this thought, Lin Xuan felt a newfound sense of confidence. Principal, you called for me? Lin Xuan entered the principal's office with ease, having visited more frequently than his own classroom. Is it true that you are the cause of the spiritual energy issue in the classroom? Well, perhaps I may have absorbed a bit too quickly. Before Lin Xuan could finish, he was interrupted by Lan Lan. No more absorption allowed. What? Then what about my training? More importantly, who will restore the glory of our school? You will receive an additional 2 spirit stones each month, as long as it does not affect the training of other students. You may absorb them. Are you satisfied? Lan Lan had come to understand that this child, while appearing honest, was indeed shrewd and would not let go of a piece of meat without securing it first. There was no need to preach grand principles. Direct negotiations would suffice. By the end of the month, you must reach 6 stars. Given your rate of absorption, that should not be too difficult, correct? If you fail, dismissal will be the consequence. What? What do you mean what? If you cannot achieve this, then your absorption of spiritual energy is merely a waste. Lin Xuan was not daunted by the challenge, but rather astonished by Lan Lan's shift in approach. It seemed that Principal Lan had discovered the correct way to engage with him. Not a problem, Principal. I must mention that after reaching 6 stars, I may require even more spirit stones. For each additional star, I will need 2 more stones. What if I achieve silver status? Silver before the college entrance examination? That would indeed be ambitious. If you truly manage it, I might just make you a principal. Can the principal allocate public funds? How cheeky of you. Forget it. I have no interest. This is your subsidy for the month, including the 2 extra spirit stones. Will this half month still count as a full month? The school is not as stingy as you think. Thank you, principal. I will certainly give my all. Now leave. Lan Lan, not wishing to hear any further banter from Lin Xuan, handed him the resources and dismissed him. Lin Xuan had not expected to see his resource calculations materialize so swiftly, and even in greater quantity. Could this truly be the fabled manifestation of one's desires? With so many resources suddenly at hand, Lin Xuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed. The resources felt almost tangible, igniting a burning desire within him. He quickly slipped into a nearby men's restroom. A minute later, he emerged feeling refreshed. The resources in his hands had been completely absorbed, transforming into ripened fruits hanging from the golden tree. Even the spirit stone lent by Su Daji had ultimately succumbed to his absorption. No matter, satisfaction comes first. Now, the golden tree boasted an abundant harvest, with 20 green, energy fruits, and 2 red, skill fruits. Each piece of primary spirit stone was roughly equivalent to 3 energy fruits. The red, yellow, and green fruits that matured today had already been fed to Lao Hei. A new skill, Paralytic Toxin Level 1, had also been acquired. The 2 enhancement fruits that matured yesterday and today had directly upgraded Damage Reflection to Level 9, achieving a counterattack rate of 50. Lin Xuan speculated that this skill would not be able to be enhanced further for the time being, having previously glimpsed the skills of the giant rock eagle king. All its skills were capped at Level 9, indicating the presence of some underlying limitation. Lin Schwan was uncertain if his golden finger could transcend this boundary. However, level 9 damage reflection was sufficient for the moment. In fact, Lin Schwan believed he should reserve some enhancement fruits as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances. With over 10 days remaining, he had ample time to fully maximize Lao Hei's fire element resistance. There was no choice, strategy was key. Of course, the primary motivation remained the bountiful rewards that Lin Schwan was determined to secure. Chapter 17. May I touch your beast? As for levels, Lin Schwan was in no hurry to accelerate his ascent. Lao Hei was currently at 5 stars and had already consumed 2 energy fruits. Lin Schwan estimated that reaching 6 stars from 5 would require approximately 7 or 8 fruits. The supplies he currently possessed would barely suffice to elevate him to the peak of 6 stars, but within a few days, he would achieve 7 stars. This pace could only be deemed astonishing. All told, he had only awakened a little over a week ago. In just 2 weeks, to ascend from awakening to Black Iron 7 stars? Surely, this was no ordinary feat. There is a possibility that one might be taken for dissection studies. The rapid advancement in the early stages could be attributed to innate talent and accumulated experience, which is understandable. However, maintaining such a pace becomes rather intimidating. Achieving 6 stars before the end of the month is imperative. The rest will depend on circumstances. After all, Lao Hei's upgrades rely solely on consuming fruits, sparing Lin Schwan the effort of cultivating. Fortunately, even if Lao Qin suspects something, he has refrained from taking further action, and has even taken the initiative to support Lin Schwan. After all, they are currently on the same side. Moreover, it is evident that Lao Qin harbors some feelings for Lan Lan, suggesting that he has not completely lost his youthful spirit. As long as Lin Schwan fosters a good relationship with Lan Lan, which is valuable to Sanzhong, he need not fear Lao Qin turning against him. Furthermore, Lao Qin appears to be without children, living a lonely existence, and Lin Schwan even plans to inherit his legacy. After a hasty meal in the cafeteria, Lin Schwan took his time before heading to the classroom, opting to wander around instead. The teaching area and administrative buildings lay ahead, while the dormitories and cafeteria were situated behind. Beyond that, a desolate little hill could be seen. Crossing over the hill, one would reach the foot of the city wall in less than 10 kilometers. This 10 kilometers is known as the city isolation zone, generally devoid of human presence. In the event of a beastly siege, this area serves as the military's encampment. Should the city wall fall, it would become a bloody slaughterhouse. Viewed in this light, Yusho Sanzhong is not much different from being stationed at the front lines. Thankfully, we are currently in a period of peace, with no beasts infiltrating the city. At the foot of the small hill, remnants of crumbling walls greeted the eye. The buildings ahead were clearly newly constructed. This was once the original campus of Sanzhong, now long demolished. It remains uncertain whether the demolition was voluntary or due to reconstruction. Lin Schwan speculated that it was most likely the latter. On the distant hillside, numerous tombstones were faintly visible. This poignant scene spoke for itself. Lin Schwan had no intention of paying homage to the ancestors. He simply felt there was nothing of interest here and chose to leave. At present, his foremost desire was to find 2 more beast companions to exploit. Lao Hei, possessing only 9 skills, was far from meeting Lin Schwan's modest aspirations. He was simply insufficient. Asking to touch someone else's beast would be too abrupt. Proposing an exchange of beasts would be quite bizarre. Young man, let us engage in a fair beast duel. What a lunatic. As Lin Schwan observed the ebb and flow of students, his heart ached. They were all potential resources. Unfortunately, he could not seize them. After much contemplation, he determined that it would be best to start with Class 1. In the afternoon, the training would no longer be tedious cultivation, but rather beast training, which Lin Schwan eagerly anticipated. The number 1 training hall was designated for the elite class, while other classes had to share the remaining facilities. Inside the hall, 30 students stood scattered, awaiting the instructions of their homeroom teacher, Du Yong. Classmates, now activate the summoning array to call forth your respective beasts within 5 seconds. Bang. Du Yong's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud bang. What happened? Following the student's gaze, Du Yong felt a headache coming on. Who else could it be but Lin Schwan? Teacher, what is it? Aren't we summoning our beasts? It's nothing. Lin Schwan has already demonstrated, so the rest of you should speed up. Keep in mind that, in a real battlefield, the beasts will not wait for you to summon them slowly. Time is life. Du Yong used Lin Schwan as a teaching example. He then shifted his tone. However, aside from the speed of summoning, the landing of the beast is also crucial. It is best not to create too much noise. Oh. Once again, Lin Schwan became the subject of a contrasting lesson, fully illustrating the point. What if I summon it above someone's head for a surprise attack? Hee. The speaker was Su Daji, the chubby boy who had witnessed how Lin Schwan overwhelmed Huang Wei's beast and was now applying it in practice. Do you think others are fools? They won't run away. Besides, how heavy is your beast? It would be better to use yourself. Du Yong did not indulge the chubby boy, firmly quelling any inappropriate behavior. Oh, the chubby boy was unconvinced, muttering that Huang Wei had been taken down in just such a manner. This comment elicited laughter from numerous students. Ha ha, so he is just a pure fool. Instantly, the hall filled with a jovial atmosphere. Had Huang Wei's beast not been injured and exempted from training, he would have surely sought refuge. If you keep laughing, get out. Du Yong had no choice but to assert his authority as a teacher to calm the students somewhat. All right, those who took longer than 5 seconds to summon, retract and try again. Today a subject is this. In university, achieving 3 seconds or even instant summoning is considered passing. The other students then broke off into groups to train, focusing on physical conditioning or offense and defense as needed. Once arrangements were complete, Du Yong approached Lin Schwan. Despite his earlier determination not to intervene with a transfer student like Lin Schwan, he was still impressed by Lin Schwan's instant summoning. Such summoning speed is typically mastered only by college students, suggesting that Lin Schwan has potential. Lin Schwan, where is he? How could this lad vanish in the blink of an eye? Looking around, Du Yong was astonished to find Lin Schwan mingling among the girls. Are you here to study or to flirt? At that moment, Lin Schwan was engrossed in conversing with Yi Yao, eager to see her beast once more. What had he just seen? A jellyfish floating in the air, dancing around Yi Yao. The scene was exquisitely beautiful. Unable to contain himself, Lin Schwan intended to sneak a closer look. To his surprise, the jellyfish was incredibly vigilant and promptly retreated into its beast space. Along with it, Yi Yao cast a wary glance at Lin Schwan, suspecting he had ulterior motives. In a public setting, he surely would not dare, would he? Lin Schwan, what are you doing? Du Yong approached briskly, inquiring. Well, I just saw a jellyfish flying in the air and came to take a look. Lin Schwan responded candidly. Really? I see you have ulterior motives, coming to see Yao Yao. Zhang Rong, standing beside Yi Yao, chimed in boldly, causing Yi Yao's face to flush. What are you looking at her for? My intention was purely to see the jellyfish. It reminded me of the ocean. My lifelong dream has been to witness the legendary sea, which is said to harbor many extraordinary creatures. Lin Schwan spun a grand tale, finally asking, could you let me take a look? At this moment, Lin Schwan decided to play the sincerity card. All right then. Yi Yao glanced at Lin Schwan and nodded. After all, Xiaoyu was originally an ornamental beast. She was quite timid, so please do not frighten her again. With that, Yi Yao summoned once more. 3 seconds later, the jellyfish reappeared before Lin Schwan. Its crystal-clear body resembled pink cotton candy. At night, it would shimmer with light, truly enchanting. How marvelous. Aren't jellyfish aquatic creatures? Yet it can float. Lin Schwan exclaimed in awe. Unconsciously, he extended a finger, slowly reaching towards the jellyfish. As if sensing Lin Schwan's benign intentions, the jellyfish extended a tentacle to touch his finger. Beast, Yofu jellyfish, extraordinary 7 stars. Skills, elemental force field 7. Active, utilizes water elements to remain suspended, lasting 40 minutes. Elemental breathing, passive, species exclusive, allows breathing using water elements in various environments. Potential, commander 1 star. Truly, as an ornamental beast, it possesses no combat capabilities whatsoever. Lin Schwan questioned whether this little creature could genuinely grow to the rank of commander. Successful discovery of matching skill imprint. This was precisely what Lin Schwan had been waiting for. Regardless of which skill was imprinted, it was a significant gain. I'm all set. Isn't this little fellow simply adorable? After concluding his thoughts, Lin Schwan withdrew his finger, intending to leave. Having taken advantage of the situation, why linger? Was he supposed to take responsibility? Do you truly yearn for the sea, Lin Schwan? Yi Yao inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Oh, the sea is both beautiful and perilous. It harbors both formidable beasts and delicate creatures. Who wouldn't long for it? Lin Schwan replied, recalling an ancient text that spoke of a great fish in the North Sea, named Koan, so immense that it could not be contained in a single pot. If given the chance, I would certainly catch one to taste, haha. With that, Lin Schwan turned to leave. In his past life, his hometown was a coastal city, and if possible, he genuinely wished to visit the seaside once more. In this world, the closest place to the ocean was Qinglong Huancheng. The vast expanse of sky and land meant that most people would never have the opportunity to reach other circular cities. Where does that saying about Koan come from? I should call Grandpa to ask, Yi Yao murmured to herself. Teacher Du, why have you been following me? Lin Schwan wandered around, contemplating another opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If you don't walk around, how can I follow you? Du Yong retorted, feeling exasperated. Lin Schwan was quite the character. It was unclear what he intended, but it was evident he had no intention of training diligently. Although your level has fallen significantly, I see that your summoning speed is impressively swift, indicating a solid foundation. This praise was akin to commending a struggling student for their beautiful handwriting. Well, as long as I have hands, That is sufficient, Lin Schwan replied nonchalantly. Strange, why hasn't Yin Ritian summoned his beast? I noticed your beast is defensive. Could you elaborate on its attributes? I can tailor a training regimen for you. De Yong thought there was still hope for Lin Schwan. What kind of training regimen? Lin Schwan glanced around, observing the creatures frolicking, those with hooves running amok and those with wings soaring around the arena. The fire-breathing and water-spraying beasts were certainly more captivating. Su Daji's beast, an armored creature, was currently in a tussle with another beast resembling a goat. Is there something wrong with that? Isn't this how everyone trains? Du Yong found Lin Schwan's reaction peculiar. Well, my beast, which you have seen, is a large turtle with only defensive attributes. These might not suit me well. Lin Schwan scratched his head, pondering. A female student's pink rabbit was darting beneath the skirts of several girls, and Lin Schwan mused that Old Hei might enjoy a turtle-rabbit race. True, but with your talent, why would you choose a defensive beast? Du Yong asked, his face filled with regret. Alas, some choices are beyond my control, Lin Schwan said, his expression revealing a deeper story. Du Yong quickly grasped the underlying message. Looking around at the multitude of students, despite the prestigious label of the 3rd middle school key class, they might not even measure up to ordinary classes in other schools. Differences in talent and resources were evident from birth, and no amount of later effort could bridge that gap. Lin Schwan spoke a truth, for the black turtle chosen by the golden finger was indeed the largest. One could only hope that after advancing to silver, he might select a more impressive beast. Teachers understand that everyone has their unavoidable struggles. Even Yi Yao, with her exceptional talent, is still the cherished jewel of the Yi family. Yet she too faces limitations, Du Yong lamented. Lin Schwan suddenly recalled, Yi Yao a level talent? Teacher, if Yi Yao possesses level talent, why is she here? Her talent is level, heart of the ocean, which enhances the cultivation speed and strength of contracted oceanic beasts by 500, and in aquatic combat, the strength of her beast is further amplified by another 500. Goodness, how extraordinary, Lin Schwan marveled, feeling a pang of envy. Indeed, it was quite sensational when level talent emerged. It caused a stir throughout District 81 and even reached the inner city. Yet, alas, Lin Schwan understood the twist. Even the level talent, Flame Sovereign, could only enhance fire-type beasts by 300. Such an extraordinary attribute as Heart of the Ocean came with a significant limitation. It could only contract oceanic beasts. Only able to contract oceanic beasts? That is quite the disadvantage. The Schwan Wu Huancheng is thousands of miles from the sea, with countless territories belonging to monarch and king-level beasts in between. Crossing the wilderness is exceedingly difficult. Only a king-level beast could achieve such a feat, although the Yi family holds some power. It is still not sufficient to summon a king-level beast. Lin Schwan sighed. She was born in the wrong place. Indeed, had she been born in Qinglong City, she would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius. It is said that half of Qinglong City is composed of islands created by land reclamation. Such a place is where Yi Yao ought to have been born. Wait, where did her jellyfish come from? Did the wind blow it here? Lin Schwan suddenly recalled that Yi Yao had also contracted a beast. Initially, he assumed the jellyfish was a freshwater species, but seeing it reminded him of the ocean, which was entirely his own misconception. There are indeed many freshwater jellyfish. However, since Yi Yao had successfully contracted it, it must have genuinely come from the sea. You are indeed correct, it was brought by the wind. Yi Yao had nearly given up hope, but last year, a massive storm swept through the entire Schwan Wu Huancheng, and a new species was discovered outside the city. Someone found it amusing and captured it as a pet to sell. By a stroke of fortune, Yi Yao managed to fulfill her dream of becoming a beast master, albeit with only an ornamental beast. She, like you, is a transfer student who enrolled last year. Lin Schwan marveled at the wonders of fate and the rapidity of level talents. Having successfully contracted last year, she had achieved 7 stars in merely half a year. Such speed was unmatched without some form of assistance. However, the limitations loomed like a mountain. Why does it seem like Yi Yao is the one with the protagonist script? Initial suppression, followed by inevitable fortuitous encounters? Could this be a substantial advantage? Lin Schwan glanced back, appraising Yi Yao. Not too substantial, though. She is quite fair-skinned. Chapter 19. Old Hei's Training Method, Skywalking Rapid Movement. Du Yong initially intended to find several offensive beasts to conduct attack and defense drills with Lin Schwan. Simply put, it would involve the opponent's beast attacking while Old Hei defended, seemingly a method to enhance the beast's resilience. However, Lin Schwan considered it and ultimately declined. It wasn't due to concern for Old Hei's well-being. Rather, there was little to gain from it. The purple, advanced fruit, required combat experience to mature, and such a simplistic exercise of taking hits would yield no experience. Both sides must possess fighting intent. Moreover, Old Hei's counterattack wasn't to be trifled with. If the opponent's beast were to perish, would Lin Schwan then be liable? He would not engage in a losing venture. After having dealt with Huang Mao and suffering the loss of nearly a month and a half's worth of resources, Lin Schwan felt the sting keenly. Furthermore, he had no intention of revealing Old Hei's true capabilities so soon. If a revelation was necessary, it would have to occur during the class examination. Ideally, he would face Yin Ritian in the first battle. Attempting to seize my rewards? Not a chance. Ultimately, Lin Schwan discovered a training method suitable for both himself and Old Hei. He calmly sat cross-legged on Old Hei's back and directed him to circle the training hall. A practice he termed weighted progression. As they passed by others' beasts, unintentional minor contacts were inevitable. By the time they completed their circuit, Lin Schwan had observed a good number of beasts. However, Yin Ritian, that sly figure, seemed to remain wary of Lin Schwan, denying him any opportunities. Lin Schwan was unperturbed. There would be many chances to come. He memorized the attributes of the beasts he had encountered and merely needed to wait for the red fruits to mature, after which he could imprint them according to priority. During midday, he obtained 2 red skill fruits, one of which was applied to Yi Yao's ethereal jellyfish. Elemental Force Field, 1, active, utilizing the water element to levitate the body, duration 10 minutes. As Lin Schwan anticipated, he successfully imprinted the skill, Elemental Force Field. Although Elemental Breath is also commendable, Lao Hei is inherently amphibious. No, now he is terrestrial. Unless in particularly extreme environments, Elemental Breath is unnecessary, such as outer space or magma. It is understandable that he could not imprint it since it is a skill exclusive to another race. The other imprint was applied to the pink rabbit, acquiring the skill, Void Leap, TK ing JS, 1, active, while leaping in midair. Stepping on air to achieve a burst of acceleration, moving 100 meters forward within 3 seconds. Had the rabbit not collided into Lin Schwan's arms, he might never have encountered it. The impact was considerable. An ordinary person without enhancements might have succumbed immediately. The skill, Void Leap, without the imprint of Elemental Force Field, would have been useless to Lin Schwan. What tortoise can leap like a rabbit? However, with Elemental Force Field, the situation transforms. The synergy of both skills becomes divine. The tortoise can launch itself into the air and then deliver a rocket-like headbutt, propelling you skyward, which seems quite reasonable. Soon, Lin Schwan's unique training method garnered him numerous female admirers. Primarily, Lao Hei's adorably awkward appearance, which, upon prolonged exposure, seemed rather endearing. Each girl who approached felt an irresistible urge to pat Lao Hei's head, leaving him exasperated. With a gaze akin to that of a disgruntled child, he glared at them, only to provoke more delightful reactions. Lin Schwan touched his own face, bemused. How is it that this face is less popular than Lao Hei's? Joyous moments are fleeting. After a haphazard 2 to 3 hours of training, school was dismissed. Thanks to his distinctive style, Lin Schwan managed to salvage much of his image and quickly integrated into the class. After all, exploding on Huang Wei at the outset was quite explosive. It was evident that the class essentially divided into 3 circles. The first was the girls' circle, comprising around 10 individuals, appearing harmonious on the surface. Yet it was hard to say what lay beneath. The second was the ordinary boys' circle, the largest in number but weakest in strength. In truth, they should not be considered a cohesive group, as most engaged in their own pursuits, deserving of being exploited by Yan Hao. Finally, there was the smallest circle, yet the strongest in power, led by Yan Hao and Huang Wei, comprising 4 or 5 individuals who were remarkably united. Lin Schwan had no intention of playing the role of a righteous hero. He was merely here for free resources and qualifications for university exams. However, his inherent conflict with Yan Hao destined one of them to face misfortune. Even without the morning incident, their discord was unavoidable. After all, the winner takes all. And competing with Lin Schwan for the first place reward was tantamount to seeking his demise. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, Yan Hao's protection racket would also be taken over, ideally. The girls sighed as well. Since Yan Hao had taken on the role of a bandit, did he still think to maintain gentlemanly decorum? Wasn't he that utterly absurd? The 3rd year was too small. Even the 81st district felt constricted. Unbeknownst to Lin Schwan, his gaze had shifted away from the small fry in this pond. Perhaps it was the carefree attitude that emerged after living a second life. Perhaps it was due to the exhilarating flight atop the giant rock eagle, soaring into the clouds. Perhaps it was the bone-chilling roars of beasts echoing outside the city walls. As the clock approached 5, school was about to end. Lin Schwan meandered leisurely along the path, feeling utterly content. This is how attending school should feel. Reflecting on those initial days after his arrival, when he barely slept 4 or 5 hours each night, devoting all other moments to studying and problem-solving, truly, it was no life for a human. All that effort merely to secure a position as a beast tamer or a caretaker. He wondered how Wang Long was faring, just like Yan Hao, also a pretender. What could he do? Pretending was in his nature. If he became invincible, He could pretend better than anyone. Ha. With that thought, Lin Schwan couldn't help but laugh heartily, causing nearby classmates to scatter. Unfazed, he continued toward the villa district. A few meters behind him, Yao followed at a leisurely pace. After all, it was on the way, and they were neighbors. Yao bit her lip, contemplating whether to catch up and walk alongside him, yet hesitated. Moreover, she had bodyguards sent by her grandfather discreetly watching over her, making it even harder to approach directly. She did not harbor any particular feelings for Lin Schwan. Rather, it was the first time she had heard someone express a yearning for the ocean, which felt remarkably novel, prompting her desire to engage in more conversations about the sea and the ancient texts he recited. Was Biming the name of the sea? And how large was the fish? Kuin? Everything captivated her. Chapter 20. Fire Resistance Maxed, Iron Eating Technique. The following day, Lin Schwan did not cause any disruptions, attending school as per routine. During the morning training, Lin Schwan cleverly approached Yin Hao's small group and sat down as if no one were present. Yin Xiao, look, what is he here for? Huang Wei whispered. Before Yin Hao could respond, another classmate in the group, Zhao Hu, chuckled, yellow hair. With so many of us, are you afraid of him? Are you still scared from being beaten? Am I afraid of a feather? Huang Wei retorted defiantly. Enough, let him be for now. Let him enjoy himself for a few days. Yin Hao replied coldly. Lin Schwan had overshadowed Yin Hao the previous day, which greatly displeased him. Especially when those girls were raving about the tortoise, it was utterly superficial. He would teach Lin Schwan a lesson during the class examination. Coincidentally, Lin Schwan had the same intention. As the formation activated, the concentration of spiritual energy normalized, allowing students to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. This time, Lin Schwan did not voraciously absorb energy. Instead, he took sips every few minutes. This way, the impact was confined only to a small area, causing minimal disturbance to the overall classroom. However, it was quite uncomfortable for Yin Hao's group. Each time they attempted to focus, the spiritual energy concentration would suddenly drop. Although it quickly returned to normal, the disruption in their training rhythm required time to readjust. It was akin to being awakened every half hour during sleep. Even a Buddha would be infuriated. What on earth is happening with this spiritual energy? Is the machine still broken? Huang Wei muttered to himself. Perhaps their SA connection issue. It should be fine soon, Zhao Hu replied. What the hell connection issue? Why don't you say the classroom has a draft? Enough already. Others are fine. It'll be okay shortly. Yin Hao suppressed his annoyance and forced himself into a state of cultivation. Du Yong, on the platform, occasionally observed the students' training states and checked the speed of the spiritual stone consumption. It appeared relatively normal, although it was consuming slightly faster than before. It would not adversely affect the students' training. Just some spiritual stones. San Zhong could still afford them. If there were an issue with the formation, it would indeed be a catastrophe. There would be no need to wait for the college entrance examination results. The education department could directly use that as a reason to shut down the school. Perhaps the equipment is just aging, Du Yong thought, feeling somewhat relieved. After the morning training concluded, Lin Schwan had nearly fully matured half of an energy fruit from the absorbed spiritual energy. Cultivation is truly delightful. Lin Schwan yawned and stretched. Have you even cultivated? Du Yong's eyelid twitched. He could see clearly from the platform. This kid was either daydreaming or dozing off, having not cultivated even for a minute. No wonder his level was so low. He was already at the bottom of the class and still not making an effort. There was no hope for him. It seemed he was merely here to scrape by with a high school diploma. Du Yong inwardly chuckled bitterly, thinking he had overestimated this kid's potential. Resolving to ignore him, he decided to focus on Yin Hao, the hope of Sanzhong. For 3 years, Du Yong has observed Lin Schwan advancing steadily, step by step. With roots firmly planted and a bright future ahead, he is destined for greatness. In the blink of an eye, over a week has passed. During these days, Lin Schwan has been blissfully indulging in the spiritual energy in the mornings and seizing opportunities in the afternoons, reveling in the simplicity and monotony of the cultivation life in the beast master world. Most of Lin Schwan's recent strengthening fruits have been allocated to enhancing the skill, fire element resistance. No questions asked, it's all about maxing it out. Fire element resistance, 9, passive, reduces fire attribute damage by 50. Under normal circumstances, without the aid of potions or treasures, a beast master can choose to upgrade one skill each time their beast levels up. Generally, most beast masters prioritize maximizing their active skills first. As for this specialized passive attribute, it is rarely chosen early on unless there are no better options or special needs. However, Lin Schwan is clearly not an ordinary person. He plays with a targeted approach, simply out of defiance and extravagance. With a few strengthening fruits left, Lin Schwan reserves them for emergencies. Other skills can suffice at level 1, and he will address special situations as they arise. At this stage, What Lin Schwan urgently needs is to master the combination of skills proficiently. Typically, battles at the black iron level consist of straightforward exchanges of punches and kicks, or direct range confrontations. It is remarkably simplistic and lacks excitement, primarily due to the limited number of skills. Most possess only one active skill, and those with higher talent may comprehend an additional one or two, which already grants them a significant advantage. Over the past few days, Lin Schwan has essentially imprinted all the skills he finds useful, having harvested most of the available resources. Some skills, although capable of being imprinted, have made Lin Schwan shake his head in disbelief. For instance, the skill Luxuriant Fur, passive, accelerates the growth of body hair, derived from a sheep. Can Old Hei learn this skill? Lin Schwan was astonished, but the golden tree assured him it could be imprinted, leaving him to wonder if Old Hei possesses the potential to be a green-haired turtle. Nevertheless, Lin Schwan resolutely refuses to learn such a skill. He only wishes to seize opportunities, not to truly acquire wool. Perhaps turtle fur instead? Overall, the gains have been substantial. His only active skill is Attack Acceleration 1, active. Increases the target's normal attack speed by 30, a supportive skill that can be applied to oneself or teammates without restrictions on opponents. Accelerating normal attacks is of little use to Old Hei, a mere consolation. Regarding passive skills, he has acquired several. First, he has gathered the 5 elemental defensive passives: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Many of the passive skills of various beasts correspond to these elements, resulting in redundancy and limiting the number of skills Lin Schwan can imprint. Among the more valuable skills, one is Sleep Self-Healing 1, passive, slightly increases healing speed when sleeping, derived from a serpent-like beast. It is somewhat useful, compensating for a slight shortfall since Old Hei can also sustain injuries. Another is the passive skill Metal Consumption, contributed by the iron armor beast of the chubby Su Daji, passive, increases armor defense by consuming metals. Inside the villa, when Lin Schwan presented an empty iron basin to Old Hei, he was taken aback. What does this mean? Am I not even worthy of fried rice? Observing Old Hei's bewildered expression, Lin Schwan had no choice but to refill the basin with fried rice. Upon reflection, Old Hei doesn't particularly need that little bit of armor. If he were to feed him precious metals, Lin Schwan would need a fortune. Hence, fried rice seems to be the better option. In this light, Old Hei is indeed a frugal beast. In truth, Lin Schwan is more intrigued by another skill from Su Daji's iron armor beast. Charge, active, locks onto a target and launches a fierce collision. An active targeting skill that makes Lin Schwan salivate, yet unfortunately, Old Hei cannot learn it. Chapter 21. Practicing Combination Techniques, Compensation, and Agreements. With no other choice, Lin Schwan decides to practice skill combinations. He has long since named his self-created combination for Old Hei, Rocket Headbutt. The first step involves igniting the elemental force field to levitate the body. It does not need to be too high off the ground. 2 or 3 centimeters will suffice. The second step is to aim at the target. The third step is to launch. Step into the air rapidly. Activates. Launch. Lin Schwan shouted, only to regret it immediately. This was in his own courtyard. Before he could call Old Hei back, it shot off like an arrow, crashing straight into the courtyard wall. With a resounding crash, a hole was created in the wall, and the entire front gate wall trembled precariously. Yet, that was not the end of it. Lin Schwan's villa is only a dozen meters away from the opposite side. After crashing through, Old Hei did not stop, barreling straight into the neighbor's yard, leaving another hole in their wall. Oh no, it's over. Lin Schwan covered his eyes with one hand, unable to bear to watch. Soon. Piercing screams erupted from across the way. Who is this monster? There's an attack. The neighbors were all stirred up. Is that turtle perhaps Lin Schwan's beast? Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Yi Yao recognized Old Hei. Lin Schwan, with a stiff upper lip, approached. This is my beast, my apologies. I will compensate for all the damages. Saying this, he recalled Old Hei. You brat, are you seeking death? A burly man with a dark face strode toward Lin Schwan, appearing ready to take action. This group of bodyguards was at least silver level, hardly regarding a mere black iron level like him. Wait, Captain Wong, this is my classmate. Yi Yao hurriedly intervened upon seeing the situation. Yes, ma'am, the burly man replied before stepping aside. Lin Schwan, do you wish to explain? Yi Yao looked at him, finding it quite amusing to see him in an awkward predicament for the first time. Well, it was a mistake. I was conducting special training with Old Hei and didn't team manage the force properly. As he spoke, Lin Schwan pointed behind him, indicating that the damage in his own courtyard was even worse. Uffed! Yi Yao burst into laughter. What kind of special training allows a turtle to move so swiftly and with such strength? She was genuinely intrigued. Each incident involving Lin Schwan was quite extraordinary. This is a secret weapon, don't let it slip out. Lin Schwan could not explain. After all, One skill was obtained through his underhanded means from Yi Yao. I see. You're preparing to deal with Yin Hao, aren't you? Yi Yao stated with certainty. Coming from a family background, she was not a naive flower vase, able to deduce such things with a little thought. Who wouldn't he want the reward for first place? It sounds like it's all set up for Yin Hao. Let us see how I can bring him down. Having opened the floodgates, Lin Schwan casually remarked. Listening to Lin Schwan's crude words, Yi Yao spat, then with a glint in her eye, asked Lin Schwan, how do you intend to compensate for the repairs to the courtyard? Were it not for the imposing presence of Yi Yao's bodyguards and the piercing gazes of her nanny and steward, Lin Schwan might have jokingly suggested offering himself as compensation. Well, you all discuss it and just let me know, don't be too harsh, otherwise, I might not be able to afford it. Lin Schwan knew he was in the wrong and could only accept the loss. Who would want to exploit you? My family has a construction team. They can come over and fix it. Would you like me to arrange repairs for your side as well? No. It seems it would be more appropriate to call it reconstruction. You just need to cover the cost of materials. How does that sound? Yi Yao shot Lin Schwan a glance, unsure of what intentions lay behind her words. Thank you, esteemed one. What else could Lin Schwan say but to express his full agreement? However, I have a condition. You may state it, as long as I can fulfill it. Lin Schwan jotted down one empty promise after another. Debts are never too burdensome. Before discussing this matter, there is something else I must mention. The classical literature you referred to last time is unfamiliar to my grandfather, whom I specifically consulted. Furthermore, my online searches yielded no relevant information. Are you fabricating tales to deceive me? As she spoke, Yi Yao's gaze became perilously intense. If Lin Schwan dared to mislead her, past grievances would be reckoned alongside the new. It turned out to be this. Lin Schwan found it peculiar that over the past few days, whenever he encountered Yi Yao, she wore a seemingly constipated expression, as if she were holding back words. He had thought she was merely unwell due to her menstrual cycle. All this fuss was for this. In the depths of the Northern Sea, there exists a fish known as Kuan. The dimensions of Kuan are unfathomable, stretching for thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng. Lin Schwan recited a few lines and then paused, unable to recall the rest. What comes next? Yi Yao felt a surge of urgency. It was her first time finding classical literature so captivating. Perhaps the latter part has been lost to time. I have only encountered these few lines. Essentially, it describes a mythical beast in the sea that spans thousands of miles, capable of transforming into a bird that obscures the sky. Lin Schwan spoke with casual conviction, yet he failed to notice the astonishment etched on not just Yi Yao's face, but those of others as well. What kind of creature would be thousands of miles long? Surely, it must be divine. Lin Schwan was certain. The legendary Kuan Peng was at least a celestial beast. Upon utterance of these words, everyone regarded him as if he were a specter. This audacious youth possessed knowledge of divine beasts, and even dared to name it. This cannot be. Someone must inform the master. It is too perilous for the young lady to associate with him. The elderly butler wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, contemplating his next course of action. Lin Schwan, I understand now. Please refrain from mentioning divine-level beings so casually. It can be quite frightening, Yi Yao cautioned, patting her chest. What's there to fear? If I ever have the chance to go to the sea, I will certainly catch one to taste, Lin Schwan proclaimed, his audacity culminating in words that made Yi Yao cover her ears in trepidation, not daring to listen further. Once Lin Schwan finished, she released her ears and said, as for my condition, if you get the opportunity to visit the seaside, remember to bring back some photos or videos for me. That should be simple enough. Yi Yao feigned nonchalance. Not a problem. That is easy. I will also bring you some seafood specialties, Lin Schwan replied, sincerely believing that her request was quite reasonable. It then struck him that communication was severed between cities, and ordinary citizens would not receive information from other cities. Yi Yao, the goddess of the ocean, had never even seen what the real sea looked like. How pitiful. Then it settled. A promise is a promise. Lin Schwan understood well what going to the seaside signified. It implied he must possess at least royal-level strength to undertake such an endeavor. Royal-level strength was no insurmountable challenge for him. After all, he had an advantage. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Schwan, who had just been filled with ambition, suddenly felt despondent. Why couldn't this girl simply assist him in repairs without asking for materials? Lin Schwan grumbled internally, but felt too embarrassed to refuse her request. After all, she was willing to help him, and not demanding compensation was already commendable. Reluctantly, Lin Schwan took out his phone and messaged his benefactor. Boss, please send funds. Within 10 seconds, Lao Qin's call came through. Out of money. Indeed, I am somewhat short. Lin Schwan admitted honestly. 100,000 a month isn't sufficient? Have you been gambling or indulging in pleasures? Lao Qin shouted. Don't underestimate me. I have always been frugal. Lin Schwan retorted stubbornly. So you were caught while enjoying free services and now expect me to bail you out? Shouldn't you be diligently cultivating at school? From Lao Qin's tone, It was evident he was on the verge of losing his temper. Well, I rented a place outside to practice my skills and accidentally damaged it. So I need to repair it. Lin Schwan sensed the impending danger and quickly moderated his tone. And your level? This was the matter that concerned Lao Qin the most. I have reached 6 stars, Lin Schwan replied, casually feeding Lao Hei several energy fruits. Lao Hei chewed and then resumed his slumber. 6 stars achieved. Thus, Lin Schwan did not lie. He maintained his moral code and did not deceive the elderly gentleman. Lao Qin pondered for a moment, seemingly satisfied. Why have you only advanced 1 star? Lao Qin, have you become too lofty? Is the 10-day increase in star levels no longer impressive? Well, I have exhausted the resources provided by the school. Could I possibly receive an advance on next month's association subsidy? The class exam is approaching, and I plan to make an extra effort. Lin Schwan knew that phrasing his request this way would surely win Lao Qin's consent. Fine. I had intended to deliver it in a few days anyway. Wait for me. I will come over shortly. There's no need to rush. Lin Schwan began to protest, but the line was already disconnected. Looking outside, he noticed that dusk had fallen. How long would he have to wait? He hoped he wouldn't be awakened in the middle of the night by Lao Qin knocking at his window. That would be too eerie. Perhaps he should order takeout first? Lin Schwan ordered takeout and settled down to watch a show on his computer while waiting for the delivery. 20 minutes later, his phone chimed. Without looking, Lin Schwan answered, saying, "Please leave it at the door. Thank you. Do you think I am a delivery person? Where are you?" "I am hovering above your school," came Lao Qin's voice, booming through the line. Lao Qin, you arrived so quickly? Stop the small talk. I have other matters to attend to after delivering your items. There are 2 houses in a villa area not far from the school with damaged yards. By the way, can you see well from up there at this hour? Do not underestimate my Eagle King. It can spot you holding a needle from a kilometer away. Haha. Is it really that impressive? After a few seconds, Lin Schwan finally processed the information. Oh my goodness. The cry of the Eagle King resonated through the area, silencing the chirps of insects and birds. Lao Qin, please come in and have a seat. Lin Schwan stepped outside to greet him, finding Lao Qin standing in the yard, while the Eagle King circled above. Never mind. I want to go in. After delivering your items, I must leave the city again. Lao Qin regarded Lin Schwan, his eyes filled with pride. Though he feigned annoyance at the delay, he was secretly pleased. Did you just return from outside the city? Lin Schwan surmised, realizing this was why he had arrived so promptly. Indeed, do you think I am idle? If I were not regularly clearing the monster nests outside the city, how could you all sleep peacefully? Alas, at my age, retiring is no easy task. With a wave of his hand, Lao Qin produced the potions and spirit stones he had promised Lin Schwan, handing them over. Spatial equipment? Lin Schwan gazed at it with envy. Stop staring. Earn your own money to buy it later, Lao Qin replied nonchalantly. For someone of his caliber, matters solvable with money were hardly significant. How much does it cost? Lin Schwan inquired, hoping to hear something that would dissuade him. Cheap ones are around 1,000, while expensive ones can reach several billion or even tens of billions. The pricier, the larger the space, Lao Qin remarked without concern. The sound of shattered dreams echoed in Lin Schwan's mind. He was currently fretting over a mere 100,000 for repair materials. The thought of items costing tens of millions was beyond his comprehension. Lao Qin, am I truly not your illegitimate child? Even if I'm not biologically related, I would be fine with that. Get lost. Is it really impossible? Seeing Lin Schwan's expression, Lao Qin's mind shifted, and he devised a plan. I have several of these trifling items. If you can secure first place in the district-wide mock exam 3 months from now, I will gift you one. Really? Can an old man of my age deceive a child like you? Deal, it's settled. In Lin Schwan's view, this was akin to a generous gift. At that moment, inexplicably, he felt a connection with that fellow, Yan Ri Tian. Being predetermined is indeed delightful. I must inform you in advance that this year's Yizhong and Air Zhong have already attained the status of Heidi Jiuxing. Even if you manage to reach Jiuxing within 3 months, claiming victory will not be a simple task. My wager with you serves merely to motivate. Do not place undue pressure upon yourself. Even if you do not emerge victorious, as long as you gain admission to a prestigious university through the Gaokao, I shall reward you. The admission standards of prestigious universities regard Jiuxing merely as a threshold. Talent, skill, practical experience, and a touch of luck are all indispensable. Rest assured, Qin Lao, trust me, victory shall be ours. Upon hearing Lin Schwan's words, Qin Yin ceased to elaborate further. The destruction of these 2 courtyards to such an extent indicated that the defensive attribute of the turtle was evidently formidable, and Lin Schwan undoubtedly had his trump card. Qin Yin chose not to delve too deeply. The stronger Lin Schwan became, the more pleased he felt. By the way, there is another matter. As he spoke, Qin Yin beckoned to the Eagle King in the sky, signaling it to descend. The Eagle King landed and greeted Lin Schwan with a call, acknowledging his presence. At that moment, Lin Schwan noticed that the Eagle King was grasping something in its talons. Here, this is the elite-level beast carcass I promised you, Lao Qin introduced. Subsequently, the Eagle King unceremoniously dropped the object before Lin Schwan. The material of this thing appeared to be stone, with limbs resembling a failed stone carving. Is this a beast? Lin Schwan inquired, perplexed. Moreover, he sought the flesh and blood of a beast, so what was he to do with a stone? Will this be recognized by the Huang Jinshu? He pondered aloud, squatting down to inspect the item, just as Lin Schwan's hand brushed against it. An unexpected result from his examination startled him. This object was not lifeless. It was still alive. Beast, Taisher Mo Xiang, Elite 5 stars. Skills, Single Target Taunt 6. Active, forces a single target within a 5-meter radius that is not more than one major rank higher than itself to attack it. Duration, 7 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Iron Fist Strike 5. Active, charges for 2 seconds, delivering a double-fisted strike to the target. Stone Skin Technique 4. Active, increases physical defense by 45, reduces movement speed by 50. Gargoyle Bloodline. Passive, race-specific, upon destruction of the energy crystal core, enters a false death petrification state. Revives after condensing a new energy crystal core. Potential, Commander 5 stars. Chapter 23, Reflective Damage and Taunt. Madness awaits all who witness. Skill imprinting successful. Hurry, imprint it. Lin Schwan urged eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. He desired none of the other skills, only the single target taunt. My turtle has reflective damage. How could it lack a taunt skill? Immersed in his consciousness, Lin Schwan was satisfied to see that the single target taunt had indeed been successfully imprinted. Qin Lao, where did you capture this creature? Recently, numerous new beast nests have emerged outside the city. This is merely one of them. Their numbers are staggering, often gathering in the hundreds, and there are high-ranking commanders among them, making them exceedingly troublesome. Alas, I had to make the journey myself. Did you know this creature was not completely dead, that it was still alive? What nonsense! Qin Yan's face displayed disbelief. Even the giant eagle lowered its gaze to inspect its claws. The Taisher Mo Xiang had been grasped by the giant eagle all the way here, riddled with holes, and exuding no breath of life, clearly dead beyond doubt. Since you have eradicated many of these creatures, you must have collected some energy crystal cores. Let us test one to find out. Very well, let us try. With that, he produced a crystal core that had erupted from the Taisher Mo Xiang and tossed it onto the carcass. This was Qin Yan's first encounter with such a peculiar entity. Recalling the vast numbers he had seen, he feared the potential consequences if they could not be eradicated in one go. Indeed, the crystal core dissolved at a visible pace, absorbed by the carcass. This core became the new energy nucleus of the Taisher Mo Xiang. Subsequently, a layer of stone began to shed from the surface, rendering its body smooth. The holes previously inflicted by the giant eagle healed unknowingly. By the heavens! Even with Qin Yan's composure, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In recent days, the Beastmaster Association had been issuing missions to eradicate these creatures outside the city. Aside from Qin Yan, many gold and silver rank teams had also mobilized to eliminate the beasts. The completion criteria for these tasks were based on the energy crystal cores collected. Consequently, nearly everyone had only extracted the cores, leaving the Taisher Mo Xiang's carcasses abandoned in the wild. After all, being entirely composed of stone, they held little value. Now, discovering that this creature was not completely dead and could absorb energy to revive itself was a revelation. What did this imply? It suggested that Qin Yan might have to work overtime. I must hurry back to inform those youngsters. Otherwise, I shall be troubled next month. With that, Qin Yan prepared to depart. By the way, this creature cannot be left behind. As he spoke, the giant eagle swiftly extracted the Taisher Mo Xiang, its newly formed energy core rolling to Lin Schwan's feet. Curse this troublesome creature for not allowing me a moment's peace. I shall transfer the funds for the courtyard repairs to you once I am done. Qin Yan leapt onto the eagle's back and took off. By the look of it, he genuinely intended to leave the city. Originally, he had intended to pay a visit to Lan Lan, but now he had lost the inclination. Lin Schwan scratched his nose, sensing that Qin Lao was indirectly reprimanding him. Nevertheless, who could argue with the financial benefactor? Lin Schwan then picked up the energy core from the ground and merrily approached the Taisher Mo Xiang. He reached out to feel it. To his astonishment, it was still alive. Lin Schwan surmised that only by completely dismembering this creature could it be considered truly dead. He sent a message to Qin Yan regarding this discovery, but the reply was merely a single character. Lin Schwan, feeling disinterested, deleted the message without a second thought. Killing this creature outright seemed somewhat wasteful. Observing the Taisher Mo Xiang, Lin Schwan's mind brimmed with ideas. After contemplating for a moment, he formulated a plan. He then tossed the Taisher Mo Xiang into the corner and entered the house. This creature, without a substantial influx of energy. Would require at least 2 to 3 months to absorb enough energy to revive itself. He opened the box that Lao Qin had given him, which contained 2 types of potions, 3 vials each, 2 primary spirit stones, and a complete beast crystal core. The potions and spirit stones were promised to Lin Xuan, while the crystal core had been mentioned as uncertain. Counting the one he had just utilized on the Taisher Mo Xiang, he effectively received 2 beast crystal cores, far exceeding the initial promise. An elite-level beast crystal core held a value that rivaled the combined worth of the potions and spirit stones. As he pondered this, Lin Xuan could not help but shake his head. The debt of gratitude was growing ever larger. Had it been a mere transaction, he would not have felt any emotional fluctuation. What troubled him was this overwhelming generosity that surpassed the bounds of trade. No matter the quantity, it constituted a favor. A favor must be remembered. After absorbing the potions and spirit stones, Lin Xuan was rewarded with 10 energy fruits and 3 skill fruits. Presently, he had nearly 50 energy fruits remaining, sufficient to elevate the old black to Heidi Ba Xing. He still possessed a considerable number of red skill fruits, primarily from classes that offered little opportunity for gain. However, he found himself severely lacking in yellow enhancement fruits, which could only be matured through daily cultivation or by using beast flesh for hastening, leaving Lin Xuan to gaze helplessly at a dozen skills, living a life of scarcity, advancing only 1 skill level per day. Who could understand such hardship? After much effort, the 3 skill fruits he had managed to save were promptly given to the old black to enhance the newly acquired skill. Single target taunt 4 active. Forces a single target within a 5-meter radius, not exceeding 1 rank above oneself, to perform a standard attack on oneself, lasting 5 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. This ability compensates for the shortcomings of Lao Hei. As a tank with tough skin and ample health, one must stack the thickest armor and endure the fiercest blows. What if others refrain from attacking? Lin Xuan pondered this dilemma and naturally found a solution, which brings to mind the legendary skill from the martial world. You come here. Once those 4 words are uttered, who could possibly resist? Lin Xuan had originally prepared himself for a physical confrontation, but just as he was about to doze off, an opportunity presented itself. With the taunt skill, securing the position of class leader became almost certain. Lin Xuan could vividly envision the expression of the beast tamer as he faced Lao Hei, teetering between ecstasy and despair. He chuckled ominously. Within the villa, an unsettling cackle echoed intermittently. Meanwhile, in the Yi family villa, Captain Wang Meng, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, anxiously observed the opposite side. With a cry from the Eagle King, even without summoning their respective beasts, they could sense the tremors of the beasts within the tamer space. This was the essence of being a monarch level. Wang Ming muttered to himself, nearing 40 and yet only a golden 2-star. It seemed unlikely he would ever reach diamond level in this lifetime. Boss, who was that person earlier? That beastly aura feels eerily familiar, inquired Qin Yin after the departure of his superior, daring to voice his curiosity. The chairman of the Beast Tamer Association's District 81, Old Qin, Diamond 7-star. Wang Ming replied quietly, recalling a few past encounters while following the family head of the Yi clan. Diamond, 7-star. The subordinates behind him swallowed hard. Boss, didn't you intend to take action? They VE called for reinforcements. Nonsense, don't speak recklessly. Do you wish for my demise? Besides, Old Qin has already left. It's certainly isn't due to this matter. Wang Ming wiped the fine sheen of sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of relief. He then bellowed, continue the patrols. Until the courtyard is repaired, we will double the patrol personnel and operate in shifts around the clock. A chorus of lamentations arose from the subordinates. Yet none dared to oppose him, nor could they voice their grievances against Lin Xuan, the instigator of the courtyard's destruction. Chapter 24. Class examination commences. As the month draws to a close, the eagerly anticipated class examination takes place today. Students, the rules remain unchanged. Please come forward to collect a number from me. The screen will randomly assign your opponents shortly, ensuring absolute fairness and transparency, announced Du Yong, holding a tablet and a collection of number tags within the training hall. Additionally, those unwilling to participate will automatically be ranked last. After Du Yong's proclamation, many students glanced toward Yi Yao, and subsequently, the majority approached to retrieve their respective numbers. Lin Xuan received number 24. Apart from Yi Yao, a few girls also abstained from participation, as their beasts lacked combat prowess, being either ornamental or purely supportive in nature. Supportive beasts might struggle in one-on-one combat, but could prove advantageous in the high-stakes examination that assesses overall capability. Lin bro, what are your plans? Are you going after Yin Hao? Inquired the chubby Su Daji in a low voice. Absolutely. Anyone daring to snatch my rewards will be crushed. Fatty, what does your family do? After half a month of familiarity, Lin Schwan had grown accustomed to this fellow's incessant presence. He could distinctly observe the rapid expansion of Su Daji's physique. What kind of family can sustain your appetite? We sell meat. What is wrong with that? Lin Schwan casually asked. Of course, it's fresh. All the meat is delivered shortly after the beasts are slain. Oh, beast meat, then there is no issue. Otherwise, ordinary meat holds little value and can't fetch a good price. Lin Schwan cast another glance at Su Daji, realizing why he had ballooned. It's essential to note that beast tamers, having undergone physical enhancement, automatically burn off excess fat. Common illnesses that might afflict ordinary individuals pose no threat to beast tamers. Thus, becoming overweight is not a simple endeavor. This lad's strength may not have increased, but his weight certainly has, all because he consumes beast meat daily. How does your family sell the meat? Lin Schwan thought to himself, needing beast blood and flesh, uncertain of the pricing. The meat of extraordinary and elite beasts ranges from several hundred to several thousand per pound. Brother, what type of meat do you wish to eat? I can send you 10 pounds. I recommend the meat of the pink-haired rabbit. It's delectable, whether braised, stir-fried, or marinated. As soon as food was mentioned, the chubby boy became loquacious. Enough. You're making my mouth water. Lin Schwan urged him to cease. Pink-haired rabbit? Lin Schwan glanced at a girl. Noticing her beast was indeed one. No wonder this chubby fellow frequently glanced in that direction. He assumed the boy had developed a crush. But it turns out he was mistaken. Lin Schwan felt he needed a significant amount of beast meat, as all those skills awaiting enhancement were akin to a bottomless pit. It was unthinkable to ask old Qin to foot the bill. This was a matter that could not be discussed. Lin Schwan had to devise his own solutions. Currently, his greatest reliance lay in the golden tree and its fruits. However, these resources were not suitable for direct sale, and Lin Schwan needed to strategize. The Beast Tamer High School was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Even among the least capable trio of beast tamers, there were numerous affluent second-generation heirs, albeit with somewhat lacking innate abilities. Nevertheless, even those with poor talent could thrive, supported by the fortunes of their predecessors, nurturing a glimmer of hope for continued prosperity. Ordinary students must either rely on hard work or mutations. As he contemplated, the arena for the competition was prepared, and the first group had taken the stage. One contender was Zhao Hu, a member of Yin Hao's team, while the other was a boy named Sun Wang, who typically lacked presence and wielded an ice wolf as his beast. Beast, Ice Wolf, Extraordinary 6-star. Skills: 1. Pounce and bite. 6. Active, accelerates toward the target, attacking with claws and teeth in succession, causing tearing and bleeding damage. 2. Cold Path. 1. Passive, leaves a layer of icy surface behind while moving. Duration: 10 seconds. Speed increases by 10 while walking on the ice. Potential: Elite 9-star. Lin Schwan found both skills unnecessary to imprint, especially considering Cold Path was a commendable control skill. But given Lao Hei's speed, it was best left aside. Nonetheless, Lin Schwan believed Sun Wang had misallocated his skill points for the Ice Wolf. At the very least, Cold Path should be leveled up several times. Standing opposite each other, Sun Wang and Zhao Hu displayed a clear disparity in momentum. Sun Wang was acutely aware of Zhao Hu's prowess, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. Ready, go? With Du Yong's command, the two began their summoning. The summoning circles appeared simultaneously before them, progressing at nearly the same rate. However, Zhao Hu was a fraction faster. A fiery red lizard materialized on stage. Toxic Fire Lizard. Old Zhao is quick. Fireball charge. Zhao Hu wasted no time, already preparing his skill. The instant the Ice Wolf manifested, he commanded, fire. A basketball-sized fireball erupted from the Toxic Fire Lizard's maw, hurtling towards the Ice Wolf. Ice Wolf dodge. Sun Wang urgently ordered. In mere fractions of a second, the Ice Wolf narrowly evaded, sustaining only a slight graze of its fur. The fireball detonated against the energy shield at the edge of the arena, erupting into a dazzling display. The Ice Wolf circled the arena, searching for an opportunity. Sun Wang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, silently strategizing. Although he recognized he was no match for Zhao Hu, he did not wish to be the first to be eliminated. What are you struggling for? Zhao Hu scoffed. Everyone is already well aware of the situation. No matter how much one struggles, victory is unattainable. If you wish to play, then let us indulge in this game. For the next 2 minutes, Zhao Hu refrains from launching any attacks, merely observing the Ice Wolf's performance. At this moment, the arena is predominantly covered in ice, granting the Ice Wolf a significant speed advantage. Sun Wang realizes that time is of the essence. The Ice Wolf's stamina is dwindling rapidly. Now is the moment. The Ice Wolf seizes Zhao Hu's exposed weakness, launching an assault from the blind spot of the Poison Fire Lizard's vision. Its claws pierce through the lizard's carapace, and the Ice Wolf prepares to sink its teeth into its throat. Success. Sun Wang cannot help but feel elated. Just then, A fiery shield ignites around the poison fire lizard, capable of withstanding a portion of the assault. However, that is of little concern. The ice wolf will soon breach it, provided it avoids the incoming fireballs. Sun Wang is also well aware of the poison fire lizard's abilities. The fiery shield is passive, triggered upon the first hit. A scenario Sun Wang anticipated. Now, it remains to be seen whether the ice wolf can shatter the shield first, or if the lizard's fireball will strike true. Currently, the ice wolf holds a considerable advantage, positioned on the lizard's back. You truly dare. Zhao Hu decides to plunge his opponent into despair, aiming to conclude this farce. Poison fire lizard, send it flying. As the ice wolf is about to sink its teeth into the lizard's neck, it suddenly experiences excruciating pain in its waist, and the entire wolf is hurled away, crashing against the barrier, lifeless. What on earth? What just happened? How did the ice wolf get thrown out? Wasn't it in a position of power? Below, the students murmur among themselves. Sun Wang's face pales. He hastily withdraws the ice wolf into the beast space, realizing its injuries are severe and it will require a month of recovery. You, such ruthless hands. Sun Wang glares at Zhao Hu, seething with rage. It sounds as though you had no intention of holding back. A single fireball could have sent you packing. I was merely indulging you. With that, Zhao Hu strides towards the audience. Has your beast comprehended a new skill? Sun Wang gestures towards Zhao Hu, voicing the sentiments of most students. Haha, guess for yourself. This second place reward is reserved for me, Zhao Hu. Chapter 25. Lao Hei's debut. 2 deceitful characters. Quite intriguing. Lin Chuan strokes his chin, reflecting on the recent match with interest. Initially anticipated to be a clash of 2 novices, it has unexpectedly yielded such vibrant displays. It serves as a reminder for Lin Chuan that while his own strength may steadily increase, one cannot dismiss the occasional explosive growth of others. Brother Lin, did you see clearly? What kind of potent medicine did Zhao Hu consume to grasp a new skill? Su Daji's expression is one of discontent. Previously, the gap between Zhao Hu and him was negligible, a matter of equal standing. Ever since this trickster joined Yin Hao's group, not only has he surpassed Su in level, but he has also acquired a new skill. Now, his iron-armored beast likely pales in comparison. It seems evident that the lizard's tail struck the ice wolf multiple times in rapid succession, incapacitating it. If you encounter it, take caution. Conceding might be your best option. I understand. The upcoming matches lack excitement. Most involve singular skills, and a single misstep results in disqualification, waiting for cooldowns. After 4 or 5 rounds, it is finally Lin Chuan's turn. Next up, number 24, Lin Chuan, versus number 19, Zhou Ming. Step up. Zhou Ming, a name unfamiliar to Lin Chuan. However, recognizing that he hails from Yin Hao's faction, Lin Chuan understands the implications. Brother, this fellow is quite cunning. Be careful. The chubby boy whispers a warning. No worries. With that, Lin Chuan ascends to the stage. On stage, Zhou Ming squints his triangular eyes, fixated on Lin Chuan. Kid, you are quite arrogant to disregard our young Master Yin. Always mentioning young Master Yin. Is he your father? Lin Chuan can hardly be bothered to engage in pleasantries. You will regret this. Zhou Ming's gaze darkens, but he refrains from further words. Let the match commence. Du Yong issues the command. 5 seconds pass. The stage is silent. What? Is my voice too soft? Du Yong wonders aloud. I said let it begin. Du Yong bellows. I'll let you go first. Lin Chuan states directly. No. You should go first. Zhou Ming retorts, eyes narrowed. The two engage in a polite exchange, creating an appearance of camaraderie. The students below are left questioning their reality. What is happening? Is there no urgency to take the initiative? Are they truly on good terms? Look at Zhou Ming, leering at Lin Chuan. Perhaps he has ulterior motives. What are you two up to? If you don't summon your beast soon, you'll be disqualified. Du Yong can no longer contain himself, bellowing. Lin Chuan has no choice but to begin summoning. This scenario deviates from his expectations, yet the issue remains manageable. The thrill diminishes without a surprise. It is better to conclude this swiftly. Lao Hei, prepare yourself. Come forth. Lin Chuan's summons are instantaneous, and he ultimately summons first. A massive shadow appears above the arena, then plummets downward. Boom. The arena kicks up a cloud of dust, the surface dented slightly. What in the world? The entire faculty and student body are collectively astonished. The arena is merely 10 meters by 10 meters, and this creature occupies more than half of it. A colossal turtle, nearly 6 meters in diameter, emerges before their eyes. Even when lying flat, its shell towers over a person. You are summoning too? What are you waiting for? I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Lin Chuan's leisurely tone brings everyone back to reality. Lin Chuan is pleased with the reactions from the crowd. Thankfully, last night, on a whim, he upgraded the skill, Flexible Growth, to level 3, allowing for a size increase or decrease of 200. This was intended for Lao Hei's grand debut. The impact of the dramatic entrance is excellent, but it fails to maximize its practical value, leaving Lin Chuan dissatisfied. Oh, right, we are still in a competition. Zhou Ming's face contorts with discomfort, as if he has ingested something foul. With no alternative, he summons his own beast. A three-eyed spider, roughly 1 meter in size, appears, dwarfing in comparison to the giant turtle. Zhou Ming had originally planned to let his opponent summon first, then unleash the spider for a surprise attack from above. The spider would ensnare the opponent with webs and inject venom in one seamless motion, a tactic he had successfully executed several times before. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan had a similar scheme in mind, intending to execute a straightforward and powerful strike. Zhou Ming gazes at the giant turtle, realizing the futility of his stealth approach. The spider's web is less than half the size of the turtle's shell. Reflecting on Lin Chuan's previous victories sends a shiver down Zhou Ming's spine. That was a close call. He almost followed in Huang Wei's footsteps. This cunning trickster. If Lin Chuan succeeds, his spider would likely be obliterated instantly, leaving no time for rescue. The death of a beast results in devastating consequences for its master, potentially impairing their ability to recover and significantly diminishing future potential. In severe cases, what once held promise for diamond rank may stagnate at the pinnacle of gold. Upon seeing the three-eyed spider, Lin Chuan deduces that this trickster harbors no good intentions, merely planning to employ underhanded tactics. Below the arena, Su Daji exclaims with excitement. I told you, the Taishan Crush tactic is theoretically viable. If it weren't for the teacher compelling Lin Chuan to summon first, he would have undoubtedly employed it. He casts a knowing glance at Du Yong. Damn, the chubby Du Yong's expression reflects his discomfort. He plans to schedule extra training sessions for Su Daji next month. Who would have thought Lin Chuan's turtle could grow so large? This is clearly abnormal. During training yesterday, it was only 2 meters wide. And Lin Chuan had been proudly parading around the arena, as usual. Their beasts can increase in size. Can yours? You are supposed to be enlarging your beast, not yourself. Du Yong reprimanded Su Daji briefly before returning his attention to the arena. This Lin Chuan truly cannot be treated with ordinary perceptions. I should inquire with the principal about the origins of this young man. As of now, Du Yong only knew that Lin Chuan was a Heidi 6-star, a fact he discerned himself. All other talents and past experiences remained a mystery. In the girls' resting area, Yi Yao initially paid little attention to the competition, believing that the outcome would not concern her, and approaching would only make her a laughingstock. However, the massive turtle astonished her. How large? Had such a creature fallen into the courtyard back then, it would not merely have damaged the courtyard wall. The entire villa might have become a hazardous ruin. Is this Lin Chuan's secret? In the future, he might indeed have a chance. Yi Yao smiled slightly, offering a moment of silence for Lin Chuan's opponent, while a glimmer of anticipation crossed her eyes. Why don't you make a move? I am a defensive type. I cannot be the one to strike, Lin Chuan finally spoke, growing impatient. Is this fellow only capable of ambushing? Does he not know how to engage in fair competition? Zhou Ming felt a surge of frustration. With such a thick shell, even his spider fangs could not penetrate it. Attacking the head? Not to mention that the head was also protected by a rocky shell. It is well known that turtles can retract into their shells. I am contemplating tactics, Zhou Ming asserted. What are you contemplating? Some classmates expressed their displeasure. There were many waiting behind them. If this stalemate continued, they could play all day. Everyone else was engaging earnestly. Why should he waste time? Zhou Ming, you should initiate an attack to test the waters. On the sidelines, Yan Hao also signaled Zhou Ming. Lin Chuan's sudden appearance of the giant turtle had genuinely surprised him. Even a defensive beast was indeed daunting. Fortunately, Zhou Ming had been prompted to use this trump card early. Had he been the one to face Lin Chuan first, he might have been caught off guard. Reluctantly, Zhou Ming complied with Yan Hao's command and sent the spider to test an attack. The three-eyed spider, with its stingers poised for offense, hesitated as it contemplated the enormity and hardness of its target. Nevertheless, it was bound to execute its master's command immediately, overcoming its instinctual fear. The spider, armed with weapons all over its body, with fangs like daggers and legs that resembled sharpened arrows, shimmered ominously as it swiftly approached the black turtle, aiming its toes at its eyes. With the hardened armor, already activated, now at level 6, it could enhance physical defense by 35. Coupled with the passive effect of rock armor, its entire body was enveloped in a layer of stone-like scales. The turtle merely shook its head, dismissively knocking a piece of stone off its forehead. The spider continued to attack, yet the turtle remained on the defensive. This was feasible. Zhou Ming felt invigorated. It seemed that the turtle was merely intimidating in size. It is well known that defensive beasts have little in the way of offensive capabilities in their early stages. Furthermore, being a turtle, aside from its high defense and thick health, it was notoriously slow, ranking among the weakest in defensive beasts. Many students below recognized this fact as well. What a letdown. It seems defensive types ultimately have their limitations. Damn, I almost fell for his ruse. But it's impressive, the chubby boy remarked timidly. He would prefer to possess such a large beast, as it suited his physique perfectly. Meanwhile, Lin Schwan, through the turtle's interactions, gleaned information about the spider. Beast, three-eyed spider, extraordinary 7-star. Skills, corrosive venom Fong 7. Active, injects venom to inflict continuous toxic damage, and increases damage dealt to poison targets by 35. Toxic affinity 1. Passive, immune to toxin damage from beasts within 3 stars of its own rank. Barrier-breaking spirit eye, racial passive, unaffected by fog terrain and illusions. Potential, Commander 5-star. This beast is quite exceptional, particularly the last racial passive skill, barrier-breaking spirit eye, which is invaluable for wilderness and secret realm explorations. Many teams specifically cultivate such talents. Unfortunately, barrier-breaking spirit eye cannot be inscribed, as it is a racial skill. Lin Schwan speculated that it was inherently tied to the additional eye. However, toxic affinity could indeed be inscribed, and Lin Schwan welcomed this opportunity. It is exceedingly gratifying to exploit the weaknesses of one's adversaries. The turtle, Lao Hei, was becoming increasingly agitated, emitting thoughts of irritation. Had Lin Schwan not instructed him to remain still, he would have likely crushed the spider underfoot by now. Who said that the weight of a mountain could only be employed through ambush? Without ambush, it could still obliterate. However, Lin Schwan had no intention of revealing his capabilities so soon. It was reasonable for the turtle to grow larger, but could it suddenly fly? That would surely raise suspicions. As Zhou Ming cautiously advanced, he engaged in a battle of wits with the air, remaining vigilant against Lin Schwan's potential ambush. Yet, Lin Schwan remained inactive. Gradually, Zhou Ming grew bolder, daring to allow the spider to leap onto Lao Hei's back in search of an opportunity to use its venomous fangs. How audacious! If you wish to bite, then bite to your heart's content. Lao Hei activated a taunt, increasing his speed. Instantly, the skill was unleashed. The three-eyed spider, pondering where to strike, suddenly perceived a blinding flash. This turtle shell bore an uncanny resemblance to its father's murderer, even though it did not know who its father was. Regardless, a wave of intense hatred consumed its mind. Its eyes turned red, mouth agape, revealing its sharp fangs. Then, with all its might, it lunged at the turtle shell. Crack! The fangs shattered. A collective gasp arose from the audience, as if their own teeth had begun to ache. But this was not the end. With its fangs broken, the spider resorted to using its toes to stab. Soon, the sound of metallic clinking echoed, reminiscent of needles striking iron. 2 seconds later, a series of crisp cracking noises ensued. 8 legs were nearly broken. This transpired in merely 3 seconds, with 2 seconds remaining. Zhou Ming, who had been brimming with confidence just moments ago, now realized the situation and hurriedly called back the spider. If he delayed any longer, it would have continued its reckless assault against the turtle shell, becoming the first beast in history to commit suicide during a competition. Zhou Ming conceded defeat, his face pale and despondent as he retreated to his position. Along the way, classmates instinctively parted to give him passage. Truly ruthless, Zhou Ming. Indeed, it is quite harsh. My teeth are starting to ache, Huang Wei remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Ming, you did enough. There was no need for such extremes, Yan Hao consoled him, patting Zhou Ming's shoulder. He merely wanted Zhou Ming to gauge Lin Schwan's capabilities, and now it had escalated to this point. Indeed, they had discovered something. The turtle shell was genuinely formidable. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words, his mind a chaotic jumble. What had begun as a routine encounter had turned into a frenzy of suicidal attacks from the spider, which seemed to act independently without utilizing its skills. The only thoughts conveyed from the three-eyed spider were of vengeance and hatred. Damn it, the desire for vengeance is understandable. But what is this absurd notion of a romantic rivalry? From the moment of its birth, it had been bound by a contract. It had never encountered any other three-eyed spiders. Moreover, it was a female spider. Zhou Ming felt on the verge of madness. With his beast now dormant, he too was affected, requiring recuperation. In the end, he still advised Yan Xiao, that fellow is no ordinary adversary. Be cautious. I suspect he has employed some underhanded tactics. I have my own plans. When the time comes, I shall remotely exhaust him. Moreover, his turtle is likely of the water attribute, which naturally puts him at a disadvantage against me. Who would engage in close combat with such a massive turtle? That would be sheer folly. Zhou Ming. Huang Wei. Chapter 27. How can one gain weight? On another front, Lin Schwan disdainfully withdrew Lao Hei, who was smeared with a considerable amount of dark green blood from the three-eyed spider. He would have to place it in the pool for a soak upon returning. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with the practical effects of taunting and counter damage. The sheer force of their collision was enough to leave the spider reeling. Coupled with a 50-point damage rebound, and considering the spider's low defenses, it was akin to an egg striking a rock. One hit, and it shatters. When the opponent delivered a punch, they only ended up injuring themselves even more. As Lao Hei triumphed, a flicker of purple flashed in his consciousness space, signaling that the evolution fruit had finally stirred to life, a promising start that brought Lin Schwan immense satisfaction. Calmly, he approached the stage. Greeted by the complex gazes of his classmates, astonishment, fear, and joy mingled in their expressions. Du Yong's eyes were particularly intricate. Initially, he thought Lin Schwan was merely coasting through, only to discover he was a hidden powerhouse. Either he refrains from striking, or when he does, it is with lethal intent. Having witnessed Lin Schwan's recent outrageous maneuvers and refusal to partake in the arranged offensive and defensive training, Du Yong realized everything had been a ruse to deceive his opponents, especially Yan Hao and the like, for he knew Lin Schwan's aim was to claim the top spot. Such tenacity, such restraint, and such cunning caused Du Yong to feel a wave of dread. Fortunately, he had not crossed Lin Schwan. Subsequently, a surge of joy struck him. With Lin Schwan and Yan Hao, could this year see the rise of the beast masters from Sanzhong? He contemplated inviting the principal to observe the afternoon's match. Perhaps, if the principal was pleased, a salary increase could follow. It was fortunate that Lin Schwan remained unaware of Du Yong's convoluted assessment of him. Otherwise, he would have remarked, "Teacher, you are overthinking it." Especially regarding that peculiar training method, hanging a sandbag for Lao Hei to ram into? Was that not utterly absurd? Achoo! Su Daji suddenly sneezed. He had caught a cold, which was unexpected. In the morning, everyone had undergone a round of matches, narrowing down to 12 individuals for the next round. To Lin Schwan's surprise, the chubby boy had also advanced. This was largely due to his iron armor beast possessing a headlock skill. Unless the opponent could fly, it was at least a trade-off. Unfortunately for his adversary, who was rather unfortunate, it was a feline beastmaster, and no amount of speed could save him. Not wishing for his beast to be harmed, the opponent surrendered. On Yan Hao's side, apart from Zhou Ming, the other three had advanced. In particular, Yin Ritian did not even need to step into the arena. When the teacher announced the matchup, his opponent promptly surrendered. He certainly basked in the glory of that moment. Lin Schwan felt quite displeased. He, too, needed to have such a moment of prestige. In the cafeteria, Lin Schwan gazed at the array of dishes laid out on the table, feeling somewhat speechless. Noticing Su Daji about to grab more, Lin Schwan quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "That's enough. We have more than enough here. Besides, could you please fetch some vegetables? It's all meat, and it's too greasy." "Oh, all right." With that, Su Daji scampered off to the vegetarian section to gather several plates of greens. "Brother Lin, the vegetables are free. I tried to pay, but the lady wouldn't accept." As Su Daji spoke, he settled across from Lin Schwan, casually picking up a pork knuckle to gnaw on. Lin Schwan realized that although this fellow was dining in the cafeteria, it bore little difference from eating out. The cafeteria offered free vegetarian and limited meat dishes for balanced nutrition, but for a decent meal, one must spend money. This chubby boy had not visited the vegetarian section since school began. Originally, Lin Schwan thought he could just have a few bites, but Su Daji insisted on dragging him along. Unable to resist, Lin Schwan acquiesced to let him treat him. "Is there something you want since you're being so nice?" "Not at all." "Really? Isn't this just a pre-celebration for Brother Lin's South triumphant first place?" "Hee. And also what?" Lin Schwan sensed that this lad was holding something back. "It's about what your beast eats to grow so large. I also want my beast to become bigger." Lin Schwan nearly choked on his food. Here he thought the other wished to uncover the secret behind his remarkable prowess, only to find it was merely this. Ironically, he couldn't even impart that knowledge. "Your family must run a butcher shop. How should I know what to feed you to gain weight? Just look at yourself, and you'll understand." Lin Schwan waved his hand dismissively. "My beast growing larger is due to a skill. It shrinks back after use." "Is that so?" Su Daji's face fell. "Sigh, how can I gain weight? While I'm at it, may I ask why you are so formidable? I have a hunch you could easily crush Yan Hao. Poor rely on mutations, while the wealthy depend on technology. What do you think?" "I think you rely on being bizarre." "Goodness." Lin Schwan chuckled at the jest, then began his meal. "Brother Lin, honestly, I feel as if you grow stronger every day. Is there a secret you could share?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient, then never mind." Su Daji could not perceive Lin Schwan's star level and attributes. It was merely an instinctive feeling, along with the aura Lin Schwan exuded. His intuition was not unfounded, beyond leveling up. The skills learned and upgraded undoubtedly also enhanced Lin Schwan's attributes. To put it simply, Lin Schwan's physical prowess, particularly in terms of resilience, was indeed formidable. "Let us discuss this after the exams. By then, perhaps I will also have something I need your assistance with." "Absolutely, Brother Lin. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I, Su Daji, will surely comply." The chubby boy patted his chest in assurance. "All right, let us eat." In the afternoon, the exam venue shifted to the school's largest battle arena, measuring a staggering 100 by 100 meters. Such an arrangement naturally attracted students from other classes to come and watch. This venue has not been utilized in quite some time. What is the occasion today? Many students wondered. Could it be a teacher's match? Perhaps. Teacher Du, is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a monthly exam? From the stands. Lan Lan looked puzzled and turned to Du Yong. Principal, it is absolutely necessary. You will understand in due course, Du Yong teased. At that moment, Lan Lan's attention shifted to Lin Schwan below. He is already at 6 stars. Quite impressive. Is the principal referring to Lin Schwan? Du Yong inquired. Indeed. Principal, what is Lin Schwan's talent? It seems rather unusual. Du Yong seized the opportunity to inquire. His talent is exceptional growth. It awakened not long ago. So his leveling speed will be somewhat rapid. You need not be overly astonished, Lan Lan explained coolly. Is that so? Du Yong murmured to himself. He did not wish to be surprised. Yet Lin Schwan's performance was becoming increasingly explosive. By the way, how has he performed? A defensive beastmaster should have limited opportunities to shine, right? Lan Lan speculated, assuming Lin Schwan had likely been eliminated. Actually, he has also advanced to the next round. The principal can see for himself. Du Yong struggled to find the right words. It seemed best for the principal to witness it firsthand. Can a defensive type also advance? Truly, this generation is lacking, Lan Lan frowned, her gaze fixed below, remaining silent. The second round of matches commenced. In the first match, contestant 24 faced contestant 27. Coincidentally, contestant 27 was Su Daji. There was no escaping it. The matches were randomly assigned. Brother Lin. The chubby boy's expression soured. To have him face Lin Schwan is simply asking for punishment. Surrounding classmates could not help but erupt in laughter at his misfortune. Go on, Xiaopeng. Exchange one life for a hair with Lin Schwan, haha. Where's the hair? Chapter 28. Fire Breath. Old Hei charred black. Teacher, I concede, Su Daji shouted loudly. No student was surprised by this outcome. This chubby boy has a good relationship with Lin Schwan, right? Lan Lan inquired. I suppose so. Lin Schwan isn't fond of interacting with classmates, but Su Daji seems to be one of the few he gets along with. Du Yong nodded in agreement. No wonder. Lin Schwan seems fortunate to have a chance to enter the top 3. In Lan Lan's view, as long as Lin Schwan manages to win another round by sheer luck, he will make it to the top 3, although she felt the odds were slim. Subsequently, only 4 rounds of battles were conducted before the top 6 were determined. Yin Hao's opponent surrendered without suspense. He already has 8 stars. Yin Hao. Lan Lan displayed a satisfied expression. Very good, Teacher Du. I will raise your salary next month. Haha. Lan Lan believed that Du Yong had brought her here for this reason. Thank the principal for that. Although Du Yong primarily wanted the principal to observe Lin Schwan. The goal was achieved, and he offered no further explanation. Everyone took a half-hour break to prepare for the third round. The 6 individuals entering the third round were already considered the elite of the school. Apart from Lin Schwan, who had only 6 stars, the others all had 7 stars, with Yin Hao even boasting 8 stars. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would have guaranteed admission to university, and with some effort, they might even attend a prestigious institution. Principal, how are the other classes performing? Are there any outstanding students? Du Yong inquired cautiously as he observed the students below. Alas, most of them only have 4 or 5 stars, Lan Lan sighed, and chose not to elaborate further. The principle of providing education for all, ensuring that even students with lesser talents have opportunities for learning, was something he firmly believed in, and Lan Lan would continue to uphold this belief. The third round had already seen 2 matches. Among them, Zhao Hu and a girl named Luo Shuiyun advanced. At this moment, many spectators wore expressions of amusement. In the next match, only Lin Schwan and Yin Hao remained. Having eliminated Zhou Ming, Lin Schwan had already displayed the strength to be in the top 3, yet unexpectedly faced Yin Hao directly. No one believed Yin Hao would lose. Even Du Yong merely hoped Lin Schwan would perform well and make an impression on the principal. It's a pity for Lin Schwan. He initially had a chance for the top 3. This sentiment echoed among most classmates. But at least he can make it to the top 5. Isn't the reward the same for ranks 3 to 5? Is it really the same? The top 3 sounds much more appealing. TCH. On the arena, Lin Schwan and Yin Hao stood on their respective platforms, their gazes filled with fighting spirit. Or at least that is how it appeared to others. Watch me take you down today. The two shared a tacit understanding, both harboring identical thoughts. Their eyes were sharp. Damn, how can you see me from so far away? Speaking of which, ever since the end of the first year's finals, Yin Hao has rarely fought in school battles. Indeed, a bunch of weaklings who don't even dare to summon their beasts and surrender. As if you're any different. I'm a support type. What is wrong with surrendering? Unlike you, who has the guts to challenge? Come on, who is afraid? No summoning beasts, it's a real fight. Get lost, muscle man. Let us begin, Du Yong announced simply, saying no more. This 100-meter arena was ample for both to showcase their abilities. As for Lin Chuan's tactic of a surprise attack from a distance, it was naturally unfeasible. He couldn't summon Old Hei from that far away. Moreover, the arena was vast, and with the opponent on guard, it would be futile. However, Lin Chuan didn't intend to use that strategy anyway. In this battle, he aimed to defeat him in a straightforward manner. After all, the principal was watching. Old Hei, it's time to work. In the next moment, a shadow smashed onto the arena. The entrance was still explosive. What on earth is that? The students from other classes stared dumbfounded at the colossal beast on the arena. Speechless, the students from Class 1, however, remained much calmer, as Lin Chuan had long raised their threshold of astonishment. It's not unusual for a beast to be larger, right? One Class 1 student remarked nonchalantly. Is this just a size issue? Do you think I haven't seen a turtle before? No wonder he can battle Yin Hao. He truly has something up his sleeve. Class 1, indeed a prestigious class. Consequently, as other students glanced at the members of Class 1, they did so with a hint of reverence. Before the students could finish their discussions, another loud noise drew everyone's attention to the other side. Roar, accompanied by a growl. Yin Hao's lava giant was summoned onto the scene. The lava giant stood 3 meters tall, composed entirely of scorched, black-red stones, with magma erupting from various cracks in its body. In terms of entrance explosiveness, the lava giant was no less impressive than Old Hei. Impressive. This sense of pressure reminds me of the fear I experienced 2 years ago. Indeed, the last time I saw it, it was only 2 meters tall. A black iron 5-star at best. Now I'm black iron 6-star, and this guy has already reached 8 stars, damn. So, the stronger it is, the bigger it becomes. What do you mean by bigger? The beast, of course, what else could it be? Lin Chuan, I know your strategy. Don't worry. I want to engage in close combat with you. The advantage is mine in this battle. Yin Hao gazed at his beast, filled with confidence. The two stood 100 meters apart, and there were devices that amplified their voices. After all, what is a competition without some trash talk? Go ahead. I've said I'd beat you up. I've delayed long enough. Today I will collect some interest, Lin Chuan said casually, as he dug at his ears. Arrogant. Don't engage in close combat. Just use ranged attacks to wear him down. Yin Hao secretly commanded the lava giant. The lava giant then strode to within 20 meters of Old Hei. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted from the mouth of the lava giant, engulfing the entire area where Old Hei stood. The fire breath was unleashed. With such a wide range, evasion was impossible. How could you dodge? You're overestimating the turtle's speed. It's so hot. At that moment, the arena felt like a furnace, radiating heat. The surrounding students began to sweat profusely, moving away from the heat. Old Hei, how are you? Lin Chuan wondered anxiously. He was somewhat concerned that Old Hei might get roasted. Roasting a turtle isn't appetizing. Soup is much more delicious. Warm and cozy, Old Hei communicated a sense of enjoyment. Damn, the scene resembled a still painting. One side featured the lava giant spewing flames like a deity, while the other side showcased Old Hei, charred black, though he was already quite dark to begin with. The skill lasted for several seconds before concluding. Many students could no longer bear to watch. It's charred to a crisp. What is there to see? Chapter 29, An Explosive Victory. What a disaster. Too tragic. The skill finally ceased. It turned out this ability could last for several seconds. Back then, I surrendered after enduring just 2 seconds. You actually faced Yin Hao head-on. I respect you for being a man. But what about this guy? He endured the entire skill. Right. Why didn't he recall his beast? This was the shared thought of everyone. No one believed that after several seconds of burning, Old Hei could still be lively and kicking. Moreover, this was a beast skill, unlike ordinary flames. Could he have perished? Then we can feast. There must be plenty of meat from such a large creature. Lin Chuan cast a glance at the one suggesting a feast, and unsurprisingly, it was Su Daji, the chubby boy. Whether he had absolute confidence in Lin Chuan's victory or was simply carefree, his eyes revealed no signs of worry. In the stands, Lan Lan had remained silent since Lin Chuan summoned Old Hei, her gaze fixed intently below. She could perceive certain information about Lao Hei, which, aside from its level, included its maintained form through skills and its exuberant vitality, far surpassing what one would expect from a being of extraordinary rank, resembling more that of an elite. Moreover, after being scorched for over 10 seconds, this creature remained undisturbed in slumber, occasionally extending its tongue to savor the scent of the flames. What a bizarre entity. Lan Lan nearly lost her composure. Principal, should I intervene? Du Yong expressed concern, fearing that if a beast were to perish during the examination, it would lead to serious consequences. Why intervene? Let us await the spectacle, Lan Lan replied with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Lin Chuan might indeed bring a surprise to the 3rd middle school. Still not conceding? Or have you given up the fight? Yin Hao laughed heartily. Finished your tirade? Tired yet? Lin Chuan's leisurely voice instantly silenced the crowd. Just now, the turtle shell stuck to some grime, so it actually sanitized Lao Hei for me. Thank you, Lin Schwan remarked, instructing Lao Hei to rise and stretch. What? It appears completely unscathed. Indeed, it's as if it merely enjoyed a sauna. Yan Hao's face flushed with disbelief, recalling his earlier smugness, feeling like a fool. Don't celebrate too soon. Lava Giant, unleash your molten fury, Yan Hao commanded, his eyes burning with intensity, fixated on Lin Schwan. As the strongest in the third middle school, he could not tolerate defeat. Little did he know, Lin Schwan had already maximized Lao Hei's fire resistance, reducing fire damage by 50, augmented by attack absorption, a passive skill that diminishes the effect of similar type attacks, up to a maximum of 20. To be candid, the idea of a lava bath was somewhat exaggerated. After all, who bathes in water heated to 50 degrees? It wouldn't scald you, would it? Yan Hao remained oblivious to these details, yet he sensed that Lin Schwan's beast was still in good shape. This was rather awkward. He had unveiled his trump card, yet his opponent remained unperturbed. Could it be that they would end in a stalemate? Yan Hao shook his head. No, it wouldn't end in a tie. As long as he kept pressuring Lin Schwan, he would surely be declared the victor due to the higher count of his proactive attacks. Resolute, Yan Hao regained his composure. Soon, the skill concluded. The arena was transformed, marred by burning scars and pockmarked with craters. In some areas, remnants of lava still smoldered, emitting wisps of dark smoke. Yet, on Lin Schwan's side, Lao Hei stood firm. Wow, that's incredible. Countless students gasped in awe. Just this display alone made Lao Hei comparable to Yan Hao. Such formidable fire resistance. As a defensive beast, held immense potential. Indeed, fire resistance is a highly sought-after attribute on recruitment websites. Wait, why are you browsing recruitment websites? If you can't get into college, you'll end up working, right? Damn, stop talking. Is this truly your strongest skill? It seems rather insufficient, my young friend. Lin Schwan's voice remained infuriating, incensing Yan Hao. Finally regaining his composure, Yan Hao shouted, "Isn't your beast merely boasting high fire resistance? A mere defensive beast will ultimately lead to my victory." Lin Schwan gazed at the lava giant, silent as if acquiescing to Yan Hao's assertion. Surrounding students wore expressions of regret. Yet again, no one had shattered Yan Hao's undefeated legend. Alas, Lin Schwan's beast was defensive. However, without such robust defenses, how could one withstand Yan Hao's onslaught? This dilemma appeared unsolvable. Lao Hei this time, aim carefully. Understood. Initiate targeting and launch. Lin Schwan commanded seamlessly. Rocket headbutt. Are you surrendering? Yan Hao gleefully misheard Lin Schwan's words. Surrender? What the hell? At that moment, Yan Hao finally noticed the commotion on the arena. A massive shadow charged towards the lava giant like a rabbit. Is that a turtle? Damn, get out of the way. In truth, the lava giant had already begun to evade without Yan Hao's command. Had Lao Hei charged in a straight line, the lava giant would have easily dodged. Get over here. In a blink, once within 5 meters of the lava giant, Lao Hei unleashed a taunt. In an instant, the lava giant froze. As if its system had crashed. It didn't even need to approach Lao Hei. A mere fraction of a second of hesitation was sufficient. Boom. The two colossal beasts collided, or rather, the lava giant was sent reeling to the edge of the arena, collapsing. The tremendous force created a gaping hole in its chest, with lava pouring forth like blood, flowing uncontrollably. Yan Xiao, quickly recall your beast into the beast space. Oh right. It was only then that Yan Hao seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. If he delayed further, he might face dire consequences. This was his first experience of defeat, completely unfamiliar with how to handle it. As for Lao Hei, it had accumulated buffs before the collision, losing only a few layers of rocky skin. One could only describe it as a decisive victory, an explosive triumph. The entire venue fell silent. The once mighty Yan Hao of the third middle school had been defeated. A new king had ascended. Chapter 30. Can I receive my reward first? Principal this. Du Yong's face turned pale, his words stumbling. Lon Lon took a deep breath and said, "You noticed something unusual about Lin Schwan's beast this morning, which is why I came to observe." "Yes, but I never imagined this fellow could defeat Yan Hao." Du Yong was on the verge of tears, at a loss for words. Initially, he merely hoped for a slight surprise from Lin Schwan, but this was beyond anything he could handle. "Very impressive. Principal, please don't say that, it frightens me," Du Yong whispered. "I'm not jesting. Starting next month, your salary will double. Besides teaching, your sole task is to keep an eye on Lin Schwan," Lon Lon stated with a serious tone. "What do you mean by keeping an eye? Do you suspect this boy has issues?" Du Yong inquired, puzzled. "Fulfill all his requests. If there is something you cannot accommodate, do not outright refuse. Report to me first. Otherwise, leave him be. Isn't that more like serving a prince than merely observing?" However, this posed little challenge for Du Yong, as he had previously done exactly that. When he ignored Lin Schwan had not caused any trouble. As for whether Lin Schwan would have any peculiar demands, so far, everything seemed normal. All right, I'm off. You handle matters in the class. With that, Lan Lan departed. Her heart, besides being filled with joy, was also brimming with questions about where Lao Qin had found such an anomaly. The astonishing rate of energy absorption was one thing, but defeating an opponent 2 ranks higher was quite another. The key question remained, was that speed typical for a turtle? Even the beasts were extraordinary. Reflecting on Lao Qin's previous words about moving from 3 stars to 5, Lan Lan shuddered at the thought and decided to contact Lao Qin immediately. Below, Lin Schwan was already besieged by a throng, yet no one dared to approach him, merely gazing with eyes full of reverence. Lin Schwan, meanwhile, reflected on the information regarding the lava giant. YSHU, RNG NJRN, CH of NBXing. Skills, RNG NP New York Inc. 6, active, spews forth a copious amount of lava from the ground, enveloping the surrounding area to create a magma terrain, lasting for 30 seconds, continually inflicting substantial burn damage. Hu YNTX3, active, unleashes a fiery breath forward, dealing fire attribute damage and inflicting burn effects. RNG N, passive, melee attacks inflict fire attribute damage. DY Hu Su MI, passive, race exclusive, upon the shattering of the body. As long as the heart remains intact, it can absorb a vast amount of fire attributes to reconstruct the body. Potential, TNGL Ing GXing. Indeed, it is a YSHU that has suppressed the competition for 3 years. It would be challenging for the other students in the class to defeat it together. Whether it be damage output, crowd control, ranged attacks, or close combat, its performance is commendable. Moreover, with its race-exclusive passive, it possesses yet another skill of immortality. It is even more exaggerated. As long as the heart is intact, it can resurrect. Chu In was envious, his eyes glimmering with green. Unfortunately, I could not imprint any of it. Unable to reap the benefits felt akin to eating noodles without garlic, a flavor diminished by half. Chu In felt a slight melancholy. This expression, in the eyes of his classmates, undeniably resembled that of a solitary master. Is this what it means to be lonely at the top? Ying swiftly dispersed the onlooking classmates and led the class back to the classroom. Thus, the subsequent matches had yet to commence. After all, the arena was in disarray. How could one compete under such circumstances? However, the major spectacle had concluded, rendering the stage unnecessary. As for YNHO, one of the protagonists, he did not return, citing the need for his YSHU to heal. So, today as competition is temporarily halted, we shall continue next week. Ying announced loudly. Teacher, at this moment, Chu In spoke up, indicating he had something to say. What is it? Ying's tone was as gentle as possible. Well, although the competition is not yet finished, could I receive the reward for first place in advance? Chu In stated with conviction. Ying. This that may not be appropriate. After all, the competition isn't over, and other students still have opportunities. Saying this, Ying glanced at Zich Oh and Lu Shu Yan. These two were about to compete with Chu In for the top 3 rankings. Teacher, I agree. That way, I only need to battle Lu Shu Yan to determine the top 3. ZHOH interjected before Ying could finish. Another round with Chu In? Isn't this a joke? Speaking of which, the group of YNHO, including ZHUM Ing, Huing WI, and YNHO, had all been bested by Chu In, leaving only ZHOH unscathed. Teacher, I also agree. Lu Shu Yan, a tall and graceful girl with delicate features, hesitated for a moment before agreeing as well. Initially, it was presumed that the first place was predetermined for YNHO. However, the emergence of this dark horse was entirely unexpected. In fact, this dark horse had directly defeated the first place, extinguishing the aspirations of 2 individuals vying for the top spot. In light of this, very well. Before school ends, I will grant you the reward for first place. Now, let us each focus on our cultivation and reflect on the insights gained from today's battles. With that, he exited the classroom. Inside, most students remained agitated, unable to calm their emotions. Many who had previously dismissed Chu In now wore expressions of hesitance, eager to draw near to him. However, Chu In was indifferent, settling down to organize the day's gains. After 2 battles, he had only imprinted a skill of toxic affinity, which was better than nothing. The most significant harvest was the transformation of the purple evolution fruit. It no longer bore just a hint of purple. Instead, it had developed a small purple ring, roughly a value of 1. This implies that defeating 100 YNHOS could lead to a promotion to silver? Where on earth could one find 100 YNHOS? Perhaps, I could defeat YNHO 100 times. Not to mention whether YNHO would agree, as Chu In's strength grew. It was likely that such a level would yield little combat experience to absorb. Nonetheless, Chu In was not anxious. as long as there was a progress bar. It was a positive development. Moreover, perhaps LOHI could ascend to silver without needing to consume this evolution fruit. Saving it for the transition from silver to gold. Wouldn't that be delightful? As he pondered, a twisted smile crept across L&Chu's face. LNG, wipe that drool away. XDZH jostled L&Chu. Damn, you startled me. L&Chu wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing he had indeed smiled a bit too maniacally. LNG, you truly crushed YNHO. That's impressive. Of course, when I say I crushed him, I truly did. However, that kid YNHO is quite cunning, and his family possesses some influence. While there is no need to worry about him at school, I fear he may cause trouble outside. What does his family do? They seem to dabble in many things, but primarily focus on materials and cores from demon beasts, and they have several hunting and exploration teams. I've heard him boast about their considerable gains. Yes, one must indeed be cautious of his underhanded tactics. L&Chu would not be reckless. Although the city is considered a society governed by law, all possibilities cannot be ruled out. Otherwise, why call it a society governed by law? It is precisely because there exist numerous illegal activities that it is referred to as such. Chapter 31. After the Great Battle, upgrading seems quite reasonable. However, LNG, compared to the Y family, their family is significantly lacking. XDZH remarked while making exaggerated facial expressions. What does the Y family have to do with me? I am not a member of the Y family. You could be. YYO is in our class and has hardly spoken to any other boys besides you. Previously, that scoundrel YNHO approached her, and she completely ignored him. Afterward, YNHO lost interest. Forget it. I have no such thoughts now. I have plenty on my plate. All right, just be careful. Rest assured, if he dares to play dirty, I will make him regret it for a lifetime. L&Chu replied nonchalantly. XDZH was unsure of L&Chu's confidence, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although L&Chu appeared amicable and easygoing, that demeanor only prevailed in the absence of conflict. If anyone provoked him, L&Chu would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Only this chubby fellow, carefree and unbothered, frequently approached L&Chu, becoming familiar with him. Do you not see that other classmates lack the courage to even meet L&Chu's gaze? L&Chu inherently exuded an air of indifference. Before school ended, Dying indeed returned to the classroom on time, handing L&Chu a large box. L&Chu. Inside is the reward for first place, as well as this month's subsidy. A total of 16 spirit stones and 7 of each type of potion. Please verify the quantity. There is no problem. L&Chu nodded. 16 spirit stones, 10 for first place, 2 for the subsidy, and 2 as compensation from L&LN for absorbing less spiritual energy. With each star ascended, compensation increases by 2 stones. By the way, L&Chu, while potions are beneficial, they can be toxic. It is best to consume them every 45 days. This ensures optimal efficacy while minimizing side effects. Will there even be side effects? What? Has no one informed you? No worries. Previously, you could not have obtained so many potions at once. It's not too late to know now. Just be aware and do not rush for results. I understand. L&Chu nodded in agreement. These wretched potions have side effects? Not a chance. Returning to the villa, L&Chu laid out the potions and spirit stones in a row, yet did not rush to absorb and convert them into fruits. This batch of resources was sufficient for L&Chu to ascend directly to Black Iron 9 stars. However, there was no need to hurry. Some time should be given for L&LN and LOQN to adapt. Upgrading 1 star per month seems reasonable, right? Gaining insights after the Great Battle and upgrading a star is also quite reasonable, isn't it? Thus, a plethora of fruits were consumed, and LOHI reached 7 stars. Summoning LOHI, he was placed on the table. Of course, this was LOHI, reduced by 200 in size. With a diameter of less than 1 meter, he opened his mouth and drank a potion. The spirit energy potion, which he had previously scoffed at, was now poured into LOHI's mouth. How does it feel? Bitter. How does it compare to the green fruit? The fruit is sweet. However, I was inquiring about the effects, not the taste. The fruit is indeed good. Is that so? Lin Chuan pondered. Subsequently, a green, energy fruit appeared in his hand. Lao Hei leaned in to eat it, but Lin Chuan deftly evaded. It's not for you. Didn't you just consume so much? Then, Lin Chuan took a cup of water and submerged the fruit within. To his astonishment, the fruit dissolved in the water at a visible speed, leaving no trace of the pit. Everything about the fruit was a manifestation of condensed energy, completely dissolving into a light green solution. He poured half of the solution from the cup and offered it to Lao Hei. How effective is it? A tad inferior to the potion. With that, Lin Chuan's experiment reached a conclusion. Alas, whether fruit or spiritual potions, they were of no use to humans. He could only rely on Lao Hei to test them incrementally. Fortunately, the results were reasonably satisfactory. Lin Chuan had contemplated this idea long ago, but previously lacked the time and sufficient fruit. Now, he desperately needed substantial funds to procure the flesh and blood of demon beasts. The only hope he had rested with the fruit. A bottle of spiritual potion equated to 1.5 energy fruits. While the energy fruits could be transformed into 2 energy potions, which were slightly less effective than the spiritual potions. This meant 1 spiritual potion was equivalent to 3 bottles of energy potions, and 1 spirit stone corresponded to 9 bottles. The key was that the energy potions had no side effects whatsoever. Selling 1 spirit stone for a potion should be feasible. Consume as much as desired. Isn't this the dream of the affluent? The stakes involved were immense. Lin Chuan couldn't afford to delve too deeply into it, lest he become ensnared. He forced himself to remain calm. Having lived once more, accumulating wealth was ultimately futile. The essence lay in living freely. This was a transcendental world where no one could command resources beyond their capability. Strength was paramount. Whether personal or familial power, having strength sufficed. Yet, Lin Chuan had none. In this realm, power prevailed. The Beastmaster Association undoubtedly represented a significant force, maintaining the fundamental order around the city. Moreover, potions were the very foundation of the Beastmaster Association. This foundation was something Lin Chuan dared not disturb for the time being. Collaborating? He lacked the qualifications. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan did not plan to engage in mass production. Creating a small quantity to exchange for some demon beast flesh should pose no significant issue. Lin Chuan devised a plan in his heart. Next came the testing of the soul power potion. Considering that the soul power potion corresponded to the red, skill fruit, Lin Chuan couldn't help but wonder, can humans consume this? However, without the imprinting skill fruit, it shouldn't pose a problem. Mimicking the previous process, he produced 2 portions of red liquid from a blank, skill fruit. Lin Chuan hesitated for a second before consuming 1 portion. An incredibly refreshing sensation surged through him, sharpening his consciousness considerably. Cool and invigorating, akin to mint water, it was perfect for summer. Beyond that, he felt nothing else. Next, Lin Chuan uncapped a bottle of soul power potion and downed it in one go. First, the same refreshing sensation emerged. The effects appeared to be quite similar. Soon after, Lin Chuan felt a wave of nausea, as if he had endured 3 sleepless nights, desperately wanting to sleep, yet unable to do so. It was intensely discomforting. This must be poison. No need to think further. This was undoubtedly a side effect of the potion. In reality, other students did not experience such a strong reaction. It was normal for Lin Chuan to respond more intensely since it was his first time consuming this. Others had long since developed a tolerance. If one could endure the physical discomfort, they could leverage this clarity to accelerate their training. However, Lin Chuan did not require such clarity. What purpose did it serve? This was akin to downing strong coffee at midnight. Chapter 32. Insomnia. Xiongfeng Pharmacy. Unsurprisingly, Lin Chuan experienced insomnia for the first time. At 1 in the morning, he remained wide awake, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. His friends list contained fewer than 10 individuals. Apart from Lao Qin, the others were all added after coming to Yusho Senjong. As for the previous ones, they were entirely deleted. How dull. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan, who decided to lie down, ended up passively pulling an all-nighter. This blasted potion, I'd rather not drink again. Consequently, he sent a mass message to everyone on the list. Are you there? Running low on cash again. The first to respond was Qin Yan. Lin Chuan. Is that the kind of person I am? Lao Qin still awake? Busy. Recently the movements of demon beasts have been increasingly frequent. You should stay in school and not wander around. No problem. Just remember to bring me some demon beast meat next time. I'll have none of that stone stuff. Lin Chuan was speechless. It seemed Lao Qin was genuinely overwhelmed, quite irritable. After a while, Qin Yan sent another message. I heard from Lon Lon that you performed admirably. Securing first place so quickly, you have my former flair. Starting next month, I'll double your resources. Upon receiving a call from Lon Lon during the day, Lao Qin was so excited he nearly fell off the back of the Eagle King. This was one of the few times Lon Lon had actively called him over the years. The details of the call need not be reiterated. In summary, it all boiled down to Lao Qin's discerning eye, discovering Lin Chuan as a hidden gem, and through his relentless guidance, successfully nurturing him for Lon Lon. Lin Chuan glanced at the message from Qin Yan. What else could he say but to send a sticker in response? Thank you, boss, sticker. All right. I will do my utmost to meet your requests, and I hope you remember mine as well. What Qin Yan referred to was, of course, for Lin Chuan to remain at Yusho Senjong, excel in his studies, and sustain the school's legacy. As Lin Chuan began to shine, it was inevitable that other schools would come to recruit him. After all, compared to other institutions, Senjong was rather unremarkable. I understand. Lin Chuan was committed to honoring this promise. By the way, Lao Qin, I've secured first place, so I might have offended some people. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan decided to speak candidly. Why wait for trouble from those with clout? That would be pure foolishness. Naturally, Lin Chuan was not one to do so. Additionally, he aimed to reassure Qin Yan, indicating that he still had needs from him. Qin Yan's response was simple and straightforward. Beat them up. Meanwhile, Yi Yao tossed and turned in bed. What does Lin Chuan messaging me at this hour mean? Should I reply that I'm here or not? Is there something wrong? Too stiff, delete. I'm here. Too nauseating, delete. Even worse, delete. The other party is currently composing a message. Lin Chuan observed the status display of Yi Yao and felt a wave of exasperation. 5 minutes had passed. Dear girl, if you truly can't think of how to respond, just go to sleep. Bro, what's up? This was Su Daji's reply. His status indicating he was in a game. I took some potions and can't sleep. Playing a game? Wait for me to download it. Thus, the entire night. Su Daji regretted his suggestion. The initial few matches were relatively normal, but gradually, things went awry. Choosing support, Lin Chuan contested last hits with the marksman, causing their marksman to stand idle at the fountain from level 1. The key was that the marksman didn't T-retreat, merely remaining there spouting expletives. Could Lin Chuan endure such a thing? He flipped through the opponent's account book while still competing. The speed of someone who had been single for 2 lifetimes was not something an ordinary person could match. Once he reached the mid lane, Lin Chuan took the opportunity to clear his jungle, leaving the jungler utterly bewildered. When he played jungler, it was even more absurd. He declared, I'll take it all. Not only did he disrupt his teammates, but he also targeted the opponents. Especially upon encountering a duo queue, he relentlessly attacked that support girl. Eventually, the opposing team could no longer tolerate it, and one typed in the public chat, is it necessary? I'm only worth $50. This is a gender bender account. Don't kill me. Damn it. The opposing marksman directly exited the game. After a game session, 9 players felt miserable, while Lin Chuan alone was reveling in joy. As for Su Daji, he had long since grown numb. Although they were duo partners, Su Daji actively avoided Lin Chuan. They had won the matches, yet it felt as if they had not truly won at all. What a thrill. Lin Chuan coaxed Su Daji into playing until 7 in the morning, when drowsiness finally began to creep in. Daji, the game is quite enjoyable. Let us play together again next time, Lin Chuan said before logging off to sleep. Su Daji, already on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by Lin Chuan's words. Another time, the thought of deleting his account and quitting the game crossed his mind. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's offline status in the game, Su Daji felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The canyon was destined to be swept into chaos due to his seemingly innocuous suggestion. Lin Chuan slept soundly until Saturday afternoon. His phone was filled with missed calls, all from the class teacher, Du Yong. Lin Chuan had not seen the messages. When he groggily glanced at his phone in the morning, he instantly sobered up, fearing that something had happened to Lin Chuan. After several unsuccessful calls, Du Yong grew anxious and reported the situation to Lan Lan. Don't worry about him. This kid is just being erratic, sending mass messages. Upon witnessing Lan Lan's calm demeanor, Du Yong finally felt reassured. Damn, is this kid deliberately trying to provoke me? Even during the holidays, he can't remain still. I wish to live a few more years. Outside, the construction crew was still diligently making final adjustments, working swiftly to complete the project in just 3 to 4 days. In fact, they prioritized Lin Chuan's side over the Yi family's courtyard wall, which was scheduled for later. Upon Lin Chuan's emergence, the workers greeted him warmly before returning to their tasks. According to the overseer of the Yi family, this master had quite the background, and they naturally dared not offend him. Lin Chuan had matters to attend to that afternoon and was about to step out when he spotted Yi Yao approaching with a conflicted expression. Lin Chuan, are you heading out? She asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. I didn't see your message last night. Do you need anything? Last night. She had been tangled in her thoughts before finally dozing off, only to awaken in the morning, clutching her pillow and screaming. Lin Chuan was speechless. I saw you editing for half the night. He would neither expose her nor admit that he had been bored and sent random messages. Instead, he casually inquired, do you know where I can buy some herbs? Herbs? The Beastmaster Association has plenty of shops. Not potions, but rather herbal remedies. Oh, there are such shops on Northern Gate Street. Since I have nothing else to do, why not go together? It's been a while since I last browsed around. After speaking, Yi Yao's face turned a deeper shade of red. Just as Lin Chuan contemplated declining, he reconsidered. Having a familiar face to guide him would be more convenient. All right, but I must make it clear that I want to carry your bag, haha. With that, Lin Chuan turned and walked towards the roadside to hail a taxi. Yi Yao rolled her eyes and followed closely behind. Chapter 33. If you keep this up, I'll have to silence you. On Northern Gate Street, in Area 81. What was once a temporary supply center had evolved over time into a bustling commercial street specializing in beastmaster supplies, materials, and various ores, serving as the first stop for hunting teams returning to the city. Most visitors here were beastmasters. This place is quite lively, Lin Schwan remarked, feeling as if he were a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Back in his hometown, not a single beastmaster could be found for miles. It was practically a slum. The shop you're looking for is over there. Yao pointed to a row of adjacent stores. Let us go take a look. Lin Schwan casually chose one without much scrutiny and stepped inside. Heroic Wind Apothecary. The name seemed rather dubious. Yao hesitated but followed him in. Young man, what can I help you with? An elderly man with a cheerful expression inquired. I'm looking for some herbs. I understand, haha. The old man's grin widened as he glanced at Yao behind Lin Schwan. I don't have much else, but I have plenty of potions, long-lasting, enhancing, internal, and external. However, it's my first time seeing someone bring their girlfriend here. You must have quite the skill. He gave Lin Schwan a thumbs up. What? It took Lin Schwan a few moments to comprehend. Why would I need that? Meanwhile, Yao's face turned crimson, and she dashed out of the shop. Initially, Lin Schwan intended to casually grab some herbs, and even a potency enhancer wouldn't be out of the question, as long as it wasn't harmful. However, with Yao following him in, he felt he couldn't purchase anything. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. What a predicament. Seeing Lin Schwan retreat, the old man did not try to persuade him to stay. Everyone knew that his potions were the most effective on this street, and he was confident Lin Schwan would return. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. What a pity. I must have entered the wrong shop. I wasn't even paying attention to what they sold, Lin Schwan awkwardly explained. Fortuitously, Yao did not immediately return home. Otherwise, Lin Schwan would have to consider silencing her. Yao glanced at Lin Schwan and, blushing, softly said, There's no need to feel embarrassed. If you're unwell, you must seek treatment. Damn it. Yao, if you keep talking like that, I'll have to silence you. Lin Schwan threatened directly. Haha, alright. I won't mention it again. So what do you actually want to buy? Yao smiled, relishing the sight of Lin Schwan in a fluster. I'll see what's available. As long as it isn't harmful, it's fine. With that, he stepped into a shop that appeared more conventional. Yao looked at him with confusion. What do you mean it's fine as long as it isn't harmful? Don't compromise your health for pride. If you prefer, just go back to that previous shop, and I won't follow. You keep talking, and I'll show you what true potency looks like. Lin Schwan declared, dropping the pretense. Once those words left his mouth, Yao ceased her teasing. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Arriving at the counter, Lin Schwan stared at the hundreds of drawers behind the attendant, feeling overwhelmed. Herbs? What do I know about herbs? Excuse me, what do you need? Do you have a prescription? The attendant asked. If you provide it, I can prepare it for you, and you can pick it up later. Just a moment. Lin Schwan pulled out his phone and quickly searched for common herbs for strengthening the body. Jiangu Chao, Shirengua, Tai Shu Pai, Gan Chao Jin. There were hundreds of options. He then asked, how much for Shirengua? 500 per tael. That's quite expensive. I'll take a pound. The attendant. Yao, what? No. Noticing the attendant's strange expression, Lin Schwan inquired, what? Is it not available? No, we have it. The attendant quickly responded. And Gan Chao Jin, 20 per tael. That's cheap. I'll take 5 pounds. And Sanhuanghua, 1,500 per pound. Excellent. The attendant is gradually catching on and has learned to convert prices. 2 pounds, please. Subsequently, Lin Schwan purchased a total of 20 pounds of herbs, spending less than 30,000 in total. All right, pack everything up for me. After paying and collecting the herbs, Lin Schwan prepared to leave. The attendant, perceptive enough, did not inquire if he wanted them prepared. 20 pounds would take quite some time to brew. Moreover, based on the attendant's years of experience, Lin Schwan's choices were entirely haphazard. He had selected a greater quantity of the cheaper herbs and skimped on the more expensive ones, disregarding any principles of compatibility or contraindications. However, that was not the attendant's concern. As a business, they would sell whatever the customer desired. Yao stood by, at a loss for words. Watching Lin Schwan shop for a large bag of various herbs, as if he were in a supermarket, seemed absurd. She couldn't tell if Lin Schwan was genuinely confident or just randomly purchasing items. Nevertheless, Yao chose not to dwell on it. This was Lin Schwan's personal affair, and she had no say in it. Moreover, this could very well be his secret, to defeat Yan Hao upon arrival. Such a ruthless individual must have a purpose behind their actions. Perhaps the secret lies within this medicinal herb? Upon this thought, Yao felt her heart race. She had left. Hearing Lin Schwan's call, Yao snapped back to reality. Noticing that Lin Schwan had already moved some distance away, she hurried to catch up. Regardless, there were still several months to go. Perhaps Lin Schwan would create even more miracles. How exciting! As Lin Schwan stepped outside, he surveyed his surroundings. Surrounded by a myriad of shops, many of which sold beast eggs and young beasts. Taking a deep breath, he was enveloped by the scent of wool. He wondered how many skills could be inscribed within. Currently, Lao Hei's defensive skills were quite comprehensive, yet his offensive methods were somewhat lacking. He hoped for a delightful surprise here. However, that would have to wait for another day, as he was burdened with a large bag of herbs and Yi Yao's company. Where's Yi Yao? Lin Schwan had merely walked a few dozen meters when he realized she was missing. Turning back, he spotted her conversing with a couple. Initially, Lin Schwan assumed they were her friends and did not wish to intrude. However, he recognized the male as Yin Hao, the very individual he had humiliated the previous day. To encounter him again was quite the coincidence. Yi Yao, a peerless beauty and a true genius, would surely disdain speaking with someone like him. Before he could approach, Lin Schwan overheard Yin Hao barking insults. Indeed, a genius expelled from the inner city, how laughable. The girl beside Yin Hao also chimed in with unkind remarks. Yi Yao, evidently accustomed to such scorn, maintained her silence with a cold demeanor. Attempting to pass by them, she was deliberately blocked by the girl. From afar, the barking was audible. Did they not understand that good dogs do not obstruct paths? Who is that? The girl turned to see a shadow rushing towards her. Do not misunderstand. It was not Lao Hei. It was Lin Schwan, swinging the bag of herbs and striking the heads of the two. They would not be injured. Yet it would certainly sting, especially for the girl, whose hair and makeup were utterly ruined. She looked like a madwoman. Damn, Lin Schwan. After being struck, Yin Hao dragged the girl away, realizing it was indeed Lin Schwan. Lin Schwan had no interest in banter. He simply acted. Chapter 34, My Aunt Flo has arrived. I must return home to care for her. The two had been pampered since childhood and had never experienced a real fight. Unable to retaliate against Lin Schwan's blows, they fled in disarray. Though they were all beast tamers, no one dared to summon beasts for battle in such a bustling area. It was not merely a scuffle. Lin Schwan, I did not provoke you this time. I will strike you whenever I wish. This does not count. You still owe me one. Lin Schwan, feeling fatigued, tossed the bag to the ground and rested with his hands on his hips. Yi Yao stood quietly behind him, observing. Yin Hao realized Lin Schwan was swift and merciless. Aware he could gain no advantage, he said nothing, hastily leading the girl away, who was still complaining loudly. Who is that person? Get someone to deal with him. The girl was nearly in a frenzy. Ting Ting, he is from Sanzhong, my classmate, Yin Hao replied quietly. That wretched school still has someone brave enough to hit you? Lu Ting exclaimed incredulously. More astonishing was Yin Hao's demeanor, which hinted at a tinge of fear. This person is rather reckless. If he dares to act in school, what more in the streets? Yin Hao awkwardly confessed. Can you tolerate him? Lu Ting still seemed incredulous. Well, he seems to have some connections. I am still verifying. Yin Hao recalled the information that Lon Lon had inadvertently mentioned while comforting him yesterday. Although unintentional, it felt like a warning. What connections? Besides Yi Yao, what family from Sanzhong can compare to yours? District 81, President of the Beast Tamer Association, Qin Yan. Yin Hao said cautiously, glancing around. Gasp. The girl appeared as if her breath had been taken away, her eyes reflecting shock and fear. Even if their families combined, they would not equal Qin Yan's single hand. Furthermore, it was unnecessary for Qin Yan to take action himself. A mere word from him would suffice for others to eagerly do his bidding. Rule of law? Ultimately, it is strength that prevails. Setting aside his position as president. In terms of power, Qin Yan was a godlike figure in District 81. How can this be? You must be mistaken. Lu Ting's voice trembled. Just a few days prior, a colossal eagle had flown over the school, causing quite a stir among the students. The next day, Lin Schwan had arrived at school. I had never considered this angle. Now that I think back, I suspect Qin Yan personally enrolled Lin Schwan. The giant rock eagle king is regarded as a symbol of Qin Yan. What relationship do they share? He cannot be a love child, can he? Lu Ting said, subtly distancing herself from Yin Hao. Damn, do you want me dead? That cannot be. Besides, I have not truly offended him, have I? Yin Hao said uncertainly. By the way, Brother Hao, I must return home to care for my Aunt Flo. Let us reschedule. Saying this, the girl turned and left without a backward glance. Damn. After driving off the two, Lin Schwan found himself lacking the desire to continue exploring. He hailed a taxi and prepared to return home. Yi Yao said nothing, merely following him. Lin Schwan assumed she was upset and chose not to initiate conversation. There was silence until they arrived. The vehicle came to a stop, and Lin Schwan reminded her. We have arrived. Oh. Yi Yao snapped back to reality and hurriedly exited the car. Thank you for today. They both spoke simultaneously before bursting into laughter. It is nothing. I intended to deal with that Yen Ritian as well. Lin Schwan waved his hand and turned to enter the house. Yen Ritian? Yi Yao finally realized, spat, and blushed as she hurried into her own home. Tossing the herbs haphazardly into a corner, Lin Schwan first entered the kitchen to inspect it. Everything was in order. The pots and pans were all present. Excellent. He then contacted Su Daji. Fatty login. Lin Gu, spare me. Su Daji replied. What is the matter? Are you no longer playing with me? Lin Schwan expressed his dissatisfaction. I just started to enjoy the game. Why stop now? No. My father found out I was up all night and gave me a beating. Today he is watching over my training. I can only sneak in a little phone time while in the restroom. It will be confiscated soon. Without a doubt, Lin Schwan could envision Fatty's forlorn expression. You training? Lin Schwan thought the two should not correlate. Yes, I need to train on weekends as well, aiming to reach 7 stars by the end of next month, so I can secure a place in college. This is the life of an ordinary beast tamer. A single word, competitive. How long have you been at 6 stars? Lin Schwan inquired. Almost 5 months, Fatty replied after pondering. Lin Schwan was at a loss for words. Half a year for a single star? What a ridiculous life. Well, tell your father that a classmate wants to play with you. Use my name. Training must balance with leisure. After sending the message, Lin Schwan left it at that. A few minutes passed, but Su Daji had not logged in. Lin Schwan speculated that his name might not hold weight with Fatty's father, lamenting for a few moments before queuing for a solo match. A simple 10-game winning streak later, the invincible turtle had reached the diamond tier. In the canyon, dozens of wounded souls lay scattered. That evening, in Yi Yao's room, she held her phone, engaging in a video call with an elder. My dear granddaughter, has anyone bullied you at school? The elder asked gently. No, everyone gets along quite well. Strangely, Yi Yao's thoughts drifted to Lin Schwan. I apologize for the troubles you have faced. Rest assured, come what may, your grandfather will ensure you attend college. Oh, it matters little to me. Whether I attend college or not is all the same, Yi Yao replied in a nonchalant tone. Distinctively, beyond mere resources, it is primarily a matter of perspective, and perhaps even your innate talents could find resolution. Moreover, there are certainly many commendable young men in the university. Haha, let us not dwell on that. Pray tell, what compelled you to call Grandpa so abruptly? Aside from the ancient text you previously inquired about, you have not been in touch with him of late. Yi Xinghu chuckled. I wish to have Grandpa issue a warning to the Yin family. Yi Yao replied softly. Which Yin family? The grandson of Yin Tianba. What was his name? Yin Hao? I believe he is in your class. Is it him? He dares to bully my granddaughter. He must be seeking an early demise. As he spoke, Yi Xinghu's gaze sharpened, resembling that of a predator ready to pounce. No, it is merely that he bullies his classmates, which I find intolerable, Yi Yao murmured, a hint of guilt in her tone. Yin Hao bullies Lin Schwan. It is a miracle he hasn't been beaten to a pulp. So, Yin Hao has also tormented other classmates. It would be a lie otherwise. Does it matter if it's a boy or a girl for my granddaughter to take action? You have never sought out Grandpa on your own, not once in all these years. Yi Xinghu's expression softened once more as he inquired with a smile. Oh dear, Grandpa. No need to pry. He is just an ordinary classmate. I am off to bed now. Goodbye, Grandpa. With that, Yi Yao hung up the phone. She patted her chest and exhaled deeply, relieved that she had narrowly avoided exposure. Little did she know that within 5 minutes, Yi Xinghu had already discerned the general circumstances surrounding the matter. That little rascal, quite impressive. Subsequently, Yi Xinghu shook his head and chuckled, remarking, silly Yao Yao. Why would anyone need me to intervene? Even if that rascal were to beat up Yin Hao's father, Yin Batian would probably just applaud him. This boy has appeared rather suddenly. Could it be that Qin Yin has been secretly nurturing him? Reflecting on the report from Wang Meng a few days prior, Yi Xinghu pondered further. Based on rumors, it seems Qin Yin is also involved with Principal Lan of the 3rd high school. It does not appear entirely impossible. By heavens. It seems Qin Yin is orchestrating a grand plan. However, it appears I have not visited that old rascal Yin Batian in quite some time. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow for a friendly exchange. That old fellow's grandson has been poorly disciplined, audaciously slandering my dear Yao Yao. Chapter 35. Is my name Lin Schwan of no use? The night passed without incident. Lin Schwan played until the early hours. Yet Su Daji remained offline and did not reply to messages. This fellow, he must truly have had his phone confiscated. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Schwan rose from his slumber. Today, he had business with the chubby boy, so he made a call. Hello, Lin Gu. The chubby boy's voice was barely above a whisper. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? A bit. My dad is right beside me keeping watch. The implication was clear. Do not mention anything about logging in, or today would be a bust. Yesterday, you didn't mention my name, did you? What? Is my name Lin Schwan of no use? I did mention it, especially highlighting that you are the top student in the grade. At this, Su Daji nearly burst into tears. My dad said that since you are the top student, you must balance work and rest. Meanwhile, I am nothing but a nobody and must work twice as hard. Originally, he only needed to practice for half a day, but now he has to double it. Lin Schwan replied, I have a legitimate matter for you today. Can you come to my house? Su Daji hadn't answered, yet when a boisterous voice interjected. What are you staring at? A classmate is seeking your help. That is an honor, so hurry up. It turned out he had the speakerphone on. Lin Gu, give me 20 minutes. I'll be there right away. With that, Su Daji hung up. Lin Chuan chuckled and sent Su Daji his location before preparing for his task. First, he dealt with a large quantity of herbs, which were originally packaged separately. Lin Chuan tore them all open and mixed them together haphazardly. He grabbed a handful, oblivious to the precise ratios of the ingredients. As long as they were all beneficial for health, he figured they would suffice. Then, he pulled a few handfuls of weeds from the yard, gathered some unknown leaves, crushed them, and tossed them in, creating what could be considered Lin Chuan's unique concoction. Before long, Su Daji arrived. Lin Gu here. Without even entering the house, Su Daji handed Lin Chuan a sealed box of fresh meat. You didn't need to bring gifts. Lin Chuan accepted it directly. What is this? Beast meat. It's quite delicious. I initially planned to bring a truckload, but my dad gave me a good beating. Lin Chuan replied, your dad's punishment is mild. I do not cook much, and I cannot consume this excess. What wealth do you possess? It is customary to reciprocate gifts. Turning it into a free supply alters the nature of the exchange. Unexpectedly, this chubby boy proved to be quite generous, prompting Lin Chuan to reconsider whether those handfuls of weeds and leaves were a tad inappropriate. However, any hint of guilt was soon cast aside. Lin Chuan believed that as long as he could grow stronger, even if he had to add something dubious, this boy would not bat an eyelash. Lin Gu, what did you summon me for? Just tell me. I will face any challenge without hesitation. Well then, stack those stones over there and create a cooking platform. I need to start a fire in the yard. There were some leftover stones from the wall repairs, which Lin Chuan repurposed. Huh, Lin Gu, are you planning to barbecue? You should have mentioned it. I could have brought more kidneys and such. The chubby boy exclaimed, yet his hands were already swiftly moving stones. No, it's for brewing medicine. I dislike the strong odor indoors. With that, Lin Chuan went to the kitchen and retrieved the largest iron pot. Lin Gu, ISNT medicine usually brewed in jars? Just don't concern yourself with it. Oh, soon, a simple outdoor cooking platform was established. Without needing further instruction from Lin Chuan, Su Daji gathered some dry twigs and bark, igniting a fire. He placed the pot, added water, and completed the task. Lin Gu, what medicine are you brewing? Su Daji finally asked with curiosity. You will find out shortly. With that, Lin Chuan went inside, grabbed a large handful of mixed herbs, tossed them into the pot, and covered it. Keep an eye on it. It should reduce to a bowl of liquid. All right. At this point in his life, Su Daji had never brewed medicine himself, feeling somewhat intrigued. Even more so, he was curious about what exactly this concoction was. Are we playing a game? Logging in. Lin Gu, I still need to watch the fire. You can go ahead and play. Su Daji seemed terrified, preferring to tend to the fire than join Lin Chuan in gaming. Fine then, I will play solo. I'm nearly at the king level. Lin Gu, you're impressive. Su Daji could not help but mourn for those players at the king rank for 3 seconds. An hour later, Lin Gu, the medicine is nearly ready. Just as Lin Chuan was dominating the game, Su Daji suddenly shouted. Lin Chuan exited the game immediately. Haha, the jungler on the opposing team has dropped. MOMO. You can now respawn. The opposing marksman said to the support. Ego, I'm logging out too. Also, I feel we are not suited for each other. I believe the kind of man he is what I desire. With that, the female support player logged out, intending to add Lin Chuan as a friend. This was a result of Lin Chuan's relentless slaying, sparking unexpected feelings. What the heck? The marksman's player's heart shattered, and he logged out as well. From that point on, the canyon lost a marksman player and gained a fierce jungler who specialized in eliminating support girls. The remaining 7 players collectively flooded the public screen with question marks. Ultimately, even after Lin Chuan logged out, his team still won the match, and they did not incur any penalties for escaping. As for the instigator of the chaos, Lin Chuan was squatting beside the pot, using a spatula for the final stir. Lin Gu, can this concoction be consumed? Su Daji gazed at the murky liquid, uncertainty written all over his face. It should be fine. After all, it won't kill anyone, Lin Chuan replied, having never tasted it himself. Lin Gu, could this be the secret to your strength? Su Daji exclaimed, astonished, lowering his voice. Yes, go fetch a bowl. All right. Seizing the moment while the chubby boy was inside, Lin Chuan discreetly tossed an empty skill fruit into the pot. The fruit dissolved instantly, vanishing without a trace. Lin Gu, I'm back. Ladle it out. Be careful not to spill. All right. Soon, a full bowl of dark liquid was prepared. The pungent medicinal aroma overwhelmed Lin Chuan, making him feel nauseous. Drink it. All right, wait, what? Su Daji nearly dropped the bowl. I have to drink it? Yes. Lin Gu, may I inquire about the nature of this medicine? Su Daji swallowed hard. No, trust me. Just drink it, Lin Chuan said lightly, gazing into Su Daji's eyes. Before Lin Chuan's words could fade, the chubby boy lifted the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. 3 seconds later, Su Daji stuck out his tongue, his expression grotesque. It's truly bitter. What do you feel? This was the first time other beast tamers had tasted the fruit of the Huangjinshu, and Lin Chuan was uncertain about its effects. Bitter. Su Daji hadn't finished speaking when a surge of spiritual energy rushed to the back of his mind, causing the beast-taming space to tremble slightly. Damn, it's so immense. So potent, so fierce. The chubby boy babbled incoherently and immediately sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. A skill fruit, if cultivated by a beast tamer, is equivalent to the efficacy of 2 soul power potions. Lin Chuan speculated that perhaps the Huangjinshu had absorbed and transformed the energy of the potion more thoroughly, making direct consumption a waste, accompanied by several side effects. Su Daji had never experienced such overwhelming potency. Typically, he could only absorb half of a single potion. Damn. 1 Ti burst? Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Although the initial results appeared favorable, if Su Daji encountered any mishap, it would be a case of joy turning to sorrow. Lin Chuan silently prayed, hoping the chubby boy would endure. Chapter 36. Beaten to a pulp. 5 minutes later, Su Daji's condition gradually stabilized. The heat dissipated from his head, and his crimson complexion slowly returned to normal. He was drenched, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Lin Gu, I've broken through. Su Daji exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. And he moved to embrace Lin Chuan. Get lost, you filthy thing. Lin Chuan said with disdain, directly tossing him into the nearby swimming pool, which was typically used by Lao Hei for bathing, with someone regularly coming to change the water. After a while, the chubby boy shouted, Lin Gu, lend me a couple of pieces of clothing, I don't need underwear. Lin Chuan tossed over the school uniform issued by the school, still brand new, the packaging unopened. A few minutes later, the chubby boy entered wearing Lin Chuan's uniform, which appeared ill-fitting. Although the uniform was generally oversized, it could barely contain his figure. Straining at the seams. Lin Gu, what you made me drink? Su Daji's face was conflicted, unsure whether to ask. You know it well enough. Just don't spread it around. Everyone's constitution is different. How do you feel after drinking it? Initially, I felt a bit uncomfortable, but then it got better. And now I feel fantastic. Compared to soul power potions? Soul power potions are garbage. Not only are their effects poor, but the side effects are substantial too. Su Daji grimaced, completely forgetting how his father had furrowed his brow, desperately seeking connections to purchase a few more bottles of soul power potions. Potions are also subject to quotas, so unlimited supply is impossible. Lin Gu, originally, I might have needed at least a month, along with 4 bottles of soul power potions, to have a chance at breaking through to 7 stars. This medicine of yours must not be cheap. At this point, Su Daji was nearly moved to tears. Indeed, it's quite costly. 20 kilograms of herbs are nearly 30,000, not including other leaves and weeds. It primarily comes down to a single skill fruit. Had it not been for the surplus of skill fruits, Lin Chuan wouldn't tea have brought it out. How much is it? Lin Gu, just tell me. No need to be polite. If calculated at market price, for soul power potions would amount to less than 100,000. However, the accounting does not work that way. Aside from the absence of side effects, merely saving a month or even several months of time before the college entrance examination renders the price invaluable. Furthermore, Su Daji, who might have only reached 7 stars before the examination, now has the potential to rise to 8 or even 9 stars. This calculation is quite complex. Lin Chuan also found it difficult to estimate, especially since he had no practical use for money. At present, he only desired high-grade beast tamer meat. Let us do this. I can supply you with a portion each week. I only need. Before Lin Chuan could finish, Su Daji nearly knelt. Brother, you are truly my brother. I will agree to any request. I require higher-grade beast tamer blood and flesh. It doesn't matter if I can't eat it. The key is that the higher the grade, the better. You go back and discuss this with your father. Lin Gu, no problem. I'll make sure to get it. You may not know, but some high-grade beast tamer meat is exceedingly difficult to consume, and its price actually decreases. I will definitely have my father acquire more. Well then, consider this batch of medicine my treat. In the future, come here at this time each week to drink the medicine and bring the meat along. Rest assured, it will be handled splendidly. The chubby boy promised. With the matter settled, Su Daji did not linger, primarily eager to return and boast to his father. From now on, Su Daji would rise to prominence. The Lao Su family would soon have a university student. After Su Daji left, Lin Chuan was too lazy to tidy up the pots and bowls, given that he would need them again next week. Let Su Daji brew the medicine himself. Lin Chuan would only be responsible for tossing in the fruit. Alternatively, he could place it in the water before brewing, eliminating the worry of detection. Lin Chuan felt it was still too troublesome. Ultimately, it was his lack of strength that hindered him. Once he matured, no one would dare to question him. After pondering for a while, Lin Chuan realized he seemed to have forgotten something. The task he had originally intended to undertake remained undone. What could it be? Unable to recall at the moment, Lin Schwan decided to play a game instead. Meanwhile, approaching noon, Yin Hao, still lost in slumber, was abruptly yanked from his bed by his father, receiving a thorough thrashing. "What the hell, Dad? What are you doing?" Yin Hao exclaimed in terror. "What am I doing? I want to ask you what you have done." "I haven't done anything." Yin Hao thought for a moment and indeed found nothing to account for. "Done nothing? Done nothing? Why did the Yi family elders show up at 6 o'clock? Yin Yuanqing roared. "Huh? Show up? To whom?" Yin Hao was bewildered. "To whom? Who else could it be but your grandfather?" With that, Yin Yuanqing kicked Yin Hao a few more times. "Huh? Is Grandpa all right? Your grandfather is fine. But his beast was beaten to a pulp. I will probably be beaten to a pulp by your grandfather too. Tell me, aside from you, who else could provoke the Yi family? I'll beat you to a pulp first." With that, he landed a couple more punches on Yin Hao. "Huh? Yi Yao? I didn't do anything." Yin Hao shouted in protest. Did nothing? What do you want to do then? Damn it, if you dare to do anything, I'll cripple you first. I can always have another. Yin Yuanqing grew more agitated. He was well aware of his son's nature. Yin Hao screamed in agony, reflecting on the situation, and finally understood whom he had offended. Damn, it's Lin Schwan. In the past, even when he had spoken more harshly, Yi Yao never reported anything. What is different now? The only variable left is Lin Schwan. The crux is that Lin Schwan had not suffered any losses. It was Yin Hao who consistently bore the brunt. Why is that? Ever since encountering Lin Schwan, Yin Hao had not experienced a single good day. Truly a harbinger of misfortune. Lin Schwan? Who is Lin Schwan? Yin Yuanqing, engrossed in his beating, suddenly heard an unfamiliar name and paused to inquire. A classmate. Quite close to Yi Yao, Yin Hao replied. He genuinely did not dare to mention the possibility of Lin Schwan being connected to Qin Yan. Otherwise, he would surely be in trouble. Do you have a conflict with him? Yin Yuanqing frowned. There was a slight altercation, but I haven't sought trouble with him again. It's mostly him seeking me out. Is he stronger than you? Which Lin family has such a descendant? As his father grew increasingly suspicious and close to uncovering the truth, Yin Hao shouted. Damn it. I'm dropping out of this horrible school. I want to transfer. Transfer? It's almost college entrance examination time. What kind of nonsense is that? With that, Yin Yuanqing feigned another strike. Dad, don't hit me. I never planned to graduate from Sanzhong anyway. In the beginning, the choice of Sanzhong was merely to maintain a position at the top, which was far more gratifying than being mediocre in other schools. Additionally, the resources available here are significantly more abundant. Does our family lack resources? So why are you transferring now? Why not stay a few more months? I cannot compete with that Lin Schwan. Damn useless. I will crush you. With these words, Yin Yuanqing resumed the fight. Chapter 37. A sense of exhaustion as evening approached, Lin Schwan finally remembered his earlier intentions. The corpse of the ironstone golem had been left in the corner of the yard. Exposed to the elements for days, he wondered if it had spoiled. He went to the wall corner, dragged the ironstone golem back to the center of the yard, drained the pool, and kicked the golem into it. Subsequently, he summoned Lao Hei. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. It should be fine. If all else fails, he could seek help from the opposite side. After a moment of contemplation, feeling assured that no errors would occur, Lin Schwan tossed the energy crystal core of the ironstone golem. A minute later, the ironstone golem began to stir, struggling to stand. It was not particularly tall, approximately 1.5 meters, and had a square shape. Suddenly, a red glow flashed in its eyes, as if it recognized Lin Schwan as an enemy and was preparing to attack. Lao Hei, go! Directly taunted. Lin Schwan retreated to the side, intending to enjoy the spectacle. This drained pool served as the arena he had prepared for them. Lao Hei was a super 7-star, while the ironstone golem was an elite 5-star. The golem's method of attack was even more simplistic than Lao Hei's. It merely used its fists to strike. After using the taunt, Lao Hei stacked its armor and remained motionless. Then, it controlled its size to block the golem's path entirely, with the pool walls surrounding them, preventing the golem from climbing out, leaving it to pound futilely against Lao Hei's shell. The sound of Lao Hei being hammered echoed like a pile driver at work. However, it was merely a matter of sound. Lao Hei's defense rendered the golem's ordinary attacks ineffective. Soon, the taunt's duration concluded, and the ironstone golem began to use its skill, Iron Fist Strike. Its originally dark fists gradually turned red, as if being heated like iron in a furnace. Lao Hei shrank. Then, with a resounding bang, Lao Hei was sent recoiling 4 to 5 meters, its rear claws hitting the pool steps. Damn, that's fierce. No wonder it's an elite 5-star beast. Lao Hei's shell bore 2 indentations from the fists, surrounded by a web of fine cracks. However, this did not indicate that Lao Hei's shell had cracked. Rather, it was the first layer of rock armor that had been breached. This golem was the first opponent to penetrate Lao Hei's rock armor. The ones encountered before had merely cleaned the surface grime. Lao Hei, how are you holding up? Strong enough? This implied readiness for more. It had escalated from a mere scrubbing to a massage level. Very well, take your time, call me if needed. With that, Lin Schwan went inside. What was there to see in this brawl? He would rather watch the ladies fight. At the Yi family villa, which was closest, a group of people heard the continuous thudding from across the way. Captain Wang, what is happening? Is the construction crew still here? Yi Yao emerged from her room to inquire. Typically, she would read for a while before sleeping at this hour. Miss, the sound is coming from across. You might want to check the rooftop with this. Wang Ming handed her a pair of binoculars. Across, Lin Chuan. Yi Yao mumbled to herself as she ascended to the loft. Peering through the binoculars, it appeared that something was happening in Lin Chuan's pool. One was a large turtle, and the other? A robotic creature? No, it seemed to be some sort of beast. Wild. Oh no, Lin Chuan's house is being invaded by a beast. Where's Lin Chuan? The lights in his house were still on, and there was a silhouette inside. Was that not him? The beast had entered the yard, and yet he remained inside? Yi Yao pondered, feeling something was amiss. Surely he couldn't be that reckless. Bringing her gaze back to the pool, she noticed that while the large turtle was being pummeled, it was not seriously injured. Conversely, the rocky golem seemed to require breaks after throwing a few punches. As if it were exhausted, it appeared that Lin Chuan was conducting a specialized training session for his beast. Such a training method was indeed unique. Lin Chuan, you are truly diligent. As she continued to watch, Yi Yao aimed the binoculars back at Lin Chuan's room. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was engrossed in videos of ladies fighting, particularly those who could not afford decent clothing and ended up in tears. With a clatter, the binoculars slipped from Yi Yao's hands and fell to the ground. Blushing, she hurried downstairs. Miss, did you see that? What? I didn't see anything. With that, Yi Yao dashed into her room, throwing herself onto the bed. How could she possibly miss a colossal turtle and a beast engaged in battle? Wang Ming scratched his head, puzzled. Miss, do you want me to go tell your classmate about the disturbance? Don't you dare. Miss, where are my binoculars? They were not confiscated, just broken. You should buy new ones and leave me alone. Wang Ming. Who is disturbing you? The fight is still ongoing. Such a shame about the binoculars. They were quite expensive. In high school, already using beasts for practical combat training? No wonder he is someone nurtured by President Qin Yan. Wang Ming murmured. Lin Chuan had initially worried that the noise would persist into the late hours, disrupting his sleep. Yet, after an hour, the sound ceased. Is that it? How disappointing. Feeling refreshed, Lin Chuan approached the poolside. Lao Hei had his eyes closed, apparently asleep. It seemed he had thoroughly enjoyed the massage. As for the ironstone golem, it lay at the other end, the area where the energy crystal core was stored, pulsating with a red glow. Was it about to explode? Lin Chuan was skeptical. More likely, it was merely running low on energy. Sure enough, after flickering for a few minutes, the red glow gradually dimmed until it was nearly undetectable. Lin Chuan jumped into the pool and inspected the ironstone golem. Its iron fists were riddled with cracks, yet there were no other injuries. It was simply exhausted. Next, Lin Chuan checked the maturity of the purple, advanced fruit, which was nearing 20. This revelation brought him immense joy. He had not anticipated that this would be comparable to 20 yen hao. Lin Chuan then realized that this creature was, after all, an elite 5-star beast. Striking other extraordinary beings would not require the use of skills. It could likely fell a child with a single punch. It was not that the ironstone golem was weak. Rather, Lao Hei's defense was extraordinarily formidable, and it grew even more so with every hit, reflecting damage back. Initially, after a few minutes of combat, the golem had lost the will to fight, as beasts possess a modicum of intelligence. Yet, Lao Hei relentlessly kept it engaged for an hour, taunting it every minute, until the golem was utterly exhausted. Nonetheless, Lao Hei was not without injury. The surface of its shell bore numerous indentations, which could only be inflicted by skills. One could only imagine how many iron fist strikes the golem had unleashed, draining its energy core completely. Lin Chuan felt as though his body had been emptied. Chapter 38. Transferring schools? Even Elder Qin has heard about it. He recalled Lao Hei, allowing it to rest and recover. To be safe, Lin Chuan extracted the now empty energy crystal core. He was uncertain how long it would take for the golem to recover with the crystal core in place, but it would undoubtedly be much shorter than the time required for the core to be extracted. After all, one involved death and resurrection, while the other was merely fatigue, an essential distinction. To prevent the golem from awakening in his absence and wreaking havoc in his home, Lin Chuan understood the necessity of caution. Finally, after instructing the cleaning staff not to clean the swimming pool, Lin Chuan ceased to concern himself with the Haishi demon statue and ascended to his quarters for slumber. On the Monday morning, as Lin Chuan stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Yi Yao. However, she merely cast him a fleeting glance before striding past him alone. Lin Chuan was not particularly surprised, for this behavior was consistent with her past demeanor. Yet, what was the meaning of that expression on her face? A touch of shyness, a hint of peculiarity, and perhaps a flicker of anger? Lin Schwan was uncertain and chose not to speculate, dismissing the possibility that her menstrual cycle had indeed commenced. He casually purchased 2 steamed buns from a roadside vendor and proceeded towards the school. At Yusho Senjong, the era of Yan Hao had concluded, and it was now Lin Schwan's reign. In Class 1, your new monarch has returned. As it was the beginning of the month, it was time to collect protection fees. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the atmosphere in Class 1 was somewhat tense. Upon catching sight of Yan Hao, his face was so swollen that even his father might not recognize him. However, it was indeed his father who had dealt him the blows, so he would certainly recognize him. Following that, his father had been beaten by his grandfather. As for how the classmates recognized Yan Hao, it was hard to say. After all, there is a saying that one would recognize someone even in ashes. Rumors circulated that Yan Hao was transferring schools. Even Du Yong refrained from dispelling this rumor. As for where he would go, it was needless to say, either Yi Zhong or Air Zhong. Given his talent and capabilities, he could easily enter a key class in Yi Zhong, albeit only ranking in the upper middle tier. Moreover, there were whispers that Yan Hao had been beaten by Lin Schwan. Thus, when Lin Schwan approached the classroom with an air of indifference, ready to receive the cheers of his classmates, the sudden silence in the room made him question whether he had entered the wrong class. What on earth was happening? They all looked as if they had lost a beloved parent. Lin Schwan muttered to himself and found a seat. Lin Ge, did you really beat Yan Hao yesterday? Su Daji inquired, leaning closer. No, I didn't go out yesterday, Lin Schwan quickly denied. I beat him the day before, what of it? Su Daji exclaimed. The case is cracked. Lin Schwan has admitted it himself. Impressive. He gave Lin Schwan a thumbs up. Lin Ge, I heard this kid is transferring schools, Su Daji remarked. Looking at Lin Schwan, what does that have to do with me? It's not like I forced him to transfer. He still owes me a beating. Lin Schwan replied nonchalantly, determined that this brat should not escape easily. Still want to beat him? Su Daji was taken aback, and the surrounding classmates stared at Lin Schwan in horror. Yes, is there a problem? I didn't finish my beating the day before, and now he's getting away. Lin Schwan stated. That was just the beginning. There wasn't even any bloodshed. That kid pretends to protect the girls, but in reality, he uses them as shields. Lin Ge, that's not very nice. This kid is probably still in the principal's office, Su Daji warned. Before he could finish, Lin Schwan stood up and walked out. Since Yan Hao was transferring, he would no longer be a classmate. I can beat him at will. The principal has no say in this. Lin Schwan declared as he exited the classroom, leaving Du Yong too intimidated to intervene. However, it seemed that his father was also present. Su Daji's words trailed off as Lin Schwan exited the classroom, likely unheard. Yan Hao, the school has nurtured you for 3 years, and you just decide to leave? Inside the principal's office, Lan Lan's expression was dark as thunder. Principal, I feel that Sanzhong is not suitable for me. Please allow me to leave. Indeed. The school should respect the wishes of the students, remarked Yin Yuanqing, who had remained silent until now. Sanzhong has nurtured you for 2.5 years. Even a dog would be accustomed by now. Is this how you repay the school? Lan Lan was clearly at the end of her tether. Principal Lan, that is not a fair way to say it. I am still here, and you disregard my Yin family so easily? Yin Yuanqing, naturally, dropped the pretense and threatened. Lan Lan realized she had misspoken but would not bow down to apologize. After nearly 3 years of effort, such a return was disheartening. Yin family, what do you amount to? Lin Schwan, from a distance, overheard the heated argument inside, and, seeing Lan Lan at a disadvantage from the threat, pushed the door open. For both emotional and rational reasons, he could not stand idly by. If Qin Yin were to witness this scene, it was likely that the graves of these two would be overgrown with grass. However, it was evident that Lan Lan had no intention of using Qin Yan's influence for her own benefit. Who are you to speak so boldly? Yin Yuanqing slammed the table angrily. Dad, this is Lin Schwan, Yan Hao interjected. Wait, who the hell are you? Lin Schwan regarded the two blockheads in the room, wondering where the brat Yan Hao had gone. Principal Lan, Yin Yuanqing. Yan Hao gritted his teeth and declared, I am Yan Hao. Damn. 2 days without seeing you, and you look like you've had plastic surgery. Lin Schwan finally recognized the familiar sense of annoyance in the pig-headed visage before him. It was that feeling, hardened fists, an incessant desire to strike something. Then he must be your father, truly, like father, like son. Of course, Lin Schwan was not referring to their pig-headed appearances, but rather their tones of speech, which both exuded a certain irritating quality. Enough, let us not quarrel. Since you wish to transfer, so be it. I will sign and stamp the documents. Lan Lan, wishing to keep Lin Schwan out of this matter, aimed to resolve it peacefully. No, insulting my Yin family. I want to see which Lin family in Area 81 has such audacity. Yin Yuanqing persisted obstinately. Principal, we cannot just let him go like this. You are unaware, but this brat has been collecting protection fees under the guise of being class monitor, and half of the resources must be submitted. It cannot simply be overlooked. Lin Schwan vowed not to let this pass easily. Damn, where's the half? It's merely one spirit stone, Yin Hao retorted quietly, then pulled Yin Yuanqing aside and said, Dad, since the principal has already agreed, let us just leave. Yin Hao sensed that prolonging this situation would yield dire consequences. Damn it, how could I have such a worthless son? Just because you lost a fight once. You're afraid like this? The Yin family has never produced a coward like you. Yin Yuanqing seethed with rage. Watch as I cripple this brat. You want to cripple me? Lin Schwan touched his ear as if he had not heard correctly. Indeed. Kneel and apologize to me now, and perhaps you may spare yourself. I recorded everything you just said. And what of it? Even old Qin heard it. Lin Schwan replied leisurely. Chapter 39. Breathing air as an excuse seems rather excessive. Lan Lan's reluctance to leverage Qin Yan's influence was her own affair. However, Lin Schwan had no such reservations. One should seize the opportunity to grasp a thick thigh when presented. He produced his phone, waving it in front of Yin Hao and his father. The screen displayed an ongoing call, and recording was in progress. Most crucially, the contact name read, Qin Yin, President of the Beastmaster Association. Diamond level Invincible Eagle King Knight, Foster Father, Mentor, Boss. The series of notes seemed to scream for attention. Even more terrifying, the call was on speakerphone. And a cold voice emerged from the other end. Indeed, I have heard. If you lay a finger on him, the Yin family will cease to exist. President Qin? This must be a misunderstanding. Yin Yuanqing's voice trembled. Return and inform Yin Batian to meet me at the association tomorrow. If not, I shall pay you a visit. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. In the principal's office, the silence was palpable. The other three bore expressions of shock. Lan Lan was somewhat better off. Merely astonished by the contact name on Lin Schwan's phone, coupled with old Qin's unwavering support for Lin Schwan and his remarkable talent. She couldn't help but ponder if this child might indeed be old Qin's illegitimate son. Although old Qin had never married, one could never dismiss the possibility of past entanglements. In this moment, Lan Lan's thoughts raced. No, she must inquire with old Qin. Alongside this, the tension stemming from Yin Hao's withdrawal had dissipated considerably. As for Yin Hao and his father, they were engulfed in sheer terror. It is done. I knew it. I knew it. Yin Hao kept murmuring. Deep within, he had long regarded Lin Schwan as a malevolent spirit come to claim his life. Each encounter with Lin Schwan only led to greater misfortune than the last. Meanwhile, Yin Yuanqing was contemplating how many tables should be set for their father-son banquet. The old man, despite his age, still possessed the vigor to potentially retake up his small trumpet. The words he had spoken to Yin Hao the previous day might soon come to bear on himself. With a thud, Yin Yuanqing dropped to his knees. Dad, Yin Hao looked at him incredulously. Although this boy was accustomed to bullying others, he evidently had never experienced the harshness of society. When faced with his own predicament, he was at a loss for how to respond. Still unaware that the Yin family could collapse at any moment. Such matters could be trivial or profound. Ultimately, it was necessary to gain Lin Schwan's forgiveness. I do not have a son like you. Kneel down before me, Yin Yuanqing commanded as he pulled Yin Hao to kneel alongside him. They then crawled to Lin Schwan's feet. Lin Schwan, it is my fault. I kneel to apologize. Do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. Yin Yuanqing wore an expression of calm resignation, for at that moment, attitude was of utmost importance. Then you two should just commit suicide, came Lin Schwan's response. Huh. Both Yin Yuanqing and Yin Hao were momentarily bewildered. This was not the script they had anticipated. What do you mean, huh? Did you not say that? Lin Schwan, uninterested in their theatrics, replied, Get up. I am not accustomed to others kneeling before me while speaking. It makes me seem like a bully. Was it not so? The other three thought simultaneously. However, Lin Schwan's words sounded like celestial music to the ears of the father and son, as his instruction to rise indicated that the matter could indeed be discussed, albeit at a cost. Lin Schwan, whatever you say goes. I only ask you to explain to President Qin that it was all a misunderstanding, Yin Yuanqing ingratiated. Ordinarily, this matter should not concern me. It is for old Qin to discuss with you, Lin Schwan stated, truthfully. Qin Yin had only heard what Yin Yuanqing had said to Lin Schwan and was unaware of the prior threats against Lan Lan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver, and one could only speculate what actions Qin Yin might take. Yet, it was clear that these two were oblivious to this crucial connection. There is no need to trouble old Qin further. Whatever demands you have, Lin Schwan, please state them directly, Yin Yuanqing urged. I am a reasonable person, not to mention the considerable resources and effort the school has invested in Yin Hao. What do you propose regarding his collection of protection fees? Let this boy return all of it from the past 2.5 years. Double it. All of it must be returned in double, Yin Yuanqing hastily declared. Double? Do you think Lin Schwan has never seen the world? He bears no responsibility for that. Lin Schwan replied slowly. You just made Principal Lon Lon angry. I will compensate. I will pay double. Yin Yuanqing seemed to realize that doubling the return was not a significant amount, merely a reflexive response in his moment of desperation. If measured by the resources consumed and protection fees collected by Yin Hao, 1 unit would equate to roughly 500 spirit stones and 50 units of each potion. The protection fees were the primary concern. You slammed the table earlier, damaging public property. That's double. You soiled the floor. That's double again. Lin Schwan found himself momentarily at a loss for reasons. Breathing air seemed a tad excessive. Double again. Fortunately, Yin Yuanqing had learned to respond quickly. All right, let us settle for now. 10 times will suffice, a nice round figure. The total amounts to 5,000 spirit stones and 500 units of potions. Even if the Yin family has some wealth, this will be a significant blow, costing at least 2 years' worth of profits. As for my demands, I will present them after you have spoken with old Qin. Huh? What do you mean, huh? That was merely compensation for the school. The matter of your threats against me has yet to be accounted for. Very well. What else could Yin Yuanqing say? He could only acquiesce. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. At least you have achieved your purpose for coming to the school, have you not? Lin Chuan reassured. What had they come to the school for? Ah, right, to arrange for Yin Hao's transfer. At this moment, Yin Yuanqing finally understood why Yin Hao was so adamant about transferring schools. This was indeed a devil. It was not until Yin Hao and his father left in a daze that Lin Chuan remembered his original intention. Damn, had he not come to confront Yin Hao? After some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, they had already knelt and offered their apologies. To strike him again would be impolite. Principal, I shall take my leave as well, Lin Chuan announced as he prepared to depart. You truly have some audacity, daring to extort the Yin family? This is not extortion. That lad is merely an ungrateful wolf that must be made to pay tenfold, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Old Qin has been fair and just all his life. How could you be so audacious? Lon Lon began but stopped midway, casting Lin Chuan a glare. Lin Chuan, confused, could not fathom why she was upset, though it seemed not to be directed at him. Since you have driven Yin Hao away, then the responsibility for Class 3 falls solely on you. Is that so? No problem, leave it to me. This is what you promised. In that case, I expect a star increase for this month, Lon Lon said, her face displaying disbelief. Have you already reached Black Iron 7 stars? Indeed. Wait a moment, if I am not mistaken, you only broke through to 6 stars last week, correct? Yes. After my battle, I gained some insights and managed to break through. It should not be an issue. After your battle, was it not you who unilaterally bullied others? Insights. Indeed. A beast master relies on resources. Those who absorb more and faster can level up quicker. Ha. Lon Lon had grown tired of speaking and simply ordered Lin Chuan to leave. Chapter 40. Who agrees and who disagrees? A good child. After Lin Chuan departed, Lon Lon gazed blankly at the door, pondering how old Qin had raised him. It seemed somewhat askew. I must persuade old Qin more. Class 3. Shortly after Lin Chuan exited the classroom, a number of students, led by the chubby one, also emerged, leaning over the railing to observe. Damn, he really went in. Impressive. Before long, they spotted Yin Hao and his father exiting respectfully. As soon as they emerged, Yin Yuanqing gave Yin Hao several hard slaps, appearing quite furious. Subsequently, the father and son left the school with their heads bowed in shame. Hiss. Did Lin Gu even give Yin Hao's father a beating? It was evident. Enough of that. This morning, I accidentally walked in front of Lin Chuan. So later, please speak a good word for me. Commoners, retreat. Lin Chuan has returned. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd scattered like birds. Only Su Daji remained, waiting eagerly for Lin Chuan. Lin Gu, how was it? Did you enjoy the beating? Absolutely. Although Lin Chuan had not actually struck anyone, he could not let his face fall, for no one dared to verify with the parties involved. Lin Gu is impressive. The chubby one trailed behind, looking like an eager follower. It was nothing. By the way, what did your father say about the monster meat? What could he say? When I returned yesterday, he was completely stunned. I did not mention the potions. Nor did he inquire, only telling me to stick close to Lin Gu. From now on, I am with Lin Gu. Scram, don't disgust me. Lin Chuan replied with a look of disdain. The blood meat is already secured. I heard that the number of monsters outside the city has increased significantly. My father has already arranged for 100 pounds of leader-level monster meat, which should arrive in a few days. I will deliver it to you this weekend. Leader-level meat costs no less than 10,000 per pound. Only a golden-level beastmaster could possibly slay such beasts. All right, then this 100 pounds will be exchanged for your potions for this month. Sure, Lin Gu, just don't suffer a loss. After all, I am making a big profit. The chubby one beamed with joy. Even if it was only enough to exchange for a week's supply, he was entirely unhesitant. Lin Chuan naturally would not suffer any losses. When calculated, the monthly yield amounts to merely 4 skill fruits. Even if he does nothing, he can naturally produce 30 fruits in a month. It is a pure, risk-free venture. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with the gaze of dozens of eyes. Yet Lin Chuan remained unfazed and took his seat. Without a doubt, the most uncomfortable individuals in the classroom were the remaining 3 members of the former Yanhao gang, Zhou Ming, Huang Wei, and Zhao Hu. Strictly speaking, there was no significant conflict between Lin Chuan and them. With Yanhao's departure, Lin Chuan had no interest in the remaining small fry. As long as they did not provoke him, all would be well. After all, Lin Chuan was there to learn, not to engage in any form of campus violence. Generally, he would not resort to violence unless absolutely provoked. Du Yong stepped out for a brief moment before returning to the classroom. It was obvious that he had gone to receive instructions from the principal. After all, the transfer of the former top student was a matter of great significance, akin to a seismic event for Sanzhong. The already struggling families were dealt another blow. Without Lin Chuan's support, this cohort would have little hope. In fact, it was uncertain whether the school could continue to operate. Thankfully, with Yanhao gone, Lin Chuan had emerged. Du Yong thought to himself, feeling relieved. Now, I have an announcement to make. Du Yong cleared his throat and continued. You are all likely aware of the rumors regarding Yanhao's transfer. This matter is indeed true, as confirmed by the principal. This was not a coincidence, but rather a premeditated move. The class exam was merely a catalyst, providing Yanhao with an excuse. After being nurtured by Sanzhong for 3 years, he chose to transfer to another school over a reward he did not receive for being first. Such a person is not needed at Sanzhong. Regardless of the facts, we will present a united front and define this situation accordingly. Furthermore, I have heard that Yanhao exploited his position as class leader, using his power to extort ling stones from his classmates. Such behavior will not be tolerated at Sanzhong. Should similar incidents occur in the future, students are encouraged to report them. The school will not be lenient. Upon finishing, Du Yong cast a glance at Lin Chuan, intentionally or not. Lin Chuan thought, what? My source of income has been cut off? I haven't even had the chance to implement my plans. This is nothing more than an attempt at a crime. How absurd. Even thinking about it is prohibited now. Now, we need to appoint a new class leader. I welcome students to self-nominate, Du Yong said, eagerly looking towards the students. The classroom fell silent. Most students turned their gazes towards Lin Chuan. Why are you all looking at me? Let anyone else take the position. Lin Chuan thought, feeling annoyed as his income stream had been severed. The class leader received an extra stipend each month. Just as Du Yong's voice fell, he proclaimed, this cohort's class leader will undoubtedly be Lin Chuan. Who is in favor or opposed? The principal was indeed correct. Lin Chuan was the type who would not act until he saw the results. Du Yong, brushing his receding hairline, forced a smile and said, if Lin Chuan is willing to take this position, I assume no one objects. Then it is settled. Everything else remains unchanged. Let us take a brief break before commencing our training. With that, he went to prepare the spiritual energy array. Lin Gu, are you really going to be the class leader? The chubby boy asked. Of course, who else could take the position? It's a pity I can't collect protection fees anymore. How about I voluntarily give you my ling stones? Holding on to them is just a waste. Forget it. I'm not interested in these trifling matters. Lin Chuan contemplated what compensation he might demand from the Yin family. By the way, Lin Gu, the class leader must represent the class to challenge other classes each month, Su Daji reminded him. Is there such a good deal? Lin Chuan's face lit up with genuine delight. In addition to his own school, there was a possibility that other schools would come to challenge as well, requiring the class leader to take the lead. So it's like that? What did Yanhao do before? He had merely flaunted his authority at Sanzhong, often surrendering without a fight. If other schools challenged their class, he would build connections with them, ensuring at least a dignified loss. Does that mean I can also challenge other schools? Lin Chuan mused aloud. Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Daji was astonished. While it was undeniable that Lin Chuan was strong, the thought of competing against Yi Zhong and Er Zhong was beyond the chubby boy's imagination. Lin Chuan disregarded Su Daji's thoughts and continued formulating his strategy. If that were the case, he could discover new avenues for improvement. Lin Chuan's current energy fruits were already sufficient for him to advance to Black Iron 9 stars. Next, he needed to prepare for silver, prioritizing the advancement fruits. Following that were the enhancement fruits. He must max out all commonly used skills, and fortunately, he had secured the materials from beast blood. Lastly, the skill fruits would be left to chance, as he might encounter suitable skills to imprint. Chapter 41. I challenge your entire class alone. During the morning training, Lin Chuan casually absorbed a few energy fruits and reached half a fruit, losing interest thereafter. High school training was becoming increasingly trivial for him. As for the training courses, he perceived them as little more than child's play. If it weren't for the newfound interest in his role as class leader, he would have sought permission from the principal to self-study at home. Watching videos of pretty girls upstairs while letting Lao Hei and the Blackstone Golem battle was far more enjoyable. It is said that some beast-taming skills, once activated, allow for fusion, making beast-eared girls a reality. In the afternoon, within the training hall, what? You want to challenge other classes? Du Yong was taken aback. He hadn't even informed Lin Schwan yet. He was so proactive. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Schwan replied. It's not that there is a problem. But I've never seen you this enthusiastic, Du Yong added. By the way, there are no rewards for such challenges, he concluded. Do you take me for someone else? I am the newly appointed leader, fostering communication between classes, Lin Schwan retorted. Is there a limit on the number of challenges? None within the school. Each class in the same grade must challenge at least once, usually led by the class leader. However, there are limits for challenges outside the school. But it's not worth mentioning, Du Yong explained. All right, I understand. I'll await good news, Lin Schwan said, turning to leave the hall. I can't shake this feeling of unease, Du Yong muttered to himself. Lin Schwan casually chose a shared training facility for the third-year students, where a class was currently training. The training methods were not much different from Du Yong's. Upon entering without greeting anyone, many students turned to observe him, whispering among themselves. Several recognized him as the one who defeated Yan Hao, the new king of Class 1. Classmate, what brings you here? A teacher inquired. Nothing much. I'm the new class leader of Class 1, just here to engage with everyone, Lin Schwan replied casually, yet his intent was evident. The teacher's expression shifted. You're here to challenge? It's only the first day of the month. Which class are you from, teacher? Class 2. All right. Let us start with your class then. I'm pressed for time. The teacher, though dissatisfied with Lin Schwan's demeanor, had no choice but to comply, responding, fine. I'll have the class leader face off. Soon, a stage was cleared. The class leader of Class 2 looked distressed. He is even more abnormal than Yan Hao. How can I fight him? I'll just concede. Concede? All you know is to concede. If a beast comes, will you concede as well? You might as well stop training and remain an ordinary person in the city, the teacher scolded. Lin Schwan found merit in the teacher's words, deciding to stoke the flames. What I mean is, I will challenge your entire class alone. My beast will not initiate an attack. As long as you can knock it off the stage or I recall it, that counts as my loss. At this declaration, the students of Class 2 were enraged. What is this brat trying to show off? Indeed, so arrogant. Let him face me one-on-one. Do not. I truly cannot contend in a one-on-one battle. The teacher from Class 2 was seething with rage. Lin Schwan's words were no different from declaring that Class 2 was worthless. This is what you said. So do not claim later that our class lacks decorum. Classmates, let us give him a thorough beating. Without needing further encouragement from the teacher, the students of Class 2 were already rolling up their sleeves, eager to engage. The challenge commenced. Lin Schwan summoned Lao Hong directly. After a night of slumber, Lao Hong had returned to peak condition. To ensure that the students of Class 2 could fully relish the battle, he summoned Lao Hong in an enlarged form. Under normal circumstances, Lao Hong already boasted a diameter of over 2 meters. When increased twofold, he approached 8 meters. Fortunately, the makeshift arena was spacious enough to accommodate Lao Hong. So grand. Regardless of how many times one witnesses it, the sight remains awe-inspiring. Hey there, do not reach out to touch. This comes with a fee. Lin Schwan casually stepped back and awaited the unfolding spectacle. In an instant, an array of skills rained down upon Lao Hong. Wind blades, fireballs, lightning strikes, and ice arrows. You name it. Except for the fireball, the other elemental skills still inflicted some damage on Lao Hong. However, their skill levels were not particularly high, and Lao Hong's star rating exceeded theirs, resulting in minimal harm. Compared to the previous day's Blackstone Golem, this felt like mere scratching. Though scratching does inflict some damage, it was evident that Lao Hong bore wounds in certain areas. As for physical attacks, they were hardly worth mentioning. They scarcely qualified as scratching. Nevertheless, Lin Schwan hoped for physical attacks, as that would imply a chance to reap rewards. Was this not the very reason he orchestrated this spectacle? Beastmaster, Huan Yuan Wolf, Extraordinary 5-star. Skill, Blood Claw Fury 5. Active, unleashes a blood claw causing physical damage and a bleeding effect that ignores defense, lasting 40 seconds. Passive, Wilderness Pathfinding 1. Passive, movement speed increased by 10 in plain areas. Potential, Elite 9 stars. This was one of the few physical beast masters capable of inflicting damage on Lao Hong, and the bleeding effect that ignores defense was particularly vile. Although it appeared gruesome, the wounds would automatically heal once the duration expired. The skill, Wilderness Pathfinding, was indeed worth imprinting, and Lin Schwan would not let such an opportunity slip by. Currently, Lao Hong's crawling speed was nearly equivalent to Lin Schwan's walking pace. Should there be a need to venture into the wild, Lao Hong might indeed serve as a mount. The turtle crawls slowly. That is solely due to a lack of sufficient skills. Numerous combat passives, such as sword mastery and two-handed weaponry, were beyond Lao Hong's capacity to imprint. Lin Schwan had explored all combat beast masters and finally uncovered a gem of a skill. Continuous Assault. 1. Passive. When dealing damage to the same target within 10 seconds. Damage increases by 5, stacking up to 4 times. This skill, in conjunction with the damage from retaliation, was exhilarating to contemplate. Before long, these combat-oriented physical beast masters had exhausted themselves after an extended assault, while Lao Hei remained largely unscathed. Only a few ranged beast masters continued to sporadically cast skills from a distance. The melee combatants had been thoroughly drained, and it was time to turn their attention to the ranged ones. Given their retreat to the distance, they should not blame Lao Hei for taking decisive action. Taunt. Just as the Thunderbird completed casting a lightning spell and wiggled its rear, it dove headfirst onto Lao Hei's shell, stuck and unable to free itself. Its beak lodged between the rocks. What on earth? A bewildered classmate wondered aloud. His beast master was reveling in casting lightning. So how did that foolish bird suddenly lose control and dive down? Lin Schwan paid him no mind. He had acquired Thunder Element Affinity 1, reducing damage from lightning attacks by 5, while enhancing his own lightning attacks by 5. In terms of pure defense, this skill did not surpass other resistance skills. Given that Lao Hei possessed no lightning attacks, rendering the offensive aspect entirely wasted. Nonetheless, it would suffice for the time being. Next, Lin Schwan imitated the earlier taunts. It failed to encounter any suitable skills. Eventually, the other classmates withdrew their beast masters. We are done. It's simply futile. Chapter 42. This is my declaration. Mental distortion. On the field, aside from Lin Schwan's Lao Hei, no other beast masters remained. It was evident that Lin Schwan had triumphed. Well then, let us call it a win for me. I shall take my leave. Withdrawing his beast master, Lin Schwan intended to depart. Classmate, the teacher from class 2 called out. His expression complex. What is it? Are you seeking compensation? I have none. Lin Schwan replied, cautious. Numerous beast masters had inadvertently inflicted harm upon themselves during the fray. No. Do you have any experiences to share with your classmates? How have you become so formidable? The teacher believed that even his own silver-level prowess would be insufficient. Although a second beast master could be contracted beyond the silver level, 2 elite-level beast masters would hardly make a significant difference. After all, how could one contend against such a massive creature? The defense remains unbroken. It simply remains unbroken. Lin Schwan was perplexed. He had not heard of such an inquiry. What experience could he possibly share? Should he confess that his secret was to slack off? That he never trained? That he ascended to 7 stars in less than a month? Alas, it was challenging. Gazing at the eager expressions before him, Lin Schwan resolved to embody the role of a good person. Thus, he adjusted his demeanor, fixing his gaze upon everyone, and proclaimed, currently, Sanzhong faces both internal and external challenges. The resources that belong to Sanzhong are being divided among other schools, and the promising talents are being poached. Is this fair? Are the students of Sanzhong not human? Are we destined to be inferior to them? Must we endure this perpetually? No, I shall not tolerate it. I will inform the entire 81 district. I will declare to the entire Schwan Wu circular city that there is not a single coward among the beast masters of Sanzhong. Sanzhong is the strongest. To restore the glory of Sanzhong, it is our unshirkable duty. This is my declaration and the driving force behind my quest for strength. Upon concluding, Lin Schwan surveyed the crowd, and all present, including the teacher, bowed their heads in silence, save for a girl in the corner filming the moment. She cautiously pointed her camera at Lin Schwan while discreetly wiping away tears, clearly moved. Lin Schwan chose to ignore her, leaving behind a simple, I am off now, before turning to depart. Should he linger any longer, he might falter under the weight of his emotions. With such familiar phrases, he lacked the talent to improvise. Time to slip away. After Lin Schwan's departure, the atmosphere gradually returned to life. So invigorating. I am moved to tears. Who would have thought he harbored such determination? Is this what it means to possess the heart of a true warrior? So admirable. I wish to bear his children. I have decided, from this day forth, I shall be Lin Schwan's staunchest supporter. Momo, post the video you recorded on the campus network. Everyone must know that someone is carrying the weight for Sanzhong. Alright. Oh dear. I feel tears welling up again. Upon exiting the training hall, Lin Schwan first checked the progress of the Advancement Fruit, which had improved by 2, albeit marginally, reaching a total of 22. He then fed the 3 imprinted skill fruits to Lao Hei, resulting in an addition of 3 skills to Lao Hei's skill panel, surpassing a total of 20 skills. Such a quantity of skills might even exceed the combined total of all skills possessed by 3 commanding level beast masters of a gold level beast master. Although most were defensive and passive skills, their sheer quantity compensated for their nature. Quantity can indeed overwhelm quality. With over an hour remaining before the end of classes, Lin Schwan decided against returning to Class 1. Instead, he turned and headed straight home. The school would undoubtedly disapprove of such behavior, but who could challenge Lin Schwan? The security guard smoking at the entrance even offered Lin Schwan a cigarette, to which he politely declined, citing health concerns. He recalled a past incident in a certain island nation where a fire erupted because a shopkeeper, upon discovering a gas leak in the kitchen, lit a cigarette to calm himself. The result was an explosion. Indeed, smoking is detrimental to one's health. Today, upon returning home early, Lin Schwan naturally commenced his rigorous training with Lao Hei to avoid disturbing the neighbor's rest in the evening. He possessed 2 elite-grade demon beast cores, one fully charged and the other depleted from yesterday's energy consumption. After some contemplation, he decided to allow the golden tree to absorb the empty core, resulting in the acquisition of 3 skill fruits. This quantity was somewhat lacking, likely due to energy constraints. He tossed the other core to the ironstone golem, which soon revived but remained immobile, feigning death. Lin Schwan urged it to move by throwing Lao Hei into the pool, thus blocking the golem's path, and then ascended the stairs, leaving it behind. Moments later, the yard echoed with the sound of pounding as the golem resumed its training. An hour later, Lin Schwan descended, feeling invigorated. Upon reaching the poolside, he found the ironstone golem lying motionless, having sustained noticeably fewer punch marks from Lao Hei. Since yesterday, the golem had ceased to attack Lao Hei autonomously, only retaliating when provoked, and resorting to its skills only when absolutely compelled. This state signified a complete lack of combat will. Lin Schwan checked the progress of the advancement fruit, which was barely at 30%. Thus, the training efficiency of the ironstone golem had diminished significantly today. Should he attempt another session, it would likely yield no results. This was quite the predicament. Lin Schwan realized that relying on this method to fully charge the advancement fruit was unrealistic. Nevertheless, he had plans to accumulate the remaining fruits elsewhere. The question remained, what to do about the ironstone golem? If it proved futile, he would have no choice but to eliminate it completely. Otherwise, he could not even absorb its death aura. When Lin Schwan extracted the energy core yesterday, it was tantamount to killing it once, yet the death fruit remained unresponsive, indicating that this particular scenario did not qualify for it. It was a pity that he could not exploit it any further. Crouching beside the ironstone golem, Lin Schwan prepared to extract its energy core once more. What was this? Instinctively, he examined its panel and discovered some peculiar alterations. Demon Beast, Ironstone Golem, Elite 5-star Twisted Mutation. Skills, Single Target Taunt 6, Active. Forces a single target within a 5-meter radius that is not more than 1 rank higher to attack itself. Duration, 8 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute. Iron Fist Strike 5, Active. Charges for 2 seconds, delivers a simultaneous heavy strike with both fists to the target. Stone Skin Technique 4, Active, increases physical defense by 45, reduces movement speed by 50. Gargoyle Bloodline, Passive, Species Exclusive. Upon destruction of the energy core, enters a state of false death and petrification. Revives upon condensing a new energy core. Mental Distortion 1, Passive. Unique Mutation. During prolonged torture of the soul, it becomes utterly twisted and subservient to the oppressor. As its level increases, it mutates in unpredictable directions. Potential, unknown. What in the world is this? This is madness. Indeed, it was accurate. Due to Lao Hei's incessant taunting, this conflicted with the golem's instincts. A minute of dual torment, mental and physical, had driven it to insanity, leading it to perceive Lao Hei as its deity. In this peculiar situation, Lin Schwan felt as if he were engaging with an entirely novel entity. Given these developments, he was not in a rush to dispose of it. After pondering briefly, he fetched a remaining spirit stone from indoors and tossed it onto the ironstone golem. The stone was rapidly drained, crumbling to dust. Subsequently, the ironstone golem rose, standing motionless beside him. Lao Hei, try taunting it, Lin Schwan commanded. However, the golem did not respond for quite some time. What was happening? It was ineffective. What did that mean? Was it effective or not? It seemed that this creature was no longer susceptible to Lao Hei's taunt. Remarkable. Yet, it remained unclear whether it was immune to all taunts or just Lao Hei's. If it were immune to all forms of mental control, that would be extraordinary. Lao Hei commanded to take a few steps. In response, without any visible action or sound from Lao Hei, the ironstone golem began to walk around the pool, clearly responding to the command. It appeared that Lao Hei could indeed control this entity. What was this? A beast master controlling another beast. Lin Schwan observed for a moment before leaving it to its own devices, allowing Lao Hei to exhaust its energy. What was this mental distortion? It baffled Lin Schwan, and he had no one to consult, fearing he would be perceived as a pervert. Had he truly driven a demon beast to madness? What was the next step? He decided to let fate take its course. Worrying about this was less appealing than playing a couple of games. In the evening, Yi Yao returned to the villa area, casting a casual glance toward Lin Schwan's residence. She presumed he must have returned earlier. Being top of the class allowed such indulgence, did it? Reflecting on her own 8-star level, yet struggling against even a 1-star opponent was exasperating. Miss, I believe the noise from across the way won't disturb you today. Wang Ming approached, assuming Yi Yao was concerned about the previous day's sounds. Why is that? She inquired. About an hour ago, it started making noises. And it just finished before you returned. Yi Yao's expression darkened, revealing a mix of emotions. As she entered the house, she muttered, how infuriating, sneaking around alone. Wang Ming, perplexed, dared not inquire further. Yi Yao ascended to the loft and retrieved the broken telescope, only to set it down again. What was the point? Lin Schwan was sprawled in the yard. On one side, there was a barbecue. On the other, milk tea, as he leisurely played on his phone. As for the demon beast from yesterday, it remained in the pool, but no battles had occurred today. The creature alternated between crouching and lying down, occasionally spinning around. Resembling a lunatic, Yi Yao was baffled but found Lin Schwan infuriating. Just as Lin Schwan finished a game and prepared to enjoy a skewer, he sensed someone watching him. As long as he wasn't overly focused on something else, he remained quite perceptive. He glanced up to find Yi Yao peering down from her rooftop. How could someone stand there? If he could see her, it meant she could see him directly. Even into his room. This girl didn't happen to have a voyeuristic inclination, did she? Nonetheless, given the distance, it should be difficult to see clearly unless she used a telescope. Lin Schwan thought this improbable. However, he resolved to draw the curtains in his room going forward. He decided it was best not to provoke her, as her mood seemed volatile. At 8 in the evening, Lu Xiaoma savored her edited video before clicking publish. The title was One Person Battles Class 2 to Restore Glory to Sanzhong. We are duty-bound. The video prominently featured Lin Schwan's challenge against Class 2, culminating in his poignant declaration. Enhanced with filters and accompanied by music, it exuded a sense of solemn mission. It showcased Lin Schwan's invincible stance against Class 2 while portraying him as the solitary hero of Sanzhong, a genius dedicated to its resurgence through rigorous training. If Lin Schwan were to evaluate it himself, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Who is this? So pretentious? Oh, it's me. Well, that's fine. I look incredibly cool." Soon, the video's view count began to rise, accompanied by the first comment. First, seize Momo's sofa. Then observe the benches and the bedboards. Lin Schwan, the boss, is indeed formidable and invincible. Lu Xiaoma merely posted on a few communication platforms of Sanzhong to inspire the students there. She had no intention of disseminating it widely. After all, Lin Schwan claimed he would be the strongest in the 81 district, even the strongest in Schwan Wu City, which seemed a bit boastful and laughable. The effect was indeed significant, as many students were somewhat inspired. Regardless of their future achievements, they had once encountered a figure who instilled belief in them. Perhaps the video was indeed well made, and gradually, many students from other schools began to watch and share it. In an office, it appeared that Sanzhong had produced an extraordinary individual this year. Principal, should I reach out to him? Never mind. I heard this child was personally delivered by Qin Yan. We both know the reason, so there's no need to touch this bad luck. It's a pity, though. It suffices that the first place belongs to us, Yizhong. The rest is unimportant. The principal was correct. First in the 81 district? Just him? Huh, what a joke. Indeed, it's laughable. Anyone from our class could take first place in Sanzhong, haha. Soon, the comment section of the video was filled with discordant voices, and the situation escalated. Such comments occupied over 80 of the space, predominantly from students of Yizhong and Erzhong, who hurriedly came to mock. The next morning, Lu Xiaoma was called to the principal's office with a worried expression. Principal, I was wrong. I never thought it would turn out this way. I will delete the video right away, Lu Xiaoma said, her eyes reddening. No need for that. I called you here to tell you not to delete the video. It was exceptionally well done, Lan said with a smile. But? Lu Xiaoma dared not look at the comment section. The taunts were enough to cause severe distress. It doesn't matter. Since Lin Schwan dared to say such things, he must bear the consequences. However, could Lin Schwan truly accomplish this? Forget about being first in Schwan Wu City. Even being first in the 81 district was daunting. And the 81 district was merely an outer district ranked lowest in Schwan Wu City. I believe in him, Lan stated calmly. All we can do now is believe in him. Then, Lan continued, since you possess this talent, I appoint you as the media officer of Sanzhong. After graduation, you may choose to remain at the school. From this moment on, your task is to document every battle of Lin Schwan and then edit and promote them. Lan aims to create a legendary figure, crafting Lin Schwan into Sanzhong's undefeated myth. Principal, what if Lin Schwan loses? Lu Xiaoma asked softly. He will not lose. Besides, even if he does, so what? Sanzhong has nothing left to lose. Since we are betting on the final chance, let us make it a grand wager. Chapter 44, Boss Lin Schwan. So soon? Lin Schwan inexplicably became popular, at least within the circles of the Beast-Tamer High School in the 81 district. For many students of Sanzhong, Lin Schwan was their role model. Of course, some felt he was overestimating himself. To the students of Yizhong and Erzhong, he was merely a clown, already plotting how to deal with him. Lin Schwan was oblivious to the happenings outside. In fact, he didn't even go to school that morning. Why should he bother with cultivation? Sleeping in felt much better. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Schwan sauntered into the school. He randomly selected a training hall for the third-year students, and walked in. Many students, upon seeing Lin Schwan enter, were not surprised but rather excited, a mix of enthusiasm and admiration. Lin Schwan was baffled. Which class is this? Boss Lin, this is class 5. I came too. Lin Schwan hadn't finished his sentence when one student interrupted. Come on, Boss Lin, trample me hard. This kid, has he awakened some unique system? The news of Lin Schwan single-handedly defeating an entire class had already spread throughout the school, even before the video went viral. Coupled with his proclamation, most third-year students speculated that Lin Schwan would challenge each class in the grade, viewing it as a motivation for all students. However, they did not feel disheartened or defeated. Rather, they displayed the excitement of fans meeting their idol. How could they possibly defeat Lin Schwan? That was to be expected. After all, Class 2 was a cautionary tale. The remaining 3 classes wouldn't take this matter lightly. To be trampled by their idol was exhilarating. Lin Schwan, the arena is ready, please proceed. The teacher was quite understanding, knowing exactly what to do the moment Lin Schwan arrived. All right, let us begin. I hope you all can unleash your full strength. As I said before, I will not attack. You may use all your might. 4 long-range beast tamers, once your skills are exhausted. Engage in close combat, even if you have to bite. I want to see your indomitable spirit. Lin Schwan encouraged them loudly, then summoned Lao Hei and disregarded everything else. With so many long-range beast tamers, did he really need Lao Hei to taunt them one by one? That seemed bothersome. You all can manage it yourselves, can't you? All right, even if it means getting hurt, I will exert all my strength. Indeed, do not disappoint Boss Lin's expectations. What followed was a harrowing display of self-destructive attacks. Lin Schwan watched in disbelief. Did they really have to be this ruthless? Were they not afraid their beasts would perish? Were they trying to provoke him? Once most of the beasts had fallen, Lin Schwan promptly recalled Lao Hei. If he didn't, the remaining few would truly die here. Brother, your beasts are nearly finished. Do you still want to continue? Are you out of your mind? All right, I acknowledge your courage, Lin Schwan said, and turned to leave. It's not the hard that scares me, but the reckless. The gains from this encounter were decent, although most of the skills were either replicated or could not be replicated. Nonetheless, Lin Schwan acquired 2 new skills. March Acceleration 1, active after activation. All allies within a 20-meter radius gain a 10 increase in movement speed, and Resilient will 1, passive, reduces control time by 10. One is a group acceleration aura, and the other enhances resilience against control. Both are incredibly practical skills. Among them, March Acceleration was copied from a purely supportive beast. A soft, fluffy creature akin to cotton candy. Lin Schwan could not fathom what use summoning it would serve. Most other beasts could at least strike with their heads. Was this one relying on cuteness? Under normal circumstances, Lin Schwan wouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter such a beast. As for Resilient, well, enhancing resilience is a valuable asset. To counter skills that slow, stun, or freeze, resilience must be trained. Wealthy individuals rely on technology, while the less fortunate rely on mutation. Spendthrift elites can provide their beasts with specialized potions or high-quality materials to enhance resilience or even comprehend skills. Commoners, on the other hand, can only rely on years of intense training to improve their beast's resistance to specific controls. For example, the Ironstone Golem was driven to mental distortion from Lao Hei's taunts. The result was remarkable. It became immune to taunts. That wasn't mutation, it was abnormal. Upon exiting the training hall, Lin Schwan unexpectedly encountered a cute girl rushing toward him, breathless and nearly colliding with him. Lin Schwan, the boss. The girl propped her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath, her complexion quite rosy. Are you looking for me? Lin Schwan thought this girl looked somewhat familiar. My name is Lu Xiaoma, just call me Momo. The principal sent me to document and promote every battle of yours. Lu Xiaoma gazed at Lin Schwan with admiration. Perhaps due to her run, her face was flushed. Promote my battles? Lin Schwan pondered for a moment, realizing the principal's intentions. In response to this, he appeared quite indifferent. Oh, it seems you were taking pictures with your phone yesterday. Lin Schwan recalled the girl from yesterday. Yes, I have already posted the video from yesterday. Lin Schwan, you are now the pride of Sanzhong. Is that so? Where did you post it? I must take a good look, haha. It was shared on several platforms, including the campus network. However, Lin Schwan, just watch the video and disregard the comments. They are all orchestrated. Lu Xiaomo said cautiously. It doesn't matter. I can address each comment individually later, Lin Schwan mused. already anticipating what those comments would say. Lin Schwan, so handsome. Lu Xiaomo regained her composure and then asked, I heard from my classmates that you were here, so I rushed over. Is there no one inside? No, it's already finished, Lin Schwan replied casually. So soon. Lin Schwan, Lu Xiaomo exclaimed. Miss, please rephrase your words. No, I meant it finished so quickly? Lu Xiaomo blushed, unable to believe it. My classmates are quite diligent, which is admirable. Lin Schwan acknowledged the spirit of the students in Class 5. What should I do? The principal entrusted me with my first task, and I failed to accomplish it. As she spoke, Lu Xiaomo was on the verge of tears. Lin Schwan felt helpless. He couldn't possibly go in and fight again. That would be too cruel. Let us add each other as friends. I'll call you before the next fight. There was no alternative, so Lin Schwan could only propose this. Sure. Lu Xiaomo instantly brightened up and happily added him. After adding each other, just as Lin Schwan was about to put away his phone, he noticed that Lon Lon had sent him a message, asking him to come to the principal's office. Thus, the two set off together. Lu Xiaomo also needed to explain to the principal that it wasn't her fault. It was Lin Schwan who was too fast. Chapter 45, The Bounty List. Principal, what do you need from me? Lin Schwan swaggered into the principal's office and casually took a seat. Lu Xiaomo stood beside him. Xiaomo, you may take a seat as well, Lon Lon said gently, then turned to Lin Schwan. Did you challenge another class today? Indeed, to motivate my classmates. I must endure some hardship, Lin Schwan declared with righteous fervor. By the way, Principal, are there any rewards? This fellow, his nature remains unchanged. There are no rewards for challenges within the school. What about those outside? Lin Schwan quickly inquired. Regardless of rewards, he would challenge. After all, he would take a shot at it whether or not there was a prize. There are. What rewards? You can see for yourself. Saying this, Lon Lon produced 2 forms filled with text. This contains all the information about the top 50 students in the 3rd year from Yizhong and Erzhong. Lin Schwan took it and glanced over it. The names were densely packed, along with their star ratings, talent levels, and beast attributes, among other basic public information. However, what intrigued Lin Schwan the most was the final remarks column. Each person had a number next to their name. For instance, the first name from Yizhong, 1 Lei Dian level 9, star lightning attribute Thunder Dragon 1000. Principal, what does the 1000 signify? This indicates 1000 spirit stones, or resources of equivalent value, Lon Lon explained, feeling a bit awkward. The reward for the first place was merely a bait she had set for Lin Schwan, not expecting him to actually attain it. Of course, should Lin Schwan truly achieve it, she would certainly fulfill even 10,000. Understood. Lin Schwan continued to read. The rest were rather unremarkable, with only Lei Dian holding a level talent. Most of the top 20 were level, while those beyond that were of lower talent. In terms of star ratings, the top 10 were all 9-star, while the rest were 8-star. Unexpectedly, Yan Hao was ranked quite low, only around 50 in Yizhong. As for the rewards, first place, 1,000, 25th, 200, 610th, 100. Beyond the 10th, only a symbolic reward of 10 spirit stones. Nonetheless, even 10 spirit stones was still a significant amount compared to the lower ranks, equivalent to 5 months of allowances for an ordinary student. It seemed Lon Lon had invested considerably to motivate Lin Schwan. However, part of this funding had originally come from Lin Schwan's dealings with the Yin family, so it rightfully belonged to him. The situation on the Erzhong side was similar, except there were no level talents, with the first and second places appearing to be brothers. 1 Nanjing, Wu, level 9-star, Ice attribute, Ice Warrior 500. 2 Nanjing, 1 level 9-star, Fire attribute, Blazing Bear 300. The rewards for other ranks were quite similar. This pair of Ice and Fire brothers might have slightly lower value than Lei Dian, yet they were still quite significant. Lu Xiaomo stood by, dumbfounded. This was no mere ranking list, but rather a bounty list. Here, even the 50th rank could easily place in the top 2 of Sanzhong, which was beyond her reach. Yet now, she was at the bottom of the list, and Lin Schwan didn't even bother to glance at it. Lu Xiaomo could vaguely sense that something monumental was about to unfold in Area 81, beginning with this list. The thought of witnessing Lin Schwan crush everything in his path made her heart race and her body flush with excitement. Principal, are there so few level talents? In this cohort, is there only one? Lin Schwan retained the contents of the form in his mind without further concern, casually asking. Previously, he had seen Qin Yan tested, and it seemed to be level. Having never undergone large-scale talent testing, he could not grasp the rarity of advanced talents. Among the same cohort, there were fewer than 5 individuals at level or above, according to the statistics for the entire Schwan Wu city. In reality, the proportion was even lower in the outer districts, possibly only 3. This graduating class in Area 81 comprised over 1,000 students from 3 schools, yet only about 40 possessed level talents. This was after the schools had filtered out those with exceedingly low talents, who never even entered the beast-taming high school. In Area 81, having one was already commendable. Some cohorts had none at all. Originally, Lei Jian had the opportunity to attend school directly in the inner district, but his father, the principal of Yizhong, kept him in Area 81 to retain the first-place student in Yizhong. Lan Lan lamented. Level combat talents merely enhanced the beast-taming capabilities, tripling the effectiveness, not to mention other attributes. The Nan brothers from Erezhong don't even match up to Lei Dian, so you've struck gold. Lin Chuan. Principal, have you lost your mind? We Haven T even started fighting, and you're already certain I can dominate those ice and fire brothers? Why not aim even higher and consider that I could overpower Lei Dian as well? Well, this is what I wanted to discuss with you. Since you've made such bold claims, you must fulfill them yourself. Moving forward, even if you don't challenge them, they will come to challenge you. As for the other classes in Sanzhong, don't waste your time. Challenging them now 1T have the desired motivational effect. It's better to prepare thoroughly. Lan Lan said with a smile, as if eagerly anticipating the upcoming events. All right, Principal, I have a request. Lin Chuan's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Go ahead, as long as I can manage it. Could you possibly advance the rewards? After all, they rightfully belong to me. Is it too much to ask for an advance of 1,000 spirit stones? Get lost. Lin Chuan retreated. Xiaomo, this guy is quite the handful. You don't need to concern yourself with other matters. Just focus on recording. Can you manage that? Principal, I understand, Lu Xiaomo resolutely replied. Although Lin Chuan's fighting speed is remarkable, she would not miss another opportunity. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Chuan intended to head home. This fellow had completely dropped the pretense, laid his cards on the table, and deemed school unnecessary. Lu Xiaomo followed closely behind. Lin Chuan, what are you doing leaving school? Are you already going to challenge other schools? I'm going home. Xiom was taken aback, realizing that there were still 2 hours until school was dismissed. Shall we go together? Lin Chuan casually suggested. His intention was clear, to leave school together and return to their respective homes. That might not be appropriate, Xiom murmured, her head lowered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her demeanor shy. Isn't it a bit too soon? After all, we have only just met. Should we perhaps bring some gifts for your parents? Lin Chuan, my esteemed elder brother, do you prefer boys or girls? After speaking, Xiom looked up with hopeful eyes. Hey, Lin Chuan, where are you? Xiom glanced around, but Lin Chuan was nowhere to be found. Chapter 46, Lin Chuan's #1 hater. Upon returning home, Lin Chuan first went to check the swimming pool, where the ironstone golem lay, appearing to be in a state of disrepair. Old Hei had a penchant for play, having exhausted the power yesterday. Releasing Old Hei, Lin Chuan's foremost thought was to recharge him. With Old Hei's intellect, it seemed comparable to that of a child just learning to play with toy cars. Lin Chuan had no objections to Old Hei's requests. A few spiritual stones were a trivial matter. Upon inspection, he discovered that mental distortion had surprisingly reached level 4. Mental distortion 4, passive, unique mutation. During the prolonged torment of the soul, it becomes utterly twisted, succumbing to the oppressor, and can sacrifice its life at any moment. The soul is undergoing mutation, irreversible, unstoppable, and unpredictable. What on earth have you done, Old Hei? Lin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Played, came the simple reply. As the spiritual stones were absorbed, the toy sprang to life again, with the ironstone golem starting to move erratically, squatting and jumping about. Occasionally, it would twist its head off and kick it like a ball, only to reattach it as if nothing had happened. Lin Chuan thought. Even a pervert would find this unsettling. Nevertheless, Old Hei seemed to enjoy himself, treating it as a puzzle game. That evening, while Lin Chuan was engrossed in a game, Qin Yin suddenly called. Naturally, Lin Chuan hung up immediately, leaving the remaining 9 players ecstatic. Old Qin, what brings you here? I've dealt with Yin Tianba. Do you have any further requests? Qin Yin casually remarked. Old Qin, you are truly formidable. Flattery costs nothing, Lin Chuan responded. That brat's beast was beaten to a pulp by someone. I lost interest in thrashing him and sent him to clean up monster nests instead. Lin Chuan inquired. What level is he now? He just broke through to Diamond, but he's not even stable at Diamond 1 yet, and he's already showing off. Qin Yin replied nonchalantly. Lin Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he was sufficiently formidable himself. They have a weakness that you've seized, and they must accept it. You must remain vigilant in the future, Qin Yin cautioned. Old Qin, you still don't know me. I am solely focused on cultivation and would never instigate trouble. Lin Chuan understood the underlying meaning in Qin Yan's words. That's good. If I find out you're deliberately using my name, I'm at 7 stars. Lin Chuan interjected. What did you say? The signal is poor. I didn't quite catch that. Nothing. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. Qin Yin thought to himself, this is astonishing. He was the only one aware of Lin Chuan's trajectory of advancement, which seemed to occur every few days according to his mood. Despite being a mere black iron, I might genuinely need to rely on this kid in my later years. It dawned on him why Lan Lan had been calling him so frequently lately. Could it be that she thinks he is my son? How scandalous. Nevertheless, it seemed somewhat appealing. But alas, that is not the case. Lan Lan, let me explain. What Qin Yin thought remained unknown to Lin Schwan. After some contemplation, Lin Schwan finally decided on his request. Old Qin, could you have the Yin family compensate me with some monster flesh? The higher quality, the better. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I truly do not understand why you need so much monster flesh. Just don't consume it all at once, Qin Yin warned. I understand. All right, I'll have them send over 3 corpses of recently captured leader-level monsters. After all, that's what the Yin family does. Thank you, old Qin. Qin Yin was left speechless by Lin Schwan. What had once been a mere transaction had now evolved into a friendship. By the way, tell me honestly, how long until you reach silver? I need to prepare myself. I can't keep being startled by your sudden upgrades. Just before hanging up, Qin Yin suddenly inquired. Silver is still a ways off. Evolution fruit is just above 30. However, I plan to reach 9 stars by the end of this month. With a shift in tone, Lin Schwan revealed his intentions. Currently, only a couple of people were aware of his true capabilities, and they were all trustworthy. Thus, there was no need for him to delay any longer. For Lin Schwan, 9 stars was merely the beginning. Hiss. Qin Yin inhaled sharply. All right. From 1 star to 9 stars in just over a month. Fortunately, I, old Qin, am strong enough not to be frightened to death. Quite impressive. Reminiscent of my former prowess. After that, Lin Schwan completely ceased attending school for the next 2 days. Whenever tired, he would sleep in until he naturally awoke. Occasionally playing games. Most of his time was spent online engaging in debates with others. He viewed the videos posted by Schwan, which were quite well made. But he found the comments section even more intriguing. On such a grand stage, how could there not be a place for me? The invincible turtle? User A commented. With that level of skill, I could send anyone from my school to beat him 10 times over. Invincible turtle replied. With your pathetic self. My mother pig could give birth to 10 of you. User A responded. You son of an invincible turtle retorted. At the big stage of my school. Come at me if you dare. User B, C, D, and E. What? You're from that school? Just wait for me. Originally, this was merely a small spat in the comments section and would hardly attract much attention. However, boredom drove him to reply beneath every negative comment. With content that could only be described as objectionable. If someone failed to respond within the day, he would pursue them with insults for days on end. In this manner, he successfully made a name for himself in the comments section, becoming known as Lin Schwan's #1 hater. Indeed, he was a hater. Who else would take the time to insult an entire school just to attract challengers for Lin Schwan? Was this not the essence of a hater? Schwan was the first to notice this peculiar character and was about to mute him, but then realized how familiar he looked. Invincible turtle? Isn't that the jungler from the game? However, one was in a game, and the other was in a video app. Surely they could not be the same person? She had almost forgotten, as the other party had never accepted her friend request. However, the similarities were too striking, and both were equally obnoxious. In the game, he specialized in ruining others' experiences. In the comments section, he incited a wave of insults. What kind of person is this? As Schwan mused. She opened the game to confirm. Accepted? The friend request log indicated that they were now friends. Then, checking her friend list, she found Invincible Turtle, Lin Schwan. My esteemed elder brother. What? Schwan let out a shriek, feeling her worldview shatter. Chapter 47. The Yin Family's Compensation, A Bountiful Harvest. Enhanced Skills. That evening, while Lin Schwan was passionately engaging in a debate with others, the doorbell rang unexpectedly at the villa. Who could it be? I didn't order takeout. Lin Schwan opened the door to find a middle-aged man directing workers to unload large wooden crates. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Schwan? The middle-aged man asked respectfully upon seeing Lin Schwan. I am. Greetings, I am Zhang, the logistics manager of the Yin Corporation. The chairman has instructed me to deliver these to you, Manager Zhang said respectfully. Given his demeanor, Lin Schwan could surmise how the Yin family had instructed him prior to this visit. Please move everything in, just place it in the yard. Certainly, Manager Zhang replied while closely observing the workers, ensuring that no mistakes occurred. Otherwise, it would not merely be an issue of work. Given the tone of the big boss, it seemed one would either face severe consequences or suffer greatly. With this thought, Manager Zhang became even more cautious. At this juncture, the enmity between Lin Schwan and the Yin family was resolved. As long as the other party did not provoke trouble, Lin Schwan would not seek to create issues. Strictly speaking, the repercussions of provoking Lan Lan would be 100 times more severe than those of provoking Lin Schwan. However, since Lan Lan no longer held grudges and clearly did not wish to rely on the subtle connection with Qin Yin, Lin Schwan had no intention of meddling. Once everyone departed, Lin Schwan rubbed his palms together and eagerly opened one of the wooden crates. Inside, The crate was lined with sponge, beneath which lay a foam box. Upon opening the foam box, a chilling draft mixed with a strong scent of blood surged forth. Before him lay the nearly intact corpse of a demon beast. Covered in scars, with a lethal wound, a large hole in its skull, evidently a victim of a fierce battle. Lin Schwan recognized this particular beast. A relatively common creature outside the city, for which the school provided various illustrated materials. The Qian Yaohu, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length and weighing 4 to 500 jin, possessed claws as sharp as daggers. Even in death, it retained a formidable presence. Lin Schwan was uncertain of this creature's exact star rating, but it mattered little, as it was obtained without effort. He lacked the tools necessary to dissect such a large beast, and thus could not extract other materials like tiger skin, bones, or tails. More importantly, he was unsure if the crystal core had been removed. Fortunately, he decided to let the Huang Jin Shu absorb everything entirely. Lin Schwan expressed no desire for the tiger tail. The several hundred jin of demon beast carcass vanished in an instant, fortunately unnoticed. Even if someone had seen it, it would not have mattered, as storage tools were quite common. Lin Schwan felt the Huang Jin Shu in his consciousness tremble, its branches swaying and its leaves producing a sound akin to wind chimes. Subsequently, yellow, reinforcement fruits, and red, skill fruits, began to materialize, resembling blooming, night-blooming Sirius. It seemed the crystal core had not been extracted and was absorbed along with the rest. The Yin family had indeed been generous this time. Likely under pressure from Qin Yan's influence, Lin Schwan roughly estimated that the corpse of this commanding-level demon beast contributed approximately 17 reinforcement fruits and 15 skill fruits. What a delight! Now Lin Schwan had accumulated over 20 reinforcement fruits. Following this, he repeated the process with the remaining 2 commanding-level demon beast corpses while they were still fresh. One of them was a small bird-like demon beast with sharp teeth, which, while not large and yielding little meat, provided 15 reinforcement fruits and 16 skill fruits. The last one, called the Gui Mian Yuan Ho, was a gregarious demon beast residing in caves, and it was unclear how much the Yin family had sacrificed to hunt it. Dealing with a commanding-level demon beast that possessed a population was a challenge even for a golden-tier beast master. Only a diamond tier might manage it with certainty. The Gui Mian Yuan Ho yielded 19 reinforcement fruits and 13 skill fruits. What a bountiful harvest! Gazing at the golden tree adorned with red, yellow, and green fruits, Lin Schwan couldn't help but laugh joyously. The count of reinforcement fruits and skill fruits approached 60, while the energy fruits surpassed 100. Thus, nearly all resources Lin Schwan possessed had been transformed into these 3 types of fruits. Receiving such a multitude of reinforcement fruits, without utilizing them to enhance his strength, would render them no different from having none at all. Only expenditures count as real currency. Otherwise, they are akin to worthless paper. Consequently, Lin Schwan examined the panel of the old black beast, feeling overwhelmed by the plethora of data. Nevertheless, based on his prior combat experience, he selected 4 particularly practical skills. First was elasticity, which could expand or contract, a truly remarkable skill. If others stood at 2 meters tall, one could potentially tower at 20 meters. However, it was unlikely the old black beast would reach such heights, although a width of 20 meters might be possible. Currently, elasticity was at level 4, with a maximum capacity to enlarge or shrink by 200. Without hesitation, he maxed it out, bringing elasticity to level 9, active, allowing free enlargement or contraction of body size, maximum 450. Rounding it off, the old black beast's original size multiplied or divided by 5 would yield an approximate result. Now, the old black beast, in normal circumstances, measured nearly 3 meters in diameter and half a meter high when lying down. If multiplied by 5, the bloodline of the Schwan Wu divine beast within the old black beast might truly re-emerge. Next, he upgraded Attack Absorption directly from level 1 to level 9. Attack Absorption 9, passive. When struck by an attack of the same type, the effect of the opposing attack gradually diminishes, with a maximum reduction of 50. Lin Schwan had previously dismissed this skill, but after his battle with Yan Hao, he realized it was essential against single-attribute demon beasts. Even without activating fire resistance, this skill could gradually mitigate 50 of damage. Of course, this process required time to accumulate, as long as he was not defeated in a single blow. Thus, directly stacking resistance was more targeted. Attack Absorption was quite comprehensive. With its own pros and cons, Lin Schwan was indifferent. He wanted them all. However, the calculation for damage absorption was not a straightforward 50 to 50 fire immunity. It followed a sequence. First, calculate 50 fire resistance, and then apply the remaining 50 to the next calculation. Thus, the old black beast's current panel indicated a maximum of 75 fire damage reduction. Rounding it off, It barely achieved fire immunity. The remaining 2 skills he maxed out were rock armor and single target taunt. Taunting was a divine skill, so it was naturally maxed out. Single target taunt, 9, active, forces a single target within a 5-meter range that is not more than 1 rank higher than oneself to attack normally. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. With such an extensive control effect and counterattack, Lin Schwan could not casually use it on his classmates. As for rock armor, he discovered through practical experience that this skill was more complex than anticipated. Even at level 1, it could absorb considerable damage for the old black beast, providing comprehensive defense. Rock armor 9, passive, forms dense obsidian scales all over the body, offering substantial physical and elemental defense. Although this description was not intuitively quantified, its strength was beyond doubt. The old black beast was enveloped in a dim yellow aura, falling into slumber. It seemed that consuming too many fruits at once led to mild indigestion. A good rest would remedy it. The reinforcement was completed, consuming nearly half of the reinforcement fruits, leaving fewer than 30. These would remain as reserves, adaptable for future needs. While other elemental resistances were still at level 1. Still insufficient, Lin Schwan mused, putting the old black beast away before retiring for the night. Chapter 48, The First Challenger. In stark contrast to Lin Schwan's recent days of ease, Yi Yao struggled with insomnia once again. Aside from a hasty meeting on Monday, she had not seen Lin Schwan for 3 to 4 days. In fact, they had not spoken at all that Monday. As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Yao felt a twinge of regret. She wondered what had been going through her head that morning. What right did she have to be upset? Was it not normal for boys to look at others? Should they gaze at other males instead? After tossing and turning for a while, she took her phone and watched Lin Schwan's video. Repeating it on loop, she drifted off to sleep listening to the sound. The next day, Lin Schwan did not indulge in a late slumber, partly due to having gone to bed early the previous night, and partly because he finally had a bite on the line. Yesterday, during the confrontation, someone in the comments section posted a link. On the other end was a figure resembling a high school student, barking like a dog and demanding Lin Schwan to wait. Lin Schwan glanced at the username. A minor character named Shirkwai Ling Shir. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Lin Schwan certainly would not disdain it. Indeed, early in the morning, upon checking his phone, he received a text from his homeroom teacher, Du Yong, class emergency, return immediately. Upon leaving, he unexpectedly ran into Yi Yao. Yet, what was wrong with this girl? She seemed hesitant to speak. Hadn't it already been nearly a week? Was it still not over? Lin Schwan decided to proceed as usual, walking ahead alone while casually purchasing a few buns, meandering toward the school. In class 1, the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Many students were aware that someone was coming to challenge them today. Ever since Lin Schwan had, forcibly, been elected as class monitor, he had disappeared, and they hadn't seen him for days. This suited many students just fine. Lin Schwan's presence had placed immense pressure on them. However, with a challenger from another school arriving, they found themselves praying for Lin Schwan to return and hold the fort. Ling Gu, you're here. The observant little fatty spotted Lin Schwan before he even stepped into the classroom. Of course, Lin Schwan replied, directly ignoring the gazes of his classmates and finding a random spot to sit down. Before long, Du Yong hurried in, and upon seeing Lin Schwan, he felt slightly relieved. The class monitor from Zhong is coming to challenge shortly. Lin Schwan, prepare yourself. Is it that Zhao Xing? Lin Schwan inquired. Yes, how did you know? Du Yong asked curiously. I saw that kid's video. He also possesses a level of talent, 8 stars, stronger than Yin Hao, yet not by much. Are you confident? Du Yong asked uncertainly. If it were still Yin Hao, he wouldn't be worried at all, not even showing up, as it was bound to be a loss. Now, with a glimmer of hope for victory, he found himself apprehensive. Remove the Ma. This Zhao Xing was naturally on the bounty list. Probably ranked among the top 30 in Zhong. Lin Schwan could easily dominate him, but needed to temper his ferocity. Otherwise, he might scare away the other fish ranked outside the 20th position. With the mindset of seizing every opportunity, Lin Schwan desired both big and small catch. Still at the Grand Training Hall, the venue was already prepared, awaiting his signal. Seeing Lin Schwan's confidence, Du Yong said no more and stepped out to make further arrangements. This was Lin Schwan's first battle since his declaration, and all eyes were on him. Shortly after Du Yong left, another individual rushed into Class 1. Ling Gu, I'm here. Lu Xiao Mo dashed straight toward Lin Schwan. This girl is always so impulsive, Lin Schwan thought. Sit down and take a breather. With her long, fair legs before him, it was quite distracting. All right, Ling Gu, Lu Xiao Mo said as she sat down. Ling Gu, this time take it slow. Don't be as fast as last time. I still need to record the video. Unfazed by the curious gazes of others, she continued speaking. Slow down. Record a video? Are the girls nowadays so open? Many in the room comprehended instantly. ISNT this MOMO. I'm your fan. Is my heart breaking? Lin Gu is incredible. having achieved so quickly. However, many students soon realized that the previous video had indeed been posted by Liu Xiaomo. Her presence here was undoubtedly to capture Lin Chuan's battle on film. Yi Yao gritted her teeth, fixating on Liu Xiaomo. Clearly, I unfollowed first. And now she is unfollowing. Just as Yi Yao took out her phone, she hesitated. No, MOMO would surely edit and release Lin Chuan's video later. Wouldn't that mean she couldn't see it? Lin Chuan had long since grown accustomed to this girl's sharp tone. Unsure whether she was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. She was still too inexperienced to try and impress Lin Chuan, the seasoned veteran. Indifferent to her. He began to contemplate his next plan. Inside the grand training hall, the 100-meter arena had already been restored. At this moment, Zhao Xing was looking around with disdain. This venue is far too shabby. It's not even half the size of Erzhong's. Indeed, Zhao Gu, there is nothing remarkable about it. I can't understand why anyone would be so arrogant, replied a lackey behind him, tasked with filming Zhao Xing. Since Lin Chuan had inexplicably risen to fame, Zhao Xing didn't mind taking advantage of this momentum to step on Lin Chuan, perhaps gaining some impression points for college admissions. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xing felt fortunate he had reacted swiftly. Had he delayed, someone else would have seized the opportunity. Let us go? Lin Chuan received Du Yong's message and stood up. Liu Xiaomo hurriedly followed suit, and soon, the classmates from Class 1 joined them in leaving. The training hall was already bustling with students from various grades, eager to witness Lin Chuan's prowess once more. Upon seeing Lin Chuan enter, they parted to create a path, their gazes toward him filled with complexity. Although the video editing had stirred their excitement, when it came to actual combat, these individuals lacked confidence in Lin Chuan. Sanzhong had languished for too long. It wouldn't be rectified in a mere moment. As for Lin Chuan, he had no expectations of revitalizing Sanzhong. After all, he was merely one person. His objective was to seize more rewards through the bounty list. As for bringing honor to Sanzhong, that was merely a bonus from Lin Chuan. With nothing more to say, Lin Chuan ascended the stage. He looked at his opponent across the way and nearly failed to recognize him. Are you here to film a real challenge video? You've applied every filter and touch-up available, haven't you? Now standing before him was Zhao Xing from Erzhong's Class 7, ready to duel against Lin Chuan from Sanzhong's Class 1. Du Yong made a brief announcement over the loudspeaker before allowing the two to engage freely. Originally, he had hoped the principal would come to observe, but Lan Lan had outright declined, only handing Du Yong a box, stating that if Lin Chuan won, he would receive it. How confident was the principal? What if he lost? Would he simply pack himself into the box? You are Lin Chuan, and you don't seem particularly special, Zhao Xing sneered. Who are you? Does your school lack other contenders? The familiar banter ensued. How arrogant. I'm a seed for a prestigious university. Challenging you is already a favor. All right, just don't cry later, Lin Chuan retorted, then shifted the conversation. How about we raise the stakes? Tenshi Kuai Ling Shi, what do you think? Zhao Xing was taken aback, seeing Lin Chuan's calm demeanor. He wondered if it was a trap. Nevertheless, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to comply. Rejecting it would imply fear. Fine. Tenshi Kuai Ling Shi it is. This amounted to 2 months' allowance for an ordinary student from Erzhong, neither too much nor too little. Let us do this. With that, Lin Chuan summoned Lao Hei. After absorbing the fruit's medicinal power, Lao Hei's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, it had merely been an ordinary turtle magnified several dozen times, its body a mottled gray-black, with a surface marked by rocky protrusions and pits. Now, however, it was strikingly different. The entirety of its form was pitch black, enveloped in a layer of tightly packed, scale-like rock plates that shimmered with an ethereal glow under the light, giving it a formidable presence. In terms of size, Lin Chuan kept it around 6 meters in diameter. As this was the size Lao Hei had previously appeared at, there was no need to reveal all its capabilities against such small fry. Wow, so cool. The onlooking students gasped, especially those who had seen Lao Hei before. It's just bigger, right? Zhao Xing swallowed hard. The video hadn't captured the intensity. Only in person could one truly appreciate the pressure Lao Hei exuded. Come forth, Li Renmo. Without hesitation, Zhao Xing summoned his own beast. Unlike Lao Hei's imposing presence, Li Renmo was a creature entirely composed of blades, sharp and glistening. The silver-white body appeared as if it were forged from sharp daggers and blades. Particularly in the limbs, they resembled glistening weapons, rendering the entire being a formidable armament. How terrifying. I surmised that I would be effortlessly defeated in an instant. Zhao Xing reveled in the crowd's reaction. Go ahead, instill fear. He relished the sensation of the opponent being cleaved into two by the blade demon, and the blade demon reciprocated, for upon observing the imposing figure of the black beast, it felt not fear, but exhilaration. Such prey would allow me to slice for an extended period. Ha ha ha. Lin Chuan recognized the foe's beast and understood that this young man was doomed. being purely physical in nature, was that not akin to delivering a meal? Now that the black beast had completed its enhancements, he pondered whether it could reach the level of gua sha. Gua sha level, indeed, would cause the black beast's surface to bleed, achieved only through a bleeding effect that disregards defense. Most others would merely reach the level of rubbing. Currently, the most formidable attack the black beast had endured was at the massage level, which managed to breach its rocky defense, causing its shell to indent and inflicting slight internal injuries, resulting from an elite-level Blackstone Golem skill assault. Black Beast, refrain from using skills for now. Close your eyes and allow it to strike. Lin Schwan aimed to test the Black Beast's bare defense. Ding ding. In an instant, the Blade Demon's arm struck above the Black Beast's head, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Sparks even flew. The Blade Demon's tentative assault yielded no results. So tough? Indeed, it possesses some merit. Zhao Xing remained undeterred. To him, the Black Beast with its eyes closed was undoubtedly employing defensive skills, significantly enhancing its protection. As long as he increased the force, victory was assured. To put it plainly, this turtle was merely defensive. How strong could it truly be? Blade Demon, unleash your skills. It lacked offensive abilities, so attack with abandon. Instantly, the arena was filled with a flurry of blades as the Blade Demon unleashed a barrage of slashes upon the Black Beast. Hold firm. The students below were engulfed in concern for the Black Beast. The Blade Demon was utilizing its skills to assault, yet it appeared the giant turtle was unfazed in defense. Despite her apprehension, Lu Xiaomo recorded the scene while feigning nonchalance in her commentary. She aimed to create a novel series called Lin Schwan's Zero Challenge, documenting every battle he engaged in. The live footage, coupled with on-site narration, required little post-editing, marking its inaugural episode. A minute later, the Blade Demon ceased its onslaught. All eyes focused on the Black Beast. Even if it was obscured, as long as it remained unreturned, it signified no defeat. Have you not eaten? Lin Schwan's languid voice shattered the silence. He observed the Blade Demon's attributes. Beastmaster, Blade Demon, Extraordinary 8 stars. Skills, Cross/3, active. Unleashes a cross-shaped slash, creating a cross-shaped blade aura that attacks opponents within 3 meters. Continuous/8, active, strikes forward 8 times in an instant. Instant Assault 1, active. Teleports behind the target to execute a slash. Damage increases by 10 within 3 seconds. Blade Stacking 2, passive. Each strike on a target increases damage of the next strike by 10 within 3 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Potential, Leader 9 stars. The beast is commendable, yet regrettably lacks skills that match the Black Beast. What? Zhao Xing could hardly believe it. He had commanded the Blade Demon to unleash its mightiest attack, yet the opponent remained so untroubled. What is happening, Blade Demon? Zhao Xing inwardly called out to his beast. Only cuts, no broken skin. Zhao Xing was astonished. He had not anticipated the black turtle's head to possess such formidable defense. If its head was so resilient, then its shell's defense must be utterly disheartening. No. Zhao Xing suddenly realized something was amiss. All are at the black iron level, yet why is there such an abnormal occurrence? This defies logic. There could only be one explanation. The giant turtle's skill transfers its shell's defense to its seemingly vulnerable head and limbs. Thus, it could mislead the opponent, inducing despair and prompting surrender. With this thought, Zhao Xing regained confidence, laughing heartily as he declared, "Don't rejoice too soon. I have seen through your ruse." Lin Chuan, huh? Has my stratagem been uncovered? What was my stratagem again? Blade Demon, adjust your approach. Use your strongest skill against the shell. The Blade Demon, bewildered, pondered the sanity of its master. Its blades were nearly dulled from striking the head. Now it was commanded to strike the shell? However, orders from its master could not be disobeyed. The Blade Demon complied, initially slashing 5 times to maximize the blade stacking passive, then teleporting to the Black Beast's back to unleash a flurry of strikes against its shell. Continuous slash, cross slash. This Lin Chuan and the surrounding students were left dumbfounded at the spectacle. Black Beast, did you just taunt? No. Lin Chuan was at a loss. Had this young man suddenly gone mad? A crisp sound echoed as the Blade Demon's sword-like arms shattered into fragments. The recoil from the shell, coupled with damage reflection, all converged here. The already compromised long sword naturally shattered. Alas, Lin Chuan lamented, for he had not intended to strike with such severity. He merely wished to utter a few taunts to compel the young man to withdraw. After all, there were greater catches awaiting him. He had not anticipated this fool would seek his own demise, leaving Lin Chuan speechless. How could he continue fishing now? Chapter 50, Setting the Arena. T-Art. Yet, with matters having reached this point, Lin Chuan could only accept reality. You used trickery. Zhao Xing retracted the Blade Demon, glaring at Lin Chuan with rage. Oh, This young man still refuses to concede? Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. I used trickery? My beast did not move a single time from beginning to end. Lin Chuan spoke calmly. Precisely, you foolishly insisted on testing your blade against stone. How can you blame our esteemed Lin Chuan? The chubby boy shouted loudly. Indeed. It is the first time I have witnessed such folly. Unable to accept defeat, it is truly embarrassing. Numerous classmates had observed and recorded the event, eager to hear Zhao Xing's claims of trickery. Soon, the students below erupted in fervor. It was no easy feat for the third middle school to triumph over the second middle school, yet they were accused of deceit. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Zhao Xing found himself at a loss for words, unable to justify his stance. If he continued, he would indeed appear the fool. Boss, cease your words and withdraw quickly. A subordinate from the back interrupted, no longer recording the video. There was no point in recording trivialities after defeat. However, he need not record, for others had already done so. Very well, today I concede. You wait, there are many capable individuals in the second middle school who will not let you off easily. As Zhao Xing departed the stage, he issued his threats. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan felt elated. This young man was truly perceptive. Wait, did he forget something? The prodigies of the second middle school surely possess at least 10 spirit stones, do they not? Lin Chuan remarked leisurely. Very well, here you go. Zhao Xing retorted, producing a card from his pocket and tossing it onto the stage. This is a universal resource card from the guild, redeemable for 10 spirit stones at any time. You will not be shortchanged. Excellent. I shall not take without giving. I understand your reluctance. No matter, I shall grant you the second middle school an opportunity. I will establish an arena here, assuming the role of host. You may challenge me at any time. The entry fee is 10 spirit stones. If you win, you may claim both the 10 stones and the 10 in my possession. If you lose, the stones will be deposited into the prize pool until someone defeats me and claims them all. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted. They had initially assumed that one victory would suffice, but they had not anticipated Lin Chuan's audacity. This is not merely a challenge, it is a direct affront to Zhong. Subsequently, Lin Chuan stoked the flames further. By the way, Zhong can also participate. Since Zhong dares to come and challenge, it stands to reason that Zhong should not shy away. Otherwise, would it not imply that even my beast companions are superior? Ha ha. Lin Chuan directed his words toward Lu Xiaomao, with the camera focused on them. Madness. Pure madness. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of the majority. Challenging Zhong was not enough. He even mocked Zhong as a timid turtle. Following this, recalling Lin Chuan's earlier proclamation of restoring the glory of Sanzhong, a surge of passion arose within many students. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Chuan had already achieved what no one had before, pioneering a new path. Undoubtedly, this would leave an indelible mark on the history of Sanzhong and even the 81st district. Zhao Xing and his companion had departed in disgrace. Yet the students of Sanzhong remained in the training hall, seemingly awaiting Lin Chuan's instructions. Everyone can disperse now. I appreciate all your support. There will be many battles ahead, and there is no need for you to attend every time. Just keep an eye on MOMO's videos. As Lin Chuan stepped down from the platform, he casually promoted Lu Xiaomao's videos. Your support is something I cannot repay. I can only strive for victory upon victory as a shared motivation with you all. With these words, Lin Chuan led the way out of the training hall. Cheers erupted from the audience, resonating like thunder. Lin Chuan. Du Yong hastily caught up with Lin Chuan, his face a mixture of joy and concealed worry. This is from the principal for you. Du Yong handed Lin Chuan a box, having not opened it to see its contents, but he could surmise. Thanks, but please do not look at me like that. Do I appear foolish to you? Not at all. Then that settles it. Trust me, I am invincible. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chuan strode directly towards the school gate. Du Yong gazed at Lin Chuan's retreating figure, momentarily speechless. Inside the training hall, Lu Xiaomao was reviewing the recorded videos, growing increasingly satisfied with what she saw. Hello, Mo Yi Yao approached to greet her. Hello, and you are? I am from class 1. Lu Xiaomao looked up to see a stunning beauty before her. She recognized Yi Yao, for her beauty was hard to overlook. Just call me Yao Yao. I am your fan. The videos you made are wonderful. Although she had only seen the one featuring Lin Chuan. Thank you for your kind words. Is there something you need? Lu Xiaomao instinctively felt that the other party would not approach her without reason. How did you come to know Lin Chuan? You seem quite familiar with him. Yi Yao casually inquired. However, this was enough for Lu Xiaomao to deduce her underlying intention. Oh, I got to know him when he came to challenge class 2. After that, he asked me to record each of his battles. Lu Xiaomao replied nonchalantly. The term ask could imply both an invitation and a passive agreement. Is that so? Yi Yao felt her fists tighten slightly. Yes. Lu Xiaomao nodded firmly. We even added each other as friends and played games together. Although during their gaming sessions, she did not recognize Lin Chuan, and she was annihilated in the process. Is that so? What games did you play? Yao asked through clenched teeth. Beast Glory, I have released many game videos before. Really? I should give it a try someday. Sure. Yao, let us add each other as friends. Alright. By the way, Yao, you and Lin Chuan. You are not his girlfriend, are you? Lu Xiaoma asked deliberately. No, we are neighbors. We live across from each other and often visit one another. Visit? The kind that breaks through the yard. I see. Last time, Lin Chuan asked me to walk home with him after school, but unfortunately, I had other commitments. So I couldn't go. Next time, I could visit your place, Yao. An absolute kill. Yi Yao was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Alright. At that moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of going home together. In terms of tea arts, she was still quite inexperienced. When she regained her senses, she realized Lu Xiaoma had already left at some point, having sweetly greeted her before departing. Unfortunately, she had been lost in thought and had completely missed it. Damn it. As Yi Yao reflected on the entire conversation, she recognized that it was riddled with traps, and she had simply fallen for them. No, I cannot continue like this. Lin Chuan will certainly leave the 81st district for university, and if I do not pursue higher education myself, I will have no chance at all. Yi Yao could not pinpoint the nature of her feelings, but she was resolute in not giving up. Chapter 51. The Seven Brothers Have Come Together. Soon, MOMO's latest video was released, titled Lin Chuan's Zero Challenge, Episode 1. Just the title alone was enough to spark curiosity. If there was a first episode, naturally, there would be a second and third. The video's content was explosive, especially for those familiar with Zhaoxing from Erzhong. Within Erzhong, students ranked between 20 and 50 were all of remarkable talent, black innate stars. No one could claim with certainty that they would definitely defeat another. Although Zhaoxing was ranked in the 30s, it was hard to say who would win if he competed against someone ranked in the 20s. Observers noted that the Li Ren MO in the video could not breach Lao Hei's defenses, leaving many physical-type beast masters in silence. If even a pure physical-type beast like Li Ren MO could not break through Lao Hei's defense, they were even less likely to succeed. Soon, upon hearing Lin Chuan's challenge, their anger intensified. Damn it, has Erzhong become this kid's backdrop and stepping stone? Indeed, does he think Erzhong is without defenders? Brothers, who will join me to take down that Lin Chuan? I will go with you. Alright, my beast is a pure physical-type scythe mantis, not suitable for the arena. But I will cheer for you. You jest, my beast is a blood-sucking mosquito, even less suitable for the arena, but I will cheer for you as well. Damn, useless. Wasting my time. Damn, aren't you useless too? Do you dare to say which class you're from? I will come find you. I am Yang Wei from class 5. Come if you dare. Alright, I will make you regret it. As for the response from Yizhong, it was similar to that of Erzhong, perhaps even more furious. You challenge Erzhong and then provoke Yizhong. Do you think we are without defenders? However, they faced the same dilemma. Physical-type beasts were awkward. Entering the arena would only lead to a beating. Such a sensational event was naturally brought to the attention of Yizhong, Erzhong, and even certain prominent figures within the 81st District's Education Department. Within a prominent building at the heart of the 81st District, a man in his 50s was intently watching two videos about Lin Chuan, nodding appreciatively. Behind him stood his assistant. Minister, a high school senior has garnered your admiration. The assistant said with a smile. This child is extraordinary. This man was Jean Mo Chu, the education minister of the 81st District. He indeed possesses remarkable talent. Initially, I thought it was mere bravado, yet he truly excels against his peers. The assistant nodded in agreement. Is he merely competing with his peers? With such defense, even elite-level physical types might struggle against him. The assistant exclaimed in astonishment. He does not merely disregard. He can withstand elite-level pressure with his defense. Jean Mo Chu was a Diamond 6-star powerhouse, and overseeing education allowed him to glean much from a single video. In the wild, the core of a Beastmaster team is undoubtedly the frontline defensive beasts. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly contribute to the formation of a top-tier team. The assistant remained silent, clearly in agreement. I did not expect Sanjong to provide me with such a surprise this year. Isn't Sanjong slated for closure this year? If he can gain admission to a prestigious university, there may still be hope. Otherwise, even that old man Qin Yin won't be able to intervene. Minister, if the closure proceeds, President Qin will surely come to protest. The assistant expressed his concerns. No worries, when the time comes. I will go on a business trip to the inner city for a few days. You just need to follow the rules. Qin Yin will not do anything to you. At this moment, the principal of Yizhong, Lei Wanjun, was conversing on the phone with the principal of Erzhong, Fu Tianchen. Old Lei, this kid seems to be stepping on Erzhong, but in reality, he is slapping Yizhong even harder. Are you not planning to do something about it? What can I do? Am I supposed to argue with a child? We are both old foxes, naturally aware of what the other is thinking. Grade? 8 stars. Let's start with 8 stars. I will present gold, wood, and water. Then I will present earth, fire, and thunder. What if, and I mean what if, things don't go well? How would I know? Anyway, my son will not act before the district competition. Old fox. Who dares to set their sights on your son when there are so many 9 stars? After saying this, Fu Tianqian hung up. Soon, more significant news emerged. The official announcement from Yizhong and Erzhong stated that the 2 schools would each send 3 senior students to Sanzhong for a friendly exchange visit next week. As for the names of the 6 students, they did not hide them, and they quickly spread. Observers noted with a mix of admiration and disdain that all elemental types were nearly accounted for. Many inwardly cursed the audacity of these individuals, as they were clearly here to probe. Since Lin Chuan's beast was defense-oriented, and his physical defense was invincible, his elemental defense was naturally his weak point. Even if he had a higher resistance to a certain element, it could not be expected that he would have high resistance to all attributes. Otherwise, how would anyone compete? Therefore, these 6 individuals were sent to test Lin Chuan, to see which elemental defense was his Achilles heel. Even if they could not succeed this time, they could send stronger contenders next time. No one believed that Lin Chuan could remain invincible indefinitely. After all, Yizhong still had the 9-star Lei Dian, their stalwart protector. Lin Chuan felt quite gratified by their cleverness. After all, who would not appreciate being offered gifts? Suddenly, with 6 coming at once, along with the previous one, they had formed a group of 7. Undeniably, their strategy was sound. Elemental defense was indeed Lin Chuan's vulnerability. Among gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder, only his fire resistance was maximized, with a damage reduction of up to 75, plus the additional effects of his rock armor and obsidian scales, giving him over 90 fire immunity. If Yan Hao were to attack him with fire breath all day, it would still be insufficient for Lao Hei's warm-up. His other resistances were rather mediocre, with gold, wood, and earth resistance at only 1, yielding a damage reduction of 1055. Only 10 was fixed, while the rest had to be gradually built up through attack absorption. If faced with a high burst damage attribute attack, even with rock armor, he could still falter, particularly against the thunder attribute, which was renowned for its explosive power. Presently, his resistance to thunder was indeed one of Lao Hei's shortcomings, with only thunder attribute affinity at 1, reducing damage by 5. Based on experience, even if this were raised to 9, it would only provide approximately 25 damage reduction. This was still inadequate, especially considering the enhanced fruit, which was insufficient to maximize all resistances. However, tomorrow he could visit Bei Min de Jie to see if he could acquire the thunder attribute resistance defensive skill. Chapter 52, Truly Diligent. Bei Min de Jie. This was Lin Chuan's second visit to this area. The last time was guided by Yi Yao. Unknowingly, he passed by the cluster of herbal medicine shops again. Upon seeing the sign of the Xiongfeng pharmacy, his footsteps quickened slightly. The little old man inside the shop recognized Lin Chuan at first glance. Many customers visited his shop, and few left without purchasing some medicine. Lin Chuan was among them. I wonder which medicine he bought that could rival mine. The old man was skeptical. It was his obsession. Lin Chuan meandered through the streets until he finally arrived at the section selling beast eggs and young creatures. This area was far livelier than the commercial district Lin Chuan had previously frequented, straightforward and bustling with activity. Various beast eggs were displayed openly, lacking detailed descriptions, merely bearing general names, akin to unboxing a mystery box. To be fair, many beast tamers chose their beasts this way. When a beast tamer came into contact with a beast egg, if there was a strong match, an instinctive sense would emerge. However, this method relied entirely on luck. The majority opted for this approach solely due to financial constraints. If one had the means, who wouldn't he wish to directly contract a guaranteed lord-level beast? Given this, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and began to pretend to select eggs. Nonetheless, he was rather swift, merely touching each egg before moving on. It appeared he was not thoroughly engaging in the matching process. Eventually, even the shopkeeper could not bear to watch any longer and approached him, asking, "Young man, may I inquire if you are genuinely selecting beast eggs?" Had Lin Chuan not acted too outlandishly, the shopkeeper might have suspected him of causing trouble. "Yes. Do you have any thunder attribute ones?" Lin Chuan had touched quite a few and had not seen a single thunder attribute beast egg. He did manage to imprint a ice attribute resistance, but that was the extent of his fortune. "Young man, to be frank, we do not have any thunder attribute ones here, nor will you find them in this entire area of beast shops. Thunder attribute beasts are rare and usually not sold here." Lin Chuan understood. This was the difference between wholesale and auction. Previously, encountering a thunder sparrow at Sanzhong that imprinted thunder element affinity was indeed a stroke of luck. However, although the thunder sparrow was scarce, it was not a particularly powerful beast. "All right, then I will continue to browse." With that, Lin Chuan moved on to other shops. From the shopkeeper's perspective, Lin Chuan was still far from attaining silver level, so there was no need for him to purchase beast eggs so early. Moreover, silver-level beast tamers were already qualified to directly contract elite-level beasts without starting from eggs. However, that was their own concern, as long as Lin Schwan did not cause trouble. The shopkeeper had no issues. Lin Schwan continued to browse several more shops, and as the previous shopkeeper had stated, thunder attribute beasts were indeed scarce. The only one he encountered was the thunder sparrow, which he had already imprinted. Nonetheless, it was not all in vain. He acquired another elemental resistance, wind element resistance, and also imprinted elemental affinity skills for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Similar to thunder element affinity, level 1 only added 5 to damage reduction and damage, yet it could be combined with the resistances for added effect. Lin Schwan noticed that the more similar skills he learned, the less significant the increase for Lao Hei became. This might indicate a limit to growth. Achieving absolute immunity was exceedingly difficult. Otherwise, it would be disheartening if someone struggled to unleash their powerful attack only for you to bathe in it without a care. Although, it was somewhat close to that now. Dizziness and nausea overwhelmed him. For the first time, Lin Schwan felt that gathering resources was so mentally exhausting that he felt like vomiting. In just half a day's time, he had explored hundreds of beast eggs, leading to a strong aversion. He vowed never to do this again. With half a day remaining, he decided to seek out a place that sold monster meat. Ultimately, he found a meat shop, but Lin Schwan was not particularly satisfied. The displayed monster meat was cut into small, fragmented pieces of low grade, with prices determined by taste. Moreover, it was difficult to ascertain freshness. It was likely frozen for a long time. Obtaining the freshest monster corpses was not a simple task. In fact, according to the regulations of the city, sold monster meat must be pre-portioned and cannot be sold whole. Considering the potential for certain demonic beasts to resurrect or for malicious individuals to exploit the corpses of these creatures, it is generally quite challenging for individuals to acquire fresh flesh in large quantities without special channels. Lin Schwan's acquisition of 3-liter-level demonic beast corpses from the Yin family was purely a stroke of luck, and it is possible that Yin Batian personally hunted them. The fact that these corpses were delivered directly to Lin Schwan's hands undoubtedly involved the connections of Qin Yin. Ultimately, Lin Schwan spent several thousand to purchase over 20 pounds of meat from a certain elite-level demonic beast. According to the butcher, this meat was tough and chewy, thus offered at a lower price. However, Lin Schwan's intention was not for consumption, but rather to absorb it and ascertain how many reinforcement fruits could be obtained from elite-level demonic beast meat. Upon returning home, Lin Schwan immediately chose to absorb it. After half a minute, he was dismayed to discover that he had been overly optimistic. 20 pounds of elite-level demonic beast meat was barely sufficient for half a fruit. Could it be that the golden tree had become picky? Lin Schwan speculated that this might be related to the freshness of the meat. The longer a demonic beast has been deceased, the more energy its flesh loses. After all, the requirement was for fresh blood and meat, and this meat, sold separately, had long since drained of its blood. Following this experience, Lin Schwan abandoned the notion of purchasing retail demonic beast meat. He could either procure some high-quality demonic beast blood and flesh from Su Daji monthly or rely on Qin Yin, who had promised him 1 demonic beast per month. With last month still outstanding, in the end, he would have to find another benefactor like the Yin family. It was a challenging situation. By the end of his contemplation, Lin Schwan even considered hunting outside the city himself. However, he ultimately decided against it. Unless his safety could be absolutely guaranteed, perhaps by having Lao Qin act as a bodyguard, it would be wiser to remain within the city. Lao Qin had cautioned him that demonic beasts were rampant lately, and it would be unwise to seek danger unnecessarily. One must not become complacent simply because they possess some strength. Lin Schwan quickly reflected on his recent excessive diligence and concluded that relaxation was indeed the way to go. He then opened the game and logged in to calm himself down. The next morning, Su Daji called early. "Lin Go, are you awake? I'm about to set off." Lin Schwan groaned. "It's only 6 o'clock. Are you unwell?" "Haha, sorry, I'm just a bit excited." Ultimately, Lin Schwan allowed the young man to come over since he was bringing demonic beast meat. 20 minutes later, a refrigerated truck slowly approached Lin Schwan's location. The chubby boy jumped out of the vehicle, followed by the driver to assist in unloading. "Lin Go, I'm here." Lin Schwan yawned while watching the two transport a frozen, solid object. It resembled some form of cow or horse-shaped demonic beast, albeit only half of it. Yet it appeared intact, promising good results. "Where shall I place it?" "There's a large freezer in the kitchen. Follow me." "Sure." Fortunately, the villa was well equipped, and Lin Schwan rarely utilized the freezer, which was now empty and perfectly suitable. After the demonic beast meat was stored, the driver left, and Su Daji rubbed his hands together, asking, "Lin Go, when do we start brewing the medicine?" "Early in the morning for chicken feather medicine." "First, go buy me some breakfast. Have you eaten?" "No, I was too excited and forgot." Su Daji replied sheepishly. Then make sure to buy enough. While Su Daji was out, Lin Schwan absorbed the demonic beast meat. 100 pounds of unknown star-level, leader-level demonic beast blood and flesh provided Lin Schwan with 8 reinforcement fruits, meaning each fruit cost around 100,000, based on the price of the demonic beast meat. Of course, this was calculated based on the meat's purchase price, and thus the cost was relatively high. However, Lin Schwan was indifferent as he did not need to spend his own money. It was all profit for him. After the two had breakfast, they played a few rounds of games together. By this time, Lin Schwan was no longer inclined to play with Su Daji. In the past, Su Daji had mostly played solo, occasionally struggling against Lin Schwan's resourceful tactics, but this time he had chosen all support roles. Wherever Lin Schwan went, Su Daji followed, primarily serving as a guardian. Stop following me, Lin Schwan exclaimed in frustration. Lin Gu, I'm supporting you. Damn, I prefer your rebellious spirit. Finally, Lin Schwan could not endure any longer. Go wash the pot, prepare to brew the medicine. All right, the chubby boy was thrilled to fulfill his purpose. Using the familiar recipe, Lin Schwan casually tossed a handful of herbs into the cast iron pot. While fetching water from the kitchen, he placed the blank, skill fruit into the water, mixed it well, and poured it into the pot without further concern. An hour later, Lin Schwan stepped out to check. He found the chubby boy meditating. But this time the reaction was noticeably less intense than before. He was merely sweating lightly, no longer exuding steam. Lin Schwan considered that since Su Daji had already prepaid for this month's medicine, there was no need for him to come every week. It sufficed to fill a few bottles for him to take away, as he was not worried about being detected for anything. Thus, taking advantage of Su Daji's meditation, Lin Schwan brewed a large pot once more. He did not concern himself with timing. Once the color deepened, he considered it done. He grabbed 3 empty beverage bottles and filled them. Then, he placed a blank, skill fruit into each bottle. Mission accomplished. When Su Daji left with the 3 bottles, he wore a bewildered expression. How could Lin Schwan brew 3 large bottles of medicine in the mere 10 minutes he had been meditating? Why did it take him an hour every time? Was this somehow related to talent? However, he noted that the color seemed a bit light. Would the efficacy be diminished? Remembering the effects of the medicine, Su Daji felt invigorated. A single batch of medicine was equivalent to his previous month's dosage, and without any side effects. At this rate, with 8 batches of medicine over 2 months, he could achieve 8 stars. This speed was comparable to a top-tier talent. With this thought, Su Daji clutched the 3 beverage bottles tightly, fearful that someone might snatch them away. Having accomplished another task, Lin Schwan lay back contentedly. He felt like a busybody, unable to rest easy. Although he was to face 6 Lu Hua the next day, he was not concerned. Even if he did not max out all his defensive attributes, no beast of the same level should be able to defeat Lao Hei in a single blow. Speaking of which, it seemed Lao Hei was only 7 stars, not quite on par. For fairness, let us consider Lao Hei as 8 stars. Next, to avoid any mishaps, Lin Schwan first maxed out Lightning Affinity, raising it to level 9. Lightning Element Affinity 9, passive, reduces damage from lightning attribute attacks by 25, and enhances lightning attribute attacks by 25. Then, he leveled up the 4 elemental resistances, gold, wood, water, and earth, by 4 levels each, reaching 5 and reducing damage by 30. Coupled with the 1 level of elemental affinity reducing damage by 5, the initial panel damage reduction for these 4 elements had already reached 35, ensuring he would not be defeated instantly. If he stacked attack absorption, the panel damage reduction would soar to 70, not including the inherent defense from Lao Hei's obsidian scale armor. Ultimately, this would leave his opponents in despair. Could Lao Hei win without investing points? Certainly, he could. A combination of a rocket headbutt and taunt could easily dispatch an opponent. However, since the external perception of Lao Hei was that of a defensive beast, Lin Schwan did not mind continuing to develop this aspect. He intended to reserve his trump card for greater challenges. A 20-meter diameter grand showdown. Have you ever seen one? Player MOMO invited you to join the game. Who is this? Lin Schwan, who had just finished a match, directly declined, as he could not recall adding any friends. Lin Gu, I am Lu Xiao Mo, seeking your guidance. Lin Schwan was initially reluctant. Playing solo allowed him to enjoy 9 parts of the joy. Pairing up would mean losing 1 part, and furthermore, splitting it would leave him with only 4 parts, an undeniable loss. However, when it comes to the charming antics of the young ladies, he finds himself utterly defenseless, for indeed, they possess an undeniable allure. A duo queue is permissible. Each can enjoy their own playstyle. This implies that he seeks his own enjoyment without intentionally creating opportunities for the young lady to revel in hers. Lu Xiaomo rolled her eyes. She had long since experienced Lin Schwan's toxic gameplay. The echoes of her ex's despair still linger in the canyon. Rest assured, Boss Lin Schwan, I shall merely cling to you and provide assistance, without any interference. Lin Schwan nearly spewed his soda. Young lady, are you doing this on purpose? Subsequently, the canyon was once again engulfed in chaos. To be fair, Lu Xiaoma's skills were quite commendable, and her abilities were executed with perfect timing. Otherwise, she would not have reached this rank to queue alongside Lin Schwan. As for Lin Schwan, he naturally derived even greater enjoyment. Although half of his happiness had to be shared, the agony of the other 8 players was magnified. When all was accounted for, it wasn't a terrible trade-off. Chapter 54, The First Victim. On Monday morning, Lin Schwan arrived at the school gate and noticed a significantly larger crowd than usual. Given the challenge of the Hulu brothers today, it was only to be expected. Look, it's Lin Schwan. Is that him? He is quite handsome. But I wonder how skilled he really is. In what aspect? Lin Schwan completely disregarded the gazes of the students from other schools and strode into the school with an air of indifference. Instead of heading to the classroom, he made his way directly to the competition venue. As expected, Du Yong had already prepared everything. He needed to check the stability of the platform and the surrounding defensive formations. It had been years since this platform had endured such high-intensity battles. One could only wonder if it could withstand the pressure. Lin Schwan greeted the teacher and found a vacant spot to engage in a heated online debate with his followers. This challenge featuring 6 masters of the 6 elements was, from an outsider's perspective, quite the spectacle. As long as Lin Schwan could hold his ground, he might just ascend into the top 20 of Zone 81, securing a near guarantee for admission into a prestigious university. After vehemently rebutting each critic, Lin Schwan felt his resolve strengthened. What a relief. Online trolls were indeed formidable, yet he consistently triumphed over them. His most formidable adversary, Invincible Turtle, resurfaced in the comments section, drawing considerable attention. After all, with a response speed of nearly 1 per second, coupled with an array of exquisite phrases, none could rival him. Lu Xiaoma, stifling her laughter, hurried toward the training hall. She was well aware of who Invincible Turtle was, yet chose to remain discreet. She found Lin Schwan to be exceedingly entertaining. By 10 o'clock, all preparations were complete. Lin Schwan ascended the stage and cast his gaze across to the opposing side. 6 challengers from Class 1 and Class 2 of Yizhong had also taken their positions, albeit with rather grim expressions. Among them might be an enthusiastic netizen he had just crossed swords with. They were acutely aware that victory was not guaranteed. At least some among them would suffer at Lin Schwan's hands, particularly the student with the fire attribute, who had heard rumors of Lin Schwan's formidable fire resistance. Having previously defeated the top student of their year, the principal had dispatched him merely to validate this. As a distinguished student from an elite class, a seed for a prestigious university, he had become a mere stepping stone. Unbearable. Who will come first? Lin Schwan asked languidly, directly summoning Lao Hei. He was eager to wrap things up and return home for lunch, as he preferred the cleanliness of home-cooked meals over dining out. I'll go first. The fire attribute Lu Feng stepped forward, ready to take the stage. May I inquire about your attribute? Lin Schwan inquired. It might be a bit late to prepare now, but I shall reveal that I am a level fire attribute. As he spoke, Lu Feng summoned forth a crow engulfed in flames, which soon filled the arena with sweltering heat. Fortunately, the school had anticipated this and activated the powerful air conditioning. Flame Crow, it appeared mightier than a lava giant. Do not belittle the fallen. Lin Schwan's expression turned peculiar. We all know your intentions. You may unleash your strongest skills. I will not retaliate or evade. If I withstand your assault, it counts as my victory. Otherwise, you lose. What say you? Lin Schwan resorted to his usual strategy. Lu Feng hesitated, but a male student from the audience exclaimed, Agreed, we accept. Guzhenyu. Lu Feng was displeased with the decision made on his behalf, yet found it difficult to voice his objections. Gu Zhen, a lightning attribute user, was the strongest among the 6, subtly taking the lead. Then let us begin. Quickly. Lu Feng commanded, do not underestimate our opponent. Flame Crow, incinerate it. Lu Feng shouted, and the Flame Crow flapped its wings, conjuring a rain of fire within a 10-meter radius of Lao Hei. Countless lava-like fireballs descended upon Lao Hei, striking its shell and igniting sparks. The fireballs did not extinguish upon impact. Instead, they continued to blaze. This was not the end. Next came the second skill, Wildfire. Flames soared to 10 meters high, completely enveloping Lao Hei. It appeared as though it were being roasted. Then came the third skill. The flames, originally a mix of red and yellow, gradually shifted to blue and purple, with the temperature increasing at least 2-fold. In a mere moment, the entire combo was unleashed. The flames raged for a full minute, and signs of melting began to appear on the steel platform. The students below gazed in horror, swallowing nervously, unsure whether it was from the heat or sheer fright. Is this the elite of Class 1? Every one of their beasts starts with 3 active skills, while most of our classmates possess but a single one. It was truly disheartening. However, this was not the time for self-pity. At least there was Lin Schwan from Class 3. All eyes were fixated on Lao Hei's condition. In reality, since Lin Chuan summoned it, Lao Hei had merely been sleeping and had yet to awaken. It felt warm and reminiscent of when it was nestled within its egg centuries ago, when it was young, not yet dubbed Lao Hei. But if Lao Hei could live for thousands of years, it was still but a child in the grand scheme of things. Lao Hei, wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Lin Chuan was exasperated with the creature. As its master, he was well aware of Lao Hei's antics, nearly snoring in its slumber. The flames had yet to extinguish completely when Lao Hei reluctantly began to lumber toward the opposing six. It halted right before them, allowing them to see it clearly. Facing such a colossal beast, all six were filled with trepidation, fearing it might swallow them whole. Look, if I sustain even the slightest burn, I concede. The moment this declaration was made, the students below erupted in excitement. So cool. Boss Lin Chuan is amazing. I can't handle this. This is impossible. Lu Feng, disregarding the danger, stepped directly in front of Lao Hei, almost reaching out to touch it. Lao Hei shot him a glare, looking at him with an expression of condescension. Eventually, Lu Feng gingerly tapped Lao Hei's shell. It was cool to the touch, just as his heart felt, cold and hollow. I concede. Lu Feng left the stage in a daze, whispering to the remaining 5 as he passed, there's not a single burn. Perhaps just a high fire resistance. It's up to you all now. With that, he found a corner and fell into silence, torn between hoping for his classmates' victory or a collective defeat. Who could say what was best in such a scenario? Chapter 55, Fair Combat, Thunder Illusion Spirit. Next, do remember to settle the registration fee, Lin Chuan remarked, inciting irritation among the 6, though they were powerless to retaliate. I shall go. The speaker is Lin Miao, the only female among the 6, who is also related to Lin Chuan. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. Come forth, Water Spirit. Her summoned beast, composed entirely of water, is capable of transforming into any shape. At this moment, it takes on a humanoid form resembling that of a woman, though devoid of facial features. Its entire body flowing with liquid. I refuse to believe you are immune to both water and fire. With that, the water spirit conjured a longbow, while in her other hand, an arrow formed from water elements materialized. A glimmer of silver light flashed through the water spirit's grasp, indicating she had applied some enhancement. Subsequently, she drew the bow and aimed directly at Lao Hei. Lao Hei, harden your armor. Although the hardened armor could only bolster physical defense, this water arrow clearly inflicted mixed damage, combining elemental and physical harm with exceptional potency. A crisp crack echoed as the arrow struck Lao Hei's shell. The arrow snapped, leaving half of it firmly embedded in the armor, yet it failed to inflict any injury upon Lao Hei. How fortunate, Lin Chuan silently thought. This young lady lacks martial ethics, launching her strongest single-target skill right off the bat. Had Lao Hei not retracted his head at the last moment, she may well have succeeded. It's possible that Lao Hei could have been disfigured, the damage might be negligible, but the humiliation would be profound. Did you not claim you wouldn't evade? Lin Miao exclaimed in frustration. Did my summoned beast shift positions? If you aim for its head, can it not even react instinctively? Must I allow you to shoot? Do you think I am a fool? If I strike you once and you can refrain from blinking, I shall concede. You. Lin Miao found herself at a loss for words, ultimately recalling her summoned beast and stepping down from the platform. Further argument seemed futile. Anyone with clear sight could discern that her most powerful skill would be ineffective against this colossal turtle. Lin Miao was correct. This giant turtle truly was impervious to both water and fire. The 5 elemental attributes still had metal, wood, and earth remaining. The trio exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Among the 5, Lu Feng possessed the strongest area damage, while Lin Miao excelled in single-target damage, leaving the other 3 somewhat in the middle ground. The metal attribute leaned towards physical enhancement, wood towards support, and earth towards defense. With their output inferior to the previous 2, could it be that this creature harbors no weaknesses? Zhang Di of the metal attribute remarked incredulously. You have witnessed it. This creature's confidence indicates it dismisses us entirely. Had I known, I wouldn't have accepted this task. There are numerous level 9 stars in the school that could have taken it on. Why not have all of you attack together? Following Lin Miao's arrow test, even without stacking attack absorption, Lao Hei could withstand the assault. With a damage reduction of 35 plus the armor defense, it must exceed 50. Furthermore, Lin Chuan discovered a weakness in attack absorption. If multiple attributes attacked Lao Hei simultaneously, this skill would become virtually useless. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan dared to let the 4 join the attack, even hoping to use them as a whetstone to gauge Lao Hei's limits. You 3 will go together. I shall take the last turn. Gu Zhan made the decision, and the 3 had no choice but to comply. The honor of the first and second classes forbade them from retreating. Even in defeat, they must do so with dignity. Why are there only 3? Are you not joining? Lin Chuan inquired of the final participant, Gu Zhan. I shall take the last turn, and I wish for a fair battle. We must both exert our full strength, or this challenge will become a jest. Gu Zhan replied, looking earnestly at Lin Chuan. Very well. Since the challenge was issued, Lin Chuan naturally would not back down. The ensuing results were all too predictable. The metal attribute S Iron Cavalry could imbue weapons with sharpness and sturdiness. In addition to unleashing a blade aura, it remained fundamentally a physical attack, not penetrating defenses. The wood attribute S Man-Eating Vine circled around Lao Hei a few times, eventually releasing a few leaf blades before retreating. The earth attribute S Giant Rock Soldier created spikes from the ground and caused falling rocks, rendering the arena a chaotic mess, prompting Du Yong to grumble about compensation. The Giant Rock Soldier left in shame. After a hurried repair, while the arena remained uneven, it was at least usable. Observing this scene, Lin Chuan realized that the school was at a disadvantage. It might be better to challenge other schools one by one. While contemplating future plans, he gazed at Gu Zhan, who was the last to take the stage. His intuition suggested that this individual was not to be underestimated and was of the lightning attribute. I truly admire you. Beyond your prowess, you possess courage. Gu Zhan's gaze was sincere, devoid of pretense. Your strength must be the greatest among your peers. Lin Chuan stated with gravity. By chance, I broke through to level 9 before coming here. Upon hearing this, not only did the onlooking students show expressions of astonishment, but the other 5 also appeared equally shocked. Level 9. The lightning attribute is no less formidable than this level. Gu Zhan has already matched the strength of the top 10 in the first class. What a loss. A challenger of this caliber should have a registration fee of at least 100. Furthermore, I wonder if the principal could increase the reward. With such thoughts, Lin Chuan utilized the last remaining enhancement fruit in his spiritual realm to elevate resilient will to level 9, reducing control time by 50. He also cautioned Lao Hei to be vigilant and avoid mishaps. Subsequently, he summoned Lao Hei. Gu Zhan, likewise, instantaneously summoned his beast. A translucent creature, crackling with lightning, appeared. The moment this beast emerged, many students' hair began to stand on end, drawn by the magnetic field generated by the lightning. Thunder Spirit. Only a select few could call this rare beast by name. Let the battle commence. Lin Chuan also permitted him to strike first. Then I shall not hold back. Lightning strike. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed above the arena as a mass of thunderclouds enveloped the entire stage, followed by a rain of lightning cascading down upon Lao Hei. Zhang Di and the others finally understood why Gu Zhan did not join them. With such an extensive area attack, if Lin Chuan's summoned beast remained unscathed, their trio would likely be struck down by the very lightning, turning the situation into a farce. The lightning persisted for 30 seconds, showing no signs of abating. Lao Hei, how do you fare? A bit dizzy and a bit sore. Dizzy? Surely it was struck on the forehead. Can you truly complain of pain from such a minor shock? Charge forward. Lin Chuan commanded to execute a combination technique. Gu Zhan, observing Lao Hei about to collide with the Thunder Spirit, remained unfazed, not even needing to issue a command. Phasing, the Thunder Spirit shimmered, allowing Lao Hei to pass through its form, heading straight for the edge of the arena. Lao Hei, control your speed and adjust your direction. Having adapted, Lao Hei was now able to utilize air dash repeatedly, as long as his body could withstand it. Thus, the onlookers watched in astonishment as a turtle rampaged across the arena. Good grief. Even Gu Zhan cursed under his breath. Previously, when Lin Chuan had sent Yin Hao's lava giant flying, many had witnessed it. Gu Zhan had certainly anticipated this maneuver. He never expected this skill could be employed continuously without cooldown. Is this not a bit excessive? Chapter 56. Surely it will not turn to ashes. Soon, the Thunder Spirit regained its prior state. Lin Chuan understood that the opponent's skill duration had expired. Without needing Lin Chuan to command, Lao Hei charged directly at Gu Zhan. At this point, the distance between them was less than 50 meters. Compress the lightning zone, incapacitate him. The thundercloud, originally several meters wide, was reduced to encompass only Lao Hei. Consequently, the lightning became more concentrated. I am dazed. Lao Hei's thoughts echoed. Evidently, this was a passive effect of the thunder, such as paralysis or dizziness. The charge was abruptly interrupted, and Lao Hei halted 20 meters away. Fortunately, he was incapacitated. Gu Zhan wiped the sweat from his brow and commanded the final strike. Wrath of Thunder. In an instant, the clouds above Lao Hei erupted, forming a tempest of thunder. Within this storm, it seemed as though the thunder god roared, akin to a thunder dragon descending upon the earth. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as 7 or 8 meters, enveloped the figure of Lao Hei like a radiant pillar. On the arena, iron and stone tumbled. The recently repaired platform appeared on the verge of destruction once again. Damn it! Du Yong cursed. This is going to cost us. Otherwise, That brat Lin Schwan will surely wreak havoc elsewhere. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the arena, yet it seemed they could not see Lao Hei's imposing figure. With such a massive size, how could he possibly be obscured, even by the stones? Could he have turned to ashes? A trembling voice from a boy questioned. Vaporized entirely? That's terrifying, another added. Is this truly the might attainable at the Black Iron level? The battles of beast masters are daunting. I long to return home. If you can endure this strike, then I accept my defeat, Gu Zhen declared, not looking at the arena but rather at Lin Schwan. His instincts hinted that the opponent would not concede, yet the turtle had indeed vanished. Could it have genuinely been evaporated? Just then, an inconspicuous shadow darted towards the Jing Lei Huan Ling quick, dodge. Given its diminutive size, evasion should be effortless. Yet, instead of retreating, the Jing Lei Huan Ling advanced directly toward the shadow. With a soft thud, the spirit was struck, letting out a wail as it ascended, only to come crashing down moments later. It was then that the crowd finally discerned the nature of the shadow. So that was a turtle, they exclaimed in unison. What had they seen before? The arena now only featured a shrunken Lao Hei, reduced to half a meter. Gu Zhen gazed at Lin Schwan, rendered speechless. Capable of expanding and contracting, yet remarkably resilient. This is the signature of my companion. Lin Schwan laughed heartily as he stepped off the stage. Below, several girls blushed, spitting in disbelief before continuing to gaze at Lin Schwan with admiration. In the instant before the thunder struck Lao Hei, Lin Schwan distinctly felt the creature's inner turmoil and, in a moment of desperation, commanded Lao Hei to shrink to his smallest form. To his surprise, even having evaded the bulk of the thunder's might, Lao Hei sustained significant injuries. Logically, if Lao Hei had endured, it would equate to victory. However, Lao Hei was not one to leave a grudge unaddressed. Both the beast and its master consumed everything but losses. Without needing Lin Schwan's command, Lao Hei unleashed a flurry of attacks that sent the opponent soaring. Concurrently, Lin Schwan observed the attributes of the Jing Lei Huan Ling. Beast, Jing Lei Huan Ling, extraordinary 9 stars. Skills, lightning summoning technique 5, active, attracts lightning, continuously striking all creatures within a 30-meter radius. Thunderous Fury 3, active, gathers surrounding lightning elements to strike a single target. Ethereal Form 1, active, grants immunity to physical attacks for 3 seconds. Lightning Sensitivity 9, passive, targets struck by lightning suffer progressively increasing lightning damage, capped at 50. Lightning Resistance 1, passive, reduces lightning damage taken by 10. Potential, Diamond 1 star. Truly exquisite. Lin Schwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. Had he managed to contract such a creature from the outset, he would not have hesitated. It was no wonder Lao Hei cried out under the electric onslaught. The damage amplification effectively nullified the damage absorption mitigation. Moreover, the lightning attribute inherently possessed control effects. Without damage absorption, Lao Hei would certainly not withstand the final strike. With negative resistance to lightning, victory seemed unattainable. Lin Schwan, however, would not be dissuaded by the opponent's lightning resistance, silently expressing his gratitude to Gu Zhen. This skill might remain dormant on the Jing Lei Huan Ling, yet it would prove invaluable for Lao Hei. With this newfound understanding, Lin Schwan ceased to agonize over whether to request 10 or 100 spirit stones from Lan Lan. Following this battle, Lin Schwan's reputation was firmly established among the students of District 81, drawing the attention of the elite. Principal, should we release the video? Lu Xiaomao inquired cautiously. The Lin Schwan's Zero Challenge series had just aired its first episode, and she hesitated to make decisions regarding subsequent ones. With Lin Schwan's rising popularity, it was uncertain whether this would benefit Zhou. When an individual boasts without power, others dismiss him as a fool, yet when his strength can crush opponents, they experience fear, despair, and ultimately reverence. The comments section of previous videos had shifted dramatically, with many deleting prior remarks and replacing them with new praises. Great one. I bow to you. Almighty One, I failed to recognize your greatness. Impressive. How about joining our heir Zhong? Nonsense. If anyone is joining, it should be Yi Zhong. Post it. Lan Lan gave the directive. Although Lao Qin vehemently denied any connection to Lin Schwan, under repeated questioning from Lan Lan, he began to waver. Should I admit or deny? Regardless, Lan Lan was confident that Lin Schwan would not transfer to another school, and that was sufficient for her. This segment would be split into 2 episodes. Lu Xiaomao understood that the first 5 challengers were merely appetizers. The true feast lay in the confrontation between Lin Schwan and Gu Zhen. It was absurd that with maximum elemental resistance, such a plot could only serve as an appetizer. Everyone was curious about how this individual trained. Meanwhile, Lin Schwan, having been closely observed by Yi Yao, found himself walking home with her. Lin Schwan, have you been avoiding me? She queried. Not at all. Lin Schwan denied outright, his conscience clear. Then why do you seem so distant and refrain from speaking to me? She pressed. Ah, women. They turn the tables and interpret explanations as mere cover-ups, he thought. By the way, are you feeling better? The best strategy was to shift the topic. I'm perfectly fine, Yi Yao replied after a moment's contemplation. That's good. Remember to drink plenty of warm water each month. Lin Chuan advised with concern. Huh, Yi Yao exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 57, primarily focused on price. Lin Chuan, which university are you planning to attend? After playfully hitting Lin Chuan a few times, Yi Yao finally returned to normal conversation. I don't know. It depends on the price, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Tuition? You could easily get into a prestigious university. They typically charge modest fees, Yi Yao remarked enviously. No, I meant the price they offer me to attend, like scholarships. I don't have the funds for tuition, Lin Chuan stated candidly. Yi Yao was taken aback. Whichever offers the most, that's where you should go. Isn't that a bit hasty? She questioned incredulously. Aren't you concerned about the teaching quality or the school's culture? Sister, you're still too young. More money signifies greater importance. It's like choosing a husband in the future. You must avoid smooth talkers and focus on the substantial, Lin Chuan dispensed wisdom. How can a man who won't spend on you be a good man? He served her a hearty helping of life advice. But my family isn't lacking in money. Yi Yao blushed, suddenly feeling the conversation veer toward marriage. Was he implying something? You big spender, Lin Chuan replied, exasperated, before continuing, then consider other factors. You should get what you like. I digress. I value training resources. The more a school provides, the more likely I am to choose it. I love the sea and the beasts that dwell within it. He rambled on, while Yi Yao appeared lost in thought. Lin Chuan, this girl seemed a bit dim-witted. Who asked what she liked? It was just an analogy. Do you understand? Hey, wake up. Lin Chuan waved his hand in front of her. Yi Yao snapped back to reality, feeling bashful yet somewhat disappointed. Lin Chuan, sensing her thoughts, sought to reassure her. Don't worry. I promise to bring you some local specialties from the seaside. It will be simple. All right, that's your promise, she affirmed. Absolutely. Under the shade of the trees. The sunlight cast fleeting shadows of two figures. Inside the villa, Lin Chuan finished ordering takeout and began to explore information about universities online, a subject he had previously neglected. Schwan Wu Ring City comprises a total of 81 districts, in addition to a university district housing dozens of esteemed institutions. Notable universities include Schwan Wu University, Element University, Baijian University, and Baiwa University, each with its unique academic focus. For instance, Element University, as its name suggests, specializes in elemental attributes for beast tamers, while Baiwa University appears to emphasize botany. Schwan Wu University, ranked first, offers a more comprehensive curriculum. Lin Chuan noted that there did not seem to be any institutions particularly advantageous for his situation. However, he was indifferent, as he was uncertain about what he could learn and simply desired access to resources. Thus, he decided to select universities based on their tuition fees, considering this method the most rational. The admissions examination process varies each year. In some years, assessments are based on talent, level, beast-taming potential, and performance over the previous 3 years, eliminating the need for exams, as each university has its own evaluation criteria before issuing acceptance letters to interested students. Other years feature rankings based on practical combat performances throughout the district, while some years involve a practical secret realm where all high school students in Schwan Wu Ring City enter the same environment for elimination through real combat. Consequently, during this time each year, numerous experts emerge to predict exam patterns, attracting significant attention. The assessment methods are matters for the education authorities to deliberate, which Lin Chuan found unworthy of his contemplation. However, he was indeed intrigued by the concept of the practical secret realm. Reports suggested that this realm, unlike the wilderness, had been specially modified by experts, allowing for unrestricted attacks, with participants being expelled in life-threatening situations, making it ideal for cultivating students' combat experience. After all, real battlefields do not afford beast tamers the luxury of safely commanding their beasts. Lin Chuan was quite enthusiastic about this. Outside the city, uncertainty reigned, while the secret realm struck hard. Soon, the series Lin Chuan's Zero Challenge updated with 2 consecutive episodes, instantly igniting excitement across all 81 districts. Countless beast tamers with ties to the districts had heard the news to varying degrees. A defensive beast tamer had risen against the odds, boasting unparalleled all-attribute defense. Many large teams began strategizing internally about whether to recruit Lin Chuan preemptively. Once Lin Chuan achieved silver rank, he would qualify to independently lead a beast-taming team. Naturally, the tasks assigned would only be elite level. Should he elevate to gold rank, he would become a core member of a beast-taming unit. Many captains of large teams had ascended through such ranks. Why wait until the other party reaches gold rank to recruit? Who would bother then? As one end of the storm, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the chatter of the outside world, contentedly lounging at home. Meanwhile, the first and second high schools maintained an outward calm, as if Lin Schwan's triumphs had embarrassed others, not themselves. Unbeknownst to them, the teachers from both schools were collaborating to analyze the video frame by frame. The ultimate conclusion was startling. The fire attribute immunity of this beast tamer reached an astonishing 90, while others were nearly above 50. The lightning attribute, however, was slightly lower, around 30. Upon this revelation, the teachers from the first school remained somewhat composed, as they still possessed Lei Dian, a pinnacle 9-star lightning attribute, who could advance to silver rank at any moment, indisputably the top in the 81 districts. Lin Schwan would find it challenging to contend with Lei Dian, given his own struggles against a 9-star lightning attribute. As for the second school, the situation was awkward. Their standout representatives were the Nan brothers, known as the Ice and Fire brothers, whom Lin Schwan had dubbed. The second school had long abandoned aspirations for the top position in the 81 districts. However, they were determined to retain second place, as it represented their dignity. Unexpectedly, their previously secure standing was shattered by Lin Schwan's sudden emergence. The Ice and Fire brothers were decisively outmatched by Lin Schwan. What could they do now? The conclusion was drawn. It was time to report back. The teachers from the first school rose to take their leave, casting sympathetic glances at their counterparts from the second school. The second school's teachers, looking despondent, were at a loss on how to face the principal's impending ire. Let us go. We must proceed as planned. Hoping this year's admission process is not a one-on-one battle. Alas, I had hoped to retire after guiding this cohort. Yet this unexpected anomaly has dashed my hopes for a bonus. Do not be too disheartened. Perhaps Lin Schwan will even surpass Lei Dian. Observing their expressions of schadenfreude, they were not afraid of potential setbacks. Yet, we shall remain in third place. Nonetheless, it is quite amusing. Indeed, they chuckled. A group of teachers from the second school attempting to find humor in adversity as they prepared to return and face the principal's storm. Chapter 58, The Twisted Magic Statue. In recent days, Lin Schwan led a languorous existence, and when boredom struck, he trained his companion, Lao Hei's minion. The iron-stone magic statue had undergone a complete transformation. Its once smooth and mirror-like surface now appeared dilapidated, as if weathered by countless years of decay. This was not Lin Schwan's doing. He had merely attempted to train the iron-stone magic statue in 99 different exercises, such as serving tea, sweeping floors, taking out the trash, and performing handstand push-ups. Regrettably, Lao Hei's imagination was severely lacking, leading to a repetitive cycle of activities. It was akin to witnessing a companion struggling to grasp even the simplest game mechanics on the latest gaming console. How could Lin Schwan not feel anxious? Consequently, the training had thoroughly ruined the statue, and this was irreversible. Even if Lin Schwan had done nothing, such signs would have inevitably manifested, albeit at a much slower pace. Currently, the status of the iron-stone magic statue was as follows. Beast, Twisted Magic Statue, Elite 5-star Soul Distortion Entity. Skills, Twisted Taunt, active. Forces a single target within a 5-meter radius that is not more than 1 rank higher to attack other units with full force. Soul Pain Strike, passive. Every normal attack inflicts unbearable soul agony. Control Immunity, passive, immune to mental control skills exceeding 1 rank. Mental Distortion 9, passive, a unique mutation. Through long-term torment of the soul, it has been thoroughly twisted, submitting to the oppressor and willing to sacrifice its life and soul at any moment. The soul is entirely distorted. Please handle with caution. Those who toy with souls will surely face backlash. Potential, unknown. Upon seeing this description, Lin Schwan felt compelled to approach with caution. This entity resembled a ticking time bomb. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Nevertheless, Lin Schwan remained unperturbed. Lao Hei, this creation is your responsibility. Any grievances should be directed at you when the time comes. Lao Hei responded, I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Schwan was indulging in the delightful company of a beast-eared lady when he suddenly heard 2 eagle cries from outside the window. Startled, he hastily closed his computer and descended the stairs to greet the visitors. Fortunately, they did not leap in through the window, which would have been exceedingly awkward, as it could only be alleviated by inviting them in to watch. Upon stepping outside, he found Qin Yin already in the courtyard, casually discarding a beast's corpse. Old Qin, since you've come, why bring gifts? Lin Schwan remarked as he welcomed Qin Yin into the house. If I do not fulfill my promise to you, will you drop out of school? Qin Yin feigned anger while settling onto the sofa. How could that possibly be? Lin Schwan exclaimed, bewildered by how Qin Yin had heard such news. I specifically went to the school to look for you, only to learn that you hadn't attended for 3 days. Was your visit really to see me? Or were you there to see the principal? Lin Schwan harbored his grievances in silence, refraining from voicing them directly. He could only respond, Didn't you witness the torment inflicted upon several students from Yizhong and Erzhong last Monday? My beast suffered a minor injury and requires some recuperation. Moreover, the training at school offers little assistance to me. It is far more convenient for me to practice in solitude at home. I did watch the video, and indeed, the opponent was formidable, as were you. Qin Yin nodded in appreciation and subsequently inquired, is the injury severe? It is nothing of concern. It has nearly healed. If only I had access to the blood and flesh of a monarch-level beast, Lin Xuan lamented. Didn't we request 3 leaders from the Yin family? Is that insufficient? I might as well have you kill my giant rock eagle king for me. How could I possibly do that? Cease your foolish aspirations regarding monarch-level beings. This time, I have brought you a leader-level beast. Much obliged, Elder Qin. Lao Hei, serve the tea. Indeed, the golem is now named Lao Hei. Its erratic behavior should have no correlation with its name, I presume. You've even employed a servant? You're living quite well, aren't you? Qin Yin remarked. Just then, he caught sight of an elite-level ironstone golem, using its block-like fingers to present him with a cup of hot tea. The dexterity of its movements was almost heart-wrenching. Having lived over 60 years, Qin Yin had never encountered such a scenario. As he pondered, he recognized the beast. It was indeed the same one he had previously tossed to Lin Xuan. To his astonishment, the young man had not disposed of it, but had instead trained it as a servant. The idea of training a wild beast into servitude seemed almost absurd. Even when one had contracted a beast, issuing commands could be quite a challenge, akin to engaging with an intellectually challenged entity. To transform a wild beast into a servant, was that truly a feat achievable by carbon-based life? The mere thought seemed implausible. Nonetheless, despite Lao Hei's peculiar appearance, Qin Yin was quite satisfied with his reaction, deeming his recent efforts worthwhile. Elder Qin, you are making much ado over nothing. This creature not only serves tea but also cleans, takes out the trash, washes dishes, performs push-ups, and even fetches takeout. Regardless, let Lin Xuan showcase it first. You truly are a peculiar one, Qin Yin retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. He then scrutinized the golem further, his expression turning serious. Something is amiss. How did you accomplish this? I kept it confined in the pool, using it as a live target for training my beasts, Lin Xuan confessed candidly. Surprised that Qin Yin could discern some of the truth. Using beasts for practical training? You possess quite the audacity, though it is not entirely unwarranted. What else? Qin Yin sensed that something extraordinary had transpired. When this creature refused to fight, I compelled it to do so repeatedly. After all, the ironstone golem can revive as long as it has sufficient energy. It is nearly impossible for it to perish. Eventually, it was subdued, Lin Xuan concluded. Aside from the mention of the taunt ability, he had revealed everything. The taunt was indeed the crux of the matter, yet he could not divulge it outright. Elder Qin, there is something unsettling about this creature. It appears rather sinister. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to inquire. Yet you still command it, Qin Yin exclaimed, lifting the golem and striding into the courtyard. At that moment, there was a series of sharp cracks as Qin Yin shattered the golem into fragments. The power of the diamond-level individual was indeed fearsome. This entity has undergone mutation. It may attract ominous occurrences. The principle of nonviolence must be upheld. You should strive to prevent such events in the future. I shall handle this matter for you. Otherwise, you would inevitably encounter dire misfortune. Elder Qin, you won't come to harm, will you? Lin Xuan asked cautiously. Rest assured, it is merely an elite-level beast. It poses no threat to me, Qin Yin replied, not lingering further as he summoned his eagle king and took to the skies. Watching Qin Yin depart, Lin Xuan was left speechless for some time. Old Qin, you will be fine, but I am the one in peril, he thought, gazing into the depths of his mind's sea with a furrowed brow. Chapter 59. The Born Soul Body and Soul Invasion. Lin Xuan's foreboding was confirmed. After Old Qin completely annihilated the twisted golem, he witnessed a gray aura emerging from the remnants of the creature. This gray mist, resembling a silken ribbon, coiled around Old Qin, seemingly attempting to invade his body. Yet it was repelled. Lin Xuan was uncertain if Qin Yin could perceive this phenomenon, yet he surmised that even if he could not see it, he would be capable of sensing it. However, as Qin Yin departed, the gray mist seemed to have a mind of its own, making a beeline towards Lin Xuan. Before he could react, it surged into his mental space. Please don't come near, Lin Xuan exclaimed, astounded. With grievances settled and enmities avenged, why seek me out? At that moment, within Lin Xuan's mental space, Lao Hei gazed in bewilderment at the entity coiling around it, its eyes wide with terror. The gray mist fluctuated between form and formlessness, slithering like a venomous snake across Lao Hei's body. Indeed, this entity has truly come seeking you, Lin Xuan mused, as if prophesying the events that unfolded. Upon examination, he found no information about the entity. It was not a beast. As a mere black iron-level individual, he could not possibly contract 2 beasts. Suddenly, Lao Hei conveyed a thought, indicating that the entity was attempting to penetrate its mind. This could not be tolerated. Lao Hei must not be compromised. Just as Lin Xuan sought a solution, a branch from the golden tree unexpectedly descended, touching the gray mist. Instantly, the tip of the branch was stained gray, and the color spread upward. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. The golden tree was his greatest support. If anything went awry, he would be finished. Fortunately, once the grayness reached the entire branch, it ceased spreading. Concurrently, the gray mist stabilized, becoming more solid. No longer merely gray, it now bore patches of intricate black patterns, resembling a peculiar serpent entwining itself around Lao Hei. Binding of the born soul body successful. What is happening, Lao Hei? Lin Xuan asked, observing Lao Hei's confused expression, realizing that inquiring would yield no fruitful answers. Upon inspection, the peculiar serpent revealed no information. However, Lao Hei's status had changed. In addition to its usual attribute panel, a new series of information appeared below. Beast, Hei Bei Gue, Extraordinary 8 stars. Skills, Potential, Unknown. Strength Assessment, Abnormal. Born, Soul Distortion Body, Level, Elite. Skills, Soul Invasion, Active. Occupies the body of a beast below the leader level, devoid of a soul. Soul Devour, Active. Consumes the soul of a deceased beast below the leader level. Soul Spike, Active. Inflicts a painful mental attack on the soul. Cooldown of 1 minute. Mental Distortion, Active. Possesses the target, gradually distorting their perception. The higher the target's level compared to its own, the lesser the effect. Vision Sharing, Active. Upon occupying or possessing a beast's body, can share its vision with the host and the beast master. Physical Immunity, Passive. Immune to physical damage. Mental Immunity, Passive. Immune to mental control and illusion skills below the leader level, shared with the host and beast master. Soul Contamination, Passive. Continuously contaminates the host and beast master's soul until complete assimilation and distortion, already immune. Lin Xuan was left speechless for an extended period. Upon seeing the last entry, Soul Contamination, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the golden tree, he would have faced dire consequences today. Those who tamper with souls must inevitably suffer backlash. As Lin Xuan recalled this phrase, he felt an increasing need for caution in his actions, especially concerning the mysteries of the soul. His greatest trump card lay within the depths of his soul's sea. In summary, what began as a calamity turned into a blessing. This born soul body posed no immediate threat. Rather, it significantly bolstered Lin Xuan's capabilities and reserves. Lao Hei seemed to have realized that he could once again manipulate the gray snake, just as he had previously controlled that toy. He continuously directed the gray snake to weave around his body, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Eventually, the gray snake transformed into a tattoo, imprinted upon Lao Hei's carapace, exuding an air of mystery. After settling everything, Lin Xuan withdrew from the sea of consciousness and arrived in the center of the courtyard, where a fresh corpse of a leader-level demon beast awaited him. Initially intending to absorb it directly, he was suddenly reminded of the gray snake's skill, Soul Invasion, which was indeed a ready-made experimental material. As a mere intermediary, there was no need to summon Lao Hei. Lin Xuan could indirectly control the gray snake. Before long, the gray snake tattoo on Lao Hei's shell transformed into a wisp of smoke that swiftly entered the corpse of the demon beast. The sound of cracking bones echoed, as if the bones within were shifting positions. Remarkably, this leader-level demon beast's corpse gradually rose, standing before Lin Xuan. It was a bird-like creature, and despite the gaping hole in its body caused by the Eagle King, from which blood continuously flowed, it appeared as if it had been resurrected, regaining the ability to move. Standing before it, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming pressure. This was a genuine leader-level creature, capable of movement, unlike a mere corpse. Lin Xuan sensed that this entity still possessed a certain level of combat capability. Even in its broken state, it could easily overpower elite-level opponents. However, Lin Xuan lamented that he could not flaunt it publicly. An active leader-level demon beast would not be a trivial matter if discovered and would certainly attract scrutiny. He subsequently instructed it to activate vision sharing, projecting a new perspective into Lin Xuan's mind. Through this, he could see himself face-to-face, an extraordinary experience. After experimenting for a while, Lin Xuan decided to absorb it. The gray snake was powerful but also perilous, and for the time being, he did not intend to reveal this trump card in the school's matches. To Lin Xuan, the battles among high school students felt trivial and lacking in challenge. The school primarily focused on early-stage training and would not permit casualties. As Lin Xuan touched the corpse of the demon beast to absorb it, he suddenly discovered that he could actually see the panel of this leader-level demon beast. Demon Beast, San Yin Yi Shao, Leader 7 stars. Skills, Brainwave Detection 5, active. Wind Blade 9, active. Dark Invasion 9, active. Claw Strike 3, active. Wind Walk 2, passive. Potential, Leader 9 stars. Unable to imprint skills. Lin Schwan did not examine it in detail, merely casting a cursory glance, as he was more concerned about why he could see it. Could it be? He then instructed the gray snake to withdraw from the corpse, causing the demon beast to collapse lifelessly. Upon touching it again, there was no reaction. Indeed, once the gray snake occupied this corpse, it had determined that the corpse possessed life, allowing him to explore its attributes. This feature provided Lin Schwan with ample opportunities to reap benefits. Relying solely on the beast egg and the extraordinary beasts within the school no longer yielded powerful skills. They were mostly basic ones that Lao Hei had long since imprinted. With no further resources to exploit, Lin Schwan felt restless and had even begun considering leader-level and even monarch-level demon beasts. After absorbing the corpse of the San Yin Yi Shao, originally left with only a handful of enhancement fruits, he now had over 20. Without hesitation, he maxed out lightning element resistance. This was not out of fear of that so-called Lei Dian, but rather a compulsion. As a result, lightning resistance became Lao Hei's strongest defense. It was uncertain how Lei Dian would feel upon learning this, but the teachers at Zhong would surely awaken from dreams with laughter. As the week drew to a close, no one had come to challenge Lin Schwan. Everything seemed to have fallen into silence. This was unacceptable. Lin Schwan had only earned a little over 100 spirit stones, including the principal's reward and the registration fees from others. Ultimately, Gu Zhen's reward was merely 10 stones from Lan Lan. For further rewards, Lin Schwan would have to challenge the top 10 from Zhong. Those outside the top 10 would likely not accept his challenges and would merely waste his time. Even before reaching the top 10, he doubted anyone would be willing to engage. Initially, Lin Schwan had envisioned a grand scenario where he would challenge each individual and reap bountiful rewards. In reality, he had only fought 2 legitimate battles, and no one dared to challenge him afterward. Theoretically, an individual could only challenge a member of the opposing school once a month. Beyond that, the opponent could refuse. The names on the list were not like characters in a game, obediently allowing Lin Schwan to farm rewards. Lin Schwan pondered whether he should simply challenge Lei Dian directly, seizing the top position of Zhong in one fell swoop, then allowing them to buy it back. Perhaps giving them a bit of leeway or selling it to Zhong. Just as he was contemplating this, a ring at the doorbell interrupted him. At the door stood a middle-aged man and a young, elegantly dressed woman. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Lin Schwan inquired, clad in shorts and slippers, leaning against the door. "Are you Lin Schwan?" The man asked. "Yes, that's me. We are teachers from Zhong. My surname is Zhou, and I would like to discuss something with you," Teacher Zhou stated. Lin Schwan, who had planned to extract some benefit from Zhong, was taken aback by their sudden visit. It was as if fate had conspired to bring them together. "Come in," he invited, gesturing for them to enter. Without the usual hospitality of offering tea, Lin Schwan had lost interest in such pleasantries. "Let's get straight to the point. What brings you here?" he prompted. The fact that they had managed to find his address indicated that they had put in considerable effort. "I'll be direct. I represent the principal of Zhong and would like to invite you to transfer to our school," Teacher Zhou stated candidly. This was indeed direct. Lin Schwan had anticipated such an approach, even wondering why Zhong had not reached out. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong had already quashed that thought, aware of his connection to Qin Yan. As for Zhong, they had no other recourse. If they did not act soon, Lin Schwan would undoubtedly challenge them himself. Though such an endeavor would be futile. Naturally, Lin Schwan had no intention of switching schools at this point. However, he was curious about what conditions Zhong could offer. "What are you proposing? Surely you aren't just speaking empty words," Lin Schwan replied coolly. "This is easy to discuss," Teacher Zhou said, his expression brightening as Lin Schwan had not outright rejected the proposal. "If you transfer to Zhong, I can offer you a one-time subsidy of 500 spirit stones and 10 bottles of advanced comprehension potions. Additionally, you will receive 100 spirit stones each month, along with an advanced comprehension potion and materials for leader-level demon beasts, continuing until you enroll in university." "What is a skill comprehension potion?" Lin Schwan asked. "Haven't you ever used one, Lin Schwan?" "It's surprising," Teacher Zhou responded, taken aback. Given Lin Schwan's formidable prowess, it was expected that he would have utilized such potions. The external speculation suggested that Lin Schwan's defensive skills were undoubtedly high-level, likely bolstered by potions. Beyond that, the only explanation could be his innate talent. Someone had secretly investigated, discovering that Lin Schwan's talent was merely a level of accelerated growth. When combined with appropriate demon beast materials, the comprehension potion had the potential to enable a beast to understand new skills. Even in the event of failure, it could enhance the proficiency of existing skills or even elevate their levels. Lin Schwan understood. This was nothing more than a weakened version combining skill fruits and enhancement fruits. The external conjectures were partially correct, but not entirely so. It must be said that the scale of the operations at Zhong is quite grand. Such resources are sufficient for them to nurture several level 9 stars. The purchase of a mere insurance policy merely entails keeping the second representative from District 81 at Zhong. After all, Lin Schwan has yet to face the Ice and Fire brothers, and everything remains uncertain. For the sake of this uncertainty, Zhong has the audacity to spend such a considerable sum. I acknowledge your sincerity. However, I shall not leave Sanzhou. Lin Schwan pondered for a few seconds before responding, granting them a modicum of respect. Lin Schwan, there's no need to hastily decline. If there are any other conditions, feel free to propose them, Teacher Zhou said, unperturbed. I am serious. Moreover, if I triumph over the top student from your school, the institution will reward me with 500 spiritual stones. Of course, this is not the primary reason, Lin Schwan replied with a smile. What? Defeating the top student grants 500? Teacher Zhou appeared somewhat flustered. He had come to prevent such a possibility. How about this? You directly provide me with 500, and I shall refrain from challenging Nan Jingwu for the time being. What do you think? Lin Schwan laid his cards on the table. Teacher Zhou had certainly not anticipated such a scenario before his arrival. I need to consult with the principal, he stated, stepping out to make a phone call. Shortly after, Teacher Zhou returned, the phone still on speaker mode, placed on the coffee table between them. Lin Schwan, our principal wishes to speak with you. Sure. Lin Schwan thought it would be an idle conversation and presumed that the other party would likely decline. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Zhong's integrity. Hello, Lin Schwan. I am Fu Tianchen, the principal of Zhong. A composed voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hello. I have understood your demands, and I must say, they are quite audacious, Fu Tianchen remarked, his tone devoid of anger, instead laced with admiration. He continued, it seems you are quite confident in your ability to handle Jingwen and Jingwu. If Principal Fu wishes to ascertain this, next Monday will serve as a verification. Speaking of which, I have yet to initiate a challenge myself. It is only fair that I do so, Lin Schwan replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the principal's stature. By the way, my ice resistance has yet to be activated. Nevertheless, it matters not. Reinforcement fruit is sufficient. After a moment of silence, Fu Tianchen responded, even if you do not issue a challenge, does the world not already recognize that you possess the strength to surpass Zhong? He then sighed with a hint of a wry smile. I wonder where such an extraordinary individual as you emerged from, particularly one so defensively oriented. If you were to focus solely on offensive attributes, would you not be truly invincible at this level? May I inquire about the price that Principal Lan set for Lei Dian at Yizhong? Upon hearing this, both Teacher Zhou and the female teacher's expressions turned to shock. Could it be that he genuinely intends to challenge Lei Dian? Lei Dian is valued at 1,000. Lin Schwan saw no reason to conceal this and stated it casually. 1,000? Principal Lan is indeed generous, but Fu Tianchen abruptly paused. I can agree to your terms. However, I also have a condition. I can offer you 500 spiritual stones. Beyond that, should you defeat Lei Dian, I will add another 500. However, you must refrain from challenging our students in class competitions for the duration of the month. Essentially, this would be a buyout. Such a significant commitment? Is it truly necessary? Lin Schwan found himself perplexed. He had never before encountered such a situation where money was freely given. No, that was previously with Lao Qin. There must be ulterior motives behind such generosity. With the upcoming simulated examination in District 81, akin to a preliminary college entrance examination, I hope Zhong can remain focused and prepared. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. Class challenges are inconsequential. Fu Tianchen's rationale was indeed reasonable. Is Principal Fu aware of the examination's content? Lin Schwan seized the opportunity to inquire. I have received some preliminary information. It should involve a secret realm. Fu Tianchen's tone turned sour. The unpredictability of secret realm assessments is exceedingly high. Even the top student could potentially falter. In a few days, it will be announced. What if I encounter a student from Zhong during the simulated examination? Lin Schwan asked. Naturally, I would not expect you to go easy on them. However, if the price is right, a concession could be arranged. Fu Tianchen was at a loss for words. He had never encountered a student quite like this. How about this? If you do encounter them, I can let them off with a payment of 100 spiritual stones per person. Agreed. I shall only pay for Jingwen and Jingwu. Teacher Zhou was left speechless. How had the situation devolved to this? Was this truly the stern and unyielding Fu Tianchen he was familiar with? Very well, I shall challenge Lei Dian next week. Do not forget the spiritual stones. Lin Schwan, with the mindset of earning whatever he could, effortlessly concluded this transaction. Rest assured, what I promised you will undoubtedly be delivered. Today, Teacher Zhou will bring the spiritual stone exchange card to you. However, Lei Dian is currently not in District 81. He is likely undergoing special training and will return only before the simulated examination. Lin Schwan was taken aback. He had been outmaneuvered. Fu Tianxin had not initially intended to divulge this information, but he could no longer tolerate Lin Schwan's arrogance and decided to reveal it. Imagining Lin Schwan's expression on the other end of the line, Fu Tianxin couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Schwan felt a bit deflated but quickly brushed it off and casually asked, "If I manage to win against him in the simulated examination, does that count?" "Absolutely." Fu Tianxin replied decisively, then hung up. Defeating Lei Jian? In the Zhong office, Fu Tianxin shook his head with a smile. If it were now, Lin Schwan might have a slight chance. By the time Lei Jian returned from special training, he would likely have attained the silver rank. A transcendent-level beast against an elite level 1, coupled with innate talent enhancements. How could one possibly prevail? The very thought of Lin Schwan's expression at that moment made Fu Tianxin chuckle once more. After bidding farewell to the teachers from Zhong, Lin Schwan held the resource card in his hand, delighting in the abundance he had received. This was the first time he had obtained such a wealth of resources. Of course, the 3 leader-level corpses compensated by the Yin family were not included, as their value was difficult to assess. The flesh and blood might equate to a few hundred spiritual stones, but for Lin Schwan, their worth far exceeded that of mere stones. Some parts of certain beasts held greater value than their entire flesh, making it difficult to assess. At present, Lin Schwan lacked the ability to discern which materials were truly valuable. This would be a topic for university or even post-graduation studies. And he was somewhat ahead of his time. An ordinary high school student would hardly come into contact with such matters. Moreover, at Lin Schwan's insistence, Teacher Zhou from Zhong surprisingly agreed to provide him with a comprehension potion for him to sample. Perhaps taken aback by the transaction between Lin Schwan and Fu Tianxin, he nodded in agreement without much thought. This potion costs 20 spiritual stones. Lin Schwan marveled at the dark golden comprehension potion in his hand. It is an advanced potion, suitable for use from the transcendent to diamond levels, with minimal side effects. One simply needs to consume it alongside beast materials. Whether one can comprehend a skill depends on luck. Lin Schwan's intention in acquiring this potion was not for Lao Hei to take a gamble on comprehending a skill, as it lacked that capability. Instead, he intended to reverse engineer its properties. After all, soul and spiritual potions have corresponding fruits. There is no reason why comprehension potions wouldn't. If all goes as expected, it would undoubtedly yield reinforcement fruit. Absorbing the potion, its contents vanished in an instant. Lin Schwan closely monitored the situation in his sea of consciousness. With his growing strength, his mental acuity had also exponentially increased, allowing him to accurately discern the maturity of each fruit. Half a yellow, reinforcement fruit, 1 red, skill fruit, and surprisingly, 3 green, energy fruits. The costs are substantial. Yet the potential profits are even greater, provided there are individuals willing to pay the price. However, the reality is that Lin Schwan's concoction has yet to undergo clinical trials. Gazing at the 2 vials of elixirs he had prepared, Lin Schwan found himself in a quandary. This mixture had required 1 yellow fruit, 2 red fruits, and a total of 6 green fruits to create. With such a considerable investment, it would be a waste not to find someone to test the potion. As for the chubby fellow, certainly not. He likely had never even heard of this substance, not to mention the necessity of materials from high-level demonic beasts. After much contemplation, it seemed that only Qin Yin would be suitable for this task. The thought of having the esteemed president of the Beastmaster Association test his counterfeit potion sent a thrill down Lin Schwan's spine. At that very moment, Qin Yin was situated in the vast mountains beyond the city. This area comprised a gorge. Seated upon the back of the colossal rock Eagle King, he soared through the air without ascending too high. Within the gorge, 2 demonic beasts were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 2 enormous pythons, each measuring between 20 to 30 meters in length. The scales of the pythons shimmered like crystal, adorned with circular patterns across their bodies. Although they belonged to the same species, the 2 titans fought ferociously, each strike aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Old Python, in this vast expanse, you are the last of your kind, the final sovereign-level member of your species. Should you fail this time, you will have to wait another 20 years. By then, those little hatchlings will have grown. With a fierce roar, one of the massive pythons intensified its assault. The other, already at a disadvantage, was up against a human-trained beast, with another sovereign looming in the sky. There was no suspense. The wild python was swiftly dispatched with a crushing blow to its skull. In the instant of its demise, its body transformed into fragments of crystalline rock. Qin Yin descended, extracted the heart of the python, and casually shattered the crystalline remains. It appeared that the ironstone golem race had left Qin Yin with a lingering shadow of dread. The following day, as Qin Yin approached the vicinity of the city, he received a flurry of messages from Lin Schwan. "Old Qin, are you there? Urgent matters. Please return swiftly." When Lin Chuan attempted to reach Qin Yin by phone, he found himself deep in the mountains, devoid of signal. What could that rascal possibly want? Could something have gone awry? Ever since he had dealt with the peculiar golem a few days prior, Qin Yin had been particularly cautious. However, apart from a slight unease during the confrontation, nothing particularly alarming had occurred thereafter. He assumed his abundant yang energy rendered him impervious to any threats, unaware that Lin Chuan had already become entangled in trouble. Thankfully, the golden tree had intervened. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would be in dire straits. Ordering the Rock Eagle King to take a detour, he set a course for Lin Chuan's villa. That young man was exceedingly worrisome. Resolving matters sooner rather than later would allow him to return home. He still needed to procure some potent potions for his ice crystal python, as the association's concoctions were becoming increasingly diluted. Thus, it wasn't long before Qin Yin arrived. What is it this time, young man? Have you been haunted by vengeful spirits? Lin Chuan smirked. You guessed it spot on. However, I won't admit it. I merely wanted to invite you over for a special treat. You have something to honor me with? How rare. The greatest homage you could offer is not to cause me any trouble. Qin Yin jested as they entered the house. Lin Chuan, feeling a little dumbfounded, thought to himself, am I really that unreliable? I inadvertently produced something small and would like you to take a look, he said, producing a vial of his counterfeit potion. A potion? Qin Yin scrutinized the dark concoction with furrowed brows. Indeed, I added some herbal essence to enhance its appearance. Lin Chuan admitted bashfully. Is it for human consumption? If Lin Chuan had nodded, Qin Yin would have certainly poured the potion down his throat. No, it's for beasts. I wouldn't dare let a human touch it. Lin Chuan quickly clarified upon noticing Qin Yin's dubious gaze. You already have beasts of your own, so why summon me? Qin Yin expressed a hint of regret at Lin Chuan's denial. The potency might be a bit overwhelming. It utilizes materials from several high-level demonic beasts. Lin Chuan fabricated an excuse. You little rascal, Qin Yin chided with a chuckle, then stepped into the courtyard. What type of potion is this? He inquired, clearly skeptical of Lin Chuan's ability to concoct anything of merit. Just a little experiment. You'll understand once you try it, Lin Chuan replied ambiguously. Suddenly, Qin Yin summoned his ice crystal python, its 20-meter-long body coiling several times to fit. With a fearsome roar, the giant snake silenced all other creatures. Lin Chuan gazed at the massive head of the python, feeling awestruck. Were it not for the knowledge that it was Qin Yin's beast, he would have lacked the courage to meet its gaze. Its cold, serpentine eyes fixated on him, as if it were poised to strike at any moment. You are more familiar with the Eagle King. This is my second beast, allowing you to make its acquaintance, Qin Yin said with a gleeful glint in his eye. Indeed, it is quite imposing, Lin Chuan complimented, inwardly cursing Qin Yin for intentionally putting him in such a precarious position. Whatever potion you have, just feed it to the old python. Even for a trial, there's no need to worry about it getting an upset stomach. The more Qin Yin spoke, the colder the python's gaze became, and had he not been controlling it, Lin Chuan would have been in serious trouble. Here he stood, a dignified sovereign, reduced to a mere testing tool for someone else's concoction? With the weight of the sovereign's presence bearing down upon him, Lin Chuan approached the python step by step. This potion is a product of my meticulous crafting. May it serve you well. He presented the vial. The python's eyes flickered with disdain, yet it opened its mouth, its tongue flicking out to seize the vial, swallowing it whole. Lin Chuan felt speechless. Should the creature truly suffer from indigestion, he hoped it wouldn't be blamed on him. Rest assured, even if it were a mere granite block, it would be nothing more than a snack for it. Qin Yin chuckled, recognizing the young man's audacity. Moments later, the expression of the python shifted noticeably, appearing animated and invigorated. It truly works? Qin Yin, initially expecting Lin Chuan to falter, quickly tuned into the python's thoughts. It was indeed a comprehension potion. The potency was double that of a typical high-grade comprehension potion. Qin Yin was taken aback. Then, reality struck him. What a waste. His own materials had yet to be consumed. For the comprehension potion to be most effective, it required simultaneous ingestion with its materials. Without further ado, Qin Yin disregarded how Lin Chuan had concocted this potion and urgently inquired, do you have any more of this potion? Why didn't you mention it was a comprehension potion sooner? Consuming it alone is a waste. Let us not dwell on that. Is it truly effective? What are the results? Lin Chuan inquired nonchalantly. The potency is twice that of a high-grade comprehension potion. By the way, do you understand what a comprehension potion is? Qin Yin responded. I know a bit. A teacher from the second school gifted me one, Lin Chuan confessed. That scoundrel Fu Tianqian has already come after you? I'll settle the score with him. Qin Yin exclaimed, abruptly preparing to leave. Wait, old Qin, I've already turned him down, and Lin Chuan hastily stepped in front of him and explained the nature of his dealings with Fu Tianqian. At least the young man has some sense. Qin Yin calmed down and returned to the yard. Lin Chuan, Do not misconstrue my frugality. These comprehension potions are in high demand and scarce, even for those with wealth. My monthly quota is far from sufficient, and when you reach the golden level, you will understand that as one progresses, skills become increasingly difficult to comprehend and upgrade. Is that so? Lin Schwan was indifferent to these matters. Wait a moment. How is it that you learned to concoct potions? The effectiveness has indeed surpassed expectations. No wonder your shell is so resilient. Lin Schwan retorted, what do you mean by my shell? Qin Yin reminisced about Lin Schwan's persistent requests for high-level demon beast blood and crystals, as if he had intuited something profound. Perhaps this was talent. I possess a bit of aptitude for alchemy as well. Lin Schwan could not articulate his thoughts clearly and attributed it solely to his innate gift. The old man understood. Qin Yin nodded, choosing not to delve deeper, and continued, this potion holds great significance for me as well. Feel free to express your needs. In that moment, Qin Yin no longer regarded Lin Schwan merely as a remarkably gifted junior, but as an equal with whom he could converse. Of course, if the lad were to misbehave, he would still deserve a good thrashing. I hope Elder Qin will take me outside the city for some training, Lin Schwan suggested after some contemplation. It was certainly out of the question to allow him to venture outside alone, but with Qin Yan's protection, it would be a different matter. The advanced fruit still required a considerable amount of combat experience. Relying solely on battles among students would take an eternity. No way. Qin Yin rejected the idea without a second thought. The situation outside the city was far from stable, with new demon beast nests and secret realms emerging one after another. It was likely that within a year or two, a new beast tide might erupt. Chapter 63. Increasing the dosage, cannibalism among kin. Presently, battles at the extraordinary level did not greatly benefit me. I needed elite-level demon beasts as opponents. You have seen how the elite-level golem is akin to a mere toy. As long as it is not a swarm of elite-level attackers, it should pose no significant threat. Besides, you will be watching over me, right? Qin Yin did not believe that with him present, Lin Schwan would face any real danger. Yet, just to be cautious, he would not take that risk. Although the previous potion was useful, its efficacy against a monarch-level beast should not be overly significant, Lin Schwan inquired, noticing Qin Yan's hesitation. I cannot guarantee absolute success. But a twofold enhancement of the potion's efficacy is no trivial matter. It would require a hefty sum within the association to procure such an effect. I can further concentrate the potion's potency. Lin Schwan revealed his ultimate tactic. Deal. Qin Yin could hardly fathom that one day he would be at the mercy of this young man. The old python had already developed a substantial resistance to potions. At least five-fold efficacy was necessary for it to adequately absorb the materials. As he spoke, Qin Yin appeared somewhat bashful, his meaning unmistakable. Just a moment. After saying this, Lin Schwan strode directly into the kitchen. Soon, a pungent medicinal aroma wafted from within. This time, Lin Schwan was resolute, adding 5 reinforcement fruits, 10 skill fruits, and 30 energy fruits to the medicinal concoction. A full 10 doses of the counterfeit potion. Each dose possessed a potency twice the normal level. Since 5-fold efficacy was required for assured results, he decided to go for a 20-fold enhancement. The concentration of the potion's efficacy was a mere fabrication of Lin Schwan's. But increasing the dosage was always a sound strategy. Moreover, he had no other means at his disposal. If it fails, then so be it. We shall discuss it later. Not long after, Lin Schwan emerged with a bowl of dark, viscous concoction. The truly effective components were prepared in mere seconds. The primary focus was on the presentation and ensuring Qin Yin understood the preparation process. Elder Qin, I have truly invested heavily this time. I have exhausted all the materials of the commander level. Lin Schwan was never one to deceive. Every word was sincere. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. Qin Yin replied, looking at Lin Schwan with satisfaction. Regardless of its efficacy, he appreciated the effort put forth. Old python, drink the medicine. Having learned from the first experience, Lin Schwan felt no trepidation in administering medicine to the colossal python this time. Furthermore, the giant python bore him no ill will. Just then, Qin Yan's voice came from behind. Just as Lin Schwan finished administering the potion, an icy blue heart flew from Qin Yan's hand, heading straight for the giant python's mouth. Subsequently, the giant python coiled its body, closed its eyes, and began to digest the medicinal power. Both Lin Schwan and Qin Yin watched intently, observing every detail. For Lin Schwan, this was an invaluable clinical trial experience. For Qin Yin, it might be the last opportunity for the ice crystal magic python in its lifetime. And perhaps his own last chance as well. He had placed this opportunity in Lin Schwan's hands. Seizing the moment while the giant python slumbered, Lin Schwan approached to feel its attributes panel. Beastmaster, Ice Crystal Magic Python, Monarch 7 stars. Skills, Death Strangulation 9. Active, ensnares the target with its body, inflicting massive damage. Giant Snake, Tail, Slam 9. Active, concentrates its tail's power, striking the target 9 times. Rapid Impact 8. Active. Crystallized Armor 7. Passive, Racial Talent. Composed entirely of Ice Crystal Magic Rock, Physical Damage Reduction 40. Mirror Reflection 9. Passive, rebounds 50 of elemental attacks. Cannibalism Among Kin, Passive, Racial Talent. Devours the hearts of its kin, with a chance to enhance potential. Potential, Monarch 7 stars. Absurd, Astonishing. This giant python had completely redefined Lin Schwan's understanding of Old Qin's prowess. After all, the previous Eagle King was merely Monarch 3 stars, and its potential had already reached its limit. This Ice Crystal Magic Python not only possessed Monarch 7 stars potential, but also had the chance to enhance that potential. If Lin Schwan's assumptions were correct, the heart Old Qin had just thrown in was that of another Monarch-level Ice Crystal Magic Python. Reflecting on Old Qin's weary appearance upon arrival, Lin Schwan found himself at a loss for words, merely tapping his fingers in excitement. Matching skill imprint successfully discovered. As time passed, a kaleidoscope of colors began to emanate from the giant python. The radiance originated from the heart within its body, refracting through its crystalline form, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Observing the escalating pressure emanating from the creature, Lin Schwan felt assured of success this time. Qin Yin rubbed his hands together, struggling to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, the various powerful figures in Area 81 sensed the extraordinary presence and turned their gazes toward Lin Schwan's villa. What is happening? How could there be such overwhelming demon-beast pressure within the city? From the direction of the 3rd middle school, the housekeeper had just mentioned the emergence of a powerful beast master. With such immense pressure, would Yao Yao be affected? I must hasten my pace. Who has provoked that old scoundrel Qin Yin this time? Since you have come, why not descend? Must I go up to welcome you? Qin Yin suddenly ceased rubbing his hands, standing with his arms crossed, speaking in a casual tone. President Qin, you jest. I merely feared that my abrupt intrusion might disrupt your important matters. No sooner had he spoken than a winged tiger landed above Lin Schwan's courtyard. Following this, a figure leaped down from the tiger's back and retracted his beast. As for directly descending upon the tiger, he did not dare. The newcomer was none other than Yi Xingtiger, the head of the Yi family and the grandfather of Yi Yao, a diamond 3 stars. Shortly after, several others arrived. The principal of 1st middle school, Lei Wanjun, and the principal of 2nd middle school, Fu Tianchen. The two exchanged glances, clearly recognizing Lin Schwan standing beside Qin Yin. Puzzlement filled their hearts, yet they could only stand aside and watch quietly, especially Fu Tianchen, who had just spoken with Lin Schwan on the phone yesterday and even playfully tricked him. Surely this young man would not harbor a grudge and seek Qin Yan's backing? Lei Wanjun possessed a fragment of information, but knew little. Yin Tianshu of the Yin group, upon realizing he was heading toward Lin Schwan's direction, turned on his heel without a second thought. Following him were figures like Qian Feng, the president of the Northgate Commerce Association, and Li Qianqing, the commander of the Iron Blood Beastmaster Corps, who greeted Qin Yin before falling silent, observing the situation surrounding the Ice Crystal Magic Python. The Ice Crystal Magic Python could be regarded as Qin Yan's primary combat force, though it had rarely made public appearances in recent years. It was said that this beast master's potential had reached its limit, yet there was a possibility of devouring its kin to enhance its abilities. Since Qin Yin already possessed one, no one else dared to form a contract with another. Those who did would not dare to present it. It seemed that Qin Yin was on the verge of success. The breakthrough of a beast master beyond potential limitations was not unheard of, but it was extraordinarily difficult. Observing this scene now was a stroke of luck for them, perhaps providing some valuable insights. Many appeared to grasp Qin Yan's intentions. Chapter 64, Lin Schwan. Not to be provoked. Roar. Suddenly, the Ice Crystal Magic Python opened its eyes and let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, the giant rock Eagle King was summoned, flapping its wings in the air, dissipating the sound waves of the gigantic python into nothingness. Otherwise, not only would the houses be at risk, but the other residents nearby would likely suffer an undeserved calamity as well. This was also the reason why Yi Xinghu hurriedly came. Success, as everyone observed. The momentum of the Ice Crystal Magic Python gradually surged, having already surpassed its original star level, and possibly exceeding by more than 1 star. Generally speaking, a Monarch-level Beast Master requires several years to elevate by a single star. It can only be said that the Ice Crystal Magic Python had stagnated at this stage for far too long, with countless resources accumulated within its body, waiting for this moment to explode forth entirely. Then, at the instant the Ice Crystal Magic Python broke through, Qin Yan's aura also erupted suddenly. This was a phenomenon where the Beast Master experienced a breakthrough alongside their beast following the elevation of the beast star level. Unexpectedly, the treatment enjoyed by Lin Schwan previously also occurred here with Qin Yan, the might of a diamond-level powerhouse. while not capable of soaring through the heavens or becoming a terrestrial deity, could easily split gold and shatter stones. With each star elevation, one's physique receives a tremendous enhancement. Qin Yan's originally all-white hair began to show hints of graying. Exhilarated, Qin Yan bellowed, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Congratulations, President Qin," they chorused in unison. Apart from Qin Yan, the highest star level among those present was Li Qiansheng, the leader of the Iron Blood Beastmaster Corps, at Diamond 5 stars. However, at this moment, Li Qiansheng found it somewhat difficult to discern Qin Yan's star level. "I have diligently cultivated for over 50 years without a single day of negligence. Yet I never expected to benefit from the elevation of a beast today." "Ha!" Qin Yan spoke while casting a glance at Lin Schwan. The crowd smiled in unison. "Old Qin, how many stars are you at?" Lin Schwan asked directly, unburdened by excessive concern. 9 stars, Qin Yan replied, and the remaining individuals were all taken aback. Their speculations had indeed materialized, yet it was somewhat hard to believe. Lin Schwan, however, felt it was acceptable, as his significant investment had not been in vain. Of course, it was primarily due to the ice crystal magic python's solid foundation and the substantial accumulation within. The potion merely served as a catalyst for the transformation. Otherwise, the energy required for a diamond-level elevation, when converted into energy fruits, would amount to astronomical figures. For many years, the ice crystal magic python outside the city had nearly been exterminated by Qin Yan, consuming countless hearts of its kin. Within 1,000 miles, only one last monarch-level beast remained, and it had already been slaughtered. After the breakthrough, the gigantic python had expanded in size once more, nearly filling the courtyard. Seeing that the giant python was fixated on him, Lin Schwan reached out his hand. Without hesitation, the massive head of the ice crystal magic python moved towards him, subsequently lowering itself before Lin Schwan. What was initially intended as a mere pat on its head to observe any changes turned into an invitation for Lin Schwan to stand upon it. At this moment, the other diamond-level powerhouses finally noticed the presence of a black iron-level high school student in the courtyard. Given his age, he did not appear to be Qin Yan's son. Could he possibly be a grandson? The key point was that Qin Yan had no sons, so where could a grandson come from? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Schwan, eager to see how he would act. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Schwan lifted his foot and stepped onto the python's head. Simultaneously, he observed the changes in the gigantic beast. Its star level had reached Diamond 9 stars, with some skills also elevated to 9. More importantly, the change in potential was astonishing. Potential, King 2 stars. The potential had directly ascended from Monarch 7 stars to King. This transformation was likely something even Qin Yan had not anticipated, nor dared to imagine. Beasts with king-level potential were exceedingly rare, especially for uncontracted younglings. The appearance of even one would trigger a bloodbath. Beast masters of king-level potential could not guarantee that all their beasts were of king level. As long as one achieved that level, they would already be considered top-tier beast masters. After stabilizing himself, Lin Schwan felt the giant python gradually elevate its body, lifting him 10 meters into the air, gazing down upon the world. Marvelous. The numerous diamond-level elites below stared in awe at Lin Schwan, suspended in the air, momentarily entranced. This young man, even if he were not a descendant of Qin Yan, was hardly distinguishable from immediate kin. In the future, should this gigantic python bear offspring, Lin Schwan would undoubtedly be considered as the first candidate for a contract. Qin Yan himself felt somewhat speechless. He had indeed intended to leverage Lin Schwan's presence to introduce him to the various elites of Area 81. After all, Lin Schwan's future path was long. Although he might not stay in Area 81 permanently, he would ultimately have a solid backing. Unexpectedly, the ice crystal magic python had gone a step further, transforming into a devoted follower. After nurturing it for decades, Qin Yan had yet to experience such treatment. However, he could understand. After all, Lin Schwan's potion had given the creature hope for king-level potential. This favor was akin to a rebirth, no different from that of a parent. King-level. Qin Yan felt that if he continued to ponder, he would lose control of his expression. How should he share this news with Lan Lan? "President Qin, what is the relationship between this Lin Schwan and you?" At this moment, Fu Tianxin could no longer hold back and interjected, interrupting Qin Yan's thoughts. "Lin Schwan is my junior, though not of blood relation. He is akin to immediate family," Qin Yan stated in a calm tone. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the hearts of all present like iron beads falling on stone slabs. Lin Schwan must not be provoked. He is still young and will inevitably require assistance from all of you in the future. I hope you will not refuse on my account. Once Qin Yan finished speaking, everyone understood. This was not a request for their assistance, but rather a warning to refrain from crossing the young man. "President Qin, our school's students previously challenged Lin Schwan," Fu Tianxin and Lei Wanjun hesitantly remarked. I will not intervene in competitions between schools. Do you think I am such a petty person? Certainly not. At this, the two principals finally felt relieved. Lin Schwan surveyed the surroundings from the air before signaling the giant python to descend. To be honest, the sensation of looking down upon the masses was quite delightful. Lin Schwan even spotted several figures peeking curiously from behind windows. The towering giant python instilled such fear that onlookers lacked the courage to stand, each trembling in corners of their rooms. Lin Schwan also caught sight of Yi Yao, who, under the protection of numerous bodyguards, mustered the courage to meet his gaze for a fleeting second. After Lin Schwan waved in greeting, she hurriedly retreated into the house. When Lin Schwan leapt down from the python's head, Qin Yin retracted the creature. He then addressed the crowd. This matter is concluded. You may all leave. Subsequently, everyone cast a deep glance at Lin Schwan, imprinting his presence in their minds, and one by one, they took their leave. Qian Feng and Li Qianxing even handed Lin Schwan their business cards, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Finally, only Yi Xinghu remained. Old Yi, are you not returning? Do you wish to stay for a meal? Qin Yin jested, having known Yi Xinghu for many years. President Qin, you jest. My granddaughter also attends Shenzhong and lives right across. Yi Xinghu replied with a smile. Grandfather of Yi Yao? Upon hearing Yi Xinghu's words, Lin Schwan turned to look at him. Lin Schwan, my Yao Yao often speaks of you. Just the other day, she asked me to help resolve the troubles with the Yin family. That silly girl, with President Qin around, who would dare to intervene? Ha ha. Hello, old Yi. So, you were the one who dealt with Yin Hao and his son? Lin Schwan inquired. Not exactly. I merely dealt with Yin Beishan's beast for a bit. That old fellow does not discipline his grandson properly. However, that was not for you. It was simply to vent for Yao Yao. The case was resolved. No wonder the next day, that father-son duo had swollen faces. They must have been beaten by Yin Batian out of fury. With the conversation flowing, the two grew considerably closer. You and Yao Yao are in the same class. It's fate. You should interact more among classmates. You are welcome to visit me anytime. I'll make an effort to do so. Lin Schwan found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Chapter 65, Leaving the City. After Yi Xinghu took his leave, only Lin Schwan and Qin Yin remained in the courtyard. The turmoil had seemingly settled, yet the inner turmoil among the diamond-level warriors would likely linger for an indeterminate time. Qin Yin's ascension to Diamond 9 stars had significantly elevated the overall strength of Area 81. Many speculated about the potential of the Ice Crystal Python. Was it at Monarch 9 stars or beyond? If it truly reached the level of a king, Area 81 would undergo a seismic transformation, the implications of which were uncertain. At that point, it was possible that Qin Yin would be reassigned from Area 81 to the Central District or even the inner city. Is that potion truly made from materials of a commander-level beast? Even now, Qin Yin found it hard to believe. You don't think I could procure materials of Monarch level, do you? To be honest, I wasn't aware it had such effects. That makes sense. After some contemplation, Qin Yin felt Lin Schwan had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, Lin Schwan had directly administered the potion to the old python, leaving little room for doubt. Such a potion would be fiercely contested even among king-level beings. In the future, do not casually reveal this potion. Once its efficacy becomes public knowledge, you might very well find yourself confined to your room for life, concocting potions. Being provided for and safe doesn't sound too bad, Lin Schwan joked. Were it not for the evolution fruit and death fruit, requiring the old Hei to fight for themselves, Lin Schwan would have found the arrangement quite agreeable. Qin Yin, bewildered by this peculiar line of thought, gave Lin Schwan a playful pat on the head. Enough of your banter. Heed my words. Understood. The materials for this potion have been exhausted, and even if I wanted to, I couldn't procure more. Reinforcement fruit is indeed insufficient. The individuals just now were among the elite of Area 81, with Qian Feng at 4 stars and Li Qianxing at 5 stars. Any needs could be addressed through trade with them. Lin Schwan then scrutinized the business cards he had just received, belonging to a guild president and a beast-taming group leader, which could potentially yield a wealth of high-level materials. I understand. In comparison to your potion, the resources I can provide are trivial. Feel free to express any requests, as long as I can fulfill them. This promise held immense weight. Do not say that, old Qin, or rather, Qin Lao. Were it not for you bringing me here, I might still be lost. Let us maintain our previous arrangement. Your words, do they imply you no longer wish to compensate me? Nonsense. Do you think I would be so petty? Then it is settled. My only request is to be taken out of the city for specialized training. I might also gather some herbs along the way. Perhaps I can concoct a few more potions. Very well, I will come by tomorrow to fetch you. With that, Qin Yin summoned the Eagle King and took to the skies. Judging by the direction, he was likely heading to seek out Lan Lan. Early the next morning, Lin Schwan rose with purpose. Having learned from past experiences to avoid being caught off guard by a giant eagle in his dreams, he quickly prepared. Indeed, before long, While Lin Chuan was washing up on the first floor, he heard a voice from the second floor. "Oh, you're up quite early." Lin Chuan was speechless. He had guessed correctly. Noticing Lin Chuan's disdainful gaze, Qin Yan sheepishly rubbed his nose. He then tossed a ring to Lin Chuan. "This is for you." "What could it be?" "Indeed, it is a storage ring, a temporary loan," Qin Yan said casually. "Wow." Lin Chuan examined the ring closely, though he was unsure how to use it. "What on earth are you doing with that knife?" Just as Lin Chuan was about to slice himself with a small knife, Qin Yan stopped him. "You need to drop blood to recognize it as your own." Lin Chuan replied matter-of-factly. "Recognize what?" "This thing isn't bound to anyone. Anyone who finds it can use it." Qin Yan retorted. "Oh, how does one use it?" "Use your thoughts to sense it, just like communicating with a beast." Following Qin Yan's instructions, Lin Chuan complied and soon found himself in a semi-ethereal chamber filled with various items, easily manipulating their positions and access. "Qin Lao, what are these items?" "Food, water, sleeping bags, tents, among others. Otherwise, would you dig a hole to sleep in the deep woods?" Qin Yan looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. "Huh, we need to spend the night? We aren't returning until later?" Lin Chuan had assumed it would be like school, going out in the morning and returning by evening. "Do you think it's that simple? A single trip can span thousands of miles. Do you want to kill me?" Qin Yan was frustrated by Lin Chuan's ignorance. "There's enough here for at least a month or two. Since you requested specialized training, we cannot take this lightly." "I understand." Lin Chuan simply lacked experience. He wasn't foolish and quickly resolved his thoughts. "I have several potential areas for beast activities. Do you have any preferences? Since it's specialized training, I will not intervene unless you encounter danger." "I understand. It would be best in a plain area," Lin Chuan mused. "All right. We shall go to the stone ruins." With that, Qin Yan stepped outside to prepare. Lin Chuan had little to pack, merely storing his recently used toiletries in the storage ring before following Qin Yan out. Soon, the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared away from the city. "Fatty, I'm off for specialized training. It may take a month or two. We'll discuss the blood and flesh of beasts upon my return." "What?" "Lin Gu, be sure to return soon. Rest assured, I'll increase the dosage when I return." "Lin Gu is awesome. Safe travels." "MOMO. I'm heading off for specialized training and want to be able to film challenge videos for now." "No worries, the principal informed me. I have other video materials. So rest easy, Lin Chuan." "What?" When Lin Chuan opened the latest video released by MOMO, he was momentarily speechless. Who on earth is this? Playing games so poorly is absolutely disgusting. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was himself. Thus, he felt relieved. It turned out Liu Xiaoma had recorded all their duo games, as well as occasional solo games, creating an entirely new series titled Starting from Zero, which highlighted the merciless nature of the game and the countless victims who found common ground in their struggles. As the giant eagle soared over the towering city walls, it marked Lin Chuan's first venture beyond the confines of the city. Glancing back, he saw that every few meters along the battlements, cannons were mounted, their gleaming barrels sending shivers down his spine. "Qin Lao, are those cannons still functional?" Lin Chuan inquired. In this world, it seemed there were no gunpowder weapons. All power was derived from crystal cores and spirit stones. They are ancient relics, some likely older than I am." Qin Yan chuckled before turning serious. "However, they are undoubtedly effective. The Schwan Wu city walls have withstood numerous beast onslaughts, and these crystal cannons have played a crucial role." Lin Chuan nodded, gazing silently at the dense forest below. Peace was but a fleeting notion. War was the eternal theme. Chapter 66. The Stone Ruins and the Digger Worm. The giant eagle flew for over 2 hours, and the walls of Schwan Wu city became a mere line in Lin Chuan's vision before vanishing entirely. An inexplicable sensation welled within him, as if he were a paper boat adrift in a vast ocean. "We have arrived." Lin Chuan only realized they had landed on a solitary hilltop when Qin Yan spoke. One side of the hill was a steep slope leading down to an endless expanse of wilderness, strewn with peculiar rocks and the occasional call of an owl echoing in the distance. The other side was considerably steeper, dropping into an unfathomable chasm. Falling would surely be fatal. As for the beasts, Lin Chuan hadn't yet spotted any. "There are no beasts here?" Lin Chuan looked to Qin Yan. "No beasts?" "Huh." As he spoke, Qin Yan had the Eagle King shift its claws, revealing a monstrous worm the size of a thigh writhing beneath its grasp. Half of its body was already crushed, while the other half remained buried in the earth. Clearly, this creature had misjudged the situation, attempting a sneak attack upon sensing movement, only to encounter a formidable opponent. This elite-grade digging worm, with at least 20 lurking beneath the ground, is it sufficient? Shortly, I shall put away the Eagle King, and at that moment, other monstrous beasts will dare to emerge. Prepare to embrace the surprises. As he spoke, Qin Yan casually withdrew to rest, leaving Lin Chuan in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Damn it, if they have come, Then let them come. Resolutely, he summoned Lao Hei. An extraordinary beast appeared brazenly in the wilderness, akin to a beautiful woman appearing unclothed in the streets. Numerous hidden eyes fixated on Lao Hei, yearning to pounce and feast upon its flesh. With a diameter exceeding 6 meters, there was more than enough to satiate. Lao Hei, draw out some monsters. Lao Hei, unfamiliar with the task, simply relieved itself. Instantly, as if a droplet fell into a boiling pot of oil, the area erupted in chaos. In the realm of monstrous beasts, urination signifies a declaration of sovereignty. However, this territory had evidently long been claimed by the digging worms. Lao Hei's act was filled with provocation. The numerous crisscrossed trenches and the churned earth below indicated that the digging worms were ceaselessly weaving around Lao Hei. Let us try taunting them. Lao Hei, upon receiving the command, found itself unable to utilize its skills due to the lack of visible targets. Thus, it relieved itself once more. Truly provocative. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long worm burst forth from the ground, its meat grinder-like jaws aimed directly at Lao Hei's face. Hardened armor. Lao Hei retracted its head and activated the skill. With a crunch, the digging worm's jaws bit down upon the edge of its shell, shattering its teeth. Simultaneously, this sounded the charge for battle. As a dozen or 20 digging worms of varying sizes lunged at Lao Hei, these worms primarily attacked with their jaws and the spikes beneath them. And if those attacks proved ineffective, they would spray an acidic slime to diminish the target's defenses. Soon, numerous holes appeared on Lao Hei's obsidian scales from the corrosion. Is it possible? An extraordinary beast, facing 20 elites. I've never witnessed such absurdity in my lifetime. Qin Yan approached, observing Lao Hei with concern for Lin Schwan. Perhaps he ought to say that since meeting Lin Schwan, he had encountered more ludicrous events than in the entirety of his previous years. A man must never concede defeat. Lao Hei charged through them. After issuing the command, Lao Hei executed its combination move, smashing into a recently provoked digging worm with great force. With a tearing sound, the worm was split in two, its green blood spilling across the ground, clearly lifeless. This scene did not deter the remaining digging worms. Rather, it ignited their savagery. They did not attack Lao Hei first. Instead, they consumed their fallen kin. Damn, that's my spoils, Lin Schwan exclaimed, unwilling to let a fresh elite-level monster's flesh go to waste. Subsequently, Lao Hei continued to charge at the digging worms, yet the results were lacking. The worms possessed remarkable flexibility and agility, able to burrow underground, leaving Lao Hei at a disadvantage. It appeared as though these worms were toying with Lao Hei. Qin Yan, observing with great interest, noted that this turtle was primarily a defensive beast. Any unprepared individual would undoubtedly fall victim to its tricks. Lao Hei over there. Lin Schwan observed the terrain and directed Lao Hei, intentionally shifting the battlefield to a rugged rocky area. The soft soil here was unsuitable for a decisive battle. As anticipated, many worms fell for the trap. Even without burrowing, they underestimated what Lao Hei could accomplish. Shrink and soar into the sky. Rapid Sky Step was activated once more. This time, Lao Hei minimized its size to reduce drag, then ascended vertically to nearly 100 meters before descending. This was utterly outrageous. Qin Yan stood dumbfounded. Below, the digging worms, seeing the diminutive turtle about to land before them, could hardly be bothered to evade, their minds puzzled. How could it have shrunk so small? Not enough to eat. Expand to maximum size. With a thunderous crash, the entire hillside trembled. A giant turtle, 15 meters in diameter, smashed into the ground, creating a circular pit. Within the pit lay several digging worms, all crushed into specimens. A few fortunate ones escaped, with only one falling prey to Lao Hei's taunt, subsequently being crushed utterly. My goodness. Qin Yan had initially thought this would be a simple training exercise, allowing Lin Schwan to practice against a few elite creatures. Yet, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Schwan had annihilated an elite-level small group. Who could tell him this was not a dream? Lin Schwan approached only after Lao Hei's taunt had cooled down, remaining vigilant against any potential ambushes. The several specimens raised uncertainty about whether the golden tree would be selective in its absorption. Indeed, the golden tree absorbed only a small portion, yielding nearly 20 reinforcement fruits, significantly diminishing their value. As for the monster cores, they were easily expelled from the bodies, facilitating collection. Lin Schwan did not rush to absorb the elite-level monster cores, planning to keep them for future exchanges in the city. Remarkable. Qin Yan circled around the colossal Lao Hei, continually praising it. He even jumped onto Lao Hei's back. Upon noticing the gray snake tattoo, he merely glanced before losing interest again. Qin Lao, what is it? Lin Schwan, feeling uneasy under Qin Yan's gaze, inquired directly. Nothing. Your beast far exceeds my expectations. No wonder it easily defeated those high school students at the academy. Even university students, if not at the gold level, would likely fall victim to your tricks. Ha, what tricks? I have always engaged in fair battles. Chapter 67. The first lesson, a lesson learned. At noon, the two casually prepared some food. Lin Schwan, the weaknesses of digging worms are too glaring for this training to serve its purpose, Qin Yin remarked while eating. Indeed, it feels rather lacking. Lin Schwan checked the progress of Advanced Fruit, which stood at only 40. This was equivalent to the combat experience provided by a dozen elite-level digging worms, not even matching a single ironstone golem. Of course, it could also be that Lao Hei found the battle too effortless, launching its ultimate move right from the start. Who could withstand that? Conversely, the progress of Death Fruit had increased significantly, visibly darkening to about 5 maturity. Although it appeared low, the implications were absurd. With the defeat of a few hundred elite-level monsters, one could slay a king-level beast. This was Lin Schwan's greatest trump card for the next training session. You shall heed my arrangements. I guarantee exceptional results. What do you propose? Since this is specialized training, we cannot deliberately create an environment favorable to ourselves. Otherwise, it would be no different from a vacation. In the nearby mountains, there exists a colony of ghost-faced monkeys. We shall proceed there. Ghost-faced monkeys. Lin Schwan was somewhat familiar, having previously received a commanding level 1 as compensation from the Yin family. That works. Lin Schwan nodded in agreement, feeling unfamiliar with the terrain and thus deferring to Qin Yan's guidance. However, instead of traveling by the giant eagle, they opted to walk. In Qin Yan's words, this was the true essence of specialized training. Lin Schwan found himself unable to argue. Are we there yet? After cutting down the 11th venomous snake attempting to ambush him and the 20th pestering insect that crawled upon him, Lin Schwan could no longer contain his impatience. Oh, we arrived long ago. I was merely testing your alertness, Qin Yan replied with a smile. Humph. Such ordinary snakes and insects posed no threat to a beast master. Lin Schwan scoffed. To him, old Qin was merely idle. In the wilderness, one's greatest adversary was never these trivial creatures. As he spoke, Qin Yan pointed towards a towering tree and suggested, let us approach and take a closer look. Lin Schwan glanced around, observing that this area was abundant with such majestic trees. He pushed aside the broad leaves that obstructed his view, directing his gaze at the trunk, and his expression involuntarily sharpened. The trunk bore no peculiar features, save for an inscription that read, Lin. What is this? Every time we pass this tree, I take the opportunity to carve a stroke. Can you count how many strokes there are? 9 strokes. Including this one, it will be the 10th. Remarkably, Lin Schwan had not realized he had been circling around the same spot. As this realization dawned upon him, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Furthermore, let us recall, where did I tell you the location of the Gui Mian Yuan host population? In the nearby mountain forest, is it not? Do Gui Mian Yuan Ho inhabit forests? Are you daft? Qin Yin scolded in exasperation. Gui Mian Yuan Ho prefer to dwell in caves, and typically, there is at least one leader among their ranks. Lin Schwan recalled the basic knowledge he had gleaned from books. This is the first lesson I imparted to you. My scolding is intended to ensure you learn from your mistakes. Qin Yin continued, it is not entirely your fault. Most people experience such setbacks to varying degrees. However, for some, the cost of a single misstep could be their very life. Lin Schwan understood. He had followed Qin Yin without a shred of observational acuity or alertness, which was unrelated to Qin Yan's presence. In the city, Lin Schwan maintained a certain vigilance towards his peers, as he had the luxury of idle thoughts. Yet in the wild, the constant awareness of the monstrous beasts naturally supplanted his vigilance towards humanity, as he had assumed a common goal, to slay the beasts. After all, these beasts were enemies to all. However, it is often the case that while one believes everyone shares this objective of combating the beasts and collecting resources together, they fail to realize that upon stepping outside the city, they have become targets for others, regardless of whether those others are classmates, childhood friends, or otherwise. This was the lesson Qin Yin sought to impart to Lin Schwan. Otherwise, one might wonder where all of his numerous storage rings came from. Gifts from nature? One must always guard against treachery. Thank you, Qin Laosher. Lin Schwan bowed in gratitude, reflecting on his journey since his arrival in this world. Filled with self-assured yet flawed decisions, he felt a deep sense of shame. Had Qin Yin not been there, had he encountered a powerful adversary with ill intent, he would likely have met an untimely demise. Well, as long as you understand. Even if I do not say it, your professors at the university will teach you. I am merely here at the right moment. I hope you do not find me overly meddlesome. With that, Qin Yin patted Lin Schwan on the shoulder. The two then set off once more. Qin Yin was indeed correct. They had arrived, albeit at a cave nestled in the side of the mountain, home to hundreds, if not thousands, of Gui Mian Yuan Ho. As Lin Schwan listened to the howls of the creatures, a shiver ran down his spine. Isn't this a bit too intense? Qin Laosher. Lin Schwan gulped nervously. Fear not, I shall handle the leader-level beasts. The elite ones should pose no problem. Besides, It is not you who will be taking the hits. His words were reasonable. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Chuan acquiesced. After all, it would be Old Hei who bore the brunt of the assault. With its robust physique, it should be able to endure. Old Hei rested beneath the Huang Jin tree for a while, enjoying several energy fruits, fully recuperating its strength and wounds. Lin Chuan summoned it, controlling its size to around 4 to 5 meters, and tossed it provocatively at the cave's entrance. Old Hei, if you want me dead, just say so. There is no need for all this fuss. Upon merely glancing into the cave, Old Hei was left utterly bewildered. The elite beasts were not a mere handful, but rather several hundred, even thousands. Each one could easily turn him into a pulp. Yet, since death was inevitable, one might as well die with dignity. Thus, Old Hei climbed to the cave's mouth and proceeded to relieve itself. Lin Chuan was taken aback, unsure where it had stored such a volume, knowing that it dared not enter the sea of consciousness. Had it always been this bold? Is it always this courageous? Qinyan questioned, contemplating whether he should relocate Lin Chuan, lest this tortoise truly meet its end. Absolutely, not one bit afraid. With a howl, the cave reverberated with the cries of the monkeys. Soon, a leader, twice the size of a normal monkey, emerged flanked by a throng of its kin. The leader-level beasts are not to be engaged, Qinyan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the leader displayed a look of terror and hastily retreated into the cave, leaving a group of elite monkeys staring at one another in confusion. Chapter 68. Are you leaving me here to fend for myself? Perhaps due to their lack of intelligence, the elite Gui Mian Yuan Ho did not react to Qinyan's words, and the horde of monkeys surrounded Old Hei. They then initiated a series of tentative attacks. Monster, Gui Mian Yuan Ho, Elite 6 stars. Skills, Rage Monkey Fist. Active, sacrifices defensive attributes to enhance strength and attack speed by 50 for a duration of 1 minute. Gui Mian Illusion. Active, causes the target to experience hallucinations, inducing a fear effect lasting 5 seconds. Charged Fist. Active, brings palms together and strikes downwards, dealing 300 additional damage. Agile Steps. Passive, increases movement speed by 30 in forest cave environments. Group Assault. Passive, boosts attack power by 30 when attacking in numbers. Potential, Elite 9 stars. The attributes of the dozen or so Gui Mian Yuan Ho were largely similar, appearing to be of Elite 5 to 6 stars, with potential seldom reaching the leader level. This represented a natural ecosystem, where only a few among thousands of beasts might possess leader-level potential. Only at the Beastmaster Academy would one find a concentration of leader-level creatures, as they had been meticulously selected, forming humanity's greatest trump card against the beasts. Lin Chuan cast a cursory glance at the Gui Mian Yuan Ho's attributes and lost interest. After all, these purely physical beasts were utterly countered by Old Hei. Minutes later, the monkey horde ceased their attacks, glancing at their bruised fists, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, Old Hei seemed to revel in the experience, its eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Can you keep up, little monkeys? After the initial panic, Old Hei had regained its composure. 1,000, even 10,000? Its size meant only a handful could reach it. Were it not for Lin Chuan's restrictions, it would have shrunk down to its minimal size and let the monkeys attempt to do their worst. The monkeys, enraged, unleashed their skills, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Old Hei. Those on the periphery, unable to reach, resorted to making grimaces at Old Hei. Gui Mian Illusion activated. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Old Hei possessed mental immunity shared with the Gray Serpent. Even elite skills, let alone those of leader-level beasts, had no impact on it. Qinyan, unaware of this, chimed in, your physical defense against beasts is impressive, but these monkeys can launch mental attacks. The fear state may disrupt or nullify some of your skills. Do not find yourself in a predicament. So that's how it works, Lin Chuan mused, realizing why Qinyan had brought him here, likely eager to witness his embarrassment. Should Old Hei lose its skills and rely solely on its physical defenses, it might not withstand the onslaught. Old Hei, stop playing dead and get moving. The monkey before Old Hei continued to make faces, acting foolishly, which had become quite tiresome for Old Hei. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's command, it wasted no time and charged headlong into the fray. The Gui Mian Yuan Ho, believing its skills had worked when Old Hei remained still, prepared to let out a triumphant howl. Suddenly, Lao Hei delivered a powerful headbutt, sending it flying several dozen meters away, breaking a few ribs and spewing blood into the air. However, that was all it accomplished. This creature had tough skin and thick flesh. With only Lao Hei's speed and strength, it was impossible to deliver a fatal blow. From that point onward, without the element of surprise or the use of taunts, it would be quite challenging for Lao Hei to make another impact. The troop of monkeys, agile and quick, began to mock Lao Hei, as if they had discovered a new toy. They seemed unaffected by fear. It appeared that this young fellow still had some tricks up his sleeve. Qinyan chuckled, regretting that he couldn't witness Lin Chuan's misfortune. He then remarked, You can play here at your leisure. I shall take my leave to explore other areas. Lin Schwan, incredulous, replied, You are just leaving me here unattended? Qin Yin, equally incredulous, retorted, Do you expect me to play house with you for an entire month? I, the esteemed president of the Beast-Tamer Association of District 81, am quite busy. Rest assured, I have left you a bodyguard. Otherwise, if you find yourself in trouble, Lan Lan will certainly hold me accountable. Moreover, within 1,000 miles, there are no other monarch-level creatures. Very well then. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Lin Schwan felt somewhat reassured. No wonder Qin Yan had prepared the storage ring and supplies in advance. It seemed he had anticipated Lin Schwan's solitary survival in the wilderness. In fact, it was for the best that Qin Yan took his leave. He was already stripped of most of his cards. Soon, the Eagle King soared into the sky, carrying Qin Yan away. Lin Schwan was uncertain about the nature of the bodyguard left behind by Qin Yan, but he hoped it would be reliable. The valley, once filled with the sounds of insects and birds, now fell into an eerie silence. A diamond-level beast could contract up to 4 beasts, and Lin Schwan had already encountered the giant rock eagle and the ice crystal magic python. It was highly likely that the remaining monarch-level beasts were those he had not yet seen. Lao Hei, it's no use straining yourself, return. With that, he summoned Lao Hei back. The group of monkeys, seeing Lao Hei suddenly vanish, turned their aggression towards Lin Schwan, their eyes filled with hostility. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from within the cave, and the monkeys seemed to receive a command, retreating back inside. Since Lin Schwan intended to stay here for a while, he needed to secure his living quarters. Arriving at a cliffside, Lin Schwan summoned Lao Hei. Lao Hei, dig a hole. Lao Hei glanced at his turtle-like claws, regarding Lin Schwan with an expression that seemed to convey wisdom. Damn it. Lin Schwan felt as though he was being looked down upon. Just jump to 3 meters high and then crash into it. Is that too much to ask? Observing the rocky cliff, Lao Hei thought Lin Schwan was quite ill. Ultimately, under Lin Schwan's threats and the lure of fruit, Lao Hei complied. However, before the impact, Lin Schwan ensured that Lao Hei's Skyward Rush and Headbutt power skills were maxed out. Skyward Rush Level 9, active, allowing explosive acceleration by stepping on air while leaping, moving 500 meters forward within 3 seconds. Headbutt Power Level 9, passive, granting a 50-fold strength enhancement when attacking with the head. He then casually fed Lao Hei a 9-star fruit as a prepayment for his labor. With both skills maxed, the combination of a rocket headbutt would be the epitome of ultimate power, ready to showcase before the monkeys. However, for now, Lao Hei needed to dig a hole first. Lin Schwan had contemplated searching for some animal lairs, but ultimately decided against it. On one hand, he had not found any, and on the other, their sizes might not be suitable. Moreover, he was unsure of what kind of filth might reside within those lairs, which he found distasteful. Lao Hei initially made a few tentative headbutts, discovering that the rock was not as hard as he had imagined. Therefore, he revved up his efforts and began to charge. Boom, boom, boom. Deep underground, within a cavern, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, sensing the surroundings briefly before losing interest. Before it lay a pile of leftover bones, stained with blood, clearly remnants of a recent meal. This leader-level beast, which had battled the ghost-faced monkey for decades, had unknowingly become food. Chapter 69, Inside the Cave. A bit higher, and widen this area a little more. Lin Schwan continuously directed Lao Hei in front of the cliff. It was only when Lao Hei was exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth that he finally called a halt. Although the impacts on the rock caused no harm, using skills required a massive expenditure of stamina. Even with Lao Hei's robust physique, he was nearing his limits. Lin Schwan treated Lao Hei like an elevator, ascending into the cave he had carved out, surveying his surroundings with great satisfaction. If all went according to plan, he would spend the next month here. As dusk fell, Lin Schwan decided to rest for the night and make plans in the morning. He set up a tent inside the cave and took out his phone to enjoy the movies he had downloaded. As for Lao Hei, he enlarged his size to block the cave entrance, preventing any creatures from sneaking in. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, Lin Schwan freshened up and ate some dry rations. The taste was nothing to write home about, but it was sufficient to stave off hunger. Eating this for a month? That sounds unbearable, Lin Schwan muttered. It turned out the greatest obstacle in his special training was not the beasts but the lack of delicious food. Regrettably, he could not order takeout. As he grumbled, he made his way to the ghost-faced monkey's cave. Since ordering takeout was off the table, he might as well gather the evolution fruits and death fruits to expedite the end of this tedious training. Sticking to the usual routine, Lao Hei charged into the cave, initiating a provocation. Soon, a large swarm of monkeys rushed out, unsure if they were the same as the previous day, but they all looked quite similar. This time, Lin Schwan had no intention of wasting words with them. Lao Hei, taunt one and take it down. The taunt skill activated. One monkey approached Lao Hei, ready to strike with its fists, But Lao Hei delivered a powerful headbutt directly to its heart. There was no need for great speed. The strength of his head alone was enough to crush its heart. Silence enveloped the scene. The monkey troop seemed momentarily stunned, first kicking the body of their fallen comrade before erupting into chaos upon realizing it was lifeless. Enraged, the monkeys poured out of the cave, intent on tearing Lao Hei to shreds. Just as well, Lao Hei was given free rein. At present, aside from his defensive retaliatory skills, Lao Hei had only the rocket headbutt that could hold its own in attack, while the mountain press was more suited for ambush and not particularly effective. Therefore, the next beast he needed to choose had to be offensive in nature, preferably one that epitomized aggression. In truth, Lin Schwan also yearned for a flying beast. It would all depend on what he encountered. After Lao Hei ascended to 9 stars, Lin Schwan could still feed him energy fruits, but they could only be used for stamina replenishment, not for further increasing star levels. It seemed that advancing beyond 9 stars was a universal rule in this world. Otherwise, Lin Schwan could easily create a 100-star extraordinary beast. What a pity. As for how to advance, Lao Hei looked utterly bewildered while Lin Schwan was equally confused. If it were a more common beast, there would typically be a publicly available advancement route, detailing the materials, potions, and training methods required, a complete system. Of course, such common potential beasts were often not particularly remarkable, but they had limited upper boundaries. Others would require the beast tamer and the beast to explore together, searching for any traces of racial inheritance or similar phenomena. However, it seemed Lao Hei had none of that. Despite being labeled with the bloodline of the Schwan Wu, he was not even a true beast, merely an ordinary turtle. This led Lin Schwan to wonder if all turtles possessed some semblance of Schwan Wu bloodline. After a brief moment of lamentation, Lin Schwan brushed it off. Even if Lao Hei knew how to advance naturally, Lin Schwan might not necessarily be able to utilize it, as he did not have the energy to gather materials and train extensively. Since he already possessed the evolution fruits, Lin Schwan was disinclined to seek alternatives. The battle continued. The monkey troop had long since devised a method to contend with the formidable Lao Hei, relying solely on the skill, charging fist, rather than conventional attacks. Even if struck by Lao Hei, they resolved to deliver at least one blow to the tortoise before succumbing, as long as they still drew breath. Gradually, although many monkeys fell in battle, it was but a drop in the ocean for the entire troop. In contrast, Lao Hei bore an increasing number of wounds. Notably, those surrounding him were primarily elite 8 or 9-star Gui Mian monkeys, all fully skilled in charging fist. A single punch, if landed upon any other elite beast, would likely shatter bones. Yet, when it struck Lao Hei, it merely dented his shell without causing any cracks. Nonetheless, the accumulation of injuries pushed Lao Hei to the brink of his endurance. A myriad of thoughts surged through Lao Hei's mind, suggesting that he had not endured such a fierce beating in a long while, igniting a primal urge within him. Ultimately, after Lao Hei exchanged wounds for victory and vanquished an elite 9-star monkey, a significant crack appeared in his shell, spanning the entirety of his back. Without needing Lao Hei's command, Lin Schwan drew him into the realm of his consciousness. After administering several energy fruits, he allowed Lao Hei to close his eyes and recuperate. The monkeys observed Lin Schwan but dared not pursue. Instead, they emitted furious howls that reverberated throughout the valley. The corpses of their fallen comrades were dragged into the cave, their fates all too predictable. A conservative estimate suggested that around 30 or 40 monkeys had perished. Lin Schwan felt a pang of regret. These were his spoils of war. He mused whether this number would suffice to elevate all his skills to level 9, though it likely would come close. After ascending to silver rank, there might be new developments as well. No, he could not let this matter rest. A steely resolve formed within him. Subsequently, a gray aura infiltrated the corpse of a fallen monkey. The cause of death for all the deceased monkeys was nearly always a shattered heart, with scarcely any visible injuries. The corpse of one monkey stirred momentarily before unsteadily rising to its feet. The surrounding monkeys stared in shock. How could it possibly be alive after appearing so lifeless? Unable to comprehend with their limited intellect, they ceased their pondering and beckoned the resilient creature to join them for a meal. Fearing it would be too late to leave even scraps, Lin Schwan directed the monkey under Gray Serpent's control into the cave while he himself returned to his temporary base. Lao Hei had sustained severe injuries. Aside from the crack in his shell, the force of the punches he endured had been sufficient to shatter his internal organs. Fortunately, the shell had absorbed much of the impact, and while the remaining damage was significant, it was not fatal. A few strengthening fruits remained, and after enhancing dormant healing to level 5, Lin Schwan allowed Lao Hei to rest. Meanwhile, he maintained remote control over Gray Serpent. The cave of the Gui Mian monkeys was a realm unto itself. Although the entrance appeared modest, within lay an expansive cavern, complete with an underground river. Along its banks flourished an array of colorful, mushroom-like fungi, which the monkeys occasionally harvested for sustenance. It became clear to Lin Schwan that this vast population of monkeys rarely ventured out to hunt. Initially, he had speculated that these beasts might subsist on stones or require no food at all, but he realized he had underestimated their needs. As Lin Schwan maneuvered the puppet monkey to survey the surroundings, he contemplated his next course of action. The cave walls were riddled with numerous small caverns, each housing its own Gui Mian monkey. Following the underground river upstream, the monkey's status appeared to rise, culminating in the residence of the leader, which occupied a vast expanse of the cave. Lin Schwan was unaware of where this particular monkey resided but intended to explore, hoping to find the remnants of those slain by Lao Hei if no other monkeys lingered within. This one had monkeys. This one too. This one had two. Oh dear. How unfortunate. Just as two monkeys charged out to confront him, Lin Schwan hastily withdrew the puppet monkey, his eyes grateful for the escape, as he found the sight of the monkeys rather distressing. Throughout his journey, Lin Schwan traversed countless caverns, hoping to stumble upon 3 or 4 that were vacant, relying purely on luck. Ultimately, he abandoned the search and made his way toward the underground river. The water's surface appeared dim, obscuring any view of potential fish within. However, he surmised there must be some, for the nearby mushrooms alone would not suffice for nourishment. Contemplating this, Lin Schwan casually plucked a handful of mushrooms. Who could resist such a bountiful display? At that moment, a monkey emerged from a neighboring cave, approaching the riverbank, seemingly intent on either quenching its thirst or relieving itself. Upon noticing the mushrooms clutched in the puppet monkey's grasp, it rushed over, screeching and gesticulating wildly. Lin Schwan, unaware of its intentions, assumed the monkey sought to barter for mushrooms. Would he part with them freely? Instead, he stuffed one into his mouth, chewing and swallowing without a second thought. As for the flavor, he was oblivious. The monkey's screeches intensified, though its expression bore no signs of anger, rather a hint of fear. What was amiss? Were these mushrooms inedible? Lin Schwan was perplexed. He had witnessed numerous monkeys consuming them without issue. Undeterred, the puppet monkey grabbed another handful and once more shoved it into its mouth. This time, the other monkey fell silent, watching with growing curiosity as the puppet monkey devoured the mushrooms. Could it be safe to eat? Realizing his earlier misstep, Lin Schwan extended another handful of mushrooms toward the monkey. The creature hastily shook its head in refusal. Lin Schwan persisted, offering encouragement through his gaze. After several attempts, the monkey finally relented. Then, it bit into one, making not a sound. It did not chew. Instead, it carefully placed a mushroom into its mouth and simply succumbed. Lin Schwan had gleaned from the monkey's reaction that these mushrooms were indeed problematic. While they all appeared similar, some were edible while others were not. However, the potency of the poison exceeded his expectations, rendering them lethal upon consumption. Before the monkey collapsed, the puppet monkey supported it, guiding its return to its lair. Inside the cave, nothing appeared particularly remarkable. The floor was strewn with grass, and in a corner lay a stash of dried mushrooms, the monkey's sustenance. Lin Schwan commanded Gray Serpent to exit the puppet monkey's body and enter the new monkeys, then obscured the puppet monkey's remains with grass. This ensured absolute safety. He instructed Gray Serpent to pause its actions and remain in the cave, subsequently withdrawing from its perspective. Meanwhile, Lao Hei continued to slumber, his injuries healing at a visibly rapid rate. He would likely recover within 2 to 3 days. The maturity of the evolution fruit had surged significantly, reaching 70. Qin Yin was correct. Such intense battles yielded exceptional results. Reflecting on the entire encounter, Lin Schwan recognized numerous areas for optimization. For instance, although Lao Hei possessed formidable defenses, there was no need for him to deliberately exchange wounds. Given Lao Hei's agility, landing a hit on him would not be an easy feat for those monkeys. Moreover, engaging in such an extensive challenge against so many opponents at once was rather absurd. In comparison, other extraordinary beings could boast about overcoming 1 or 2 stars higher within their ranks. For Lao Hei, facing fewer than 10 elite foes did not constitute an extraordinary challenge. However, based on prior experiences, it was evident that the combat experience gained from similarly intense battles diminished with each encounter. As the confrontation neared its conclusion, Lin Schwan harbored an unsettling concern. Would he be compelled to challenge the commander level? He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of rank suppression. When pitting a transcendent against an elite, one would find oneself facing a formidable 25 reduction in power before the battle even commenced, encompassing all aspects of offense, defense, and speed. Essentially, this meant that Lin Schwan would be left with merely 75 of his strength, while his opponent would ascend to 125, rendering the contest utterly futile. In this context, Old Hei was not just extraordinary, he was supremely so. It was no wonder that even Qin Yin was left speechless. Typically, After a high school student advances to silver, they receive the highest accolades and special recruitment from educational institutions, thus leaving a glimmer of hope for other candidates. However, the notion of challenging the commander level was nothing short of despairing. The commander level exerts a 50 suppression over the elite level, let alone the transcendent level. Even if the transcendent level unleashed its full power, it would still be unable to breach the defenses of the commander level, while a single punch from the latter could obliterate it. If it were Old Hei, perhaps he could withstand a couple more blows. In the subsequent 2 days, Schwan refrained from venturing outside. He blocked Old Hei at the cave entrance, observing the situation within the monkey lair from a distance. After all, it mattered little where Old Hei chose to rest. He was not confined to the sea of consciousness. Schwan had previously attempted to direct the gray serpent to guide a monkey towards the commander level, but often, they would only get halfway before being driven back by other monkeys. The intention was to allow the gray serpent to possess that particular commander-level monkey. However, as it remained inside, it was nearly impossible to catch sight of it, thus leading to a lack of success. The gray serpent's intelligence had not yet developed to the point of independent action. Once separated from the beast's body, it could not share vision, making remote command impossible for Schwan. He sensed that the body of this beast had begun to decay, moving with an uncoordinated gait reminiscent of a zombie. It would not be long before it became unusable. There was no time to waste. Chaos was needed. Just then, Old Hei slowly opened his eyes, revealing his hunger. Schwan, speechless, tossed over a dozen energy fruits to satiate him. It was likely that significant energy would be required to recover from his injuries. This was a bit of a loss. Not only had several days been wasted, but considerable fruit had also been consumed. The crux was that, apart from some combat experience, no other spoils had been acquired. The corpse of the ghost-faced monkey was immensely tempting. Just one would yield several skill fruits and enhancement fruits. Once Old Hei was well fed, it was time for action. With that, Schwan led Old Hei towards the cave. At the entrance of the monkey lair, Old Hei resumed his provocative stance, while Schwan concealed himself behind a massive boulder. This time, no extraneous actions were necessary. Inside the cave, a cacophony of howls erupted, vowing to tear him to shreds. Old Hei, this time, did not alter his size, standing at a normal height of 4 meters. Among the transcendent-level beast tamers, he was considered rather large, though not excessively so, especially without employing the skill-flexible expansion. Otherwise, a massive 20-meter diameter creature descending from the sky would undoubtedly incite fear. Having healed from his injuries, Old Hei's shell appeared even denser. The newly formed obsidian scales gleamed with a greater luster, and his defensive capabilities had evidently been enhanced. Schwan realized that this was the natural path of fortification for a defensive-type beast, achieved through continued cycles of injury and recovery. He understood that repeating this process was vital until the limits of the body were surpassed. While he would not deliberately pursue this method, given the inevitability of battle, any enhancement was welcome. Inside the cave, the gray serpent controlled the puppet monkeys, limping as they ventured outside. Observing them, the nearby monkeys were filled with a sense of reverence, thinking, even when on the brink of death, they still seek to protect their home. When I collect your remains later, I shall indulge myself. With the gray serpent remaining inside the cave, Schwan deemed it necessary to retrieve it, especially since it was Old Hei's most powerful trump card. For this battle, the gray serpent would also need to contribute. On this outing, not only was Old Hei growing, but the gray serpent's body had also unknowingly expanded significantly. Each beast that fell would release an invisible essence, absorbed by the gray serpent, an essence of souls. Without further ado, a grand battle was imminent. This time, Old Hei, following commands, refrained from direct confrontation and engaged in aerial maneuvers. The monkeys could not fathom why a turtle would take flight. When Old Hei chose not to act, it was one thing. When he did, one monkey would inevitably meet its demise. Before being encircled, Old Hei would swiftly escape. Subsequently, the gray serpent would burrow into the corpse of the monkey, stealthily maneuvering it back towards Schwan. This back and forth allowed Schwan to reap a few rewards. Eventually, a monkey discerned the oddity. Why is it that as we fight, those fallen comrades, no, brothers, seem to have vanished? A howl erupted from one monkey, pointing at the corpse crawling on the ground. Damn it, how sharp-eyed. With a silent wave, a wave of invisible ripples surged towards the monkey's head. A cry of immense pain erupted from its mouth. A few monkeys that had been drawn over by its earlier call were startled and exchanged bewildered glances. The afflicted monkey continued its wailing, its eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, its mind a chaotic mess of destruction. One companion, seeking to investigate, was met with a furious punch to the forehead from the deranged monkey. Subsequently, the mad monkey mounted its companion, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In less than 10 seconds, that monkey's head was obliterated, splattering red and white across the ground. The other monkeys, witnessing this, hastily dispersed, perplexed by the sudden madness. This commotion drew the attention of the frenzied monkey, which relentlessly attacked any nearby monkeys, creating an uproar of chaos. The outcome was splendid. Lin Schwan was undeniably pleased. This skill was exceedingly treacherous and could not be employed against classmates, leaving Lin Schwan without the opportunity to experiment. Observing its efficacy now revealed another sinister technique. Old Hei, you are becoming increasingly cunning. The skills of beast taming have little bearing on me, the beast master. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Schwan directed the gray serpent to continue its task of transporting the corpse of the ghost-faced monkey. As for the one with its head pulverized, the gray serpent could not invade. This was reasonable. With its head gone, the sight was far too horrific. The chaotic scene did not endure for long. The deranged monkey was subdued, its limbs shattered, yet it continued to writhe on the ground, using its head to pound against the earth like a bizarre creature. The troop of monkeys gazed upon this spectacle with confusion, unsure of how this entity had suddenly lost its mind. However, they had little time to ponder. Meanwhile, Old Hei was not idle, occasionally launching surprise attacks. Lin Schwan's primary objective this time was not merely combat experience, but rather the resources of the beasts. Previously, he had been careless and gained nothing. This time, he intended to reclaim both principle and interest. The gray serpent's skills required the expenditure of soul energy, which it could only replenish on its own or by consuming souls. For the moment, it had enough energy, and considering the ongoing slaughter, souls were abundant. After a minute, utilizing the skill soul spike, Lin Schwan targeted a monkey that was evidently stronger and more intelligent than the others, subtly exhibiting leadership qualities as it commanded the troop with its roars. Old Hei exchanged several blows with it, both being elite 9 stars, yet neither gained the upper hand. More importantly, its potential has reached the level of a leader, possibly making it a successor or one of the future leaders of the cave. This time, the howl was even more intense than before. The little leader clutched its head, gasping for breath, its eyes bloodshot and filled with a murderous intent. However, it did not succumb to madness immediately. Surprisingly, it managed to endure this blow. Observing this, Lin Schwan felt unexpectedly pleased. He was eager to see how much combat power remained after withstanding such an attack. Subsequently, Lao Hei charged directly at it. Previously, the little leader would have dodged and then counterattacked, but this time it chose to confront the impact head-on, not flinching or evading. Its arms blocked Lao Hei's charge, and its legs carved 2 trenches into the ground. Then, as if a powder keg had been ignited, the little leader roared and unleashed a barrage of punches at Lao Hei, engaging in a reckless, life-or-death struggle. In simple terms, it had lost its sanity. The intense pain in its head and the trauma to its soul left it with nothing but a primal urge to destroy. Lao Hei retreated. For a physically offensive beast, disregarding soul damage, such excruciating pain could actually enhance their combat effectiveness, akin to accumulating anger from being struck. However, such an outburst could lead to its demise. Having tested the outcome, there was no need for Lao Hei to endure unnecessary hits. Soul Spike. This time, the little leader did not emit a wailing scream. Instead, silence enveloped it. Only the tightly clenched jaw and the blood streaming from its eyes indicated that things were far from simple. The surrounding monkeys seemed to sense something amiss and began to retreat into the cave, disregarding their fallen companions. With a roar that was both furious and mournful, the little leader lunged at the nearest monkey, sinking its teeth into its neck and drinking in the blood that flowed forth. The monkey troop was thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions. The little leader, undeterred, pursued them into the cave. Lin Schwan allowed the gray serpent to possess the little leader, further applying mental distortion. On the ground lay more than a dozen monkey corpses, which Lin Schwan naturally accepted with glee. The little leader's entrance into the cave to unleash carnage would undoubtedly attract the attention of the leader-level beings. Although Qin Yin had warned against it, one's life is paramount. One could never be too cautious. Lin Schwan believed it was better to remain in the shadows. In the cave, the little leader, dragging a mangled monkey corpse, made its way deeper into the cavern. Its entire body was stained with blood, mostly that of other monkeys. After enduring extreme pain to its soul, it seemed as if some restraint had been shattered. Completely devoid of reason, it was driven solely by a desire for slaughter. At this moment, the little leader no longer required the gray serpent to intentionally distort its perception. It had transformed into a machine solely focused on killing. Everything before it appeared as vermin. Mere food. Kill, kill, kill. Even other elite 9-star monkeys stood no chance against it, being torn apart in mere moments. Gradually, no monkey dared to step forward to obstruct it. Lin Schwan had little interest in witnessing the carnage. Only as the little leader approached the dwelling of the leader-level monkeys did Lin Schwan perk up. Truly courageous. An elite facing a leader should not be defeated in one blow, right? Lin Schwan marveled. He had expected the leader to emerge and suppress the situation, but it remained surprisingly composed. However, it was also possible that it had been intimidated by Qin Yan earlier. Regardless, whether it emerged or not, Lin Chuan had his guiding party. Finally, the little leader arrived at the lair of the leader-level monkey, which could no longer be described merely as a cave, but rather as a vast platform deep within the cavern, with a hewn dwelling on its side. Adjacent to the platform was an underground lake, unfathomably deep, serving as the source of an underground river. A large, ghost-faced monkey awaited this challenger, the leader of the ghost-faced monkeys. The leader's eyes lacked the typical volatility of ordinary monkeys, displaying a noticeably higher intelligence. Yet, it merely regarded the little leader as a deranged creature, either having lost its mind or seeking to claim the position of leader prematurely. What a pity. This was its third offspring with leader potential, and the most promising one. The leader attempted to communicate, but the effort proved futile. Instead, it reignited the little leader's fury, prompting an all-out assault. The leader-level monkey effortlessly blocked all attacks with one hand, akin to an adult playing with a child. The little leader's rage appeared utterly laughable in contrast. The disparity was striking. Lin Chuan felt the little leader's impotent fury and lamented. Perhaps it was time to provoke it further. Soul Spike. With a roar, the sound of something shattering echoed. The little leader's pores began to ooze blood, its features grotesquely contorted, as it struck its own head with increasing force. Concerned it might self-destruct, Lin Chuan hastily transferred the gray serpent's essence to the leader-level monkey. This was his primary objective. The leader of the monkeys sensed a chill sweep through its mind and prepared to investigate, but was interrupted by the little leader. At this moment, drenched in blood, the little leader stood over twice its original height. Its features had exploded, leaving behind gaping holes. Flesh had been stripped from its limbs, exposing stark, white bones. Yet, remarkably, it still lived, and was even significantly stronger than before. The monkey leader blocked the little leader's skeletal claws and sent it flying. Doubt flickered in its eyes. Had this creature actually ascended to the leader level? Yet the cost had been exorbitant. In the eyes of the leader-level monkey, the little leader's core had shattered, its vitality rapidly depleting, with at most 10 minutes left to live. Nevertheless, it could still sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from its opponent. How could it harbor such hatred towards me? Did I slay your father, or something? No, wait, am I not your father? The leader-level monkey did not comprehend, but it wished to waste no more time. Everything that had transpired today was far too bizarre. To avoid further complications, it resolved to strike decisively. With its fist charged, it awaited the little leader's advance to deliver a crushing blow. Soul Spike. Lin Chuan executed a cunning move. The leader instantly suffered a splitting headache, clutching its head, and was effectively incapacitated. Following this, the little leader, resembling a skeletal specter, lunged at the leader, its limbs clinging to it as it bit and clawed, inflicting minimal damage but great humiliation. Ultimately, amid the leader's furious roars, the little leader was reduced to a pile of shattered bones. The gap between them was insurmountable. Even forcibly advancing to the leader level, their combat strengths were not of the same caliber. Lin Chuan had only afforded it one opportunity. There was no time for a second Soul Spike before it was obliterated. The little leader's demise provided the gray serpent with a substantial boost in soul energy. The more tormented the soul, the higher its quality. After all, this was how the gray serpent was conceived. The gray serpent's practical effects far exceeded Lin Chuan's expectations, and the impact of Soul Spike on the leader level was evident. Although not as exaggerated as with the elite level, as long as it proved effective, Lin Chuan held hope for manipulation. He sensed that the opportunity for the Ascension Fruit to mature lay within this moment. The leader of the monkeys kicked the mound of shattered remains into the lake, no longer paying it any mind, and returned to its dwelling. As the corpse hit the water, the surface erupted into waves before settling back into tranquility, the body vanishing before it could sink. Having engaged in a bewildering battle, the leader of the monkeys felt immense irritation. Upon returning to its lair, several female monkeys gazed at it fearfully, wary of inciting its displeasure. The primate leader roared casually, causing the female monkeys to scatter in all directions. Moments later, two female monkeys approached, carrying a stone mortar filled with murky liquid, within which floated a few mushrooms. Subsequently, from Lin Chuan's perspective, the primate leader seized the stone mortar and began to drink voraciously. After a hearty belch, the leader reclined against the wall, clearly in a state of utmost satisfaction. Soon, several female monkeys came over to massage its legs, knead its shoulders, and pick lice, providing a regal level of indulgence. It seemed they had concocted some form of mushroom brew, a remarkable delight. Lin Chuan, watching with envy, was astonished to discover that this group of monkeys had the ability to brew alcohol. Moments later, perhaps intoxicated or perhaps feeling the absence of its most promising offspring, the primate leader decided to mate with a female monkey. Lin Schwan could not help but curse aloud at the brazen display. Just as the primate leader prepared to engage, Lin Schwan commanded the gray serpent to deliver a soul spike. The primate leader let out a ferocious cry, soaring over 3 meters high as if kicked by a female monkey. The female monkeys looked on in confusion, wondering what had transpired. The primate leader, unable to explain, continued to roar, venting its inner fury. This was now the second occurrence. It realized something was amiss within the cave, yet it was at a loss as to how to address it. Chapter 73, The Darkest Hour of the Primate Leader. The following days marked the primate leader's darkest hour. Whether it was eating, sleeping, relieving itself, or attempting to mate, the excruciating pain would strike unexpectedly, depriving it of restful slumber for days on end. Even inebriation could not shield it from the sudden pangs, rendering it the ultimate hangover remedy. The tormentor had ceased to hide its intentions, revealing a desire to torment the leader. However, Lin Schwan was not the one orchestrating this. He lacked the time to monitor a monkey's daily life. Such cruel deeds could only be attributed to Lao Hei. After advising Lao Hei not to overextend the gray serpent's soul energy, Lin Schwan left the matter be. Since its toy had been crushed by Qin Yan, it had been unable to regain its former joy. Though formidable, the gray serpent had become less entertaining in Lao Hei's eyes. It was only when Lin Schwan restored the gray serpent's operational permissions that Lao Hei found joy once more. Reminiscent of receiving a beloved toy. Inside the primate cave, anguished howls echoed. The primate leader, eyes bloodshot, drooling and dazed, incessantly struck its own head. Even if it abstained from eating, sleeping, or any other activity, the pain would still strike without warning. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps it was not being harmed, but rather was simply ill. Yes, it was sick, mentally ill. Therefore, it needed to consume brains to heal its own. With this thought, the primate leader vacated its dwelling and ventured into a nearby cave, typically the residence of its staunch supporters. Inside, a robust monkey rushed forward to greet the leader. The leader's incessant wails had instilled anxiety within the troop, causing unrest and sleeplessness amongst them. Upon approaching, before it could steady itself, the leader's eyes ignited with fervor and desire. Could it be? In the blink of an eye, the robust monkey lost consciousness as the primate leader smashed its head, reducing it to a gruesome mess reminiscent of ice cream, which the leader then devoured. Perhaps it was psychological, or perhaps Lao Hei had taken a nap, but during this time, the headache briefly abated. The leader proceeded from cave to cave, devouring its kin. When Lin Schwan finally finished the single-player game on his phone and remembered to check on the situation, the scene in the cave left him utterly astonished. Everywhere he looked, there were the shattered skulls of slain monkeys, and in the distance, the remaining monkeys shouted at the primate leader, their eyes filled with both rage and fear. Their leader had descended into madness, relentlessly consuming the heads of its brethren. By the time any monkey realized what was happening, over 100 had already perished at its hands. This had shattered their obedience to the leader, and they began to revolt. The rebellion proved effective. Amidst the fray of several hundred attacking monkeys, the primate leader sustained significant injuries, continuously coughing up blood. The troop had also suffered severe losses. If they continued to fight, they risked extinction. However, the monkeys were unwilling to abandon their territory. Now, without a leader, they would become easy prey for other beasts if they wandered the wilderness. The standoff persisted until a soul spike shattered the silence. Lao Hei, was that you? Lin Schwan inquired. No, came the response. Don't give me that. I only played for a couple of days, and you nearly wiped out the entire troop. Just then, Lin Schwan could not resist and habitually unleashed a strike. The primate leader let out a cry, completely breaking the psychological defense of the troop, prompting them to flee in all directions from the cave. If they continued to fight, they would face total annihilation. In an instant, the troop vanished, leaving the primate leader alone in the cave, seething with impotent rage. Without any monkey brains to consume, the dreaded headache returned. Consuming toxic mushrooms might alleviate it. At that moment, an inexplicable thought flashed through the primate leader's mind. In its understanding, those toxic mushrooms were inedible. A lesson learned through the demise of countless monkeys. The knowledge of what could be consumed and what could not was inscribed in their very genes. Yet, a persistent notion lingered. If it consumed the toxic mushrooms, the pain would cease. The idea of using poison to counter poison seemed somewhat logical. Lin Schwan was uncertain if the mushrooms would be lethal, but it was worth a try. If they did not prove fatal, Lin Schwan would allow Lao Hei to experiment. Next, the primate leader found itself in a vulnerable state. With a damaged spirit, grievous injuries, and having consumed toxic mushrooms, it was time to take a risk. Moreover, Lin Schwan had the gray serpent as a trump card. If they could not defeat the leader, it could provide cover for a retreat. As Lin Schwan made his way toward the cave, he kept a watchful eye on the situation with the primate leader. Upon witnessing it actually consume a toxic mushroom, he entered the cave with Lao Hei. Venturing alone into the lair of a leader-class beast was something Lin Chuan had never imagined he would do. However, the temptation was too great to resist. The instant Lin Chuan stepped into the monkey cave, the crimson eyes lurking in the depths sensed his presence. The master had only commanded it to protect Lin Chuan, but what to do when the latter saw danger? It was quite vexing. Thus, while Lin Chuan was distracted, a tiny insect the size of an ant suddenly leaped onto his pant leg, unnoticed by him. Inside the cave, Lin Chuan had become quite familiar with the terrain, navigating it as if it were home. Along the banks of the dark river, he cautiously observed his surroundings, not out of concern for the primate leader, but to ensure that other monkeys had not remained hidden within the cave. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. Upon reaching the previous battlefield, the pungent scent of blood nearly caused Lin Chuan to retch. Holding back his nausea, he swiftly acted, causing the elite-level beasts to vanish upon his touch, transforming into two types of fruit. Lin Chuan barely had time to assess the specifics of the transformation. He absorbed every corpse he encountered without hesitation. Even if he could not ultimately defeat the primate leader, this venture would yield significant rewards. Finally, Lin Chuan approached within 100 meters of the leader. At that moment, the primate leader's breath was faint, frothing at the mouth, as though it were on the verge of death. Lao Hei, go and give it a try. Lao Hei cast a glance at Lin Chuan, as if to say, are you joking with me? Go, kill him, and you will be promoted to silver. Lin Chuan was uncertain. Nevertheless, Lao Hei still hesitated. Ultimately, he had to follow orders. Hardened armor, accelerated march, elemental force field. He activated all the skills available, regardless of their utility, and then charged directly at the head of the monkey leader. With a resounding thud, they collided intimately. The monkey leader was sent flying several dozen meters, rolling on the ground before staggering back to his feet. Meanwhile, Lao Hei felt a sensation akin to a concussion for the first time, his head spinning. Roar! The monkey leader lowered his head and emitted an incomprehensible growl. Chapter 74. Defeating the monkey leader. Lao Hei did not delay any further and continued his assault. This time, he dared not strike directly at the opponent's head. Instead, he targeted other injured parts of the body. The monkey leader did not defend himself, instinctively retaliating. Even so, a mere punch from the monkey leader left a significant dent in Lao Hei's shell, riddled with cracks. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle, trading blows in a life-or-death struggle. The monkey leader's severe injuries and poisoning ensured that Lao Hei's attacks were not entirely ineffective. Lao Hei's defense, coupled with the continuously stacking attack absorption, allowed him to withstand a few more punches. Moreover, the monkey leader had already expended a considerable amount of energy, weakening significantly. In this back-and-forth exchange, Lao Hei, an extraordinary being, found himself evenly matched against a commander-level foe. It may not succeed. Lin Chuan sighed. Even a severely wounded commander-level opponent was enough to challenge Lao Hei significantly. After today, regardless of success or failure, Lao Hei would require a period of recuperation. Be cautious with your skills, Lin Chuan reminded. While Lao Hei could barely endure ordinary attacks, skills were a different matter entirely. Taunt. The monkey leader's charged skill was interrupted, forcing him to resort to basic attacks. Lin Chuan noted the timing, observing that there was hardly a second of control. With maxed-out taunt, one could control an extraordinary being for 10 seconds. The pressure of hierarchy was indeed ruthless. However, Lao Hei only needed to prevent the monkey leader from using skills. As soon as the monkey leader began to charge, Lao Hei would simply interrupt with taunts. Gradually, the monkey leader became enraged. Even though his remaining rationality advised him to flee and find a place to recuperate, this extraordinary insect continued to provoke and taunt him, inciting his fury. Ultimately, the monkey leader could no longer endure it, and, despite overexerting himself, sought to retaliate. The commander-level, Ghost-Face Phantom, should have made this insect kneel in submission long ago. Yet it seemed to have no effect. Thus, the monkey leader grew even angrier, his body glowing red as he unleashed his skill. Furious Monkey Fist, active, sacrificing defense attributes to increase strength by 50 and attack speed by 50 for 1 minute. Sacrificing defense meant an increase in damage. This skill placed an immense strain on the body. The monkey leader had previously used it several times against the monkey horde, sustaining severe injuries as a result. A classic case of trading injury for injury. The key was that the monkey horde also possessed this skill, and the benefits were significantly greater. After all, the difference in defense among ordinary monkeys was negligible, and for a commander-level being, it was merely a matter of a single punch. The Furious Monkey Fist skill could not be interrupted by Lao Hei's taunt, as it was instantaneous. In this state, if Lao Hei took a punch, it would be the end for him. However, Lin Chuan was waiting for this opportunity. Lao Hei soared to the heights, become the largest. The cave ceiling was only about 100 meters high, but it was sufficient. Subsequently, Lao Hei flipped in the air, landing on his back. He knew what to do. utilizing the dual acceleration of void rush and gravity to crash down forcefully. Activate. Simultaneously, Soul Spike was unleashed. The delay in using it was merely to wait for the moment when the monkey leader's defenses were at their lowest after expending his skills. Roar. Just as the monkey leader activated his skill and was about to unleash a barrage on Lao Hei soared into the air, inciting further rage. Moreover, he displayed signs of retreat, wary of a sneak attack from Lao Hei. Suddenly, a familiar sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to momentarily lose focus. After enduring prolonged torment, his resistance had significantly increased, and he did not react violently this time. However, this brief moment of distraction was more than enough. In fact, it didn't even require a full second. Lao Hei's 20-meter shell descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing onto the monkey leader. Had the ground been soft soil, the monkey leader would have been driven into it like a nail. Unfortunately, the cave floor was solid rock. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated through the cave. Schwan rubbed his ears to alleviate the ringing. Then, he withdrew Lao Hei, who once again fell into a deep slumber from severe injuries. Even more so than the last time. The shell had already been cracked by the monkey leader's earlier attacks, and this suicidal strike shattered it into countless pieces. To advance, Lao Hei had indeed gone to great lengths. Once he engaged, it was a fight for survival. Then, Schwan boldly approached the remnants of the monkey leader's body, examining it without worry that it was still alive. Schwan's courage stemmed from the fact that the progress of Death Fruit had surged by 10. Combined with the monkeys he had previously slain, it was now over 20%, nearing 30. Unfortunately, the hundreds of monkeys that perished here were all due to the monkey leader's actions, wasted opportunities. However, Schwan did not feel at a loss. After all, it was a windfall. If Lao Hei had truly engaged, it was uncertain how much time it would have taken. What astonished Schwan was that the monkey leader's body had not been utterly destroyed. Instead, it remained remarkably intact. The fatal injury was the complete fracture of its spine, rendering it unable to survive. The extraordinary had truly avenged itself against the commander level, and Schwan felt a sense of pride. Subsequently, he stored the corpse in his storage ring, not intending to absorb it just yet, given that Lao Hei would likely need at least 4 or 5 days to recover. And with Schwan's slender physique, he would likely not be able to defeat even the weakest of the ghost-faced monkeys. Should danger arise, he could release Lao Hei and let the gray serpent control the situation. After that, Schwan searched through one cave after another, discovering numerous monkey remnants. However, as a few days had passed, they were no longer fresh, significantly diminishing their value. Elite-level monkeys that originally could have been converted into 3 to 5 enhancement fruits might yield less than 1. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. And Schwan did not complain. At this moment, on the golden tree, the tally of enhancement fruits and skill fruits had approached 1,500. A number Schwan had never dared to envision before. At least, prior to his special training, he had only hoped for the maturation of advancement fruits. Upon encountering the ghost-faced monkey horde, he had a vague inkling of such a possibility. Yet, upon truly obtaining it, he felt as if he were dreaming. How should one put it? He had endured hardships for far too long, living frugally, only to unexpectedly earn 5 million in one go. Moreover, this 5 million did not seem overly difficult to acquire. Truly, killing and plundering reaped great rewards. Reflecting on the past few weeks, Schwan had been racking his brain for various ways to obtain the blood and flesh of demon beasts, only to realize that his strength had grown exponentially, geometrically increasing. Have I truly become this formidable? He mused with amusement. With these thoughts, Schwan continued his search to the dwelling of the monkey leader, recalling that it seemed to harbor many treasures. He planned to reside here for the next few days, with the simian leader serving as a mere puppet. There was no need to worry about the return of other monkeys. Chapter 75. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. At this moment, apart from Schwan, there was not a single living creature surrounding the abode of the simian leader. The earlier female monkeys had long since vanished. Their fates unknown, whether devoured or frightened away, remained a mystery. Following the scene he had previously witnessed, Schwan swiftly located the treasure chamber of the simian leader. However, it was merely another excavated cave. Inside, numerous or glimmered with a golden-purple sheen, alongside several rough blocks of spirit stones and an assortment of unknown wild fruits and roots. Most of the materials were unfamiliar to Schwan, and he surmised that the simian leader was equally oblivious to their nature. Regardless of their utility, he decided to collect anything imbued with spiritual energy. Naturally, Schwan graciously accepted these items. The storage ring proved to be incredibly convenient. Although Qin Yin claimed it was merely lent to him, it was clear that it would not be reclaimed, effectively serving as a preemptive reward for him. At the innermost part of the cave, there were a dozen stone mortars filled with mushroom wine. Lin Schwan took a whiff, detecting a faint aroma of wine, but refrained from tasting it. Should a monkey have inadvertently infused it with poisonous mushrooms, it could spell disaster for him. He resolved to wait for Lao Hei to awaken and let it sample the wine first. After attempting to utilize the Huang Jin Shu for absorption, he was pleasantly surprised to find it effective. One of the mortars yielded a remarkable 200 energy fruits. What a find! Lin Schwan promptly stored all of it in his storage ring, for such items converted directly into energy fruits felt somewhat wasteful. They would serve well for personal consumption or entertaining friends. After thoroughly scavenging the surroundings, Lin Schwan finally ceased his efforts. The only item he could not ascertain a purpose for was an unfamiliar skull, which he discarded without a second thought. This skull, measuring about 1 meter in length, bore no resemblance to a terrestrial creature. It was more akin to some aquatic species. Lin Schwan had previously observed several monkeys using sticks to spear fish in the dark river, but those were of normal size. None had reached such proportions. Was it from the lake? He pondered, glancing toward the unfathomable subterranean lake. Such a massive size clearly indicated it was not an ordinary beast, likely a demon beast. Though its rank remained uncertain, could it possibly be of the leader class? This thought ignited an impulse within Lin Schwan to make a hasty retreat. However, upon reflection, he realized that as long as he stayed out of the water, the fish demon beasts posed no threat to him, allowing him to relax. 3 days later, having initially no intention of disturbing the lake, Lin Schwan found himself sitting by the shore, fishing. The reason was simply boredom. An idle mind can lead to restlessness. Over the past couple of days, he had caught some ordinary fish, which were palatable when roasted without the need for seasoning. Yet, he had not glimpsed a single demon beast. Lao Hei's injuries had nearly healed, its carapace visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Once fully recovered, Lao Hei would undergo a significant transformation. However, Lin Schwan planned to elevate his own rank after returning to the city, having accumulated over 1,000 skill and enhancement fruits, which warranted further study. He had an inkling that the more skills one possessed, the greater the benefits upon advancement. Moreover, it was said that after reaching the silver rank, one could be directly recruited by universities, and Lin Schwan needed to consult Qin Yin and Lan Lan regarding the implications for Sanzhong. Damn it, I'm done fishing. After yet another fruitless attempt, Lin Schwan threw down his fishing rod in frustration. He subsequently kicked the simian leader-s puppet into the lake. The leader class physique could endure for a longer duration. Even after 4 or 5 days, it remained agile under his control. Go into the water and catch something, be it fish or demon beasts. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. With that, Lin Schwan summoned the vision of the gray snake, only to be met with darkness, occasionally illuminated by glowing rocks. The simian leader floundered in the water for a moment before sinking out of sight. Where did my monkey go? Lin Schwan exclaimed in alarm, initially believing the lake to be only a few meters deep. Yet, the simian leader's shadow had vanished completely, and it appeared to be descending further. Sensing something amiss, Lin Schwan stealthily retreated from the shore to the depths of the leader's abode. He fixed his gaze on the gray vision within his consciousness, eager to uncover the secrets of the lake's depths. Finally, after several minutes, Lin Schwan felt the descent halt. Moreover, it seemed to be ascending instead. Did it learn to swim? After much effort, he discerned that a large fish was tugging at the leader's arm, laboriously dragging it upward. Damn it, there truly are monsters. Without hesitation, Lin Schwan commanded the puppet to deliver a powerful blow to the fish's head, causing it to flip over and perish instantly. Subsequently, the gray snake took control of the fish's body, swimming toward the lake's surface with the simian leader in tow. Although the leader would yield only a handful of fruits, he deemed it unwise to waste it. With Lao Hei now awakened, the corpse held little value. Lin Schwan absorbed it. He then examined the strange fish, discovering it to be a Yao beast. Shiwen Ju Gu Yu, extraordinary 5-star. Skills: Tail Whip 5, active. A series of tail strikes for attack or rapid swimming. Water Play 1, passive, increases swimming speed by 30 in water. Potential: extraordinary 9 stars. Matching skill imprint discovered successfully. Lin Schwan pondered, can Lao Hei swim? It should be capable, though I am uncertain. This sizable fish, measuring over 2 meters, promised sustenance for several days. However, Lin Schwan had no intention of consuming it. Having encountered a fish demon beast, it would be a shame not to explore the lake's depths. His vision descended with the large fish. This time, the surroundings were markedly brighter, as he controlled the fish, granting him an advantage in the water. The underwater environment was far more complex than Lin Schwan had anticipated. Initially, the lake was merely 2 to 3 meters deep, yet at the bottom lay a fissure, as if a massive rock had been cleaved in two. Descending along the fissure revealed an unfathomable depth. Where did all this water come from? Lin Schwan murmured. The original lake water could not possibly fill such a vast crack, implying that there was a water source below the fissure. As the large fish descended, The fissure widened significantly. Suddenly, Lin Schwan sensed an illumination, akin to emerging from a shadowy alley into a grand boulevard. He stood dumbfounded. At the lake's depths shone a brilliant orb of light, with giant fish darting in and out of view. Clearly, this was the entrance to a secret realm, with its interior consisting of another aquatic expanse. This unique lake was thus formed. Typically, any new secret realm entrance appearing within a 5 to 10,000 mile radius of the city must be reported, prompting the Beastmaster Association to dispatch personnel for examination. The uncertainty of whether the opposite side harbored elite or king-class demon beasts necessitated vigilance, as negligence could lead to disastrous outcomes. Alarmingly, this secret realm entrance lay less than 1,000 miles from Schwan Wu City, concealed beneath the water's surface, and had remarkably evaded detection. Nevertheless, Lin Schwan had no intention of reporting it. For one, it pertained to his own secret, and for another, he could not yet discern any immediate danger. He could not expect a horde of fish demon beasts to assault the city, could he? Crabs and octopuses would be a different story. Those could be steamed or braised to great effect. Lin Schwan attempted to guide the large fish closer to the secret realm, but halted just a step away, sensing a vague feedback from the gray snake that further entry would sever their connection. Reluctantly, he withdrew, directing the fish to swim upward and retracting the gray snake. Chapter 76. Are you trying to commit suicide? When Lin Schwan exited the cave, the cavern remained desolate. The troop of monkeys had yet to return, much to his disappointment. The objective of this expedition has been exceeded, with only the maturity of the death fruit remaining. If I were to eliminate the remaining few hundred monkeys, it would likely suffice. Venturing out and annihilating a horde of monstrous beasts does not trouble Lin Schwan in the least. Such beasts, appearing self-sufficient and harmless, can swiftly become the vanguard of an assault on the city if commanded by a king-level creature. Hence, the Beastmaster Association continually monitors the number of beast nests outside the city to ensure they remain at a relatively safe level. With half a month left, Lin Schwan finds himself at a loss for direction. Without Qin Yin to guide him, he can only wander aimlessly in this area. Old Qin, why are you so unreliable? Lin Schwan grumbled. Emerging from the cave, the blinding sunlight momentarily disoriented him. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 5 days inside. Wasn't he supposed to have bodyguards arranged for him? Their absence over these days raised his suspicions. In the wild, with no signal on his phone, Lin Schwan attempted to contact Qin Yin through the beasts. Either he should be relocated or returned to Schwan Wu City. Logically, old Qin wouldn't deceive him. Thus, there must be a monarch-level beast secretly watching over him. This thought sent a chill down Lin Schwan's spine. Upon reflecting on his recent actions, he realized he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous. Even the slaying of the monkey leader was opportunistic, taking advantage of its injury. On the surface, it had little to do with him. Besides, he didn't feel that persistent sensation of being watched, which was the most crucial factor. Perhaps that monarch-level beast was merely sensing danger around him, poised to intervene and rescue him at a moment's notice. With this in mind, Lin Schwan discreetly surveyed his surroundings and glanced down at the ground beneath him. Feeling assured of his safety, he decided to summon Lao Hei in its largest form. With a thunderous boom, a massive diameter of over 20 meters and an area exceeding 300 square meters, it stood at 4 to 5 meters tall, a veritable mobile fortress. Although Qin Yan's ice crystal magic python measured 30 meters in length, its slender form meant it was considerably smaller in volume than Lao Hei. If Lao Hei were to reach monarch level, wouldn't its normal size be 20 meters and upon expansion, exceed a diameter of 100 meters? Such a notion was utterly absurd and terrifying to contemplate. No wonder the ability, flexibility, only appeared in the most basic of beasts, like water slimes. Lin Schwan recalled the water slime he had once treated as a humidifier, grateful he had had the impulse to squeeze it back then. Before exiting the cave, Lin Schwan had already reinforced all the skills he could. Various attribute resistances, affinity to attributes, and speed-enhancing skills like wilderness navigation and accelerated march proved exceptionally useful, even including the swimming speed boost from water play, which he had maxed out. No particular reason, just whimsy. In total, he had spent less than 100 reinforcement fruits. Let us depart, Lin Schwan commanded, taking his place atop Lao Hei's back and casually pointing in a direction. The mobile fortress sprang to life, moving at a speed surpassing Lin Schwan's utmost sprint. As it advanced, flora lay flattened, and chaos ensued among the wildlife. Like a steamroller, it barreled through regardless of the terrain. Countless elite-level beasts were driven forward in a frenzy, forming a subtle tide of creatures. What a thrill! Lin Schwan reveled in his unrestrained progress. What beasts, what Schwan Wu City? To be human is to traverse the realms freely. After half a day's travel, as Lin Schwan basked in his grandeur, a sharp, piercing howl echoed through the forest ahead. The nearby beast herd, instead of charging forward, scattered to the sides in retreat. A few creatures, caught in the throng behind, rushed into the fray, and moments later, a mist of blood rose from the woods as those beasts were mercilessly crushed. The exuberance drained from Lin Schwan. Opposite him stood a leader-level beast. "Well, I was merely passing through. It's not my concern." He instructed Lao Hei to shrink to a height of 4 to 5 meters and turned to flee. "Accelerate, accelerate." However, the beast clearly was not inclined to let him escape so easily. With a fierce cry, a yellow figure shot skyward, barreling straight towards Lin Schwan. "Oh no, it's really coming." The distance of several kilometers vanished in an instant. Lin Schwan decided against fleeing and instead watched as the creature drew near. As it approached, he discerned its form, a monstrous avian beast, measuring approximately 10 meters in length with a body adorned in red and yellow scales, crowned by a spiraled horn that glinted menacingly. Now, it hovered less than 100 meters from Lin Schwan, its expression a cruel mockery as it regarded him. Seemingly intrigued by the presence of such a feeble human in its domain, it was followed by confusion. Having just seen a creature of considerable size, it now beheld Lin Schwan, who appeared much diminished. It must have assumed a leader-level beast was challenging it. But, regardless, any who dared encroach upon its territory were destined to perish. With a flick of its wings, the creature lunged to tear Lin Schwan apart. "Old Qin, don't let me down now," Lin Schwan thought desperately. In optimal condition, a leader-level beast was not something he could recklessly confront. Better to lie low and let the situation unfold. Just as the monstrous bird was about to strike, a buzzing sound erupted from all directions. Countless tiny flying insects ascended, coalescing into a dark cloud in midair. Part of the swarm encircled Lin Schwan, while the other half surged towards the beast. "What is this?" Lin Schwan felt a wave of unease wash over him. The monstrous bird, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee, but it was too late. The insects, relentless as maggots, began to gnaw at the creature's flesh. These seemingly innocuous insects were capable of dismantling even a leader-level beast. In no time, the avian beast's body began to vanish at a visible rate. It disappeared entirely, leaving not a drop of blood behind. Its once mighty horn was devoured to the last remnant. Lin Schwan, initially tempted to reach out and examine it for attributes, instinctively withdrew his hand upon witnessing the beast's fate. Once the avian threat was neutralized, the swarm did not disperse. Lin Schwan swallowed hard and addressed the insects. Are you Qin Lao's beasts?" Though their appearance was rather silly, he understood they could hear him. Several hundred insects formed characters in the air. Indeed, Lin Schwan's gamble had paid off. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Yan's bodyguard would be a legion of insects, but surely the true entity was not among them. "Thank you for the rescue," Lin Schwan bowed in gratitude. "You want to die." The insects formed the words, and Lin Schwan nearly choked on his own blood, particularly at the last word, which dripped with sarcasm. He had no choice. Without such measures, they would not have revealed themselves. "Can you contact Qin Lao and take me back?" "A month." Lin Schwan understood. Qin Yan had likely instructed them to protect him for a month, even preventing his return. He must undergo rigorous training. Very well. Lin Schwan resignedly accepted this fate, preparing to embrace another half-month of wild living. Chapter 77. The Unicorn Dragon Eagle. Death Fruit Maturity. After Lin Schwan promised not to attempt self-harm again, the swarm gradually dispersed. He realized that they did not wish for him to develop any dependence, acting without hesitation. However, Lin Schwan had no intention of relying on them. He merely sought confirmation and inquired about an early departure. What significance was there in relying on them to slay a leader-level beast? Nothing was left behind. Wait a moment. Just as Lin Schwan was about to leave, a realization struck him. The lair of the leader-level beast. Surely it contained valuable treasures. With this thought in mind, Lin Schwan hastily instructed Lao Hei to lead him to the lair of the avian beast. Within the forest, a colossal bird's nest hung precariously. Lin Schwan ventured inside to inspect, only to find a heap of animal bones, devoid of any treasures. Evidently, this solitary leader-level beast exhibited no penchant for collecting. The only object of value was a beast egg. Upon sensing it with his hand, he discerned that it was AYSHU, DGOL Ing, unhatched, extraordinary 1-star. Its skills included Charge 1, active, a rapid impact on the target at a speed of 100 meters per second. Eagle Strike 1, passive, each attack increases attack and movement speed by 5. Stackable up to 5 times. Soar 1, passive, increases flight speed by 30. And Dragon Bloodline, passive, a race-exclusive ability that enhances potential when bathed in or consuming dragon blood. Its potential stood at leader 9 stars. The attributes were fairly standard. If sold in town, it could fetch several hundred thousand. Merely the value of an ordinary leader 9 stars potential beast. Should the dragon bloodline be factored in, the worth might soar to several million, or perhaps remain unchanged. as dragon blood is exceedingly rare with little reason to enhance a mere ordinary leader-level beast. However, it appeared that this beast egg was on the verge of hatching, and Lin Schwan had no intention of forming a contract. If it proved unruly, he would have no choice but to eliminate it. Stowing the beast egg away, Lin Schwan resumed his journey atop Lao Hei's back. In the days that followed, Lin Schwan completely disregarded the presence of his bodyguard, immersing himself in rigorous training amidst the wilderness, an opportunity too rare to squander. Relying solely on his own strength and that of Lao Hei, he navigated survival in the wild, avoiding encounters with formidable leader-level beast clusters while scouting for stealthy ambushes and erasing any evidence of his presence. Gradually, he adapted to the role of an ordinary black iron-level beast master, hunting for survival in the densely populated forests teeming with beasts, an exhilarating experience indeed. In the wild, even the most mundane extraordinary-level beasts possess unique survival tactics. Poisons, spiked ambushes, and various subterranean strategies abound, making it impossible for the frail human form to compete. In the wilderness, regardless of the strength of the beast master must prioritize their own safety. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. 10 days later, Lin Schwan found himself covered in an unidentified plant sap, effectively deterring venomous insects and masking his presence, an invaluable technique learned from a certain badger-like beast. He had intended to ambush a small group of elite beasts when the beast egg in his backpack unexpectedly stirred. With no other option, he returned to his temporary dwelling, a cave once inhabited by a black bear, now long since devoured. Gazing at the trembling Dgol-ing egg, Lin Schwan felt a pang of exasperation. It had not awaited his return to the city for sale before hatching. Perhaps a suitable master could have been found for it. Now that it had fallen into his hands, its fate was sealed. Lin Schwan had no confidence in keeping a wild beast without a signed contract. Had he known, he might have roasted the egg for a meal. Lao Hei, blocking the cave entrance with his back, peered inside, his eyes glistening with desire, seemingly anticipating a delectable treat. Most of the ordinary beasts hunted in the past days had already filled Lao Hei's belly. The eggshell gradually became translucent, indicating the imminent birth of the little dragon eagle. At that moment, Lin Schwan suddenly conceived an idea. He would allow the gray snake to penetrate the shell and bond with the soon-to-hatch little dragon eagle. Mental distortion activated. The first creature it sees upon hatching will be its father. This is an instinctual behavior in most bird species. Albeit Lin Schwan had supercharged this perception with the gray snake's abilities. After all, the disparity in appearance between Lin Schwan and the dragon eagle was rather significant. Given the intelligence of beasts, it wouldn't be easily deceived. Regardless, Lin Schwan was merely experimenting. If it failed, he would dispose of it. With a crack, the eggshell shattered, and a chick-like dragon eagle emerged from within. Its small horn was merely a slight protrusion, overshadowed by its beak. Cheep cheep. The little dragon eagle emitted its first cry and began to consume the eggshell. However, it was evidently insufficient, and it quickly finished it off. At that moment, it spotted Lin Schwan. Cheep. A flicker of confusion crossed the little dragon eagle's eyes, yet it did not flee. I am your beloved father. With that, Lin Schwan presented an energy fruit to the little dragon eagle. The enticing aroma of the energy fruit captivated the little dragon eagle's attention, causing it to unconsciously inch closer to Lin Schwan. Subsequently, it nudged Lin Schwan's hand affectionately. The strategy was to have it recognize him as its father. After consuming the energy fruit, the little dragon eagle ascended to 2 stars, its size visibly expanding to that of a fully grown rooster. Lin Schwan then fed it a strengthening fruit, but there was no apparent reaction, and its skills did not upgrade. It seemed that only beasts under contract could fully benefit from the enhancements provided by strengthening fruits. The same applied to skill fruits. If combined with comprehension potions and beast materials, perhaps the little dragon eagle could learn skills, but Lin Schwan had no time to spare for such endeavors. As long as he ensured the little creature did not cause trouble, that was sufficient. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Huang. Cheap. The little dragon eagle did not comprehend, but with the presence of the gray snake, it would gradually understand Lin Schwan's intentions. Half a month passed. Lin Schwan had come to realize that the month stipulated by the insect swarm bodyguard was not a total of 30 days, but rather counted from that day, leaving only a month remaining. Damn. Lin Schwan felt exasperated. He had truly embraced the life of a wild man. In the sky, the occasional sound of a cry echoed. That was Xiao Huang on patrol. In recent days, Lin Schwan occasionally fed Xiao Huang, fostering their father-son bond, and before he knew it, he had elevated it to 5 stars. In terms of speed, it was now comparable to Lao Hei, both having been nurtured on energy fruits. In comparison to any level of training talent, energy fruits reigned supreme. At this point, Xiao Huang had grown to a size of 2 meters. nearly matching that of an ordinary giant eagle, possessing a degree of self-preservation abilities. Thus, it became Lin Schwan's eyes in the sky, a constant aerial surveillance companion. With such assistance, survival in the wilderness became significantly easier. As long as Lin Schwan did not actively seek danger, it was akin to a leisurely outing. As the day of return approached, Lin Schwan shed his wild persona, cleaning himself up and reverting to a state of relaxation. Of course, the more pressing reason was that after more than 20 days of hunting, the death fruit had finally ripened. Continuing to hunt seemed to yield no new, unripe fruits. Much like the advancement fruit, the quantity could only be a maximum of one at a time. Chapter 78. Return, the unspoken understanding between kings. 5 days later, when Qin Yin rode the giant eagle back to the monkey cave, he was taken aback. Where on earth did this fellow go? He could only surmise that Lin Schwan was either training diligently or indulging in idleness. However, he never anticipated that such a large living being could simply vanish without a trace. Moreover, the entire monkey clan had disappeared as well. This led him to suspect whether a passing monarch-level beast had swept them all away. These days, he had been so busy that he was utterly disoriented. Aside from the affairs of Area 81, he had also to contend with higher authorities. With Lin Schwan under the watch of bodyguards, he felt absolutely at ease, to the point of nearly forgetting about him. Sensing his beast, he realized it was already 800 miles away. Had the direction been correct, Lin Schwan might have been able to return to Su NW City. Damn it! Qin Yin cursed silently and set off toward that direction. Along the way, he inquired about his beast and began to piece together the situation, primarily concerning Lin Schwan. As for the monkey tribe, for reasons unknown, a sudden internal conflict had erupted. That little rascal. Upon learning that Lin Schwan had recklessly provoked a leader-level beast, Qin Yin felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Grateful that he had not misled Lin Schwan, I vowed never to release him before the college entrance examination. At that moment, a majestic Longjiaoing suddenly soared into the sky ahead. It appeared to be merely of the extraordinary level, yet dared to obstruct the path of a sovereign. As I drew closer, I noticed a figure seated upon the back of the dragon eagle. Who else could it be but Lin Schwan? Qin Lao, how have you been? Lin Schwan managed to steady himself as he greeted Qin Yin with a smile. You? Silver level? Qin Yin exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to probe further. Not at all, Lin Schwan replied, shaking his head. Upon sighting the Eagle King's form from a distance, Lin Schwan decided to put on a grand display before Qin Yin, proving that he had not been idle during this time. As for ascending the stars, it was trivial, hardly worth mentioning. There was nothing more awe-inspiring than directly taming wild beasts. Lin Schwan was quite pleased with Qin Yin's expression. And you? What about it? Qin Yin was momentarily speechless. A quick scan revealed that this young man had already reached 9 stars, which was commendable, but this was not the time for such discussions. You wouldn't have. As he spoke, Qin Yin's expression shifted as he recalled the aberrant beast he had destroyed. He had warned this young man before, yet he had clearly not heeded the advice. Not at all, Lin Schwan hastily denied, sensing Qin Yin's discontent. Its father was killed, so it is only natural for it to recognize me as its progenitor. Natural, my foot, Qin Yin retorted angrily. After conducting a thorough scan, he confirmed that no aberrations had occurred, which provided him a measure of relief. Enough, gather your things. We must prepare to return to the city. Qin Yin wished to avoid further entanglement with this topic, fearing for his blood pressure. I have nothing to pack. I am ready to depart. Lin Schwan's belongings were all within his storage ring, allowing for an immediate escape. This cannot enter the city. Qin Yin pointed at Xiao Huang. I understand. With that, Lin Schwan leapt onto the back of the Eagle King and waved goodbye to Xiao Huang. Do your best to survive. I shall visit you when I can. Chirp. The young dragon eagle understood Lin Schwan's sentiments and turned to fly into the dense forest. In the wild, beasts typically struggled to survive alone after only 2 or 3 stars. Lin Schwan had nurtured it to 7 stars during these days, having done all he could. The rest was up to its fate. Qin Lao, have there been any significant events in the city lately? Lin Schwan inquired casually while tallying his own gains. He had accumulated the most enhancement and skill fruits, each exceeding 3,000. The energy fruits numbered only a few hundred, a result of absorbing some crude spiritual stones from the wilderness. More importantly, he had acquired both progression and death fruits, one signifying the future, the other a trump card. What significant events could there be? Just the usual stirrings among the beasts. As in previous years, as the college entrance examination approaches, various prodigies are emerging in droves. Many high school students across the districts have already broken through to the silver level. And let me remind you, the city is not absolutely safe. There are numerous traps laid by beasts. Every year around this time, there are many attacks targeting prodigies. Qin Yin spoke nonchalantly, though his tone bore no hint of concern. With Lin Schwan's strength, as long as he remained vigilant, the silver level would pose no threat. Goodness, are there people acting as lackeys for the beasts? How disgraceful. Lin Schwan had considered this possibility, but was still taken aback by its confirmation. Do not underestimate the beasts. While those below the sovereign level possess intellect akin to that of wild animals, they are formidable as cannon fodder. Once they reach the sovereign or even king level, their intelligence can rival that of humans. Especially at the king level, they can assume human form. Their tactics are numerous, whether through mental manipulation or seductive threats. Any method one can conceive has likely been employed. Lin Schwan felt speechless. The territory of the beasts surpassed that of humanity 100-fold, with their numbers magnitudes greater. Humanity was left to cower within the walls of the city. The situation appeared dire indeed. Are you wondering how humanity manages to survive within the city? The overall strength of the beasts far exceeds that of humans. It makes no sense for humanity to enjoy uninterrupted growth, Lin Schwan acknowledged. These matters will become clear to you in due time. It is no harm to share now. The Alliance of Human Kings has engaged in negotiations with several royal families among the beasts. Beasts? Negotiations? Indeed. The understanding reached stipulates that royal beasts cannot indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people within the city. Otherwise, all human kings would unleash their full wrath, resulting in mutual destruction. Although the beasts are numerous, humanity's elite forces are even stronger. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. Decades ago, a royal beast had infiltrated District 51 during a siege, slaughtering millions. Humanity dispatched 5 kings to pursue it for 100,000 miles, ultimately slaying 10 great beast kings. This established the foundation of relative peace over the ensuing decades. The recent beast sieges appeared to be a calculated effort by the beasts to control their population by providing sacrifices. As Lin Schwan's strength grew, the harsh realities of this world gradually unfolded before him. I understand. The higher the intelligence of a beast king, the more human-like they become, and thus the more they fear death. Lin Schwan succinctly summarized. Indeed, your assessment is remarkably accurate. Then surely no great beast king would target a prodigy like me? You hold yourself in too high esteem. Even the prodigies of the inner city S9 districts do not receive such treatment. You need not worry. Very well. By the way, the grand competition across the districts is approaching. Prepare yourself well. As they neared the city, Qin Yan suddenly recalled this and remarked, Rest assured, I will secure victory. This year's college entrance examination will be conducted through a secret realm assessment, and the grand competition will serve as a preliminary exercise. Take this opportunity to familiarize yourself. Do not falter. Qin Yan added with a smile. In District 81, there should be no one capable of causing me to falter, right? I heard that someone from the first high has already advanced to silver. Qin Yan paused, shaking his head with a smile. Silver elite level? 10 of them would not suffice to defeat this young man. He eagerly anticipated Lin Schwan's performance in the college entrance examination, as all candidates from the 81 districts would gather within a vast secret realm. Chapter 79, We will battle until dawn. Lin Schwan did not return home directly. Instead, he asked Qin Yan to drop him off on Beimin Street, where he needed to sell some materials and procure a few items. Why go through all that trouble? Just find Qian Feng directly. Thus, the two flew atop the Eagle King to the rooftop of a building. Soon after, Qian Feng, who had previously met Lin Schwan, hurriedly arrived, panting. President Qin, you could have at least given me a heads up. I would have come out to greet you. Qian Feng was not tall, perhaps around 1.60 meters, and he spoke while catching his breath, slightly hunched over. Enough with the pretense. If you truly wish to greet us, you would have been here by now. Qin Yan cut through the charade without hesitation. With the keen perception of a diamond level, the Eagle King would have detected them from a kilometer away. Lin Schwan has returned from his training and has some items to sell. You can set the price as you see fit. Not an issue. Come to my office, and we can discuss it in comfort. Qian Feng quickly agreed. There is no need for such formality. I do not have many items, just a few odds and ends. Lin Schwan then proceeded to dump the materials and ores he had previously collected, covering the ground. This is hardly a small quantity. Qian Feng's lips twitched as he scanned the pile. There were not many high-grade materials, mostly low-grade ones, but in significant numbers. He wondered how many beast nests Lin Schwan had raided. However, upon noticing Qin Yan beside Lin Schwan, he quickly deduced the situation. With such a formidable figure, even sovereign or king-level nests could be plundered. I will have someone come to count it. You two follow me downstairs for a stroll. If there's anything you wish to purchase, I can offer a discount. Lin Schwan had no objections and took a stroll, yet found little of interest. Even the fresh flesh of a sovereign-level beast, which he had once longed for, failed to pique his interest. However, while passing through the beast egg sale section, he managed to snag a few passive skills that would enhance his mobility or recovery speed, slightly addressing his shortcomings. Lin Schwan, after taking stock, found that the total value amounted to 580 ling stones. Would you prefer to deposit it into your card or withdraw it directly? Withdraw it. And by the way, exchange all 500 Ling stones from this card as well. With that, Lin Xuan produced the resource card given to him by teacher Zhou from the second high school. No problem. Qian Feng nodded in agreement. Mr. Qian, I wish to purchase a set of simple distillation and filtration equipment. Do you have any? Lin Xuan suddenly inquired. That item is not of much value. I will simply gift you a set. It appeared that Lin Xuan had also acquired some Ling wine. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng quickly deduced Lin Xuan's intention. Ling wine, Ling honey, stone milk, and such are quite common spoils of the hunt. Thank you very much, Lin Xuan replied graciously. After attending to these trivial matters, Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief as Qin Yin personally escorted him back to the villa. Old Qin, do you have any further matters to discuss? Lin Xuan asked. Observing Qin Yin, why are you not hastening to cultivate a rapport with Principal Lan? What are you still doing here? You have good wine, and do not let this old man have a taste. Qin Yan's face flushed as he boldly requested. But it hasn't been filtered or distilled yet. It could be toxic, Lin Xuan replied helplessly, pulling out a stone mortar filled with murky liquid. Old Qin, I found this in the monkey cave. Some of the mushrooms are toxic, while others are not, so I dare not drink it, Lin Xuan stated matter-of-factly. What is there to fear? Qin Yan said, immediately scooping a handful and tasting it. The flavor was unique, brimming with spiritual energy, truly a fine substance. With that, he directly collected the entire stone mortar. Aside from the mushrooms, there should be several other good materials in here. Just filter it a few times. Do not waste it with unnecessary distillation. Lin Xuan advised before Qin Yan left, satisfied. Finally, Lin Xuan could comfortably recline on his bed and take a moment to check his phone. Upon entering the city, he had just connected to the internet, and the influx of messages nearly overwhelmed his device. The most frequent sender was undoubtedly Su Daji. At first, the young man was manageable, but recently he could no longer restrain himself, sending dozens of messages daily. Lin Xuan, disinterested, replied simply, brother is back. Come to my house tomorrow, and ignored the rest. A cursory glance revealed no particularly important messages. After all, Lin Xuan was self-sufficient. What significant matters could others have that required his attention? However, Yao had sent him a message. Lin Xuan, I am waiting for you in the university campus. The lack of context left Lin Xuan perplexed, and he chose not to dwell on it. Subsequently, he logged into the game. After a half-month absence, he wondered if the canyon still remembered the legend of his prowess. Player MOMO invites you to join a game. As soon as Lin Xuan logged in, Lu Xiaoma sent him a game invite. Was she really waiting for him the whole time? What a fright. But who could refuse a tall, nurturing, and fair-skinned girl? He initiated group voice chat. Boss Lin, you have finally returned. Yes, just got home. Fortunately, I am clever. I checked in every 5 minutes. Otherwise, you would have surely solo queued, Lu Xiaoma remarked. Boss Lin, I turned the previous duo queue footage into a video. You wouldn't mind, would you? Lu Xiaoma cautiously inquired. It's of no consequence. Let us start matching, Lin Xuan urged. Oh, okay. I knew you wouldn't mind. However, my fans seem to have guessed your true identity. So what if they guessed? Can they come and confront me? Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoma felt reassured. The main concern was that there were too many victims, countless friends torn apart, sisters and brothers alike, who flocked to denounce Lin Xuan's transgressions beneath the video. Every point of experience on Lin Xuan's gaming account was steeped in their tears and blood. Regardless, Lin Xuan gained notoriety in the game. A mix of both admiration and infamy. Boss Lin, I have exhausted my previous materials. This time, let us battle until dawn and fill my material library in one go. The duo fought from afternoon till midnight, as usual, with Lu Xiaoma providing support and healing while Lin Xuan charged forth, vanquishing foes. Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaoma who begged for mercy, utterly fatigued. Boss Lin, I can't keep my eyes open any longer. Let us continue next time, she yawned. Alright. Play one more match, stay on my back, and then you can log off to sleep. But I can't heal you then. It's fine. I'll play one last game just to prevent the teammates from surrendering. It seemed that Lin Xuan was aware of his own limitations. Perhaps the primary reason he agreed to duo with her was to prevent 4 teammates from conceding. Contemplating this, Lu Xiaoma couldn't help but feel emotional. She patted her legs, wondering what she lacked. The next morning, Lin Xuan was busy in the courtyard when he heard a vehicle stop outside. No need to guess. It was Su Daji. Halting his tasks, he allowed him entry. Brother Lin, I missed you so much. Su Daji exclaimed, nearly in tears. After finally having an opportunity to rise, Lin Xuan's intensive training had caused a significant interruption in his supply of potions. Stop being dramatic. Put the items in the freezer, then come help me, Lin Xuan retorted dismissively. Brother Lin, the freezer might not be able to accommodate everything. With that, Su Daji instructed the driver to unload all the cargo. 4 complete bodies of commander-level demon beasts were revealed. In truth, they were merely 2 intact carcasses. divided into 4 pieces to meet the requirements. Su Daji's father had invested heavily this time to ensure that Su Daji would acquire sufficient potions. Although Lin Schwan had more than enough enhancement fruits, he did not disdain the offer. The demon beast meat could yield 30 to 40 enhancement fruits. With a cost of merely 16 skill fruits, it was undoubtedly profitable. Furthermore, when Lin Schwan had previously needed assistance, Su Daji had unconditionally helped him. He believed it unjust to turn his back on someone simply because he currently had no need for enhancement fruits. It was an easy task that could even yield a small profit. No worries, I have a storage ring. Saying this, Lin Schwan approached and stored the demon beast bodies within the ring. Brother Lin, you are too extravagant, Su Daji remarked enviously. He had long coveted a storage ring, but his father had refused to buy one. Several million was no small sum for their family. If he could secure admission to a good university, perhaps he might earn a reward. Help me out here. Lin Schwan gestured towards the filtration equipment in the courtyard. Sure thing. Following the instructions, the two quickly completed the assembly. This device seemed to be specifically designed for liquids like Ling wine, with materials exhibiting strong corrosion resistance and an isolation layer to prevent the dissipation of spiritual energy. Lin Schwan didn't concern himself with the details. It was all one-click operation. He took a stone mortar and poured the murky liquid into the machine, then pressed the start button. The filtered liquid would be collected in a container below, capable of holding up to 30 liters at a time. Quite a convenient device. You keep an eye on this. I'll go prepare the medicine. Isn't that inappropriate? Shouldn't I do it myself? Su Daji hesitated. You are too slow, Lin Schwan replied dismissively. Letting Su Daji prepare the medicine would take an hour per batch, which was far too time-consuming. It was more efficient for Lin Schwan to brew a single pot and dilute it with water later. Brewing medicine requires patience and meticulousness, Su Daji countered. Just stay put. Half an hour later, Lin Schwan had just finished a game when Su Daji announced, Brother Lin, the filtration is complete. Just wait. Lin Schwan then turned off the heat, removed the dregs, and added 16 skill fruits, all at once. After scooping in a few ladles of water for cooling and dilution, Su Daji's 16 doses of potion were ready. As Su Daji's strength escalated, his capacity to consume medicinal substances correspondingly increased. Once he discovered this for himself, even with the current dosage and pace, achieving 9 stars before the college entrance examination should pose little challenge. Therein lay the extent of Lin Schwan's assistance. The rest was contingent upon Su Daji's own efforts. He retrieved a 2-liter beverage bottle, pouring the entire concoction within, thus completing the task. Here you go, your medicine. Su Daji's expression was one of bewilderment as Lin Schwan presented the bottle. 16 doses of potion, all at once. Is this even feasible? What if I can't distribute it evenly? Lin Schwan reassured him. A little more or less is inconsequential. Trust me, just divide it into 16 cups when you return. Reluctantly acquiescing, the chubby boy inquired, By the way, Ling Gu, what is this? It smells oddly fragrant. It's a brew made from the leader-level Gui Mian Yuan Ho. I had quite the struggle to slay it and acquire this, and I also eradicated its lair, Lin Schwan candidly explained. Seeing the peculiar look in Su Daji's eyes, Lin Schwan's irritation flared. What? Don't believe me? Of course I do. You're like a brother to me. How could I doubt you? Can I taste it? Sure. But before Lin Schwan could finish, Su Daji had already scooped a small cup and began savoring it. Ling Gu, what did you say? Oh, never mind. Lin Schwan had initially intended to warn him about potential toxicity, but reconsidered. Even if there were toxins, fermentation would likely have neutralized them. In fact, perhaps the poisonous mushrooms were the true ingredients. The more toxic, the more potent. What does it taste like? Exhilarating. I feel an abundance of spiritual energy coursing through me. As if I've trained all day. Su Daji was astounded, having merely taken a small sip. This was no mere beverage. It was a miraculous elixir. Recalling Lin Schwan's words about obtaining it from a leader-level monster horde, he exclaimed, could it truly be this delightful? Lin Schwan, curious, took a sip himself. The flavor was indeed pleasant, with a moderate alcohol content akin to ordinary fruit wine, leaving a subtle herbal aftertaste that warmed his entire being. As for the spiritual energy, Lin Schwan had never cultivated before, so he was unsure of the sensation, feeling the flavor fell somewhat short. Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Schwan where the difference lay. Seizing the opportunity while pouring, he swiftly added 20 skill fruits. After mixing thoroughly, he took another sip, and the taste was perfected. A warm sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a refreshing chill that surged through his mind. It was akin to the bliss of summer under a quilt while air conditioning or indulging in ice cream during winter warmth. Simply divine. Lin Schwan savored another cup, then gathered empty plastic water bottles from home, filling them one by one. After filtering out impurities, he filled nearly 4 5-liter bottles, leaving a bit for both to share. The result nearly intoxicated Su Daji, The spiritual energy was overwhelmingly potent. Has anything noteworthy occurred in class over the past month? Lin Gu. I was just about to mention that the students from Yizhong have been quite audacious lately, challenging you in your absence. What nonsense is this? Coming to challenge me while I'm away? Lin Schwan was baffled by their audacity. Apparently, Lei Jian from Yizhong has been promoted to silver, and they are feeling quite full of themselves. Without Lei Jian intervening, the others dare not truly challenge you. They likely wish to provoke you into taking the initiative. Now, my videos are being inundated with comments from Yizhong students barking like dogs. Lin Chuan sneered. Isn't this the same trick they employed before? Lei Jian has returned to Yizhong? The details are unclear, but rumors have spread. Whatever, I'll just collect some interest when the time comes. The district-wide competition is still some time away, and I was just lamenting the lack of engagement. By the way, Lin Gu, Yao has withdrawn from school. What? What happened? Apparently, the Yi family leveraged connections to have her apprentice under a university professor, securing her early admission. I see. No wonder I recalled the message Yao sent me. Which university? Do you know? I'm not sure, and I doubt anyone in class knows either. Never mind. We can discuss it later. We'll all eventually attend university. On Monday morning, Lin Chuan set off for school, not for classes, but to seek out Principal Lan Lan. Principal, I'm back. He called while knocking on the door. Come in. As expected, Lan Lan was one of the first to arrive at the office. You've reached 9 stars. It seems the special training has proven effective, she remarked, feigning calmness. Though she had already received this news from Lao Qin, witnessing it firsthand still left her in awe. The last time she had seen Lin Chuan, he was merely at 7 stars, just 2 months prior. Achieving a star per month was no jest, just a minor feat. Lin Chuan dismissed. Principal, I brought you some local specialties. He placed the water bottle on the desk. What is this? A type of brew made from a monkey. Quite delightful. Care to try? Let's save that for home. Thank you. Lan Lan smiled, then inquired, you must have other matters to discuss? I'm planning to challenge Yizhong. What is the procedure? Challenging Yizhong? Are you aware of their recent antics? They are intentionally provoking you. The news of Lei Dian's promotion to silver is likely true. Rest assured, I have no qualms. They will think I'm afraid if I don't act. This time, I aim to make them submit entirely. Very well. The process is quite simple. I will inform Lei Wanjun directly. However, you've already done remarkably well. Sanzhong takes pride in you, so don't be overly critical of yourself. At this, Lan Lan regretted having presented Lin Chuan with the bounty list. She had initially thought he would suffice with challenges at the 10 Spirit Stone level, not anticipating he would reach the 1000 level. Unfortunately, with Lei Dian's ascension to silver, Lan Lan believed Lin Chuan faced an uphill battle. Thus, she sought to comfort him in advance. I understand, Lin Chuan nodded. By the way, the challenge rewards still stand, correct? Lan Lan, of course. She knew Lin Chuan was motivated by profit. The rewards stand. If you defeat Lei Dian, you will receive 1,000 spirit stones. Actually, it's 1,500. Principal Fu Tianxian still owes 500. And if Lei Dian doesn't intervene, then you will have to figure it out. Isn't that your forte? Lan Lan chuckled. If I take down Yizhong in one fell swoop, what will I receive? Lin Chuan contemplated, stroking his chin as if calculating. Lan Lan. After a moment, Lin Chuan arrived at a conclusion. Let us just add up all the rewards on the list for me. The ones beyond the 50 should not count. That doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Unreasonable? The truth is, there are no rewards beyond the 50. Adding them up, excluding Lei Dian, would amount to at least 1,700. Lan Lan appeared momentarily stunned, as if envisioning the imminent actions Lin Chuan was about to undertake. However, apart from Lei Dian, others may not be willing to accept your challenge. This time, I can only offer you 500. She suddenly realized Lin Chuan had formulated his plans before arriving, merely seeking her opinion on pricing as an afterthought. Even if it were just 10 spirit stones, he would undoubtedly take action. This was the cost of provoking him. Since Lin Chuan's debut, no one who had dared to challenge him had escaped without paying a heavy price. He would pursue even the slightest grievance. Very well. By the way, Principal, if I advance to silver before the college entrance examination, will it affect Sanzhong's standing? If this is the case, it will only benefit Sanzhong. Not only will it not be revoked, but there may even be a genuine opportunity for revival, Lan Lan remarked with a smile. Lin Chuan's initiative in asking such a question greatly pleased Lan Lan, indicating that he was indeed contemplating the future of Sanzhong. She continued, however, even with a special recommendation, I still advise you to participate in this examination. The secret realm assessment is rather unique, akin to a free opportunity to enter a large-scale secret realm with guaranteed safety. Such opportunities are not inexpensive in the future. This secret realm examination imposes no restrictions on special recruits. Everyone is eligible to participate. I understand, Lin Chuan replied, relieved by Lan Lan's response. Regarding the timing of the challenge, Lin Chuan intended to go tomorrow. After Lin Chuan left, Lan Lan shook her head with a smile. The potential dragon is about to emerge from the depths. It is no longer within her control. All she could do was provide Lin Schwan with a grander stage. Principal Lei, Lin Schwan is going to challenge Yizhong tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly, Lan Lan messaged Lei Wanjun. So anxious. He must have just returned recently, right? Did not you, Yizhong, say you would challenge him? Naturally, he would respond upon hearing that, Lei Wanjun replied. He was already inclined to eliminate those little brats. Upon hearing that Lei Dian had been promoted to silver, he rushed off to challenge Lin Schwan. This is not so much a challenge to Lin Schwan as it is akin to dancing on his grave. Moreover, it is the grave of Lei Wanjun. It is also his fault for being so loose-lipped. He celebrated good news a bit too much. No, Lei Dian cannot engage, even if he wins. Regardless of whether Lin Schwan's dignity is preserved, the wrath of Qin Yan is unbearable for anyone. If he loses, the consequences are even graver. A silver losing to a black iron? Lei Dian would be socially dead thereafter. People would not first ponder how strong this black iron is, but rather how weak this silver must be. Rumors and slander are sufficient to extinguish one's will. Currently, Yizhong is entirely under scrutiny, while those little brats below remain blissfully unaware, likely still feeling triumphant. Damn it, let us get this over with. Son, do not come back before the district competition. Reluctantly, Lei Wanjun had to instruct Lei Dian to lay low outside. For the sake of special training, Lei Wanjun confiscated Lei Dian's original phone, and they could only communicate through a bodyguard. Why? I am already silver. So what if you were silver? Have you found a suitable beast to tame? If you do not find one with royal potential, do not come back. With that, Lei Wanjun ended the call, leaving Lei Dian on the other end utterly bewildered. What is wrong with Dad? Not letting me return home, could it be? He does not intend to give me a younger sibling, does he? The likelihood of that is increasing. Damn, what kind of situation is this? After leaving the office, Lin Schwan messaged Lu Xiaomao, informing her of his challenge to Yizhong the following day. Lin Schwan, you are finally challenging. Lu Xiaomao nearly cried. Her series on Lin Schwan's challenges had only produced 3 episodes before being left hanging. Though each was more explosive than the last, the hiatus was increasingly painful. Fortunately, she had gaming videos to make up for it, returning to her original path. In fact, the gaming videos were even more popular. Although the victimized players fared poorly, immersing oneself in Lin Schwan's character was exhilarating. Soon, the voices of the victims were drowned out by Lin Schwan's devoted fans. Just like in certain movie plots, there are 3 protagonists. One revels, one suffers, and one can only watch the other 2 enjoy themselves. Normal people would naturally identify with the character experiencing pleasure, right? Right? Use your video account to issue a challenge to Yizhong. Lin Schwan replied. Great. How shall I phrase it? If you wish to battle, then battle. In no time, Momo's video account updated with a brief video featuring a single scene of Lin Schwan defeating a challenger, adjusted with filters and accompanied by a passionate soundtrack. Yizhong, consider this your challenge. Below the video, a chorus of comments from Lin Schwan's fans flooded in, all uniformly copied and pasted. Many were students from Sanzhong, while a greater number were game fans drawn in, typical of those who love to spectate regardless of the chaos. Chapter 82. Let them truly look up. Upon returning home, Lin Schwan poured himself a glass of chilled spirit and began researching information about the secret realms. Secret realms are the origin of the beastly creatures. Today, countless beasts in this world are descendants of the initial batch that emerged from a few colossal secret realms. During the early days, when humanity lacked means to contend with them, they rapidly proliferated, occupying the vast majority of land and ocean. Once humanity established a foothold, while the threat of secret realms still existed, it was considerably diminished, and they began to yield valuable resources. Unless a realm is guarded by a king-level beast, other realms are quickly explored and cleared. Masters of spatial manipulation can even extract secret realms, refining them and establishing rules. Which is why various districts have small secret realms for assessments. Those that cannot be refined are relocated beyond the city limits. If it had not been for this, the city would have been filled with secret realm entrances over the years, making it impossible for ordinary people to settle. As for colossal secret realms, these are notoriously difficult to refine, and each large-scale secret realm under human control is exceedingly precious. Centuries ago, when humanity faced existential peril, there were several instances where colossal secret realms preserved the ember of humanity. For beast tamers, entering a secret realm is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in ensuring safety. Secret realms continuously generate resources, possibly related to the flow of time or the concentration of spiritual energy. This examination indeed serves as a significant benefit for the candidates. Consequently, many of the geniuses who were promoted to silver in previous years, initially reluctant to participate in the examination, are now eagerly preparing. Lin Schwan, where are you staying? I will pick you up, Lu Xiaomao messaged the next morning. Lin Schwan provided the address, and soon, A pink sports car came to a halt at his doorstep. Lin Schwan was slightly surprised. He had not expected this girl to be quite affluent. Looking around, it seemed he was the least wealthy among them. Primarily, he had never paid much attention to such things. If he converted his resources into money, acquiring a decent car would not be an issue. Lin Schwan. Get in the car. Lu Xiaomao, clad in sunglasses and a short skirt, looked quite stylish from the driver's seat. Yes, you know the way, right? Lin Schwan asked as he entered the car. I have been there a few times, but those people only look up to the sky and do not engage. Originally, Lu Xiaomao had a few talented girlfriends at Yizhong, but gradually, their relationships faded. It is a matter of human nature, unrelated to right or wrong. No worries. If they prefer to gaze upwards, I shall ensure they look up to the skies. You are so handsome. Lu Xiaomao gazed at Lin Schwan's confident profile, momentarily entranced. Oh no, watch out, we are going to crash. With a sudden screech of brakes, they narrowly avoided colliding with a tree. Lin Schwan was fortunate not to be thrown from his seat. Throughout the drive, Lin Schwan refrained from showing off, fastening his seatbelt diligently. This girl was rather reckless, and Lin Schwan did not want to risk an untimely demise before achieving success. Meanwhile, Yizhong was already in an uproar. Lin Schwan actually dared to challenge. Did he not know that Lei Dian had already been promoted to silver? Most Yizhong students were displeased with Lin Schwan, eager to witness him being beaten by Lei Dian. Second brother, this guy really dares to challenge. Our plan has succeeded. Certainly. I spent a week scouting at the entrance of Sanzhong, confirming that Lin Schwan was not present before proceeding with the challenge. I must say, this is truly thrilling. Impressive. I will have to try it next time. By the way, has Lei Dian returned to school? At that moment, a previously unnoticed voice piped up from the crowd. The crowd fell silent as if a group of ducks had their necks gripped. Lei Dian is not at school. Such a possibility does exist. However, he should not be absent from Area 81. If Lin Schwan were to challenge, he should be able to arrive in time. They were only aware that Lei Dian had been promoted to silver and naturally did not consider the possibility of Lei Dian being absent from Area 81. A wealthy man does not return to his hometown, akin to a splendid garment worn in the night. If Lei Dian does not participate in the battle, must we take his place? The nameless one continued speaking. Among this group, there are also many who are at the 9-star level. Although they do not fear Lin Schwan excessively, they certainly lack the confidence to win. It matters not, as there are top students to bear the brunt. We shall not be the ones to take the hits. Haha, curse. The group lost all interest in discussion and gradually dispersed. Yet they remained vigilant regarding the school's updates. If Lin Schwan were to arrive, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. The geographical location of Yizhong is far superior to Sanzhong. Not only is it distant from the city walls, but it is also situated in the heart of Area 81, surrounded by bustling prosperity. Furthermore, the campus is vast, with each class possessing its own designated training venue. Exceedingly luxurious. Lin Schwan, the leader, has arrived. I see. Upon witnessing the grand stone archway before him, Lin Schwan felt as though he had arrived at a prestigious university from a past life. As soon as they disembarked, a middle-aged man resembling a teacher approached to greet them. He was Chun Hong, the director of Yizhong. The principal had personally instructed him to extend a warm welcome to Lin Schwan. Chun Hong initially thought the principal was speaking sarcastically and confidently assured him he would entertain Lin Schwan well. However, he nearly faced a severe reprimand from Lei Wanjun. It was then that Chun Hong realized the principal held Lin Schwan in high regard. Even if Lin Schwan came to challenge, they dared not offend him. Hello, Lin Schwan. I am Chun Hong, the director of Yizhong. Hello, Director Chun. Please follow me. Would you care for some tea to rest for a moment? Director Chun, you are aware of my purpose for coming, correct? Lin Schwan, feeling unaccustomed to the director's warmth, spoke directly. The challenge has been arranged. We can begin at any time. Are you sure you do not wish to take a break before we compete? Lin Schwan and Lu Xiaomao exchanged glances. No need, let us proceed directly. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Lin Schwan feared that if he drank the tea, they might not compete thereafter. Very well, follow me. Chun Hong led the way. Along the route, many students cast curious glances. Lin Schwan has arrived, and it is actually Director Chun who is welcoming him. Shoo. If he catches you, you will be in trouble. Lin Schwan. From a classroom window, a student glared at Lin Schwan, gritting his teeth. Yin Hao. You were defeated by him and transferred, right? Haha. Indeed, he shattered Yin Shao's invincible myth. Surrounded by classmates whose abilities and talents were no less than his own, Yin Hao could not lash out and was forced to endure. Days had passed, yet the shadow Lin Schwan cast upon him had not dissipated. Now, the very individual had come to Yizhong, a haunting presence. At this moment, if anyone at Yizhong desired to see Lin Schwan suffer, it was undoubtedly Yin Hao. However, merely contemplating it sufficed. He would not dare to face Lin Schwan directly. Chapter 83. In terms of stature, Lin Schwan has never backed down from anyone. The competition venue was a large arena. There were no platforms. Rather, the entire venue, apart from the audience seating, served as a battleground, allowing for free play. The audience seating was ample enough for all students to observe. However, at this moment, no students were present, as Chen Hong did not dare to admit them until Lin Chuan arrived. Your venue is impressive. Lin Chuan surveyed the area, feeling quite pleased. It was an excellent space for performance. As long as Lin Chuan is satisfied, our facilities at Yizhong are among the finest in Area 81. If Lin Chuan has any interest, let us not engage in such frivolous banter. Lin Chuan interrupted directly, fully understanding the implication behind those words, finding it absurd. All right. Let the students in. Such a large space feels odd without an audience. Soon, Yizhong students began to filter in. Such a highly anticipated challenge was not something anyone wished to miss. As Lin Chuan stepped onto the battle platform, countless gazes converged upon him, and he remained calm and composed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaomo had already begun live streaming and recording, her camera focused on Lin Chuan, unwilling to miss a single second. The entire venue was nearly filled, yet the opposing platform remained empty. I am Lin Chuan from Sanzhong, and I trust no one is unfamiliar with me. Recently, someone from Yizhong came to challenge me while I was absent. Today, I have come specifically to meet your demands. Lin Chuan's voice rang out strongly, amplified and echoing throughout the arena. I, too, have come to accept your challenge. Moments later, a boy slowly ascended the stage from the opposite side. You are Lei Dian? No, I am not. The boy had yet to finish his sentence when Lin Chuan interrupted. Where's Lei Dian? This question echoed the sentiments of other students. Where was Lei Dian? With a lightning attribute talent, at silver level, Lin Chuan was indeed eager to witness it for himself. I am the second in the grade, Enhong Fei, an ice attribute, pinnacle of the 9th star. I seek your guidance. Despite being interrupted by Lin Chuan, Enhong Fei displayed no signs of anger, maintaining his composure. Although he was unaware of why Lei Dian had not returned, he could only accept the task assigned by the principal. Besides, he held no fear of Lin Chuan. Very well, since Lei Dian is not coming, you may take his place. However, I have heard that you have challenged me numerous times. I shall not relent easily unless you defeat me. Lin Chuan stated calmly. Damn, how arrogant. Indeed, does he think there is no one at Yizhong? Did he regard everyone else as inconsequential apart from Lei Dian? Students from Yizhong, whether present or watching the live stream, were filled with righteous indignation. As for those from Erzhong and Sanzhong, an atmosphere of harmony prevailed. Brother Lin is arrogant, but he possesses the capability to be so, unlike that group from Yizhong who dared to challenge while Brother Lin was absent. Lin Chuan is merely taking advantage of Lei Dian's absence. You do not know where Lei Dian is, but I, Brother Lin, have sought him out specifically to challenge him. Fool. Everyone was in agreement, labeling him a fool. Well, prove your worth by defeating me first. Even if Enhong Fei was typically composed, he was incensed by Lin Chuan's provocations. The match began. Come forth, Frost Giant. The summoning array instantly took shape, and a towering ice blue stone giant, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, descended upon the arena, emanating waves of cold air. Students in the front row began to shiver from the chill. Wow, it is enormous. In terms of size, it rivals Lin Chuan's giant turtle. This student's memory was still anchored in previous versions. Are you comparing sizes with me? In size, Lin Chuan has never been intimidated by anyone. Old Black, let them witness what despair truly is. With that, Lin Chuan summoned Old Black. However, he was still only 6 meters tall. Ice Stormblade. Seizing the moment Old Black appeared, Enhong Fei launched an attack. Instantly, a storm of ice blades rained down, enveloping all space surrounding Old Black. Then, the scene took a turn. The giant turtle had yet to touch the ground before its form began to swell. 7 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, until it reached 20 meters, finally ceasing its expansion. Boom. Old Black landed, crashing into the center of the arena. Simultaneously, it struck the hearts of all students present. Haha, am I hallucinating or dreaming? I too would like to know. How about we take turns slapping each other? Good idea. The arena fell into a profound silence. Only the ice blades continued to strike Old Black's entire body, barely causing any sensation, akin to a gentle drizzle. Utterly ineffective. Old Black raised its head to meet the 6-meter-tall frost giant's gaze, its expression filled with mockery. You think you can compare sizes with me? Am I not larger than your head? Enhong Fei found himself in a state of shock. His strongest area of effect skill had proven completely useless. How was he to fight now? Since his opponent showed no fighting spirit, Lin Chuan saw no reason to waste time and commanded Old Black to send him away. The frost giant merely felt as if a mountain was colliding with him before losing consciousness entirely. The injuries are not severe, but a concussion has occurred. Beast, Bing Shuang Ju Run, Extraordinary 9 stars. Skills, Bing Shui Bao Ren 9, active. Summons a flurry of ice blades to attack all targets within a 50-meter radius for a duration of 30 seconds. Bing Shuang Ju Quan 1, active. Charges for 2 seconds to unleash a powerful ice attribute punch. Ji Du Yin Han 5, passive. Targets subjected to freezing attacks suffer a 30 increase in damage, with a 30 chance of being frozen. Bing Shuang Ji Xian 1, passive. Within a 50-meter range, all enemy attack and movement speeds are reduced by 10. Tai Tan Shuan Mai, passive. Racial talent. Consuming rock or ice materials allows for unlimited growth in size. Potential, Jun Ju 6 stars. Another exceptional beast, particularly with the Tai Tan Shui Mai allowing for infinite growth. Lin Chuan couldn't help but drool with envy. Yin Hong Fei retracted his beast and quietly stepped off the stage, his expression devoid of despondency. If the disparity in strength were not so great, he might feel disheartened after his defeat. However, given the level of difference, he felt it was only natural to lose. It would be foolish to challenge someone of that caliber. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend the principal's reasoning behind his participation. Even Lei Dian must lack absolute confidence in victory. Thus, this battle was not a disgrace but a badge of honor. One could only commend the ice attribute talent for its composed demeanor and clear-headedness. Following this battle, no one would dare accept Lin Chuan as challenges again. He had become the undisputed king of this session. Lei Wanjun observed from behind, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this truly extraordinary?" In terms of size, it could easily be deemed commanding. Truly, a formidable creature nurtured in secrecy by Qin Yan. Instantly, Lei Wanjun felt a wave of relief. Grateful for his cleverness in allowing Lei Dian to avoid confrontation, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. The students of Class 1 dared not engage. Yet Lin Chuan was far from finished. Lei Wanjun recognized he must intervene. With the initial storm having passed, the next steps would be easier to navigate. Chapter 84. How dare you claim to be a defensive type? Lin Chuan, how delightful to meet you again. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun casually turned off the microphone on stage. Who are you? Lin Chuan regarded the individual before him with a hint of familiarity. I am the principal of Class 1, Lei Wanjun. We met last time at your home. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before recalling that during the incident with the ice crystal magic python, this individual was among the group drawn to it. No wonder he was so courteous. It was all due to Qin Yan's reputation. Lin Chuan remained unaware that while he surveyed from atop the ice crystal magic python, Qin Yan had threatened them all. Greetings, Principal Lei. You have already secured victory in this battle, and with such a vast disparity in strength, no one in Class 1 is your match. The implication was clear: surrender, and hope Lin Chuan would relent. Continuing to compete would serve no purpose. Therefore, my original intention was to challenge Lei Dian. Lei Dian has yet to return. Surely, he is not intentionally avoiding me? Impossible. Lei Dian has already ascended to silver, and his beast is merely elite level. I have slain numerous elite level magical beasts. Hence, I specifically came to witness the difference in battling against an elite level beast. Lei Wanjun. From Lin Chuan's tone, it was evident he was not jesting, indicating that he spoke with sincerity. Goodness, elite level? Slain numerous? Is that how your special training is conducted? Was he simply cast into the wild by Qin Yan and left to fend for himself? One must admit, the speculation was remarkably accurate. Unfortunately, Lei Dian will not be returning for the time being. Why not challenge Class 2 instead? The Nan brothers from their school possess strength comparable to Lei Dian. Lei Wanjun contemplated a strategy to divert the disaster. However, regrettably, I will not challenge Class 2. Lin Chuan shook his head in refusal. Why not? Lei Wanjun thought. Class 1 had not provoked Lin Chuan. Why was he so insistent? Was it merely a matter of students exchanging verbal taunts? Principal Fu of Class 2 offered a reward. Lei Wanjun racked his brain, unable to fathom this reason, thinking he must have offended Lin Chuan somehow. So direct? May I inquire when this occurred? Lei Wanjun swallowed hard. The day before you visited my home, they initially intended to recruit me to Class 2, but it ultimately turned into a buyout preventing me from challenging Class 2. Lei Wanjun felt a sharp pang of discomfort. He had not anticipated Principal Fu Tianchun to be so astute and resolute. 2 months ago, Lin Chuan had merely begun to emerge. Had he known of Lin Chuan's capabilities, he would have ensured a safety net. By the way, if I defeat Lei Dian, is there an additional reward? How much? Lei Wanjun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Class 3 offers 1,000 spirit stones, while Class 2 provides 500. Lin Chuan readily dismissed Class 2's offer. Damn. Lei Wanjun could no longer contain himself. The spirit stone reward from Class 3 was understandable. But what was Class 2 even doing? He finally comprehended Lin Chuan's obsession with Lei Dian. To Lin Chuan, Lei Dian was merely a living target. Had he known such an anomaly would emerge in Lin Chuan, he would have sent Lei Dian to attend high school in the inner city, and perhaps he would have achieved silver status by now. At this point, The only option left was to part with wealth to avert disaster. However, parting with 1,500 spirit stones so effortlessly left Lei Wanjun feeling immense regret. Sensing Lei Wanjun's thoughts, Lin Schwan continued, I propose that my beast will no longer attack, allowing all present students to freely assault it. If they can reclaim my beast, I will cease my challenges. Otherwise, even if you offer me spirit stones directly, I will still challenge Lei Dian. Familiar tactics, one must seize the opportunity when it arises. After this, Lin Schwan prepares to break through to silver. Lei Wanjun fell silent. Relying on his own means to threaten or persuade Lin Schwan to abandon the challenge was evidently impractical. However, allowing all present students to attack, the mere thought was terrifying. Currently, there were approximately 3,000 individuals in the hall, across all 3 grades. What kind of defense could withstand the simultaneous assault of 3,000 beasts? Did they not understand the principle of persistent effort leading to success? Even if faced with hundreds of elite-level magical beasts, those 3,000 students could hunt them down if they fought for their lives. Was the disparity truly that significant? Should it occur that 3,000 students fail to defeat Lin Schwan, Class 1 would face a major embarrassment. However, if the students abstained, it would be Lei Dian who would suffer a shattered spirit. Lei Wanjun found himself in a dilemma, casting wary glances at Lin Schwan, such a young age. Yet so scheming, placing a diamond-level powerhouse in a precarious position, and he could do nothing to counter it. As Lin Schwan sensed Lei Wanjun's gaze, filled with indecision, he mused, this individual surely does not intend to strike me, does he? Regardless, should anyone dare to act so brazenly before me, I would undoubtedly respond. Lin Schwan, may I inquire what your intentions are with such actions? Lei Wanjun could not help but ask. Merely wishing to undermine Class 1 serves little purpose. He is now widely recognized as the best. Naturally, it is to grow stronger, while also testing the fruits of my recent training. After all, I am a defensive type. How dare you still claim to be a defensive type? What about the ice giant that flew over 100 meters just now? Do you not have self-awareness? Lei Wanjun could only express his exhaustion in response. Principal Lei, you are merely concerned about potential repercussions. I assure you, regardless of the circumstances, I will not pursue accountability for my beast. Furthermore, if 3,000 individuals cannot defeat me, do you genuinely believe they will have their spirits crushed? No, they will only look up, again and again. Lei Wanjun. He conceded that Lin Schwan's reasoning held merit. Being undefeated among peers and facing 10 alone was entirely reasonable. To face 3,000 would elevate him to a status akin to deification. Contemplating this, Lei Wanjun found himself parched. If this were indeed the case, Lin Schwan's future achievements would be boundless. Perhaps he could aspire to the level of a king. In that case, Class 1 would become the birthplace of a legend. I can agree to your request, however, it is essential for you to challenge them, allowing them to make their own choice regarding engagement. At last, Lei Wanjun reached a decision. Lin Schwan had been anticipating this very statement. Rest assured, Principal Lei. After casting a profound glance at Lin Schwan, Lei Wanjun departed. As he still had to settle accounts with Fu Tianqian. Regardless, he could not be present for the ensuing events. It would be best to treat it as a matter of youthful bravado among students. Clearing his throat, Lin Schwan activated the broadcast, The Prodigies of Yizhong. I find myself utterly disappointed. It has been quite some time, yet not a single one of you dares to stand before me. However, I suppose it is understandable. You cherish your reputation and fear failure. Let us do this instead. I shall keep my beast immobile, allowing you all to attack together. If any of you can inflict harm upon it, compelling me to withdraw it, not only will I concede defeat, but I shall also present you with 1,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, Lin Schwan tossed forth a chest, filled with spirit stones acquired from Qianfeng. Currently, the energy fruit was of no use, and Lin Schwan had yet to absorb it. Chapter 85, The Strategy at Yizhong. As soon as Lin Schwan's words fell, the atmosphere erupted. The students of Yizhong exhibited both anger and greed in their eyes. 1,000 spirit stones. A student from an ordinary class at Yizhong earns merely 5 stones a month. Over 3 years, that amounts to just over 100 stones. Even Lu Xiaoma was taken aback, recognizing the familiar plot. It was reminiscent of the training hall in Class 2 of Sanzhong. Yet this time, it was even more outrageous. One individual challenging the entire school. Her live stream instantly exploded, catapulting her popularity to the top of Area 81, far surpassing the second place by several times. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, rendering it nearly invisible. This was an unprecedented showdown, unparalleled in history, and it was unlikely to be replicated in the future. Many students from Yizhong were eager to participate, yet none took the lead to charge forward. Observing their hesitation, Lin Schwan continued, "Are you all so timid as to not take action? As beast masters, do you not feel ashamed? How will you face the beasts in the future if you only speak bravely? I am offering you an opportunity, yet you squander it. Cowardly as mice. You hide like turtles. It must be said, Lin Schwan's taunting prowess rivaled that of Lao Hei. Just before he finished his sentence, a student could no longer contain himself. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Let's do this. Come on. Students from the front row stood up and entered the battleground. With no more combat platforms available, they had no other choice. However, Lin Schwan had already stated he would not be the one to initiate the attack, so their presence around the battlefield was permissible. Soon, one beast after another was summoned. Unicorn rhinoceros, attack. Sandstone python, attack. Flame-flying squirrel, attack. Scythe mantis, attack. The scene descended into chaos, with instances of friendly fire occurring. Nevertheless, the situation quickly stabilized. Yizhong was indeed Yizhong. They had undergone various practical training sessions, ensuring they were not limited to mere physical exercises. Students from the physics department, come here, frontline fighters, take the lead, while ranged fighters stay back. Those who can fly, ascend higher, don't occupy space. Fire attributes over here, and you water attributes. What are you doing causing trouble? Ice and water attributes, come here. Who weakened my beast? The organization was swiftly completed, and In Hongfei ascended to the battle platform as the chief commander. Now follow my orders. Support-type beasts collectively enhance the status of your allies and debilitate the foes. Frontline physical fighters, make use of single-target skills as much as possible. Engage. Rotate. Second team, move out. Ranged physical fighters, attack. Report on battle losses. Report. Most require a 15-minute cooldown. The beasts have sustained various degrees of injury. Were there any physical retaliation skills from the opponents? Indeed, it's abnormal. Healing team, mobilize. Prioritize treating the lightly wounded. Those severely injured, exit the battlefield. Reconnaissance team, report the enemy's damage. The enemy is currently asleep. Some scales are showing signs of imminent shedding. Are you conducting a health check on it? Physics department, exit the battlefield. Fire and wind elements. Form a team and attack freely. Other attribute groups, prepare. Report. The elemental group has also sustained numerous injuries. What the hell? Even elemental retaliation exists. In Hongfei was losing his composure. On this side, most of the beasts had unleashed their skills, while the opponents hadn't even opened their eyes. Although he occasionally saw wounds appearing on the opponent, they vanished in an instant, causing him to question his own vision. Lin Schwan had long maxed out all the skills he learned. Besides sleep self-healing, he had accelerated healing and emergency treatment, all acquired during his dealings with Qianfeng. Mere defense was insufficient. The principle that many ants can overwhelm an elephant is universally acknowledged. Defense, retaliation, and self-healing. In Hongfei felt as though he were playing a novel game, battling in Yizhong's dungeon. Who would believe it if he told them? He had a peculiar illusion that with nearly 3,000 beast masters under his command, even facing an elite-level monster den, they could prevail. However, they were utterly powerless against this giant turtle, unable to make it budge even a fraction. Gradually, In Hongfei ceased his commands, allowing his classmates to attack freely. He stepped off the platform and approached Lao Hei, feeling as though he stood before a colossal mountain. He feared he would never surmount it in this lifetime. Is this truly extraordinary level? In Hongfei sighed softly, voicing the sentiments of countless onlookers. In the live stream, the barrage of comments began to subside, and the online audience fell silent. Beyond the students from the three schools, there were also many golden and silver-level beast masters who occasionally joined to witness the spectacle. The golden-level beast masters were relatively unfazed. This degree of assault posed little threat to leaders. Some beasts had exceptionally outstanding defensive attributes. They were not entirely unprepared for such an onslaught. However, the silver-level participants found it somewhat terrifying to have their beasts endure the relentless bombardment from 3,000 black iron-level beasts, turning to rubble in mere moments. Is this truly extraordinary level? As Lin Schwan observed the frequency of attacks diminishing, he understood that this farce was reaching its conclusion. Many ranged beasts had exhausted their skills. Unable to believe that Lao Hei remained unscathed, upon daring to touch Lao Hei, they finally lost all hope. Well then, it seems I have emerged victorious. Lin Schwan's voice was soft, yet instantly captured everyone's attention. Are you truly black iron level? In Hongfei asked, unwilling to accept the reality. We all undergo 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so exceptional? Absolutely genuine. However, I am on the brink of advancing to silver. Lin Schwan replied, then continued. My purpose here is not to humiliate Yizhong, but merely to validate the gains from my special training. For more than a month, I have been alone in the wilderness outside the city. Upon hearing this, disbelief and shock filled the eyes of the crowd. A black iron-level individual had survived alone for over a month in the wilderness, teeming with elite and even leader-level beasts. Is this the reason for your strength? In Hongfei softly inquired, as if musing aloud. Lin Schwan, of course, did not respond. He descended the platform, leaving the audience to their boundless speculations. Lin Schwan, big brother. Lu Xiaoma hurried after him. Let us head back. Oh, all right. Big brother Lin Schwan, you mean to say your special training was merely surviving alone outside the city? Lu Xiaoma still found it hard to believe. If it were her, she would likely become a beast's meal in less than an hour. It's nothing too extraordinary. You just need to adapt. I could never do that. I doubt I will ever leave the city in my lifetime, Lu Xiaoma whispered, then added, Big brother Lin Schwan. Did you record a video? I would love to see how you survived in the wilderness. Aren't there many survival live streams online? What is so interesting about that? Silver-level individuals strolling around the outskirts of extraordinary beasts are live streaming. They're not courting death. Lu Xiaoma scoffed, as if she were well-versed in the nuances of the situation. Lin Schwan gently touched his nose, pondering whether he was courting death. Lu Xiaoma sensed she might have misspoken and quickly clung to Lin Schwan's arm to apologize. Lin Schwan, I was wrong. Could you please show me? All right. I will send it to you when we return. With the soft pressure around him, Lin Schwan had little else to say. Chapter 86. The Turbulence Soon. A new video was released, accompanied by some first-person perspective footage Lin Schwan had captured during his time in the wilderness. Viewed in isolation, these videos were unremarkable, even less thrilling than many comparable ones. Yet, when viewed from the protagonist's perspective, the chilling reality of a black iron-level individual accompanied by only a single extraordinary-level beast was undeniable. Less than 50 meters from the camera, over 30 elite-level iron hoof beasts appeared, and the lens shifted just in time to catch a vividly colored venomous snake nearly striking the camera. All while this individual managed to film. Occasionally, there were clips of Lin Schwan himself, covered in a mysterious dark liquid, expertly dispatching venomous creatures. Countless classmates fell silent, bearing witness to Lin Schwan's undeniable prowess. His efforts were unparalleled by anyone else. Before long, the news of one person battling 3,000 spread throughout every high school in Schwan Wu City. Was Region 81 really that pathetic? One person against 3,000? Ridiculous. This was the initial response of most. However, after watching the video, the majority fell silent. If the video was not deliberately fabricated, Region 81 had indeed produced an extraordinary talent this time. Interesting. Too bad I didn't think of such an entertaining strategy when I was at the extraordinary level. A handsome young man chuckled within the training center. Long Xiao, this video must be genuine. This person is from our same cohort, a boy next to him remarked. Isn't that just perfect? We might encounter him during the college entrance examination, Long Xiao replied nonchalantly. At that time, we shall test his mettle. Long Xiao, with your two elite-level beasts possessing royal potential, along with your exceptional talent, aren't you overestimating him a bit? Haha, who told him to steal the spotlight? In a certain office, a burly man with a dark complexion spoke to an elderly gentleman. Principal, we at Yuming Academy want this student. Xia Yuan, calm down. Is this the intention of your dean? The elder inquired, setting down his documents slowly. Our dean has been missing for over half a year, with no news of his fate. You know very well that I am responsible for this year's admissions at Yuming Academy. Just issue me a letter of acceptance. Xia Yuan urged. The admissions of Yuming Academy are of great importance. We cannot decide based solely on a single video. Besides, even though Yuming Academy is nominally part of Schwan Wu University, we should at least ensure the other party is fully aware of the situation. Otherwise, even if you manage to recruit him, it would be futile. What do you propose we do? You've seen the video. It's a classic case of extreme defensive attributes. Wouldn't it be a waste if he doesn't come to Yuming Academy? To entice him to willingly come to defend against the underworld, we cannot harbor any secrets. This matter should be discussed after the college entrance examination. At that time, let him decide for himself. Then allocate more funds to me. I will ensure he is brought here, even if it requires substantial monetary influence. You are already half a step into becoming a king. The elder chuckled in disbelief. What does being a king matter if the underworld sweeps in? We are all doomed, Xia Yuan responded, pushing the door open and leaving the elder in silence. Dad, you finally let me come home. Lei Dian's eyes brimmed with tears. As the top genius of Region 81, he had just ascended to silver rank and found himself unable to return home. Come back. The matter is settled, Lei Wanjun sighed. So soon? Lei Jian asked, puzzled. It seemed his father was still sharp. Do you already know what it is? I can guess a bit. I will be away for a year and a half. And you and your mother want to have another child, which I can understand, Lei Wanjun replied. Stop talking. Hurry back, Lei Wanjun said through gritted teeth, attempting to maintain his composure. Okay, Lei Dian, unaware of what awaited him, cheerfully prepared to return home. Old Qin, how is the matter I entrusted to you? Lon Lon. Rest assured, even if you don't mention it, I will handle it. However, now that Lin Schwan has emerged, deliberately concealing his identity would be counterproductive. It is better to let them investigate, Even if they discover Lin Chuan's parents are ordinary people, they will not believe it. Ultimately, they will only suspect me, which is fine by me. I never anticipated this would lead to such a big uproar. I should have kept him more low-key, Lan Lan sighed. She had initially thought Lin Chuan referred to a one-on-one challenge against the entire school, not an all-out assault. Old Qin, be honest with me, what is Lin Chuan's talent? Lan Lan asked, fixing her gaze intently on Qin Yan. Well, I actually don't know, Qin Yan replied awkwardly. Don't know? Yes, it simply hasn't been tested. I forged his talent test results. Don't say that. Although only the two of them remained in the office building, Lan Lan still urged Qin Yan to stop. Now I am finally convinced. Lin Chuan is truly not your illegitimate child, Qin Yan remarked. Old Qin, Lin Chuan is a good child, and we must protect him, Lan Lan stated firmly, looking at Qin Yan. Rest assured, not even a mosquito will be allowed to enter his home. I still owe him a tremendous favor. Nothing will happen to him, Old Qin promised, clearly having made arrangements long ago. Hearing Qin Yan's assurance, Lan Lan felt relieved. They no longer viewed Lin Chuan merely as the hope for their school's survival, but as a true close relative. Don't you love drinking? Give it a try, Lan Lan said, pulling out the wine Lin Chuan had gifted her, which she had forgotten to take home. This is from Lin Chuan. It shows that he has filial piety, Qin Yan said without hesitation, pouring 2 full glasses. He downed one in a single gulp. Qin Yan soon noticed the taste was different from his own. Not only was it more delicious, but it also nourished the soul. Lan Lan, you must try this, Qin Yan urged eagerly. Initially reluctant, Lan Lan finally took a sip. Is there any effect? What effect? This is just wine, not medicine, Lan Lan replied, rolling her eyes at Qin Yan, who seemed to be getting tipsy so quickly. Then, she was astonished. The soul power she had not advanced in years had actually increased slightly. Though it was only a minute amount, it was sufficient to prove the wine's extraordinary nature. Since her soul had been damaged, no potion or spirit stone had been able to enhance her cultivation even a little. To think that merely one sip of this wine could bring about such a miracle, no wonder Old Qin was excited. Old Qin, do you know the origin of this wine? Lan Lan quickly inquired. Wait, you know it's from Lin Chuan, so you must have asked him for a taste. How come it seems like you just discovered it? How could he know? Who knows what Lin Chuan put in the wine? I took it from him. It simply doesn't have this effect, Qin Yan replied. I forgot that Lin Chuan can concoct medicine. I don't know what he added. But the wine I took from him doesn't have such an effect. I need to get more from him. This wine is incredibly useful for you. Don't go. We can't disturb him for this matter at the moment. Everything can wait until after the college entrance examination, Lan Lan insisted firmly. All right. Qin Yan could only nod in helpless agreement. Chapter 87. Ascension to Silver. Activation of the Schwan Wu bloodline. Lin Chuan, of course, was oblivious to the commotion outside and had no time to comprehend it. After returning from Yizhong, his first task was to check the benefits he had gained. There are indeed an overwhelming number, totaling several dozen, which can be broadly categorized into types such as damage reduction, movement speed, healing, status immunity, and aura skills, among others. However, there is one particular skill that piqued Lin Chuan's interest, Beihua. Active, doubles body size. During the enlargement period, physical attributes are also doubled. The key point is that this skill can be stacked with Shenkuozio. This revelation filled Lin Chuan with immense joy, as it meant that Lao Hei was one significant step closer to achieving the goal of becoming a 100-meter behemoth. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan spent several hundred enhanced fruits to elevate all skills to their maximum levels. Subsequently, he also fed advanced fruits to Lao Hei. Instantly, a burst of silver light coalesced into a giant cocoon, enveloping Lao Hei in layers. Lin Chuan sensed Lao Hei's state and was relieved to receive feedback of comfort. In the days that followed, Lin Chuan had no intention of venturing anywhere until Lao Hei completed his advancement. 3 days later, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a stir within his consciousness space as Lao Hei's silver cocoon began to tremble and emit radiant light. At that moment, the golden tree also took action. Countless red skill fruits and yellow, enhanced fruits seamlessly merged into the cocoon, accumulating to over 1,000 in a short span of time. Lin Chuan was left utterly astonished. Since Lao Hei's debut, never had so many fruits been consumed at once. The result of this single advancement was astonishing. Lin Chuan felt fortunate that he had prepared an ample supply of fruits. The greater the consumption, the stronger Lao Hei would become post-advancement. After exhausting over 1,500 of each type of fruit, the cocoon gradually stabilized. With a crack, the cocoon began to split open silently, revealing a massive tortoise, its body resembling dark jade, emerging from its confines. The giant tortoise kept its eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of profound steadiness. Around the edges of its shell, faint silver inscriptions flickered intermittently. Judging by its size alone, it was nearly 10 meters long without any skills activated. Lin Chuan quickly checked Lao Hei's attributes. Beast Mastery, Xianming Turtle, Elite 1 star. Skills, Limitless Charge, 1, Passive, Maximum Normal Movement Speed increased to 20 meters per second. Capable of free movement in the air, Active, Maximum Movement Speed increased to 300 meters per second, lasting 3 seconds, with doubled stamina consumption for consecutive uses within 10 seconds. Limitless Doubling, 1, Active, can freely enlarge or reduce body size, up to 10 times. Limitless Taunt, 1, Active, taunts multiple targets within a 50-meter range, forcing them to attack Lin Schwan with all their might. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. Limitless Defense, 1, Passive, reduces all damage by 80. Gains 1 instance of absolute damage immunity after enduring 5 attacks. Limitless Reflection, 1, Passive, reflects 50 of all damage received as energy attacks. After 10 seconds, increases to 100. Limitless Healing, 1, Passive, healing speed increases 5-fold and 10-fold during dormancy. Active, instantly restores all injuries, cooldown of 24 hours. Limitless Will, 1, Passive, reduces all control durations by 50, immunity to poison, burning, and other abnormal states. With Heaven for Eternity, unique passive, activates the bloodline of the Schwan Wu race, increasing lifespan by 10 days daily. Loyal Guardian, racial passive, transfers all attacks directed at the master to itself, equivalent to a direct attack on the beast. Effective without summoning. Potential, unknown. Strength assessment. Companion, soul distortion body, tier, elite level. Skills, incredible. Lin Schwan could find no other words to describe it. He felt as if he were soaring to new heights. He never anticipated such a substantial enhancement from the transition from extraordinary to elite. All skills of the same type were reforged and integrated. Although the effects were temporarily similar to before, the most crucial aspect was the emergence of pathways for advancement, breaking through previous level limits, truly deserving of the title Limitless. Furthermore, the Schwan Wu bloodline, which Lin Schwan had long yearned for, finally revealed a glimmer of its potential. Just a hint was enough to bring Lin Schwan immense delight. With Heaven for Eternity, was enough to drive all beings into a frenzy with envy, as it literally meant eternal life alongside heaven and earth. Loyal Guardian was particularly favored by Lin Schwan, indicating that he finally possessed a reliable means of self-defense. After graduating high school, all battles would no longer be child's play. Instead, beast masters would have to step into the fray, even if one's beast was exceptionally strong. If the beast master was defeated, the game was over. Now, even against 3,000 elite-level opponents, Lao Hei would be utterly unafraid. Subsequently, Lin Schwan noticed significant changes in his consciousness space. First, the size of the space had noticeably expanded, and the golden tree had grown considerably taller. Additionally, beside the original types of fruits, 3 new varieties of sprouts had emerged. Limitless Fruit, 100 Enhanced Fruits, could be exchanged for 1. Used for leveling up Limitless series skills. Fusion Fruit, 100 Skill Fruits, could be exchanged for 1. Used for merging skills of the same series or integrating new skills into the Limitless series, enhancing their effects. Tier Fruit, ripened through high-tier beast core crystals. When consumed by beast masters, it negates the tier suppression corresponding to their level, with an effectiveness of 1100, determined by the quantity and quality of the crystals. The first 2 types of fruits were easily understood. Lin Schwan currently had only around 1,400 enhanced fruits left, insufficient to fully upgrade the 2 limitless skills. As for the fusion fruit, it finally clarified why Lao Hei required the absorption of so many skill fruits during his advancement. Presumably, it was for skill fusion. Moreover, due to the nature of the advancement, the consumption was significantly lower than usual. If Lin Schwan were to merge skills himself, he would likely require at least 10,000 skill fruits. Currently, Lao Hei still had several skills yet to be fused, such as giant brain power and some aura-type skills, likely due to unmet conditions. The most surprising revelation was the tier fruit, which specifically mentioned consumption by beast masters. For example, the suppression of a commander level over an elite level is 50. Even under equal strength, the commander can exert 150, while the elite can only exert 50. Even if Lao Hei's defense panel shows an 80 damage reduction, that only applies to equal tiers. When facing a commander level, it would be halved. The monarch level exerts even greater suppression over the commander level, reaching 75. This is the world of magical beasts, with strict tier classifications, making it nearly impossible to challenge higher tiers. However, the tier fruit seems to break this ironclad rule. With just a maximum of 100 commander-level beast core crystals, Lin Schwan could disregard the tier suppression of commander levels. Of course, if the crystals are of high star rating, the quantity required would likely be much less, possibly even a few dozen or less. In terms of absolute strength, Lin Schwan felt no fear towards commander levels. However, Acquiring so many commander-level beast core crystals would require a fortune that Lin Schwan simply could not muster. The commander level was manageable, but the subsequent monarch and king level cores? Lin Schwan felt it might be more reliable for Lao Hei to elevate himself to the king level sooner rather than later. Chapter 88. The Arrival of Spirit Stones. Hungry. A thought broke Lin Schwan's reverie. He almost forgot. Lin Schwan quickly directed energy fruits to fly into Lao Hei's mouth. After consuming over 100, Lao Hei finally closed his eyes in satisfaction, appearing thoroughly content. Goodness, Lao Hei's appetite has grown significantly. Over 100 energy fruits merely filled him up. It seems the stamina consumption during advancement is quite substantial. Lao Hei, how much do you need to reach 2 stars? The Schwan Wu bloodline has been activated. Can't you calculate? Never mind. Let us just feed you first. At last, after consuming over 100 energy fruits, Lao Hei finally ascended to 2 stars. Thus, Lin Schwan's energy fruits were once again depleted, leaving only a handful. It amounted to 50 spiritual stones to elevate from 1 star to 2 stars. Based on past experiences, reaching 9 stars would likely require over 10,000 spiritual stones. Lin Schwan gasped, glancing at the 1,000 or so spiritual stones in his storage ring, feeling exceedingly impoverished. Exiting the consciousness space, Lin Schwan stretched his body. He could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, even noticing he had grown a few centimeters taller. His skin possessed greater resilience, as if even a knife wielded by an ordinary person could not pierce it. Delightful. After warming up slightly, Lin Schwan decided to rest. The enhancement in physical attributes provided by his level was sufficient for strengthening his body. He had no expectation of engaging in close combat with demonic beasts. At that moment, Lin Schwan's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Lin Schwan, come to school. It was sent by Lan Lan. Coincidentally, Lin Schwan had intended to stroll around the school. Having recently achieved silver status, it would be remiss not to garner some applause. As for the power boost from leveling up, Lin Schwan surmised that the students from District 81 were likely indifferent. With the black iron level already being overwhelmed, what difference did it make whether he was silver or not? The crucial aspect was to let Lan Lan recognize his hard work, perhaps in her excitement. She would reward him with a few thousand spiritual stones, which would be splendid. Boss Lin Schwan. Boss Lin Schwan. Along the way, students from the 3rd middle school paused to greet Lin Schwan. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the acknowledged leader of the 3rd middle school. Principal, what do you need me for? Pushing open the door to the principal's office, Lin Schwan got straight to the point. Naturally, I have good news, Lan Lan began, nearly choking on her words. You've reached silver? Lin Schwan replied nonchalantly. I just thought, you've only been at school for 3 months, right? You were only at black iron 5 stars when you first arrived. Lan Lan sipped her tea, calming herself. Indeed. Wasn't it you who said that my promotion to silver would only benefit the school? Lin Schwan remarked. Is this really the time for that discussion? Finally, Lan Lan sighed in relief, dismissing her concerns. It's unscientific, but so be it. It's not something I need to worry about. I called you here for this, she said, handing Lin Schwan a spiritual stone savings card, smiling as she added, Here, this is the spiritual stone you extorted from the 1st middle school. What do you mean by extorting? Lin Schwan replied while accepting it. This is what I rightfully deserve. Without Lei Jian willing to fight, I incurred significant losses. You must have been able to promote to silver long ago, just waiting to pull a fast one on the 1st middle school, right? Lan Lan seemed to understand something. Had Lin Schwan challenged them as a silver, Lei Wanjun would certainly have fewer reservations. Even if Lei Jian lost, it wouldn't matter. Even now, if Lei Wanjun knew that Lin Schwan had already been promoted, he might not send spiritual stones his way. Even if he did, it would likely be under a different pretense. One must admit, this was serendipitous. Lin Schwan hadn't thought so much before challenging. He aimed to reclaim his honor and seize the opportunity. Glancing at the card's balance, it was neither too much nor too little. 1,500 spiritual stones. This would double Lin Schwan's assets, sufficient for Lao Hei to ascend a few more stars. Principal, do I have any rewards? Lin Schwan gazed eagerly at Lan Lan. Currently, he felt exceedingly destitute. You 1 TB left out. 500 is the original amount, and I'll add another 500 to celebrate your promotion to silver. Thank you, Principal. With the additional 1,000 spiritual stones, Lin Schwan felt quite elated. Do you recall our earlier conversation? You said I could advance to silver before the college entrance examination, and I said the principal would arrange it. Yet here we are. You truly accomplished it. Lan Lan smiled with admiration. Principal, we were merely jesting back then. Please don't take it to heart. Rest assured, my old bones can hold up for several more decades. I want to make things difficult for you. However, I do wish to take you somewhere. With that, Lan Lan stood up and walked outside. Lin Schwan quickly followed, sensing he knew where she intended to take him. They arrived at a small hill behind the school, traversing a path lined with tombs. Finally, they halted before a grave at the summit. The grave was unadorned, marked only by a simple tombstone. Li Chongqing's grave. This was the previous principal of the 3rd middle school, who had achieved the school's greatest success over 20 years ago, ranking first in District 81. Regrettably, the demonic beast tied 20 years prior had obliterated everything. To protect the students during their evacuation, he fought single-handedly against 3 monarch-level beasts with only a sword. At that time, he had just broken through to diamond rank, possessing merely 1 monarch-level spirit. Lin Chuan fell silent. Given his nature, he would not make such a sacrifice. But it did not hinder him from feeling respect. I brought you here not to impose pressure or burdens on you, but simply to let old Li see the most outstanding student of this generation. To bring him some joy. I understand, Principal. Subsequently, Lin Chuan stood before the tombstone and respectfully bowed 3 times. Predecessor, your selfless sacrifice is commendable. I pay my respects. Saying this, Lin Chuan took out a bucket of spiritual wine, pouring half of it at the foot of the tombstone before lifting the bucket to drink heartily. Lan Lan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chuan to act in such a manner, leaving her momentarily flabbergasted. Well, as long as your intentions are conveyed, she noted. Recognizing that the wine he poured out was the same exquisite spiritual item he had gifted her, such a waste. As the spiritual wine evaporated, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified significantly. Principal, worry not. I have plenty of this wine, Lin Chuan said, having drunk too much and feeling slightly tipsy. Alas, this child, Lan Lan chuckled, shaking her head. And then summoned her beast. A blue-green phoenix appeared before them in an instant. Lan Lan grasped Lin Chuan and mounted the bird's back, soaring toward Lin Chuan's villa. It was only when Lin Chuan was returned home and lay on the sofa that he remembered he had neglected to investigate the phoenix's attributes. However, it was of little consequence, as he had no suitable skills anyway. At this moment, Lin Chuan only wished for a good night's sleep. Chapter 89. The Undying Sword's Soul Bloodline, the Second Beast. Midnight. Half asleep, Lin Chuan felt something brushing against his hand. Lao Hei, stop it. His first thought was of Lao Hei. Then he realized, given Lao Hei's movements, this villa would likely need to be rebuilt. Moreover, Lao Hei was currently sound asleep in the consciousness space. What was going on? Lin Chuan instantly awakened. He cautiously opened one eye and peeked. Before him was a small, semi-transparent spirit-like creature, delicately tugging at his fingers, seemingly attempting to steal his storage ring. What the hell? Lin Chuan sprang up, startling the little creature into a fright. Seizing the opportunity before it could react, Lin Chuan reached out and actually caught it. Turning on the light, he observed that this creature was doll-sized and felt icy to the touch. Wah! The little creature, realizing it had been captured, began to cry, seemingly at a loss as to whether to flee or not. Lin Chuan, feeling helpless, recognized that this was not a demonic beast, but rather something with a hint of intelligence, making it difficult to simply eliminate it. What do you want? If you tell me, I might let you go, Lin Chuan gently inquired. I want a drink. Drink? This little creature was a tiny drunkard. How did it know there was alcohol in his ring? Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, then pulled out the remaining half bucket of wine. To his surprise, the little creature didn't flee. Upon seeing the wine, it couldn't wait for Lin Chuan to pour it out, and instead phased through the plastic bucket. Swimming in the spiritual wine. It turned out this creature possessed the ability to phase through and penetrate solid objects. The wine visibly diminished at an extraordinary rate, and before long, it was completely consumed. After absorbing all the liquor, the small creature became denser, gradually transforming from translucent to a milky white. It then lay down at the bottom of the barrel, fast asleep. Lin Chuan, noticing that it posed no immediate threat, decided to leave it be and took the opportunity to head upstairs for more rest. The following day, Lin Chuan awoke around noon, vaguely sensing that he had forgotten something. Upon descending the stairs, he was astonished to find the little creature floundering in the empty barrel. Hey, don't you have the ability to walk through walls? Lin Chuan was exasperated by its lack of intelligence. He grabbed a pair of scissors and released it. More liquor. The small creature immediately clamored for more upon its release. Great, it's become dependent on me, Lin Chuan sighed. After investigating it last night, he realized that it was not a demon beast, making it impossible to ascertain its attributes. Keeping it as a pet, Lin Chuan felt he lacked the luxury and leisure for that. His spirit liquor was quite valuable. He had no time to tend to a pet. After one last drink, he poured a full cup for it. The moment the liquor made contact, the Huangjin Shu reacted. Detected God-level immortal sword spirit bloodline. Do you wish to form a contract? What on earth is this? Lin Chuan was taken aback. This was reminiscent of the contract with Lao Hei. Originally not a demon beast, Lao Hei had transformed into a beast of burden. This creature also seemed not to be a demon beast, yet could it too become a beast of burden? This was rather unscientific. While stroking the small creature's head, Lin Chuan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The little creature savored the spirit liquor while relishing Lin Schwan's gentle massage, its expression one of utter bliss. Lin Schwan could surmise the origins of this little being. It likely experienced some transformation when he poured the spirit liquor before the tombstone yesterday. Li Changqing's beast was a monarch-level sword spirit, and this creature possessed the bloodline of an immortal sword soul, hinting at a possible connection. However, that was all there was to it. The sword spirit was deceased, and all that remained was dust to dust. This little creature might have merely been a fragment of a soul reactivated by the spirit liquor. As for forming a contract, hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect towards the Huangjin Shu. Lin Schwan was already contemplating how to choose his second beast of burden. Given the conditions of Area 81, it was unlikely he would find one meeting his expectations. What specific requirements did he have? It was hard to articulate. Yet when it came to making a choice, even a beast with king-level potential did not seem particularly satisfying. Moreover, there were none with king-level potential available to him. Now, the Huangjin Shu had chosen for him, and it had to be the best. Contract. As soon as Lin Schwan's words fell, a beam of golden light enveloped the little creature, which then vanished from sight. Contract successful. The little creature was left dazed, forgetting to drink its liquor, looking up at Lin Schwan with a pitiful expression. Lin Schwan, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, feeling somewhat like an odd uncle. He then examined the creature's attributes: beast of burden, soul of the sword spirit, elite 1-star. Skills: 1. Sword armor manifestation 1. Active, manifest sword armor. Attaching to the master or beast of burden, providing a 20 increase in all attributes. 2. Void and reality sword 1. Passive. 10 chance to ignore all enemy defenses when dealing damage. 3. Phantom sword technique 1. Active, creates a sword shadow illusion that possesses 10 of its own attributes. Can be controlled freely through consciousness. Duration: 10 minutes. Can be extended by replenishing energy. Usable when sword armor is manifested. 4. Sword cultivation technique, unique passive. Exclusive to the immortal sword soul. Continuously absorbs any form of energy for storage, with no upper limit. Releases all stored energy in one strike. Triggering the void and reality sword effect at 100. Potential: unknown. Lin Schwan couldn't help but marvel at the Huangjin Shu's choice. This was the embodiment of his ideal second beast of burden. Although its skills were currently limited, it mattered not. With the Huangjin Shu, it would surely acquire suitable skills in due time. Even with just these 4 skills, each was more useful than the last. The sword armor manifestation on Lao Hei. The void and reality sword's ability to bypass defenses, combined with Lao Hei's illusion, Lin Schwan could hardly fathom how he could lose. What pleased Lin Schwan the most was undoubtedly the sword cultivation technique, the passive ability of the race. No upper limit meant what? Theoretically, even a god could be slain. Lin Schwan felt a connection with the sword spirit and quietly reassured it in his heart. The little creature sensed Lin Schwan's benevolence, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, and thus completely lowered its guard, happily resuming its drinking. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoling, Lin Schwan casually named it. As for names like Slayer of Gods or Exterminator of Immortals, those could remain mere thoughts for now. Xiaoling, eat some fruit. With that, Lin Schwan presented a large pile of reinforcement fruits before Xiaoling. The fruits proved highly enticing, and soon, the little creature was devouring them one after another. Lin Schwan then proceeded to max out sword armor manifestation, void and reality sword, and phantom sword technique to level 9. Sword armor manifestation at level 9 provided a 100 increase to all attributes. The probability for void and reality sword increased to 50. The illusion attributes for phantom sword technique were raised to 50. These skills were mere ordinary skills and could not compare to the extreme series enhancements of Lao Hei, which required far greater consumption as one progressed. Xiaoling, sword armor manifestation. With a wave of its tiny hand, a silver glow enveloped Lin Schwan entirely. He then felt he could manipulate the shape and color of this glow at will, drawing inspiration from previous anime imagery. A full suit of armor formed around him in an instant, with a luminous sword in his grasp, which could even become transparent. How splendid! Feeling the surge of power within, Lin Schwan believed he could easily take on a group of elite-level demon-faced monkeys, dominating the battle. After all, he had no fear of attacks, with Lao Hei there to absorb them. He could even rebound damage. Phantom sword technique. An identical illusion of Lin Schwan instantly materialized. He could instruct it to perform simple actions or mentally enter it, much like controlling a demon beast puppet through Gray Snake. This operation was second nature to Lin Schwan, and he quickly became adept at it. 10 minutes later, as the illusion was about to dissipate, Lin Schwan produced an energy fruit to extend its duration by another 10 minutes, completing his experiment before allowing it to vanish. Chapter 90. The grand competition across all regions commences. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. During these days, Lin Schwan had been engaged in a battle of wits with Xiao Ling. The little creature had caused Lin Schwan no small amount of trouble, often hiding in the kitchen or sneaking into the fridge. As for the sea of consciousness, Lin Schwan dared not allow it entry. If Xiao Ling ventured inside, it would be akin to a rat in a granary. To his astonishment, this little creature could directly pluck fruits from trees to eat. By the time Lin Schwan noticed, the most delectable energy fruits were all gone, and hundreds of skill fruits had been consumed, leaving only around 500. There were only a few reinforcement fruits left, mainly because Lin Schwan had exchanged most of them for extreme fruits. Thankfully, Xiao Ling had not pilfered the extreme fruits or death fruits, especially the death fruits. If they had been consumed, Lin Schwan would have had nowhere to weep. Xiao Ling, behave, or there will be no fruits for you. Lin Schwan feigned seriousness. So, if you stay inside and don't sneak a bite, I'll give you 10 green fruits daily. Otherwise, you'll get none. Lin Schwan laid down his terms. If it sneaked a bite, it would receive 1 green fruit per day. If it behaved, it would receive 10. The little creature counted on its fingers, and Lin Schwan could only watch in exasperation. Finally, Xiao Ling agreed. No eating any other colors. Okay, Lin Schwan has managed to settle matters here, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the grand competition for the entire district and the impending college entrance examination are just around the corner. And Lin Schwan hopes nothing will go awry. The venue for the district competition is situated in a square near the Beastmaster Association, conveniently close to Lin Schwan's former residence. Qin Yan has already sent him a message in advance, offering to personally escort him there, so Lin Schwan finds himself waiting at the villa. Otherwise, he would have joined his classmates on the school bus to arrive early. Lin Schwan, come out. Qin Yan's voice echoes in the courtyard. Qin Lao, why go through all this trouble? Lin Schwan greets Ying Wang and leaps onto his back. Isn't it your ruckus that caused this? You've attracted quite a few spies lurking outside your home. Qin Yan chuckles, feigning annoyance. What? Someone's watching me? Rest assured, not all are ill-intentioned. Some are under my explicit arrangement, and others belong to various Beastmaster groups. The rest is, Qin Yan leaves the rest unsaid, the implication clear. Fortunately, you've remained at home. Otherwise, no one would dare to act rashly. Recently, other districts have seen the fall of silver-tier geniuses. Damn, who dares come here? I'll deal with them, Lin Schwan declares fiercely. If you push them to desperation, the death fruit can indeed be used against leaders and sovereigns. Though it feels like a cannon used to kill a mosquito, Qin Yan observes Lin Schwan's expression and involuntarily feels a chill. Am I merely a decoration here? Do you really need to intervene? Qin Lao, I should be fine against silver-tier opponents. Let me handle it myself, Lin Schwan suggests after a moment of contemplation. Dealing with Beastmasters is not as simple as with magical beasts. Although you have reached silver tier, do you truly wish to test that? Precisely because of that, I want to adapt in advance. Otherwise, I might be blindsided one day, Lin Schwan sighs, acknowledging the difficulty of defending against hidden attacks. Only when all enemies are vanquished can he rest easy. You make a valid point. Geniuses grow through combat. Those nurtured in a greenhouse are not true geniuses. Qin Yan praises, pleased with Lin Schwan's decision. Can I be ruthless? Just avoid harming the innocent, and I will give the necessary instructions to those below. Understood. Lin Schwan nods in agreement, falling silent. In the square, all the senior students from District 81 gather. Instead of making a grand entrance, Qin Yan sets Lin Schwan down at the foot of the Beastmaster Association building and instructs him to proceed on his own. As Lin Schwan approaches the square, he garners considerable attention. He's reached silver tier. Someone whispers in awe, causing ripples of excitement to spread like stones tossed into a tranquil pond. Lin Schwan is silver tier? Damn, that's impressive. Lin Go, invincible. This year, District 81 boasts 2 silver tier candidates, a remarkable feat indeed. All eyes are on him as he joins the team from Sanzhong, among whom is Lei Dian from Yizhong, tall and muscular with a square face. Lei Dian's legs tremble upon seeing Lin Schwan, not from fear, but from the relentless training imposed by his father. After pleading with his mother for mercy, he only received a mixed doubles match in return. It wasn't until he watched Lin Schwan's video that he discovered the instigator of his troubles was merely a black tier. Now that Lin Schwan has ascended to silver tier, should he dare to challenge him? Would trying lead to my demise? Lei Dian ponders, deciding against seeking further torment. Once everyone has assembled, a teacher steps onto the stage to announce the rules. The district competition will last 3 days, utilizing a point ranking system, with each participant starting with 10 base points. Points can be acquired by locating score orbs scattered within the secret realm. You may freely attack others, and if it appears someone is on the verge of severe injury, they will be teleported out, with points transferred to the victor. The use of spatial items is prohibited, and sustenance within the secret realm must be managed by yourself. The rewards are as follows. The first place will receive 2,000 spirit stones or equivalent resources. The second place 1,000, and the third place 500. Now, we will enter the secret realm in order by school. Each person's teleportation location will be random. After this, another teacher produces a metallic box, performing a series of operations, resulting in a sphere of light forming in the center of the square. Schwan recognizes this sphere as the entrance to the secret realm. The metallic box serves as a container for the small secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, students will receive a wristband to track their points and locations, ensuring safety. Soon, students begin to enter the secret realm one by one. While waiting for his turn, Schwan hurriedly packs daily necessities into his backpack and absorbs a significant amount of spirit stones to convert into energy fruits, just in case. When it is Sanzhong's turn, Schwan is the first to step into the secret realm. It feels as if he has passed through a curtain of water, with no particular sensation. In the blink of an eye, the environment transforms dramatically. Damn, is this truly random teleportation? Schwan curses as he surveys his surroundings. He finds himself standing atop a cliff several hundred meters high, surrounded by steep rocks, with a sheer drop beneath him and an endless sea of trees in the distance. The sky above is so high that he cannot see the top. Chapter 91, King Level? Schwan summons Lao Hei, allowing it to hover in the air, then jumps off. Just as he prepares to descend, he notices a small black orb where he had just stood. Schwan returns to pick it up. Instantly, his wristband indicates a score increase of 100, and the orb dissipates into ashes. Now, Schwan is even more convinced that this teleportation was not random. Someone must have orchestrated it. Did you notice? In the office, the Minister of Education for District 81, Jin Mo Chu, observes Schwan's score surge on the screen and remarks with a chuckle, "Just a little joke. I hope the young lad doesn't mind." He then shifts his focus elsewhere. Originally, Schwan intended to fly directly down, but the trees below made it inconvenient, so he decided to ascend further upwards instead. He wanted to see just how high this cliff truly was. After an indeterminate amount of time flying, Schwan can no longer see the sea of trees. Before him lies a blanket of white mist. Damn, am I flying into outer space? Schwan wonders, does this secret realm even extend to outer space? Before he can ponder this question further, he finally reaches the peak. The summit reveals a barren expanse, unnaturally flat, as if shaped by human hands. What surprises Schwan most is an ancient pine tree standing at one edge, beneath which are a stone table and stone benches. How remarkable that a student has managed to find this place. Sitting by the stone table is an elderly man with white hair. "Since our paths have crossed, young friend, why not join me for a seat?" The elder invites. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Schwan replies, leaping onto the platform and retracting Lao Hei. Having come this far, he naturally does not refuse. The elder, noticing Schwan's beast is not a bird but a giant tortoise, displays a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "It has been many years since anything has astonished me." Schwan approaches the stone table and sits opposite the elder. The elder's hair and beard are completely white, tied in a top knot, exuding an aura of a reclusive sage. "This is some fine wine I brewed myself. Please indulge, young friend." The elder pours a cup for Schwan. The liquid is clear and emits a fragrant aroma. Schwan raises the cup and drinks it down in one gulp. The taste is indeed sweet and leaves a lingering aftertaste. "Excellent wine, thank you, elder." "It is nothing. I have not had the pleasure of drinking and conversing with anyone for quite some time. May I ask which district this is?" "District 81, Schwan responds honestly, albeit with some confusion. "It is indeed rare for a talent like you to emerge from the outermost layer," the elder murmurs softly. "Elder, may I inquire why you are here?" Schwan attempts to formulate his words. "They all call me Kong Lao Tu. As for this place, it is merely a temporary refuge for me, so there is no need for concern," the old man casually remarked. "Kong Senior, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Schwan, an ordinary high school student from District 81. Pleasure's mine. Haha, being ordinary is better. Let us share this cup together." As he spoke, he filled Schwan's cup once more. "I noticed you seemed to arrive riding a giant turtle. Perhaps my old eyes are deceiving me." The two raised their cups again, and the elder could no longer restrain his curiosity. My beast is indeed a turtle," Schwan replied, summoning Lao Hei directly. The old man approached, examining Lao Hei with keen interest, exclaiming in wonder, "Your beast is truly well cultivated. Among its peers, it must have few rivals." He reached out to touch the inscriptions on Lao Hei's shell. "You flatter me, senior," Schwan said, suddenly pausing, scratching his head to mask his astonishment. He continued, "Senior, I also possess some spiritual wine, but regrettably, I cannot retrieve it here. What difficulty is there?" The old man waved his hand toward Schwan and said, "Let us try now." Schwan gave it a go, and indeed, the ring opened. He produced a large barrel of spiritual wine and filled 2 cups. Please, senior, indulge yourself. With that, he recalled Lao Hei. The elder sensed something had just transpired, but he was soon captivated by the fragrance of the wine. Then I shall not be polite, he said, downing a cup. A fine wine. Although merely ordinary spiritual wine, it carries a subtle yet distinct flavor. This is my first encounter with such a delight, haha. Without waiting for Lin Schwan, he poured himself another cup and drank it down. Lin Schwan raised his cup to clink with the elders and then downed it in one go. The two continued to drink with fervor, 1 cup after another, consuming a significant portion of the barrel. By the end, had Lin Schwan not succumbed to drunkenness first, they would have surely referred to each other as brothers right there. It was only the following afternoon that Lin Schwan finally awoke. Damn, drinking has cost me dearly. A day and a half of the competition has passed, and I have only amassed 100 points. At present, almost everyone still within the secret realm had scores surpassing his. As Lin Schwan rose from the ground, the old man had long since vanished, leaving behind a message for him. He noticed a passage of text suspended in the air above the stone table, as if the surrounding air had been imprisoned and compressed into the form of words, lingering for an extended time. Young friend Lin Schwan, thank you for your hospitality. May fate bring us together again. A small gift, please accept it. Lin Schwan glanced at the table, where 2 demon beast crystal cores emanated a colorful glow. Holding them, he could faintly sense the remnants of the demon beast souls howling within. Wow, these are certainly of the monarch level. With the ring now functional, Lin Schwan quickly stored them away. He had not anticipated receiving such a grand gift. Monarch-level crystal cores are rarely circulated on the market, classified as strategic resources, and cannot be purchased even with wealth. However, reflecting on the identity of his benefactor, Lin Schwan found everything to be quite reasonable. Demon Beast, Kong Ming Dong Tian Shou, King of 9 stars. Skills, Spatial Compression 9, Dimensional Slash, Void Sword, Black Hole Explosion. Any further information made Lin Schwan apprehensive. Lingering too long could result in perilous discovery. Fortunately, it seemed his benefactor was friendly rather than hostile, and had some connection to the secret realm space. Lin Schwan speculated that the organizers of the competition and the secret realm opening were unaware of this powerful being's presence. Then Lin Schwan delved into his consciousness space. Xiao Ling was drooling over a fruit. It was a skill fruit, within which faintly formed an invisible sword, perpetually slicing through space. Go ahead and eat. Such fruits could only be consumed with Lin Schwan's approval. Subsequently, Lin Schwan checked the skill information. Void Sword, active. Swinging the blade creates 2 spatial rifts through which one can traverse. The maximum distance relates to physical attributes. Wow, isn't this teleportation? This skill was Lin Schwan's greatest gain from his journey. Xiaoling, sword Kai armed. Lin Schwan instantly donned his gear. With the Void Sword in hand, he whispered in his heart. A spatial rift immediately formed, and Lin Schwan stepped through, reappearing 100 meters away. He then plummeted from several thousand meters in height. Oh no, Lao Hei saved me. Chapter 92, a joint assault on Lin Schwan. While Lin Schwan was still deep in slumber, chaos reigned outside. Many who were monitoring his points were taken aback. Half the time had elapsed, yet Lin Schwan's score remained unchanged, leading to doubts about whether he had encountered some mishap. This shouldn't be the case, Jean Mo murmured. How could a mere cliff of a few hundred meters pose a challenge for him? Jumping down, with the trees below, he shouldn't come to harm. The only possibility was that he had truly faced some misfortune. Had it not been for the wristband indicating Lin Schwan's life signs were stable, many would have rushed in to search for him. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Otherwise, no one could withstand Qin Yan's wrath. Even the principals of the first and second schools felt a tinge of anxiety. However, Qin Yan appeared unfazed. That lad is likely just bored and sleeping somewhere. At this point, he no longer cared about Lin Schwan's performance. Not only regarding the district competition, but even the college entrance exams were of little consequence. After all, Lin Schwan had already attained silver status, and being pre-admitted to a prestigious university was a foregone conclusion. The only difference lay in which one he would attend. From the headquarters of the association, whispers of news trickled in. Even top-ranking institutions like Schwan Wu University were investigating Lin Schwan's background. After half a minute of falling through the air, Lin Schwan was finally caught safely by Lao Hei. Averting a fatal plunge, they landed amidst a dense forest. Where on earth can I find the points balls? Lin Schwan thought, unable to see a single shadow, let alone those small balls. While airborne, he had also discerned that the area of this secret realm was not particularly vast, merely filled with thickets and dense woods. Given this, he could not blame anyone. Lao Hei, extreme multiplication. The once 10-meter Lao Hei transformed into a colossal beast measuring 100 meters, towering over 20 meters high. Lin Schwan stood upon the turtle's back, surveying the land. Let us set off. A series of earth-shaking sounds erupted, akin to a natural disaster. Towering trees could not withstand even a moment against Lao Hei, being either snapped in half or uprooted. Countless extraordinary and elite-level demon beasts scattered in panic, reminiscent of Lin Schwan's earlier experiences outside the city. However, this time, Lao Hei was 5 times larger, and there were no leader-level demon beasts to disrupt them. Even if there were, Lin Schwan felt no fear. Now, with Shaoling's enhancements, even facing level suppression, Lao Hei was not so easily defeated. Weaker leader-level beasts might even find themselves facing a counterattack. In a certain part of the forest, a group of second school students had just ambushed a student from the first school. Before they could revel in their victory, they were stunned by the tremors beneath their feet. The beast tide is coming. Climb the trees, someone shouted from afar. Thus, many students scrambled to the treetops to evade the impending tide of beasts. What the hell? Why is there a beast tide? Isn't this a testing secret realm? Isn't it normal for demon beasts to exist within? As the tremors drew near, all the students perched in the trees held their breath. Then, their worldview shattered entirely. What on earth is that? A leader-level demon beast is approaching. Everyone flee. Flee where? Just wait for it to carry us away. Look, there's a person on the demon beast. Oh, they're all up in the trees. No wonder I couldn't see a single classmate. Lin Schwan greeted them with a smile. Lin Schwan, is this your beast? A student from Yizhong bravely inquired. Indeed. It has eaten too much and grown rather plump. It is currently strolling to shed some weight. The crowd was left speechless, unsure where to begin with their myriad of complaints. However, Lin Schwan afforded them little time, dispatching one foe after another with a swift flick of his sword. Just as the blade was about to pierce its target, they were transported away, their points naturally falling into Lin Schwan's possession. Points increased by 322, 214, and 501. Throughout his journey, Lin Schwan hardly encountered any students from Sanzhong, likely having been cleared out by Yizhong and Erzhong. This fortuitously spared him from potential collateral damage. Outside, a commotion erupted. Look, Lin Schwan's points have changed. 432, 6465, 332, 23563. Goodness, he must be cheating. At that moment, a continuous stream of students was being teleported out. Those who emerged quickly sought information from their peers about the situation inside. Lin Schwan's classmates appeared visibly shaken, their faces pale. Upon closing their eyes, they could vividly recall a colossal turtle head charging towards them. It was terrifying. They longed to return home. Lin Schwan was wreaking havoc within. Inside a cave, over a dozen students from Erzhong gathered, led by Nanjing Wu. Suddenly, a boy entered, followed closely by Lei Dian. Brother Nan, Lei Dian has arrived. You beckon me here. Do you intend to ambush me? Lei Dian remarked with a smile. You are at the silver level. We would not act recklessly, Nanjing Wu replied. Then what is your intention? We wish to invite you to join us in attacking Lin Schwan. Lei Dian regarded him with a look of incredulity. I saw that video. His beast is merely defensively formidable, lacking in speed. Furthermore, we can directly attack the beast masters here. We have the numerical advantage. Then why not engage him yourselves? What need have you of me? We can distract his attention while you strike directly at Lin Schwan. What do you say? You are all silver level. Only your strike can ensure a kill. It seemed plausible, though he declared, I will only strike once. If I miss, I shall withdraw. No problem. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves at any moment. Is it worth such a gamble? If we do not bet or lose, we remain the third. Should we win, we have a chance at second place. What do you think? Nanjing Wu sighed. You make a valid point. If I can eliminate Lin Schwan, I shall leave you a second place position. Nanjing Wu's words elevated his standing in Lei Dian's eyes, and he agreed. Haha, then it is settled. They proceeded to discuss their strategy. In truth, there was little to deliberate. Lin Schwan and Old Hei, such enormous targets, stood boldly like a bulldozer, merely waiting for someone to charge at them. The entire secret realm was in disarray for a day. The beasts grew weary, some collapsing in exhaustion by the roadside, surrendering to their fates. Lin Schwan casually dispatched a few for dinner. As the hours passed, with the grand competition nearing its conclusion, Lin Schwan estimated his points to be sufficient and ceased his relentless efforts. Suddenly, a dozen beasts burst forth from the forest, silently unleashing their skills at Lin Schwan before fleeing. Old Hei taunt them. Lin Schwan, uninterested in allowing Old Hei to flee any longer, directly taunted instead. Instantly, all beasts within a 50-meter radius charged towards Old Hei, unleashing a barrage against his shell, ultimately succumbing to heavy injuries. Just as Lin Schwan intended to reap his rewards, a storm cloud gathered ominously above him. Then, a thunderous strike descended, a 5-meter-wide bolt of lightning aimed directly at his head. Damn! Though protected by Old Hei's guardian skill, Lin Schwan instinctively used the void sword to teleport away. Crap! In the distance, Lei Dian cursed as well. How could Lin Schwan possess a teleportation skill? The bolt struck Old Hei's head with a resounding crash. There is still a chance. Lei Dian silently prayed. This was the Thunder Dragon's most powerful strike. And if it landed, it was impossible not to inflict damage. Being ranked below Lin Schwan, he felt immense reluctance. Even a sneak attack, if successful, could turn the tides. Old Hei shook his head, then reflected an even thicker energy beam back into the clouds. A mournful dragon's roar echoed from above, clearly indicating injury. Chapter 93. The competition concludes. Lei Dian had no time to ponder. He quickly recalled the Thunder Dragon. In that instant, a 5-meter-tall flame berserker appeared behind him, delivering a fiery punch that sent Lei Dian flying. Remarkably, his impressive physique allowed him to endure the blow without severe injury. Nanjingwen. No response came. As the flame berserker continued its assault. I nearly met my end there. I would have been utterly humiliated. Saying this, Lei Dian summoned another lightning-type beast. With a single strike, the flame berserker fell, gravely wounded. You contracted a second elite beast so quickly? Finally, Nanjingwen could not restrain himself and inquired. I had no choice. I had to sell myself to the Elemental University for this beast. Upon hearing this, Nanjingwen understood. He had been specially recruited by the Elemental University. The university that others longed for seemed to have a bitter taste in Lei Dian's tone. Both brothers had aspired to enter the Elemental University, yet Lei Dian could waltz in with ease, even requiring the institution to expend resources for his recruitment. Truly, comparisons were disheartening. Without further ado, Lei Dian sent Nanjingwen away and then chose a direction to distance himself completely from Lin Schwan. Looking back, he realized he had foolishly considered challenging Lin Schwan. Meanwhile, Lin Schwan, having dealt with a dozen students from Zhong, decided to rest, feeling no compulsion to move with 2 hours remaining. Outside, since yesterday, Lin Schwan's points had soared, surpassing Lei Dian. Through the accounts of students continuously being expelled from the secret realm, the extent of Lin Schwan's ferocity became clear. Single-handedly, he swept through the entire domain. Although anticipated, the manner in which it unfolded was unexpected. 100-meter behemoth, seriously? Just moments ago, Lin Schwan's points surged again, nearly doubling Lei Dian's, solidifying his victory. Finally, the time arrived, and the remaining participants were teleported out of the secret realm. In the final rankings, Lin Schwan rightfully claimed first place, with Lei Dian following in second. As for third place, it inexplicably fell to an unremarkable contender, a surprising twist indeed. Originally, the Nan brothers seemed assured of a top-4 finish. Yet both were eliminated by Lin Schwan and Lei Dian. This was a consequence of their high-stakes gamble. Betting on both sides meant preparing for total annihilation. Lin Schwan is truly formidable. Brother Lin is magnificent. It is a pity I fell so early. Otherwise, I would have lingered until Lin Schwan revealed his prowess. Amidst the admiration of Zhong's students, Lin Schwan returned to his team. Subsequently, the previous teacher delivered a symbolic concluding address, marking the successful end of the grand competition. Judging by the results, the higher-ups in the Ministry of Education seemed quite satisfied. Based on this performance, the examination results for Zone 81 are expected to be remarkable. As the clock inched towards 6 in the afternoon, returning by school bus would take over 4 hours. Lin Schwan decisively declined and headed towards his former home. As it was not far, he remained vigilant, having taken Qin Yan's earlier advice to heart, keenly observing everyone around him, the sweeping old man, the flower-selling lady, the pancake vendor. Yet, he discovered nothing amiss. He decided to let it be. He would face whatever came his way. As long as old Hei remained safe, Lin Schwan would have no cause for concern. With the formidable strength of Lao Hei, even a commander-level adversary would find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate Lin Schwan in an instant. After a tranquil journey, Lin Schwan returned to his hometown, which he had not visited for 3 to 4 months, and found himself filled with a sense of nostalgia. He tidied up briefly in order to take out of rib rice, while also sending 10 servings of egg fried rice to Lao Hei. This was indeed a taste of home. He wondered if it would evoke any memories for him. On the golden tree, there remained 14 limit fruits, which Lin Schwan had not yet utilized. After some contemplation, he resolved to fully upgrade Lao Hei's defense and retaliation capabilities. After all, Lao Hei was meant to shield Lin Schwan from harm, and insufficient defense was unacceptable. Limit defense was at level 9, passive, reducing all damage by 90. And for every 3 attacks received, granting 1 instance of absolute immunity to damage. Limit retaliation was at level 7, passive, reflecting all received attacks as energy attacks at 80, which would increase to 160 after 10 seconds. Regrettably, the damage reduction had yet to reach 100. Lin Schwan speculated that it might be due to an insufficient integration of skills. Nevertheless, even in this state, he was nearly invincible. If skills had levels, each of the Limit series skills would be regarded as extraordinary. Lin Schwan had a little over 500 spirit stones remaining, just enough to elevate Lao Hei to 5 stars. With the rewards from the upcoming grand competition, it would be sufficient to promote him to 6 stars. While the speed of upgrade was indeed rapid, the consumption of spirit stones was rather substantial, at least in Lin Schwan's view. However, he was unaware of the upgrade and consumption rates of other silver-level individuals, thus he could only use his own earnings as a reference. After spending a month and a half in the wild, he had earned just over 500 spirit stones. Without the school's rewards, he would be utterly broke. Lin Schwan was oblivious to the fact that many university students, from their 1st to 4th year, achieving a promotion to gold level within 4 years would be considered geniuses among geniuses. Currently, Lin Schwan adopted a casual approach to promoting his stars. Energy fruits served as the main sustenance for Lao Hei and Xiao Ling, with dozens consumed daily, rendering the timing of star promotions inconsequential. Regardless, it would undoubtedly be insufficient, as a steady supply was necessary, and it also resolved the food dilemma for the 2 gluttons. Yet, he still needed to earn spirit stones. With just over 2 months until the college entrance examination and no school-related opportunities to exploit during this period, Lin Schwan felt a pang of discomfort. Without such opportunities, it felt akin to incurring a significant loss. Ding dong. The doorbell interrupted Lin Schwan's thoughts. The takeout had arrived. As he opened the door, the delivery person stood outside, holding a large bag. "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Schwan said, feeling a bit embarrassed, unsure if the delivery fee had been doubled due to the volume. Just as he was about to take the bag, the delivery person remained motionless, seemingly a bit slow. Lin Schwan took the initiative to grab it, and the delivery person slowly handed it over. Sensing something amiss, Lin Schwan closed the door promptly after receiving the takeout. "Lao Hei, it's time to eat." Lin Schwan poured all the egg-fried rice into an empty bowl and then summoned Lao Hei, who had been reduced in size by 10 times. Without any disdain, Lao Hei devoured the egg-fried rice. In the blink of an eye, the bowl was emptied. Lin Schwan gazed at his rib rice, thinking about the delivery person's demeanor, and lost his appetite, deciding to give it to Lao Hei as well. A rare look of astonishment appeared in Lao Hei's eyes. "This kid is actually acting human today? I'm afraid of an upset stomach," Lin Schwan admitted candidly. Overindulging in takeout was indeed unwise, especially since it might have been tampered with. In any case, Lin Schwan had no intention of eating it. "Do you feel anything?" Lin Schwan asked as Lao Hei polished off the rib rice, even leaving no bones behind. "Bring me another bowl." Lin Schwan casually munched on some snacks before retreating to his room for rest, leaving Lao Hei on guard. Chapter 94. At most 3-year sentence. Midnight arrived, and the entire neighborhood lay shrouded in darkness and silence, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. In the building across from Lin Schwan's, 2 men were attentively monitoring his movements. "Brother Chun, someone is after this kid. Should we not intervene?" One voiced his concern. "President Qin has stated that we need not concern ourselves with silver-level individuals. But we can't control gold-level ones either. What are we supposed to do? Collect this kid's remains? If you can speak, then speak more. Why meddle so much? Since the higher-ups have issued orders, we merely execute them. Moreover, it's just the 2 of us here. Acting rashly would only alarm the target." "All right." Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the rooftop and landed on Lin Schwan's balcony, subsequently opening the glass door to enter the living room. Shortly after, the main door was also opened from the inside. 2 men in black burst into Lin Schwan's home. "Brother Monkey, I didn't expect it to be this easy. Of course, this kid is just a high school student. He thinks everywhere is as safe as near his school. He won't get poisoned, will he? Rest assured, he might just have a bad stomach." They whispered amongst themselves, then pressed against the door to listen for sounds from within. Silence reigned. Brother Monkey quietly twisted the doorknob, preparing to enter the room. Suddenly, the door was pulled open from the inside, causing Brother Monkey to stumble. In the dark, a fist the size of a sand pot struck him squarely in the face. Damn! 2 summoned beasts were instantly called forth, ready to launch an attack, but were immediately knocked away by a shadow from the darkness. The sounds of 2 impacts echoed, and their fates remained uncertain. In the blink of an eye, the battle was resolved, as the 2 attempted to summon more beasts. Lin Schwan's voice rang out. "If you dare take action again, I will end you." The lights flickered on, revealing Lin Schwan clad in form-fitting armor. His light sword aimed directly at Brother Monkey's throat. In the corner lay a 3-eyed, long-armed monkey, bleeding profusely. Another summoned beast, resembling a mass of rock, had been shattered and was slowly reassembling. Lin Schwan scrutinized the 2 intruders. One bore a face resembling that of a monkey, thin and wiry. The other was stocky and muscular, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Before Lin Schwan could say much, the latter had already prostrated himself on the ground. "You'd better confess voluntarily to avoid my wrath." As he spoke, Lin Schwan tapped Brother Monkey's shoulder with his sword. "We're just here to catch the autumn wind. Since you've caught us, we'll accept our fate. Whether to settle privately or report it is up to you." Before Brother Monkey could finish his sentence, Lin Schwan had already stabbed him with his sword, blood gushing from his arm. "You'd best rephrase that." Burglary carries a maximum sentence of 3 years. You cannot impose personal punishment. Brother Monkey grimaced in pain as he spoke. So knowledgeable about the law, why not take the civil service exam? Lin Schwan retorted, delivering another blow. I haven't been to school. I have no credentials. Still daring to retort? Another stab followed. All right, I'll talk. Someone offered a bounty to have you kidnapped. Specifically targeting me? No, it's open to any genius from various districts. Damn, clarify that. It's terrifying. He received another strike for his hesitation. So you're bounty hunters? Lin Schwan queried, skeptical about the low status of bounty hunters. Who is your employer? I don't know. All contact is online. But you must deliver, right? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Schwan was utterly baffled by the intelligence of this individual and, unable to contain himself, struck him once more. Honestly, we usually communicate through a single line. At other times, the other party sends someone to initiate contact. Each time, the person we meet is different. It seemed they either employed disguise techniques or belonged to a vast organization. These two were merely ordinary pawns, not even peripheral members. Last question, how much am I worth? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Speak. Alive, 3,000 spirit stones. Dead, 500. Upon uttering these words, Brother Monkey appeared to resign himself to fate. The youth before him was no ordinary person and truly had the power to end his life at any moment. Lin Schwan fell silent, which drove the two men to the brink of madness, akin to condemned prisoners awaiting their verdict. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Schwan was contemplating how this mysterious organization was so affluent. You may leave. Huh? I said, you may leave now. Before you go, please clean the floor. The burly man immediately stood up, preparing to fetch a mop. Damn, what an idiot. In a rush to prevent Lin Schwan from changing his mind, Ho Gu swiftly used his clothing to wipe the bloodstains from the floor until it was spotless. Subsequently, the two hastily stored away their nearly lifeless beast and rushed out the door to escape. Naturally, Lin Schwan would not let them depart so easily. The gray serpent had already latched on a Ho Gu. Perhaps influenced by Lao Hei's advancement, the gray serpent had become more agile, not only providing enhanced vision, but also enabling the ability to hear sounds when one concentrated. It was an indispensable tool for anyone on the move, capable of murder and arson, as well as reconnaissance and eavesdropping. After returning control of the gray serpent to Lao Hei, instructing it to refrain from causing trouble and only to monitor, Lin Schwan chose not to intervene further. He hoped these two baited individuals would bring him unexpected surprises. Lin Schwan had frequently encountered news about prodigies from various districts recently. For instance, in District 1, there was a once-in-a-century genius, the descendant of the 9 sovereigns. Long Chinhao from the Long family, possessing extraordinary talents, a silver 7-star aptitude, and a king-level monster voluntarily demoting itself to re-establish a contract with him. Alongside him was the equally renowned Xia Sinai, the Qilin son of the Xia family, also a descendant of the 9 sovereigns, with dark elemental talents. Little else was known. The more mysterious the figure, the more people loved to spread the word. The 9 sovereigns refer to the 9 guardians of the inner city's 9 districts. Each one a peak existence at the 9-star king level, the cornerstone of the stability of the Schwan Wu city. Alongside the tales of prodigies rising sharply, there were also stories of the fall of talents, the most bizarre being that of a prodigy who went missing for several days, only to be found dead in the red light district, emaciated and drained of life. At this point, Lin Schwan could not help but feel a chill. The university, the inner city, was the battleground for prodigies, a place where flowers bloomed in abundance. District 81 was simply too barren. Fortunately, Lin Schwan had no ties holding him back, as the university had already opened its doors to him. Countless opportunities awaited him, and countless talents were there for him to surpass. With just over 2 months remaining, Lin Schwan planned to fish for a few days. If he caught nothing, he would see if Lao Qin could take him outside the city for some leisure. Primarily, he was simply too bored. This led Lin Schwan to question whether he was experiencing a burst of competitive spirit, but upon reflection, he realized that the most enjoyable game was the life he was currently living, and he relished it wholeheartedly. Chapter 95, Fishing. Ho Gu, is he really going to let us go? The burly man asked, incredulously. Don't worry too much. Your name is Sure To, and you're not truly as thick-headed as a stone. Just hurry and leave, Ho Gu scolded. They walked out of the community, supported by Sure To, soon disappearing into the night. Chenggu, there's something going on. I see. This kid has some skills, managing to win even while outnumbered, Chenggu remarked, impressed. He then added, however, letting the enemy go so easily is truly a sign of weakness. Well, he is just a high school student. We can't expect him to kill someone outright. Though, even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Indeed, he will understand in a few years. Everyone has gone through this. All right, it's time to sleep. With his strength. It's no wonder President Qin said there's no need to worry about silver level. Then what are we doing here? A subordinate asked. How would I know? Just sleep. Shingu snapped, flustered. What if there is a gold level among them? We can only fight to the death. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Lin Schwan checked the perspective of the gray serpent and searched for his location based on the surrounding markers. Damn, we're almost out of District 81. Have they been running all night? Mental distortion. You are safe now. Rest first and find an opportunity to contact the employer. Sure to. Let us pause for a moment and find a place to rest, Hogu called out to the burly man. Sure to had no objections, after running all night. Both were exhausted and weary. Moreover, Hogu was still nursing injuries. They soon found a small inn and rented a room. Damn, this time we messed up. That kid doesn't seem like someone who just advanced to silver. We need to charge more. Hogu, are we still going to act? Sure to asked, already frightened. Both of them had only the most basic talents, having never even completed high school. They had managed to scrape by to reach silver level through petty theft and tricks. This was likely how their lives would remain. In the past, they occasionally accompanied the beast tamers outside the city for a meal or secretly plundered beast eggs. And life was manageable. However, that had changed recently, as rumors of a monster tide were circulating again. They had no choice but to traverse various outer districts, hoping for a big score. After all, it was a no-cost venture. What harm was there in trying? Let us report the situation and ask for support, Hogu pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, I understand why he let us go. This kid is trying to draw the snake out of its hole. He might be tracking us. Hogu asserted confidently, his mind racing. Then let us hurry and run. Why are we resting? Sure to exclaimed in fear. What are you afraid of? We are the bait. He is not targeting us. If I relay this information to the buyer, who knows who might end up being the real catch? With that, Hogu stood up, eager to leave. Let us check out. We need to change locations. Thus, in the surprised gaze of the innkeeper, the two, who had barely booked the room for 10 minutes, hastily checked out, each supporting the other. It must be said, Ho Ge's suspicions were entirely accurate, and there was no deliberate guidance from the gray serpent. Lin Schwan had laid his cards on the table, awaiting the opponent's response. In the following days, whether it was a mere illusion or not, Hogu felt an invisible pair of eyes constantly watching him, further solidifying his belief in his theory. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether the one observing him was a person or a creature. Finally, 3 days after Hogu fully reported their situation, the other side finally replied, wait. Good. Both Hogu and Lin Schwan exclaimed with excitement. For these past few days, Lin Schwan had been unable to fully immerse himself in his game. Even his insults had become less fluid. Finally, there was progress for the next step. Lin Schwan knew he needed to take action. He understood that if he did not make an appearance, the other side likely would not either. Of course, Lin Schwan would never put himself in danger. Everything would be entrusted to his illusionary clone. The next day, Hogu received another message. We are in position. You draw him out. Damn it, if you don't show up, how can he appear? Hogu cursed under his breath. He felt that the other party did not trust him, viewing him merely as a tool, disposable at any moment. Were it not for the lingering feeling of being watched, he would have quit right then. Just as Hogu stumbled out of the alley, he spotted something. There, at a street vendor, was none other than Lin Schwan. Damn! Hogu exclaimed, nearly dropping his phone in excitement, and quickly sent a message to his employer. I've seen him. The other side replied with just 3 words. Then fell silent. Damn, acting all high and mighty, they'll get struck by lightning. Hogu grumbled. Meanwhile, Lin Schwan had transformed his armor into a transparent form, blending in with his usual attire. He had traversed several streets, consuming dozens of energy fruits, yet had not discovered anything unusual. Upon looking up, he saw Hogu. Their eyes met, and Hogu turned to flee, prompting Lin Schwan to pursue. As Hogu saw Lin Schwan chasing him, his arm instinctively began to ache again. Why are you running? Lin Schwan called out from behind. If you don't chase, I want to run. Hogu shouted, then hurried deeper into the alley. Damn it. If you don't run, I won't chase. Lin Schwan exclaimed, exasperated. Hogu ignored him and continued to flee. Damn it. Lin Schwan cursed behind him. He truly had something to attend to. The gray serpent was still with him, and he needed to retrieve it without drawing attention. Damn. Soul Spike. Lin Schwan, with a fierce determination, unleashed a powerful strike. This was the first instance of this skill being employed on a living target. A cry of agony escaped from Hogu as he collapsed forward, his face drenched in blood. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, repeatedly slapping his head and banging it against the floor, as if a nail were stirring within his mind. Such efficacy? Observing Ho Ge's pitiful state, Lin Schwan felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, this skill was under his control, and more importantly, he was immune to such techniques. After delivering a few kicks to Hogu, he stealthily retracted the gray serpent. How vexing. I warned you not to flee, yet you insisted on running. Subsequently, Lin Schwan turned and walked toward the alley's exit. Remarkably steady, he thought. As Lin Schwan's doppelganger neared the alley's mouth, There remained an eerie stillness all around. Hou Gu had become of little use, and this opportunity was singular. If he failed now, future chances would be even more scarce. Just as Lin Chuan was a mere step from the alley's exit, darkness engulfed the entrance. Or rather, the surroundings had transformed into a void of shadows. Here it comes. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a forceful strike to the nape of his neck. Turning to look, he found a figure clad entirely in black, who had appeared behind him without notice. Only the person's eyes were visible, glinting with an unexpected surprise. Lin Chuan exchanged a glance with the figure and instantly understood. So, I'm supposed to faint now, right? Thus, Lin Chuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Before his awareness retreated into the doppelganger, he adeptly transferred the gray serpent's essence into the figure cloaked in black. This maneuver was akin to a game of passing the parcel. Lin Chuan executed it with remarkable finesse. The black-clad figure carried Lin Chuan to Hou Gu's side, who was now convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Without any visible action from the black-clad individual, a shadow flickered, and Hou Gu vanished, quite literally. Following this, the black figure traversed through the shadows, swiftly transporting Lin Chuan away from the scene. The darkness of the alley dissipated as they departed. Lin Chuan had not vigilantly monitored the black-clad figure, firstly to avoid detection, and secondly because the erratic movements of the camera made him a bit dizzy. This individual's route resembled teleportation, albeit only through shadows. He must have contracted certain dark-type demon beasts, employing skills akin to shadow escape. The speed of the black figure gradually slowed upon reaching a vast suburban villa area, and he transitioned from shadow movement to a brisk walk. Occasionally, passers-by would bow to the black-clad figure, showing no sign of surprise at the sight of Lin Chuan draped over his shoulder. Jinlin Shanzhuang. At last, Lin Chuan caught a glimpse of a sign bearing a place name. Upon searching, he discovered that this location was nearly at the outskirts of District 81. With only a handful of villas amidst largely undeveloped mountainous terrain, it was unexpected that such a place would be used for human trafficking, evidently indicative of a large-scale organized syndicate. Once inside the enemy territory, Lin Chuan disregarded the risk of exposure and increased his eavesdropping frequency. The black-clad figure entered a villa and proceeded directly through a hidden door leading to the basement. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they arrived at an underground palace. Lin Chuan was speechless. Unless one was deliberately searching, it was unlikely that an average person would discover such a place. In this world, it seemed that only beneath the earth could some secrets be concealed. Crossing through the grand hall of the palace, the black figure knocked on a door and entered a chamber. "Elder, I have successfully captured Lin Chuan," the black-clad figure rasped. Inside the room sat a man in his 40s or 50s, with an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would blend into a crowd. "Excellent. I had thought no prodigies would emerge in District 81 this year. Yet here we are with a delightful surprise," the man replied in a deep voice. "Do we still need to proceed with the plans concerning Lei Dian?" the black figure inquired. "No, recall all. Lin Chuan possesses far greater potential than Lei Dian, and his connection to Qin Yin means the Beastmaster Association will not let this go easily. If necessary, we will withdraw entirely from District 81. Understood. You performed admirably in this matter. You may retrieve 2 bottles of Yao Shindan from the storeroom." "Thank you, Elder," the black figure said, elated, bowing in gratitude. "Go now. I wish to converse with Lin Chuan for a while." "Yes." After that, the black figure exited. Lin Chuan, realizing he could no longer maintain his pretense, gradually awoke, feigning the demeanor of someone just roused from slumber, oblivious to the discussion. His consciousness had already re-entered the doppelganger, allowing him to eavesdrop. However, it appeared the elder had been aware of this all along, rendering Lin Chuan's disguise inconsequential. Consequently, he decided to abandon the act, rising from the floor, dragging a chair to sit opposite the man. "Truly deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy in District 81, your audacity is enough to impress countless peers," the man remarked appreciatively. "Now, state your intentions for capturing me." Lin Chuan cut straight to the chase. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Dahai, the elder in charge of District 81 for the Yaoshan sect. Naturally, we wish to have a talent such as yourself join us. Our influence extends throughout Schwan Wu City, rivaling that of the Beastmaster Association." Wu Dahai's assertion was clearly an exaggeration. Otherwise, why was the Yaoshan sect not in the open while the Beastmaster Association remained hidden? Lin Chuan saw no need to debunk this. Instead, he curiously inquired, "Why have I never heard of you before? May I ask about your strength, Elder Wu? You have yet to step out of District 81, so it is understandable that you have heard little. Organizations such as the Beastmaster Association, Elemental Sanctum, the Illuminati, and the Demon Hunter Alliance are well known in Schwan Wu City. Our Yaoshan sect similarly deserves recognition," Wu Dahai proclaimed with pride. However, his expression soured slightly when mentioning the Demon Hunter Alliance. The elders in the 81 districts of Schwan Wu City are all diamond-level experts, while the 9 cardinal bishops are of royal caliber. How does Lin Chuan feel about such strength? Indeed formidable, Lin Chuan replied candidly. So, would you consider joining us? I would, but what are the benefits? Lin Chuan answered without a moment's hesitation. Wu Dahai responded, by saying that, you leave me with little room to maneuver. The condition for joining the sect is to contract a beast provided by us. Given your talent, you could easily obtain one of royal potential. Consider that your first benefit. A royal potential beast, offered for free? If he had not already contracted with Shaoling, Lin Chuan might have been tempted. Indeed, you have just been promoted to silver. You have not yet contracted a second beast, have you? What other benefits do you offer? Our sect possesses unique methods for nurturing beasts, accelerating the process beyond conventional means by threefold. Yaoshendan, Lin Chuan deduced, realizing that this was the method by which the Yaoshen sect sought to control its followers. This Yaoshendan was likely addictive. For an organization to maintain stability, it must either share a common vision or employ extreme indoctrination, or utilize either overwhelming benefits or threats. Typically, these methods are employed in conjunction, reinforcing one another. Once an individual falls into such a trap, escaping becomes exceedingly difficult. What if I refuse? Lin Chuan inquired. Then you shall have to endure a period within our sect. Many talents like you ultimately make wise choices. As for those who do not, their gifts would be a pity to waste, Wu Dahai stated with a significant undertone. Those who do not make wise choices, naturally, do not leave alive. Let me ponder it for a while. Agreed, but I can only grant you 2 days at most. Wu Dahai nodded in agreement, clearly adhering to a standard procedure. Oh, and wear this. With that, Wu Dahai tossed a metallic ring towards Lin Chuan. What is this? A mere trinket, it can seal off a Beastmaster's ability to communicate with the beast space, applicable only to those below diamond level. Regarding the beast space, Lin Chuan's expression turned peculiar. What beast space? I have none. Lin Chuan obediently donned the ring, and soon after, a servant escorted him into a room where he was kept under watch.